Tesseracts², edited by Phyllis Gotlieb and Douglas Barbour. Published by Porky Peak Books, Victoria. Copyright 1987 by Press Porky Peak Limited. 293 pages, narrated by Desmond Scott. Recorded by volunteers in the studios of the CNIB National Library, Toronto, exclusively for the use of individuals unable to read print due to a visual or physical handicap. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated. From the book cover. Tesseracts², edited by Phyllis Gotlieb and Douglas Barbour. Science fiction by Margaret Atwood, Alain Bergeron, Joël Champetier, Candas Jane Dorsey, William Gibson, David Godfrey, Terence M. Green, Tom Henighan, M. Travis Lane, Michael Mirola, John Park, Wendy G. Pearson, Esther Rochon, Stan Rogel, Leon Rooke, Rhea Rose, Kathryn A. Sinclair, Michael Skeet, Heather Spears, Élisabeth Vonarburg, Andrew Weiner. Tesseracts² expands the dimensions of speculative fiction exponentially, with startling visions of the future by new and established Canadian authors. Enter Tesseracts² and celebrate the 15th billionth birthday of the universe. Experience Voidlink, the ultimate in video games. Walk with herds of multidimensional creatures that roam Earth cities grazing on human flesh. Observe the effects of television on alien life. Achieve immortality by storing your dreams in ROM. Here is what critics said about the first Tesseracts. A varied and brilliant collection, the Globe and Mail. Tesseracts is a provocative, exciting, and extraordinarily varied exercise in what could be described as the mind's fourth dimension, imagination. The Toronto Star. About the editors. Phyllis Gotlieb has been writing SF for over 20 years. Her books include O Master Caliban and The Kingdom of the Cats. Douglas Barbour is best known to the SF community as a critic. He is also a poet, editor, and anthologist, with many books to his credit. Dedication. For Judith Merrill. Acknowledgements. Foreword. You Are Here, copyright 1987 by Phyllis Gotlieb. The Winter Market, copyright 1986 by William Gibson. First appeared in Vancouver Magazine. In the Pit, copyright 1987 by Élisabeth Vonarburg and Jane Brierley. This is a translation of the French story Dans la Fosse from Janus, copyright 1984 by Édition de Noël, first published in Solaris. Raindance, copyright 1987 by Kathryn A. Sinclair. 4179, copyright 1985 by David Godfrey. First appeared in Rampike, Volume 4, Numbers 2 and 3. Willows, copyright 1987 by Candas Jane Dorsey. Soluble-Fish, copyright 1987 by Joël Champetier and Louise Sampson. Translation of the French story Poisson Soluble from Aurore Boréale 2, edited by Daniel Cernin, copyright 1985 by Le Préambule, Longueuil, Quebec. First published in Solaris, number 59, January-February 1985. Visitation and Bonsai Man, copyright 1987 by Tom Henighan. Venus, Our Very Favorite Star, copyright 1987 by M. Travis Lane. Ashland, Kentucky, copyright 1985 by Terence M. Green. First appeared in Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, November 1985. Xils, English translation, copyright 1987 by Esther Rochon and Lucille Nelson. Translation of the French story Xils from Aurore Boréale 2, edited by Daniel Cernin, copyright 1985 by Le Préambule, Longueuil, Quebec. The Green Man of Knowledge, copyright 1987 by Wendy G. Pearson. Freeforall, copyright 1986 by O.W. Toad Limited. First published in the Toronto Star, 20th September 1986. Happy Birthday Universe, copyright 1987 by Alain Bergeron and Mary Shelton. Translation of the French story Bonne Fête Univers, copyright 1986 by Alain Bergeron. first published in Solaris, number 65. Bats, copyright 1987 by Leon Rooke. A Little Thing, copyright 1987 by Stan Rogel. Distant Signals, copyright 1983 by Andrew Weiner, first published in Twilight Zone, June 1983. Squirrels in Frankfurt, a Highlight, copyright 1987 by Rhea Rose. Rain, copyright 1987 by Michael Skeet. Retrieval, copyright 1987 by John Park. Rules of Conduct, copyright 1987 by Michael Mirola. One, copyright 1987 by Heather Spears. Afterword, copyright 1987 by Douglas Barbour. The publisher thanks Ron Lightburn and the Island Illustrators Society for the idea and the participation in the cover art competition. Thanks also to Judith Merrill for running the first Canadian SF workshop at Trent University's Peterborough campus in August 1986. Several stories selected for this anthology were workshopped there. Other speculative fiction published by Porky Pick Books: Fires of the Kindred by Robin Skelton, Tesseracts, edited by Judith Merrill, The Adventures of Roberta by Munro Ferguson. Contents: Phyllis Gotlieb, Foreword, You Are Here. William Gibson, The Winter Market. Élisabeth Vonarburg, In the Pit, translated by Jane Brierley. Kathryn A. Sinclair, Raindance. David Godfrey, 4179. Candas Jane Dorsey, Willows. Joël Champetier, Soluble-Fish, translated by Louise Sampson. Tom Henighan, Visitation. Tom Henighan, Bonsai Man. M. Travis Lane, Venus, Our Very Favorite Star. Terence M. Green, Ashland, Kentucky. Esther Rochon, Xils, translated by Lucille Nelson. Wendy G. Pearson, The Green Man of Knowledge. Margaret Atwood, Freeforall. Alain Bergeron, Happy Birthday Universe, translated by Mary Shelton. Leon Rooke, Bats. Stan Rogel, A Little Thing. Andrew Weiner, Distant Signals. Rhea Rose, Squirrels in Frankfurt, a Highlight. Michael Skeet, Rain. John Park, Retrieval. Michael Mirola, Rules of Conduct. Heather Spears, One. Douglas Barbour, Afterword. The Contributors. Foreword. Phyllis Gotlieb. You are here, jazzing around on the void's edge in your chrome steel straitjacket, singing along circuit boards where the man in the Stetson dances with electrons. You are here, gambling for the moon, your coin at the end post of time that points to the beginning. You are here, shape-changer in the clasp of the man you have become a woman for. So, whisper into your ear and kiss the lips of your other head, human, here in the endless rains where the world trembles on one green branch, where it falls into fire. You are here, half-blind and hairless among broken stones, asleep forever and wakening in blood by the alien God that made you. You are here. These stories and poems were chosen by consensus, but not committee, among Doug Barbour, Jerry Truscott, and me. For my part, there was no special intention except to pick pieces I liked so much I wanted to keep and reread them in a handsome book. I managed to surprise myself sometimes, particularly in an unusual liking for so many stories with post-Holocaust or end-of-the-world backgrounds. I found some of these wickedly funny and some moving in ways hard to explain, the best ways, I think. Another surprise for me was my determination to stretch my boundaries of science fiction to include fantasies, because there were so many I liked among the submissions to Tesseracts². And I have long enjoyed exploring the work of Quebec's lively and prolific science fiction community. It has always been one of my principal aims as a writer to make the strange familiar and the familiar strange. So also with the first anthology I have ever edited, and, in a way, my first introduction. Here you are. The Winter Market, William Gibson. It rains a lot up here. There are winter days when it doesn't really get light at all, only a bright indeterminate grey. But then there are days when it's like they whip aside a curtain to flash you 3 minutes of sunlit, suspended mountain, the trademark at the start of God's own movie. It was like that the day her agents phoned, from deep in the heart of their mirrored pyramid on Beverly Boulevard, to tell me she'd merged with the net, crossed over for good, that Kings of Sleep was going triple platinum. I'd edited most of Kings, done the brain map work, and gone over it all with a fast swipe module, so I was in line for a share of royalties. No, I said, no. Then yes, yes, and hung up on them. Got my jacket and took the stairs 3 at a time straight out to the nearest bar, and an 8-hour blackout that ended on a concrete ledge 2 meters above midnight. False Creek water. City lights, that same grey bowl of sky smaller now, illuminated by neon and mercury vapor arcs. And it was snowing. Big flakes, but not many, and when they touched black water they were gone, no trace at all. I looked down at my feet, and saw my toes clear of the edge of concrete, the water between them. I was wearing Japanese shoes, new and expensive, glove-leather Ginza monkey boots with rubber-capped toes. I stood there for a long time before I took that first step back, because she was dead, and I'd let her go, because now she was immortal and I'd helped her get that way, and because I knew she'd phone me in the morning. My father was an audio engineer, a mastering engineer. He went way back in the business even before digital. The processes he was concerned with were partly mechanical, with that clunky, quasi-Victorian quality you see in 20th-century technology. He was a lathe operator, basically. People brought him audio recordings, and he burned their sounds into grooves on a disc of lacquer. Then the disc was electroplated and used in the construction of a press that would stamp out records, the black things you see in antique stores. And I remember him telling me once, a few months before he died, that certain frequencies, transients I think he called them, could easily burn out the head, the cutting head, on a master lathe. These heads were incredibly expensive, so you prevented burnouts with something called an accelerometer. And that was what I was thinking of as I stood there, my toes out over the water, that head burning out, because that was what they did to her, and that was what she wanted. No accelerometer for Lees. I disconnected my phone on my way to bed. I did it with the business end of a West German studio tripod that was going to cost a week's wages to repair. Woke some strange time later and took a cab back to Granville Island and Reuben's place. Reuben, in some way that no one quite understands, is a master, a teacher, what the Japanese call a sensei. What he's the master of, really, is garbage, kipple, refuse, the sea of cast-off goods our century floats on. Gomi no sensei, master of junk. I found him this time squatting between 2 vicious-looking drum machines I hadn't seen before, rusty spider arms folded at the hearts of dented constellations of steel cans fished out of Richmond dumpsters. He never calls the place a studio, never refers to himself as an artist. Messing around, he calls what he does there, and seems to view it as some extension of boyhood's perfectly bored backyard afternoons. He wanders through his jam-littered space, a kind of mini-hangar cobbled to the waterside of the market, followed by the smarter, more agile of his creations, like some vaguely benign Satan, bent on the elaboration of still stranger processes in his ongoing inferno of Gomi. I've seen Reuben program his constructions to identify and verbally abuse pedestrians wearing garments by a given season's hot designer. Others attend to more obscure missions, and a few seem constructed solely to deconstruct themselves with as much attendant noise as possible. He's like a child, Reuben. He's also worth a lot of money in galleries in Tokyo and Paris. So I told him about Lisa. He let me do it, get it out, then nodded. "I know," he said. "Some CBC creep phoned 8 times. He sipped something out of a dented cup. "You want wild turkey sour?" "Why'd they call you?" "'Cause my name's on the back of Kings of Sleep. Dedication? I didn't see it yet. She tried to call you yet? No. She will. Reuben, she's dead. They cremated her already. I know, he said, and she's going to call you. Gomi. Where does the Gomi stop and the world begin? The Japanese, a century ago, had already run out of Gomi space around Tokyo, so they came up with a plan for creating space out of Gomi. By the year 1969, they had built themselves a little island in Tokyo Bay out of Gomi and christened it Dream Island. But the city was still pouring out its 9,000 tons per day, so they went on to build New Dream Island, and today they coordinate the whole process, and new Nippons rise out of the Pacific. Reuben watches this on the news and says nothing at all. He has nothing to say about Gomi. It's his medium, the air he breathes, something he's swum in all his life. He cruises greater van in a spavin truck thing chopped down from an ancient Mercedes airporter, its roof lost under a wallowing rubber bag half filled with natural gas. He looks for things that fit with some strange design scrawled on the inside of his forehead by whatever serves him as muse. He brings home more Gomi, some of it still operative. Some of it, like Lys, human. I met Lys at one of Reuben's parties. Reuben had a lot of parties. He never seemed particularly to enjoy them himself, but they were excellent parties. I lost track that fall of the number of times I woke on a slab of foam to the roar of Reuben's antique espresso machine, a tarnished behemoth topped with a big chrome eagle. The sound outrageous off the corrugated steel walls of the place, but massively comforting, too. There was coffee. Life would go on. First time I saw her, in the kitchen zone. You wouldn't call it a kitchen exactly, just 3 fridges and a hot plate and a broken convection oven that had come in with the Gomi. First time I saw her. She had the all-beer fridge open, light spilling out, and I caught the cheekbones and the determined set of that mouth. But I also caught the black glint of polycarbon at her wrist, and the bright, slick sore the exoskeleton had rubbed there. Too drunk to process, to know what it was, but I did know it wasn't party time. So I did what people usually did to Lys, and clicked myself into a different movie. Went for the wine instead on the counter beside the convection oven. Never looked back. But she found me again, came after me 2 hours later, weaving through the bodies and junk with that terrible grace programmed into the exoskeleton. I knew what it was then, as I watched her homing in, too embarrassed now to duck it, to run, to mumble some excuse and get out. Pinned there, my arm around the waist of a girl I didn't know, while Lys was advanced, with that mocking grace, straight at me now, her eyes burning with whiz, and the girl had wriggled out and away in a quiet social panic, was gone, and Lys stood there in front of me, propped up in her pencil-thin polycarbon prosthetic. Looked into those eyes, and it was like you could hear her synapses whining, some impossibly high-pitched scream, as the whiz opened every circuit in her brain. "Take me home," she said, and the words hit me like a whip. I think I shook my head. "Take me home." There were levels of pain there, and subtlety, and an amazing cruelty. And I knew then that I'd never been hated, ever, as deeply or thoroughly as this wasted little girl hated me now, hated me for the way I'd looked, then looked away, beside Reuben's all-beer refrigerator. So, if that's the word, I did one of those things you do and never find out why, even though something in you knows you could never have done anything else. I took her home. I have 2 rooms in an old condo rack at the corner of 4th and MacDonald, 10th floor. The elevators usually work, and if you sit on the balcony railing, then lean out backward, holding on to the corner of the building next door, you can see a little upright slit of sea and mountain. She hadn't said a word all the way back from Reuben's, and I was getting sober enough to feel very uneasy as I unlocked the door and let her in. The first thing she saw was the portable fast wipe I'd brought home from the pilot the night before. The exoskeleton carried her across the dusty Broadland with that same walk, like a model down a runway. Away from the crash of the party, I could hear it click softly as it moved her. She stood there, looking down at the fast wipe. I could see the thing's ribs when she stood like that, make them out across her back, through the scruff black leather of her jacket. One of those diseases. Either they were one of the old ones they've never quite figured out, or one of the new ones, the all-too-obviously environmental kind, that they've barely even named yet. She couldn't move, not without that extra skeleton, and it was jacked straight into her brain, myoelectric interface. The fragile-looking polycarbon braces moved her arms and legs, but a more subtle system handled her thin hands, galvanic inlays. I thought of frog legs, twitching in a high school lab tape, then hated myself for it. "This is a fast wipe module," she said in a voice I hadn't heard before, distant, and then I thought then that the whiz might be wearing off. "What's it doing here?" "I edit," I said, closing the door behind me. "Well now," and she laughed. "You do? Where?" "On the island, place called the Autonomic Pilot." She turned. Then, hand on thrust hip, she swung. It swung her. And the whiz and the hate and some terrible parody of lust stabbed out at me from those washed-out grey eyes. "You want to make it, editor?" And I felt the whip come down again, but I wasn't going to take it, not again. So I cold-eyed her from somewhere down in the beer-numb core of my walking, talking, live-limbed and entirely ordinary body, and the words came out of me like spit. "Could you feel it if I did?" Beat. Maybe she blinked, but her face never registered. "No," she said, "but sometimes I like to watch." Reuben stands at the window 2 days after her death in Los Angeles, watching snow fall into False Creek. "So you never went to bed with her?" One of his push-me-pull-yous, little roller-bearing Escher lizards, scoots across the table in front of me in curl-up mode. "No," I say, and it's true. Then I laugh. "But we jacked straight across that first night." "You were crazy," he says, a certain approval in his voice. "It might have killed you. Your heart might have stopped. You might have stopped breathing." He turns back to the window. "Has she called you yet?" We jacked straight across. I'd never done it before. If you had asked me why, I would have told you that I was an editor and that it wasn't professional. The truth would be something more like this. In the trade, the legitimate trade, I've never done porno, we called the raw product dry dreams. Dry dreams are neural output from levels of consciousness that most people can only access in sleep. But artists, the kind I work with at the Autonomic Pilot, are able to break the surface tension, dive down deep, down and out into Jung's sea, and bring back, well, dreams. Keep it simple. I guess some artists have always done that in whatever medium. But neuroelectronics let us access the experience, and the net gets it all out on the wire so we can package it, sell it, watch how it moves in the market. Well, the more things change, that's something my father liked to say. Ordinarily, I get the raw material in a studio situation, filtered through several $1 million worth of baffles, and I don't even have to see the artist. The stuff we get out to the consumer, you see, has been structured, balanced, turned into art. There are still people naive enough to assume that they'll actually enjoy jacking straight across with someone they love. I think most teenagers try it once. Certainly is easy enough to do. Radio Shack will sell you the box and the trodes and the cables. But me, I'd never done it. And now that I think about it, I'm not so sure I can explain why, or that I even want to try. I do know why I did it with Lise, sat down beside her on my Mexican futon, and snapped the optic lead into the socket on the spine, the smooth dorsal ridge of the exoskeleton. It was high up at the base of her neck, hidden by her dark hair. Because she claimed she was an artist, and because I knew that we were engaged somehow in total combat, and I was not going to lose. That may not make sense to you, but then you never knew her, or know her through Kings of Sleep, which isn't the same at all. You never felt that hunger she had, which was pared down to a dry need, hideous in its singleness of purpose. People who know exactly what they want have always frightened me, and Lise had known what she wanted for a long time, and wanted nothing else at all. And I was scared then of admitting to myself that I was scared, and I'd seen enough strangers' dreams in the mixing room of the autonomic pilot to know that most people's inner monsters are foolish things, ludicrous in the calm light of one's own consciousness. And I was still drunk. I put the trodes on and reached for the stud on the fast wipe. I'd shut down its studio functions, temporarily converting $80,000 worth of Japanese electronics to the equivalent of one of those little Radio Shack boxes. "Hit it," I said, and touched the switch. Words cannot, or maybe just barely, if I even knew how to begin to describe it, what came out of her, what she did. There's a segment on Kings of Sleep. It's like you're on a motorcycle at midnight. No lights, but somehow you don't need them. Blasting out along a cliff-high stretch of coast highway, so fast that you hang there in a cone of silence, the bike's thunder lost behind you. Everything lost behind you. It's just a blink on Kings, but it's one of the 1,000 things you remember, go back to, incorporate into your own vocabulary of feelings. Amazing. Freedom and death, right there, razor's edge, forever. What I got was the Big Daddy version of that, raw rush, the King Hell Killer uncut real thing, exploding 8 ways from Sunday into a void that stank of poverty and lovelessness and obscurity. And that was Lisa's ambition, that rush, seen from the inside. It probably took all of 4 seconds, and of course she'd won. I took the trodes off and stared at the wall, eyes wet, the framed posters swimming. I couldn't look at her. I heard her disconnect the optic lead. I heard the exoskeleton creak as it hoisted her up from the futon. Heard it tick demurely as it hauled her into the kitchen for a glass of water. Then I started to cry. Rubin inserts a skinny probe in the roller-bearing belly of a sluggish push-me-pull-you and peers at the circuitry through magnifying glasses with miniature headlights mounted at the temples. "So? You got hooked?" He shrugs, looks up. It's dark now, and the twin tensor beams stab at my face, chill damp in his steel barn, and the lonesome hoot of a foghorn from somewhere across the water. "So?" My turn to shrug. "I just did. There didn't seem to be anything else to do." The beams ducked back to the silicon heart of his defective toy. "Then you're okay. It was a true choice. What I mean is, she was set to be what she is. You had about as much to do with where she's at today as that fast wipe module did. She'd have found somebody else if she hadn't found you." I made a deal with Barry, the senior editor. Got 20 minutes at 5 on a cold September morning. Lisa came in and hit me with the same shot, but this time I was ready with my baffles and brain maps, and I didn't have to feel it. It took me 2 weeks, piecing out the minutes in the editing room, to cut what she'd done down into something I could play for Max Bell, who owns the pilot. Bell hadn't been happy, not happy at all, as I explained what I'd done. Maverick editors can be a problem, and eventually most editors decide that they've found someone who'll be it, the next monster, and then they start wasting time and money. He'd nodded when I'd finished my pitch, then scratched his nose with the cap of his red felt pen. "Uh-huh. Got it. Hottest thing since fish grew legs, right?" But he jacked it, the demo soft I'd put together, and when it clicked out of its slot in his brawn desk unit, he was staring at the wall, his face blank. "Max?" "Huh? What do you think?" "Think? What did you say her name was?" He blinked. "Lisa? Who you say she signed with?" "Lise. Nobody, Max. She hasn't signed with anybody yet." Jesus Christ. He still looked blank. "You know how I found her?" Rubin asks, wading through ragged cardboard boxes to find the light switch. The boxes are filled with carefully sorted gomi, lithium batteries, tantalum capacitors, RF connectors, breadboards, barrier strips, furforesonant transformers, spools of busbar wire. One box is filled with the severed heads of hundreds of Barbie dolls, another with armored industrial safety gauntlets that look like spacesuit gloves. Light floods the room, and a sort of Kandinsky mantis in snipped and painted tin swings its golf-ball-size head toward the bright bulb. I was down on Granville on a Gomi run, back in an alley, and I found her just sitting there. Caught the skeleton, and she didn't look so good, so I asked her if she was okay. Nothing. Just closed her eyes. Not my lookout, I think. But I happened back by there about 4 hours later, and she hasn't moved. "Look, honey," I tell her, "maybe your hardware is buggered up. I can help you, okay?" Nothing. "How long you been back here?" Nothing. So I take off. He crosses to his workbench and strokes the thin metal limbs of the mantis thing with a pale forefinger. Behind the bench, hung on damp-swollen sheets of ancient pegboard, are pliers, screwdrivers, tie-wrap guns, a rusted Daisy BB rifle, coke strippers, crimpers, logic probes, heat guns, a pocket oscilloscope, seemingly every tool in human history, with no attempt ever made to order them at all, though I've yet to see Rubin's hand hesitate. "So I went back," he says. "Gave it an hour. She was out by then unconscious, so I brought her back here and ran a check on the exoskeleton. Batteries were dead. She crawled back there when the juice ran out and settled down to starve to death, I guess." "When was that?" "About a week before you took her home." "But what if she died? If you hadn't found her?" "Somebody was going to find her. She couldn't ask for anything, you know. Just take. Couldn't stand a favor." Max found the agents for her, and a trio of awesomely slick junior partners leered into YVR a day later. Lise wouldn't come down to the pilot to meet them, insisted we bring them up to Rubin's, where she still slept. "Welcome to Cooverville," Rubin said as they edged in the door. His long face was smeared with grease. The fly of his ragged fatigue pants held more or less shut with a twisted paperclip. The boys grinned automatically, but there was something marginally more authentic about the girl's smile. "Mr. Stark," she said, "I was in London last week. I saw your installation at the Tate." "Marcello's battery factory," Rubin said. "They say it's scatological, the Brits." He shrugged. "Brits. I mean, who knows?" "They're right. It's also very funny." The boys were beaming like table-tanned lighthouses, standing there in their suits. The demo had reached Los Angeles. They knew. "And you're Lise," she said, negotiating the path between Rubin's heaped gomi. "You're going to be a very famous person soon, Lise. We have a lot to discuss." And Lise just stood there, propped in polycarbon, and the look on her face was the one I'd seen that first night in my condo, when she'd asked me if I wanted to go to bed. But if the junior agent lady saw it, she didn't show it. She was a pro. I told myself that I was a pro, too. I told myself to relax. Trash fires gutter in steel canisters around the market. The snow still falls, and kids huddle over the flames like arthritic crows, hopping from foot to foot, wind whipping their dark coats. Up in Fairview's arty slum-tumble, someone's laundry has frozen solid on the line. Pink squares of bedsheets standing out against the background dinge and the confusion of satellite dishes and solar panels. Some ecologist's egg-beater windmill goes round and round, round and round, giving a whirling finger to the hydro rates. Rubin clumps along in paint-spattered LL Bean gumshoes, his big head pulled down into an oversized fatigue jacket. Sometimes one of the hunched teens will point him out as we pass. The guy who builds all the crazy stuff, the robots and shit. "You know what your trouble is," he says when we run to the bridge headed up to 4th. "You're the kind who always reads the handbook. Anything people build, any kind of technology, it's going to have some specific purpose. It's for doing something that something already understands. But if it's new technology, it'll open areas nobody's ever thought of before. You read the manual, man, and you won't play around with it, not the same way. And you get all funny when someone else uses it to do something you never thought of. Like Lise. She wasn't the first. Traffic drums passed overhead. No, but she's sure as hell the first person you ever met who went and translated herself into a hardwired program. You lose any sleep when what's-his-name did it 3-4 years ago? The French kid, the writer? I didn't really think about it much. A gimmick, PR. He's still writing. The weird thing is, he's going to be writing, unless somebody blows up his mainframe. I wince, shake my head. But it's not him, is it? It's just a program. Interesting point. Hard to say. With Lise, though, we find out. She's not a writer. She had it all in there, kings, locked up in her head the way her body was locked in that exoskeleton. The agent signed her with a label and brought in a production team from Tokyo. She told them she wanted me to edit. I said no. Max dragged me into his office and threatened to fire me on the spot. If I wasn't involved, there was no reason to do the studio work at the pilot. Vancouver was hardly the center of the world, and the agents wanted her in Los Angeles. It meant a lot of money to him, and it might put the autonomic pilot on the map. I couldn't explain to him why I'd refused. It was too crazy, too personal. She was getting a final dig-in. Well, that's what I thought then. But Max was serious. He really didn't give me any choice. We both knew another job wasn't going to crawl into my hand. I went back out with him, and we told the agents that we'd worked it out. I was on. The agent showed us lots of teeth. Lise pulled out an inhaler full of whiz and took a huge hit. I thought I saw the agent lady raise one perfect eyebrow, but that was the extent of censure. After the papers were signed, Lise more or less did what she wanted. And Lise always knew what she wanted. We did Kings in 3 weeks, the basic recording. I found any number of reasons to avoid Rubin's place, even believed some of them myself. She was still staying there, although the agents weren't too happy with what they saw as a total lack of security. Rubin told me later that he'd had to have his agent call them up and raise hell, but after that they seemed to quit worrying. I hadn't known that Rubin had an agent. It was always easy to forget that Rubin Stark was more famous then than anyone else I knew. Certainly more famous than I thought Lise was ever likely to become. I knew we were working on something strong, but you never know how big anything's liable to be. By the time I spent in the pilot, I was on. Lise was amazing. It was like she was born to the form, even though the technology that made that form possible hadn't even existed when she was born. You see something like that, and you wonder how many thousands, maybe millions, of phenomenal artists have died mute down the centuries. People who could never have been poets or painters or saxophone players, but who had this stuff inside, these psychic waveforms, waiting for the circuitry required to tap in. I learned a few things about her, incidentals from our time in the studio. That she was born in Windsor. That her father was American and served in Peru and came home crazy and half-blind. That whatever was wrong with her body was congenital. That she had those sores because she refused to remove the exoskeleton ever, because she'd start to choke and die at the thought of that utter helplessness. That she was addicted to whiz and doing enough of it daily to wire a football team. Her agents brought in medics, who padded the polycarbon with foam and sealed the sores over with micropore dressings. They pumped her up with vitamins and tried to work on her diet, but nobody ever tried to take that inhaler away. They brought in hairdressers and makeup artists, too, and wardrobe people and image builders and articulate little PR hamsters, and she endured it with something that might almost have been a smile. And right through those 3 weeks we didn't talk. Just studio talk, artist-editor stuff, very much a restricted code. Her imagery was so strong, so extreme, that she never really needed to explain a given effect to me. I took what she put out and worked with it and jacked it back to her. She'd either say yes or no, and usually it was yes. The agents noted this and approved, and clapped Max Bell on the back and took him out to dinner, and my salary went up. And I was pro all the way. Helpful and thorough and polite. I was determined not to crack again, and never thought about the night I cried. And I was also doing the best work I'd ever done, and knew it, and that's a high in itself. And then, one morning, about 6, after a long, long session, when she'd first got that eerie cotillion sequence out, the one the kids call the ghost dance, she spoke to me. One of the 2 agent boys had been there, showing teeth, but he was gone now, and the pilot was dead quiet, just the hum of a blower somewhere down by Max's office. "Casey," she said, her voice hoarse with the whiz, "sorry I hit on you so hard." I thought for a minute she was telling me something about the recording we'd just made. I looked up and saw her there, and it struck me that we were alone, and hadn't been alone since we'd made the demo. I had no idea at all what to say. Didn't even know what I felt. Propped up in the exoskeleton, she was looking worse than she had that first night at Rubens. The whiz was eating her, under the stuff the make-up team kept smoothing on, and sometimes it was like seeing a death's head surface beneath the face of a not-very-handsome teenager. I had no idea of her real age, not old, not young. "The ramp effect," I said, coiling a length of cable. "What's that?" "Nature's way of telling you to clean up your act. Sort of mathematical law. Says you can only get off real good on a stimulant X number of times, even if you increase the doses. But you can't ever get off as nice as you did the first few times. Or you shouldn't be able to anyway. That's the trouble with designer drugs. They're too clever. That stuff you're doing has some tricky tail on one of its molecules, keeps you from turning the decomposed adrenaline into adrenochrome. If it didn't, you'd be schizophrenic by now. You got any little problems, Lise? Like apnea? Sometimes maybe you stop breathing if you go to sleep?" But I wasn't even sure I felt the anger that I heard in my own voice. She stared at me with those pale grey eyes. The wardrobe people had replaced her thrift shop jacket with a butter-tan matte black blouson that did a better job of hiding the polycarbon ribs. She kept it zipped to the neck, always, even though it was too warm in the studio. The hairdressers had tried something new the day before, and it hadn't worked out. A rough, dark hair, a lopsided explosion above that drawn, triangular face. She stared at me, and I felt again her singleness of purpose. "I don't sleep, Casey." It wasn't until later, much later, that I remembered she told me she was sorry. She never did again, and it was the only time I ever heard her say anything that seemed to be out of character. Reuben's diet consisted of vending machine sandwiches, Pakistani take-out food, and espresso. I've never seen him eat anything else. We eat samosas in a narrow shop on 4th that has a single plastic table wedged between the counter and the door of the can. Reuben eats his dozen samosas, 6 meat and 6 veggie, with total concentration one after another, and doesn't bother to wipe his chin. He's devoted to the place. He loathes the Greek counterman. It's mutual, a real relationship. If the counterman left, Reuben might not come back. The Greek glares at the crumbs on Reuben's chin and jacket. Between samosas, he shoots daggers right back, his eyes narrowed behind the smudged lenses of his steel-rimmed glasses. The samosas are dinner. Breakfast will be egg salad on dead white bread, packed in one of those triangles of milky plastic, on top of 6 little cups of poisonously strong espresso. "You didn't see it coming, Casey." He peers at me out of the thumb-printed depths of his glasses, "'cause you're no good at lateral thinking. You read the handbook. What else did you think she was after? Sex? More whiz? A world tour? She was past all that. That's what made her so strong. She was past it. That's why Kings of Sleep's as big as it is, and why the kids buy it, and why they believe it. They know. Those kids back down the market warming their butts around the fires and wondering if they'll find some place to sleep tonight, they believe it. It's the hottest soft in 8 years. Guy at a shop on Granville told me he gets more of the damn things lifted than he sells of anything else. Says it's a hassle to even stock it. She's big because she was what they are, only more so. She knew, man. No dreams, no hope. You can see the cages on those kids, Casey, but more and more they're twigging to it that they aren't going anywhere. He brushes a greasy crumb of meat from his chin, missing 3 more. So she sang it for them, said it the way they can, painted them a picture. And she used the money to buy herself a way out, that's all. I watched the steam bead and roll down the window in big drops, streaks in the condensation. Beyond the window I can make out a partially stripped ladder, wheels scavenged, axles down on the pavement. How many people have done it, Reuben? Have any idea? Not too many. Hard to say anyway, because a lot of them are probably politicians we think of as being comfortably and reliably dead. He gives me a funny look. Not a nice thought. Anyway, they had first shot at the technology. It still costs too much for any ordinary dozen millionaires, but I've heard of at least 7. They say Mitsubishi did it to Weinberg before his immune system finally went tits up. He was head of their hybridoma lab in Okayama. Well, their stock's still pretty high and monoclonal, so maybe it's true. And Langley, the French kid, the novelist. He shrugs. Lise didn't have the money for it. Wouldn't now, even. But she put herself in the right place at the right time. She was about to croak, she was in Hollywood, and they could already see what Kings was going to do. The day we finished up, the band stepped off a JAL shuttle out of London, 4 skinny kids who operated like a well-oiled machine and displayed a hypertrophied fashion sense and a total lack of affect. I set them up in a row at the pilot, in identical white IKEA office chairs, smeared saline paste on their temples, taped the trodes on, and ran the rough version of what was going to become Kings of Sleep. When they came out of it, they all started talking at once, ignoring me totally, in the British version of that secret language all studio musicians speak, 4 sets of pale hands zooming and chopping the air. I could catch enough of it to decide that they were excited, that they thought it was good. So I got my jacket and left. They could wipe their own saline paste off, thanks. And that night I saw Lise for the last time, though I didn't plan to. Walking back down to the market, Reuben noisily digesting his meal, red taillights reflected on wet cobbles, the city beyond the market a clean sculpture of light, a lie, where the broken and lost burrow into the gomi that grows like humus at the bases of the towers of glass. I got to go to Frankfurt tomorrow, do an installation. You want to come? I could write you off as a technician. He shrugs his way deeper into the fatigue jacket. Can't pay you, but you can have airfare you want. Funny offer from Reuben, and I know it's because he's worried about me, thinks I'm too strange about Lise, and it's the only thing he can think of getting me out of town. It's colder in Frankfurt now than it is here. You maybe need a change, Casey. I don't know. Thanks, but Max has a lot of work lined up. Pilot's a big deal now, people flying in from all over. Sure. When I left the band at the pilot, I went home. Walked up to 4th and took the trolley home, past the windows of the shops I see every day. Each one lit up jazzy and slick, clothes and shoes and software, Japanese motorcycles crouched like clean enamel scorpions, Italian furniture. The windows change with the seasons, the shops come and go. We were into the pre-holiday mode now, and there were more people on the street, a lot of couples, walking quickly and purposefully past the bright windows, on their way to score that perfect little whatever for whomever, half the girls in those padded thigh-high nylon boot things that came out of New York the winter before. The ones before, Reuben said, made them look like they had elephantiasis. I grinned, thinking about that. And suddenly it hit me that it really was over, that I was done with Lise, and that now she'd be sucked off to Hollywood as inexorably as if she'd poked her toe into a black hole, drawn down by the unthinkable gravitic tug of big money. Believing that she was gone, probably was gone by then, I let down some kind of guard in myself and felt the edges of my pity. But just the edges, because I didn't want my evening screwed up by anything. I wanted party time. It had been a while. Got off at my corner, and the elevator worked on the first try. Good sign, I told myself. Upstairs, I undressed and showered, found a clean shirt, microwave burritos. Feel normal, I advised my reflection while I shaved. You have been working too hard. Your credit cards have got fat. Time to remedy that. The burritos tasted like cardboard, but I decided I liked them because they were so aggressively normal. My car was in Burnaby, having its leaky hydrogen cell repacked, so I wasn't going to have to worry about driving. I could go out, find party time, and phone in sick in the morning. Max wasn't going to kick. I was his star boy. He owed me. "You owe me, Max," I said to the Sub-Zero bottle of Moskovskaya I fished out of the freezer. "Do you ever owe me? I have just spent 3 weeks editing the dreams and nightmares of one very screwed-up person, Max, on your behalf, so that you can grow and prosper, Max." I poured 3 fingers of vodka into a plastic glass left over from a party I'd thrown the year before, and went back into the living room. Sometimes it looks to me like nobody in particular lives there. Not that it's that messy. I'm a good, if somewhat robotic, housekeeper, and even remember to dust the tops of framed posters and things. But I have these times when the place abruptly gives me a kind of low-grade chill, with its basic accumulation of basic consumer goods. I mean, it's not like I want to fill it up with cats or houseplants or anything, but there are moments when I see that anyone could be living there, could own those things, and it all seems sort of interchangeable. My life and yours, my life and anybody's. I think Rubin sees things that way too, all the time, but for him it's a source of strength. He lives in other people's garbage, and everything he drags home must have been new and shiny once, must have meant something, however briefly, to someone. So he sweeps it all up into his crazy-looking truck and hauls it back to his place, and lets it compost there until he thinks there's something new to do with it. Once he was showing me a book of 20th century art he liked, and there was a picture of an automated sculpture called Dead Birds Fly Again, a thing that whirled real dead birds around and around on a string, and he smiled and nodded, and I could see he felt the artist was a spiritual ancestor of some kind. But what could Rubin do with my framed posters and my Mexican futon from the Bay and my Temperfoam bed from IKEA? Well, I thought, taking a first chilly sip, he'd be able to think of something, which was why he was a famous artist, and I wasn't. I went and pressed my forehead against the plate-glass window, as cold as the glass in my hand. "Time to go," I said to myself. "You are exhibiting symptoms of urban singles angst. There are cures for this. Drink up. Go." I didn't attain a state of party time that night. Neither did I exhibit adult common sense and give up, go home, watch some ancient movie, and fall asleep on my futon. The tension those 3 weeks had built up in me drove me like the mainspring of a mechanical watch, and I went ticking off through Night-town, lubricating my more or less random progress with more drinks. It was one of those nights, I quickly decided, when you slip into an alternate continuum. A city that looks exactly like the one where you live, except for the peculiar difference that it contains not one person you love or know or have even spoken to before. Nights like that you go into a familiar bar and find that the staff has just been replaced. Then you understand that your real motive in going there was simply to see a familiar face, on a waitress or a bartender, whoever. This sort of thing has been known to mediate against party time. I kept it rolling, though, through 6 or 8 places, and eventually it rolled me into a West End club that looked as if it hadn't been redecorated since the 90s. A lot of peeling chrome over plastic, blurry holograms that gave you a headache if you tried to make them out. I think Barry had told me about the place, but I can't imagine why. I looked around and grinned. If I was looking to be depressed, I'd come to the right place. Yes, I told myself as I took a corner stool at the bar, this was genuinely sad, really the pits. Dreadful enough to halt the momentum of my shitty evening, which was undoubtedly a good thing. I'd have one more for the road, admire the grot, and then cab it on home. And then I saw Lise. She hadn't seen me, not yet, and I still had my coat on, tweed collar up against the weather. She was down the bar and around the corner, with a couple of empty drinks in front of her, big ones, the kind that come with little Hong Kong parasols or plastic mermaids in them, and as she looked up at the boy beside her, I saw the whiz flash in her eyes, and knew that those drinks had never contained alcohol, because the levels of drugs she was running couldn't tolerate the mix. The kid, though, was gone, numb, grinning drunk, and about ready to slide off his stool, and running on about something as he made repeated attempts to focus his eyes and get a better look at Lise, who sat there with her wardrobe team's black leather blouson zipped to her chin, and her skull about to burn through her white face like a 1,000-watt bulb. And seeing her there, I knew a whole lot of things at once. That she really was dying, either from the whiz or her disease or the combination of the two. That she damn well knew it. That the boy beside her was too drunk to have picked up on the exoskeleton, but not too drunk to register the expensive jacket and the money she had for drinks. And that what I was seeing was exactly what it looked like. But I couldn't add it up right away, couldn't compute. Something in me cringed. And she was smiling, or anyway doing the thing she must have thought was like a smile. The expression she knew was appropriate to the situation, and nodding in time to the kid's slurred inanities, and that awful line of hers came back to me, the one about liking to watch. And I know something now. I know that if I hadn't happened in there, hadn't seen them, I'd have been able to accept all that came later. I'd even have found a way to rejoice on her behalf, or found a way to trust in whatever it is that she's since become or had built in her image, a program that pretends to be Lise, to the extent that it believes it's her. I could have believed what Reuben believes, that she was so truly past it, our high-tech St. Joan, burning for union with that hard-wired godhead in Hollywood, that nothing mattered to her except the hour of her departure. That she threw away that poor sad body with a cry of release, free of the bonds of polycarbon and hated flesh. Well, maybe after all she did. Maybe it was that way. I'm sure that's the way she expected it to be. But seeing her there, that drunken kid's hand in hers, that hand she couldn't even feel, I knew once and for all that no human motive is ever entirely pure. Even Lise, with that corrosive, crazy drive to stardom and cybernetic immortality, had weaknesses, was human in a way I hated myself for admitting. She'd gone out that night, I knew, to kiss herself goodbye, to find someone drunk enough to do it for her, because I knew then it was true. She did like to watch. I think she saw me as I left. If she did, I suppose she hated me worse than ever for the horror and the pity in my face. I never saw her again. Some day I'll ask Reuben why wild turkey sours are the only drink he knows how to make. Industrial strength, Reuben sours. He passes me the dented aluminum cup, while his place ticks and stirs around us with the furtive activity of his smaller creations. "You ought to come to Frankfurt," he says again. "Why, Reuben?" "Because pretty soon she's going to call you up, and I think maybe you aren't ready for it. You're still screwed up about this, and it'll sound like her and think like her, and you'll get too weird behind it. Come over to Frankfurt with me, and you can get a little breathing space. She won't know you're there." "I told you," I say, remembering her at the bar in that club. "Lots of work, Max." "Stuff, Max." "Max, you just made rich. Max can sit on his hands. You're rich yourself from your royalty cut on Kings, if you weren't too stubborn to dial up your bank account. You can afford a vacation." I look at him and wonder when I'll tell him the story of that final glimpse. "Reuben, I appreciate it, man, but I just—" He sighs, drinks. "But what?" "Reuben, if she calls me, is it her?" He looks at me a long time. God only knows. His cup clicks on the table. I mean, Casey, the technology is there, so who, man, really who, is to say? "And you think I should come with you to Frankfurt?" He takes off his steel-rimmed glasses and polishes them inefficiently on the front of his plaid flannel shirt. "Yeah, I do. You need the rest. Maybe you don't need it now, but you're going to, later." "How's that?" "When you have to edit her next release, which will almost certainly be soon, because she needs money bad. She's taking up a lot of ROM on some corporate mainframe, and her share of Kings won't come close to paying for what they had to do to put her there. And you're her editor, Casey. I mean, who else?" and I just stare at him as he puts the glasses back on like I can't move at all. Who else, man? And one of his constructs clicks right then, just a clear and tiny sound, and it comes to me, he's right. In the Pit, by Élisabeth Vonarburg. Translated from the French by Jane Brierley. May I help you? Ever since you came in, you've been looking as though you weren't quite sure where you were. You seem to think the decor has changed. But I don't remember seeing you here before. I'd remember, because to begin with, your physique is— well, I won't embarrass you. Let's say it's quite impressive. I wouldn't forget a face like yours. And what's more, I've been here long enough to know everybody. In any case, it's always the same people who come back. Well, of course, even newcomers like you. Don't you find that everyone here has a slightly familiar look? Oh, well, that's because you're really new. No, it isn't a contradiction. Contradiction is impossible here, you know. Thanks, I'll have the same. The house specialty. It changes colour with the heat of your hand. You're cold-blooded, I see. But take me now. I'll tell you something. Every newcomer orders this drink, attracted by the name. It wasn't very hard to be clairvoyant just now, as you can see. Why don't the regulars drink chameleons? Well, in the first place, there aren't any regulars. Another paradox, if you like. Newcomers, but no regulars. Except the guy who owns the place. The tall, thin one over there, near the band, sitting absolutely still. He sits at that table all evening long. I don't know if he listens to the music, but he must be hearing something. Technically speaking, he's deaf. No ears. But these days, that doesn't stop a person liking music. No, he doesn't wear a hearing aid. He doesn't trust electronic miracles, and anyway, he doesn't want some jerk messing around inside his head with implants. The light's pretty dim, I know, but have a good look at him. That's right. He's got a slight mutation. Comes from a Zone 3. Well, yes, slight. Slight for us, anyway. It's early yet, but since you've got such sharp eyes, take a good look. The people, not the wallpaper. You see what I mean? I guess you're broad-minded. Good. Is that a smile I see? Well, you look broad-minded. Just as well to have a poker face sometimes, though, you know. But I don't think you were shocked, not really. I didn't feel you were shocked by the look of our regulars. I feel things like that now and then. Nothing paranormal, don't worry. It's just that after living here you develop a sort of sixth sense. Like with her. I knew right away what she was. There she stood in front of the snake house and— But I'm wandering. I live here on the 3rd floor. I'm a guitarist and singer. Delightfully anachronistic, isn't it? But there's still an audience for the human voice, for merely human dexterity. You missed my show. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Another chameleon? Why not? Oh, yes. I didn't tell you why the regulars don't drink them. Right. Because they had enough to begin with. You can guess the rest. You're here to play, aren't you? The tavern is just the place, as you know. Of course, I remember that you've never been here before. But someone's told you about us, obviously. You remember how you seemed to think the decor had changed? That's because nothing's permanent. The people and props around here change faster than a chameleon. Joke. Ha ha ha. Not amused, eh? I can do better than that when I'm really on a roll, but I need a little time to warm up. Your chameleon hasn't changed, though. The boss wouldn't be happy if he could see that, even if he hasn't got eyes. He sees things through his skin. That's why he's not wearing a shirt. Got a tongue, and knows how to use it, too. He doesn't use it often, that's all. Yes, the decor changes a lot. It's not really the boss's idea, more a kind of collective reflex, if you know what I mean. The guys in the band, the boss, the customers, they all make changes. Sort of just grows. There's no real plan. Chairs and tables get moved around, disappear, are replaced by others. Someone thinks he'll paint a mural. Someone else brings new curtains or lamps. Some days the guys go to the flea market. Or some customer tells us about the new technological magic they're inventing. Up there or somewhere else. He brings samples and we try to fit them in. which means something has to go, and so on. A sort of organic movement, Brownian, see? Unpredictable. That's right. I knew I was dealing with an educated guy. Well, yes, your aura, your vibes. My good old sixth sense. Not by your looks, not in the tavern. We'd have problems trying to judge someone's personality by his face around here. Take the girl in red at the other end of the bar. You're right. It's a man in drag. You've sure got good eyes. He's part of the last act, a charming guy. And a lovely girl, as you'll see. He's slacking off a little right now because he's between shows. But when he sings, you couldn't tell the difference. So, you see, physiognomy's out. Yes, I know it's a hard word to say. My speech can't be slurred already, not after only 2 chameleons. I'm going to sample a third. You find I drink a lot of them for a regular? It's not a contradiction. I told you that's impossible here. Because there aren't any rules, that's all. This is the Golden Fleece Tavern. Your friend didn't stay long enough to really get to know the place, probably. Perhaps he wasn't so broad-minded as you. I'm not sure it was a he. I just took a chance. Well, you see, no rules about that either, only statistics. How do you like the new decor? Personally, I find it a bit gloomy. I like the idea of a pit, all the same. That doesn't change much from one decor to another. Yes, we're all in the pit. How very appropriate. And with these tiers they built, it's just a question of level. Excuse me. Just a play on words. 1 chameleon more and I'll be flying. Why don't the regulars drink it? You seem awfully anxious to know. There's nothing wrong with being a newcomer here. No regulars and no newcomers either. Who was it who said that the new is merely the old forgotten? Some woman, I think, on the subject of clothes. Okay, let's have another chameleon each and forget this phony problem. Old, new, what the hell? Does he mean anything in Blanca, I ask you? I know you aren't from Blanca. It's just a manner of speaking. I wouldn't dream of asking you anything personal, not at this point in the evening anyway. You don't ask me how I know you're not a local. Good. You're beginning to understand the rules of the game. You're smiling again. Think you caught me out in another contradiction, don't you? No rules, I said just now. But in a game, when the rules change by mutual consent, they're not rules, right? Not laws, or only laws that suit human beings, laws that change. Why are you looking around with that strange expression? Skeptical? Human beings seems inappropriate to you? Perhaps you're wondering whether the people who come to the tavern are the only ones I'd consider calling human beings. Well, you might just be right, although that's going a bit far. Everyone can come to the Golden Fleece, you know, but everyone doesn't, or doesn't come back at any rate. Your friend, for example, he stayed up there. He didn't come with you. He might come back, though, without you. I'm no sectarian. There's always room for those who want to be saved, as the preacher said. He's one of our regulars. No, he hasn't left. Not for good, anyhow. A Zone 6. Even the magic makers up there couldn't do much for him. Up there? Or the rest of Blanca? A question of altitude, if you like. Moral altitude, yes, you got it. Everybody there's so virtuous, so law-abiding, so incorruptibly pure. You think so too, don't you? But you know, most of the ones who visit us, the spectators, not the actors, are from up there. Yes, it's not surprising. But I don't think it's the usual sort of cliché. They think it is. They fancy a bit of slumming. A little dip in the slime makes you feel good about your own righteousness. Romantics, when you come to think of it. Delightfully naive. In other words, goddamn phonies. When they go back up there to their grand houses on the promenade, for instance, they think it's over until the next visit. But we're all in the pit, aren't we? The Brownian movement, that keeps the tavern in continual flux, doesn't stop within these 4 walls. If I were drunk enough to be a philosopher, I'd say we were the real Blanca. Invisible, the hidden heart, the crucible, where all human substance eventually comes to be tempered, hardened, or destroyed in order to be born again, and leave, and come back. Sometimes come back. She hasn't come back yet. But I don't think I'm drunk enough to tell you about her yet. There's a time for everything. Anyway, chameleons don't get you really drunk, not an old regular like me. Getting drunk is a matter of choice. I don't look particularly old? That's a matter of choice, too. No, don't worry, I'm no Metam. This really is my face. I was born with it, and I'll die with it. Although, come to think of it, Metams have their own face when they are born, and sometimes die without ever changing it. But none of them have ever died from natural causes, as far as I know. In any case, the first generation is only in its 40s. We'll have to wait a while to see whether they're immortal. I hope this doesn't shock you. We're not up there, you know, where it's sort of indecent to talk about Metams. Even at smart parties where they fawn over the few they've managed to scrape up, the few who've got the guts to show themselves. It doesn't? I knew you were broad-minded. Anyway, you're not from Blanca, are you? You're from higher up there, without capital letters. Nothing miraculous about my guessing. It's the way you move. Smooth. Sort of fluid, really. You're used to the weightlessness. Asteroids or Lagrange 4. Want me to guess? Let's say Lagrange 4 for now. Well, I won't say why for now. But I can tell you why I say one of the Lagranges. The asteroids almost never come down to Earth, and when they do, they're not looking for the Golden Fleece. The boss picked the name long before my time. He's pretty old, although it's hard to tell how old, with a skin that leathery. I've been here about 10 years, but the tavern's been going at least 40. Just about as long as Blanca. It's almost a historical monument. The Golden Fleece, that's the fur above the bar. What animal is it? Some sort of mutant he found in his zone, evidently. Some kind of big ape, it seems. Although Ted didn't come from a tropical zone. He's from North America. Ted is the only name he goes by as far as I know. Mine's Carol. Pleased to meet you, Philippe. First name only. That's enough of a handle on people, don't you think? Civil status. I prefer uncivil status, the natural state, if you like. True, a first name is pretty civilized, but you have to distinguish among the various egos around here. Me? I come from everywhere. Well, from quite a few places. I've knocked about a bit. A real vagabond. An uprooted person? If you like, but I find that a bit excessive. The waters rose, that's all. They rebuilt the village a little further back, and then further back again, until one day there weren't enough people left to rebuild a village. In the northwest of France. But who cares? It's all underwater now. We weren't important enough to raid a dike, and anyway, we know what happened to most of the dikes. Space? Well, the Lagranges were for useful people. I was the son, grandson, and great-grandson of a fisherman. You can't catch much in space when you've got no qualifications. Anyway, space is for the law-abiding, the good guys. You got that far, and yet you're here? Who says you're going back? The traps of Earth, you know. No, the tavern isn't a trap. I told you just now, it's a crucible, a touchstone, if you prefer something less igneous. An academic word, igneous? Oh, I'm a self-taught man, an antique lover at best. But you now, if you come from a Lagrange, you must be an educated man. You mean you just found yourself up there one day? And what brings you to Blanca? Just visiting? Business? Both. Lucky man. What, not lucky? But that's the sort of question the one doesn't answer. Actually, it wasn't even a question. If you're at the tavern, it's because you're not completely, let's say, adjusted, to be discreet. Nothing to be ashamed of. Maladjustment is the beginning of wisdom. For us at the Golden Fleece, in any case. Me? I live here, so I found a place, I guess. An adjustment? Perhaps. A point of equilibrium, but it gives me a kind of status. Temporarily, anyway. It's not unpleasant sometimes to represent permanence to those around you, to be part of the furniture, to be the one that's always there when people come back. When they come back. Right, she never did. That doesn't mean she never will. The Brownian movement sometimes does miraculous things. Sometimes I see faces in here that I haven't seen for years. Oh, no, I haven't been waiting for her for 10 years. I couldn't even swear I'm waiting for her. And even if she did come back, I'm not sure I'd recognize her. Not right away. Some are like that. But they always come up and talk to me in the end. I'm the one who's always recognizable. And I talk more freely than Ted. They come to compare their past with mine, re-establish their history, you might say. What's the use of changing if there's no one to confront with a change, no way of judging the distance you've covered? That's why I don't like my Blanca. A city with no sense of distances, built from scratch to prove that nothing has changed or ever will. No history, no past, nothing but a new city, new and devastating even now after 50 years. It's beautiful, no question about that. But such an organized beauty, the triumph of control, such a total human environment that you can't get away from it. Parks, suburbs, malls, avenues, waterfalls and canals, the play of mass, form and line. The sunrise over Parliament with its symphony of light and shadow. A great work of art. Like this whole city, don't you think? Always aesthetic. Makes you sick. And the promenade, thumbing its nose at the rising sea. A marvellous example of human determination to survive in spite of everything, as they say in the travel guides. Have you seen the memorial plaque in the middle of the promenade, giving the total cost of the city? But you must have seen the one in the park. It's right at the entrance, you can't miss it. You haven't been to the park yet. I guess you prefer the human zoo. No, we don't think of ourselves like that here at the tavern. We have a superiority complex, if anything. I know that's often an inverted inferiority complex, but why not? I like inversions. They cut both ways. You really should go to the park. The zoo is fascinating. You only have domestic animals on the Lagranges. In the Lagranges, I should say. When I was little, I remember I found it hard to imagine how you could live in a concave world, upside down like flies. But I learned, you see. That's an inversion, too. Concave, convex, up, down, the relativity of space. I like that. Even more, I like the idea of the metams finally being settled in one of the Lagranges. Out in space where everything human becomes relative, up, down, and our precious verticality to begin with, and the supremacy of form over inner being. We always denied it on rational grounds, but nevertheless we can't get it out of our heads, can we? Don't you think it's significant that they send the metams up there when they catch one at puberty? They haven't even come out of the coma after the onset of the malady, and they're already in a shuttle, headed for Lagrange 2. You still seem skeptical. You think I'm being too philosophical? No doubt it's the feeling that all things human are relative which has brought the metams and their normal mentors together on, or in, Lagrange 2. Or should I say their guardians. So you agree this time? Sure, so they can keep an eye on them all. And take their time about conditioning the metams. You're absolutely right. I see you haven't been taken in by the official propaganda. Which, mark you, is also true. It's better to confide these children to specialists once they've had the malady than leave them to the tender mercies of their parents. They learn that early on. There are even some adult metams among the specialists, and on the Executive Council of Lagrange too, or so they say. However, human motivation being the complex thing it is, I wouldn't say that the metams have been sent to live in space for purely tactical reasons, or just to keep them under effective control. A sort of poetic intuition. Revulsion? Yes, that too. But then they would have been kept in quarantine up there, not allowed to work on Earth, however useful they were. You hardly ever see them, though. There are so few. About 20,000 to our hundreds of millions. And then they don't shout it from the rooftops, that they're metams. They only metamorphose for their work, and even then it's not obvious. What extraordinary discretion! The greatest power human beings have ever known, total metamorphosis of the human body. And yet if you walk down the street in Blanca or wherever, or listen to the news or what people are saying, you think it doesn't exist. But then, Blanca hardly knows that the rest of the world exists. The zones and their mutants, the recuperation areas with their lovely acid deserts which are being slowly reclaimed. More slowly than the waters are eating away the good land, have you noticed? And new earthquake ruins are visible everywhere. But you don't see any of this in Blanca. No one thinks about it, or if so, it's secretly, guiltily. One of these days, you'll see, they'll make having an opinion a criminal offence, for defeatist attitudes impeding the reconstruction of the human race. Yes, let's drink to our health, and to the future of the human race, but no more chameleons, if you don't mind. Anything else will do. You're humming along with the music. Bob Dylan, yes. The boss saved everything he could find, all records, tapes, and the hardware to play them. Always this taste for antiques. Bob Dylan's been dead these 100 years, and the places where he sang are underwater, New York, the California coast, but he's still with us, for a while at least. The times they are a-changin'. Those people were touching, don't you think? They used to sing about the changing times because people's outlook was changing. That wasn't anything new, though. Every generation has had the same feeling, although this one made a lot more noise about it than most, having the unfair advantage of electronic equipment. We've got a lot more reason to sing. For us, it's the earth itself that's changing, the shape of continents, the ground under our feet, the human body itself. Yes, the human body. But there's no Dylan among us. People's thinking doesn't change much any more. Odd, isn't it? Perhaps it's not so odd. After all, just reaction. Not a very good idea, I'm afraid, wanting to hang on to the same old vision of the world to reassure ourselves when everything's crumbling. But I can understand the need, I sure can. Fear, anxiety. Pathetic, isn't it? Me? Write songs? No, I'm a performer, not a creator. I just sing and play the guitar. I do it well, I'm told. Nothing like Dylan, but not unpleasant. I perform. I don't know what I perform. We all perform our own role, don't we? What are you performing by coming here? You don't answer, which tells me a lot. So, I touched a nerve, did I? I know. Remarks like that are a sort of trap. Even if you say nothing, you speak. Even if you do nothing, you act. Even if you choose nothing, you choose. Old clichés. And you know what's so awful about them? They're all true, sooner or later, at some moment in our lives. Love is forever, or why did she leave me, or the murderer always returns to the scene of the crime. No, she hasn't returned yet, I told you. You're very persistent. You'll get your reward. I'll end up answering the question that you so cleverly persist in not asking. You still don't want to talk about yourself? Not letting down your defenses? Be careful. I might not tell you my real story. We're all in the pit, as you so aptly remarked just now, and after all you did come here to the Golden Fleece Tavern. I think Ted actually wanted to make some allusion to the legend of Jason and the Argonauts. He's very educated, Ted is. I mean, he really knows a lot about antiques. He taught me practically everything I know. You should see his library. He's got a fortune in genuine old books. No eyes, no ears, but boy, has he got a brain. And a rather special sense of humor. The story of Jason is more than just the search for the Golden Fleece. There's the episode of the dragon's teeth, and then Medea, the sorceress, poisoner, and child-killer. You nod your head. Good. I must introduce you to Ted. He likes talking to someone who knows about old things from time to time. What's that got to do with the fur over the bar? That's quite a tale, and I don't feel like indulging in horror stories this evening. Not that kind of horror, in any case. Yes, that big ape must have looked quite human when he was three-dimensional. I'll let you imagine the rest. Yes, I'll introduce you to Ted, I promise. If he likes you, he'll tell you the story himself. He looks after his customers when they're worth it. And they're pretty well all worth it. Look at them. They begin coming in at this time of night. Night falls, they come out and gather here. The tribal instinct, so to speak. They're not all mutants, actually. Did you see those two who just came in with the sequin dresses? Friends of Heinrich, the guy in the red dress who gave you that charming smile just now. They come to watch every one of his shows. And the girl at the bottom of the pit beside the stage. That really is a girl, not a mutant, even if her skin is scaly. She chose to be like that for a time. A Metam? No, she wishes she were. Each operation costs her a fortune. She has the money, though. She's the daughter of the head architect of Blanca. Talk to her? I don't advise it. She doesn't like men, or at the most likes transvestites, and I don't think you qualify as far as I can see. No, she hasn't tried changing sexes. I don't think she will, either. She's quite happy the way she is. Now take Joël, the one who's setting up the instruments on the stage. He's changed sex 3 times. He also wishes he were a Metam. I suppose those virtuous liars up there would say one must have sunk pretty low to regret not being a Metam. What's that look for? Your friend must have told you about the tavern's reputation, or you wouldn't have come. I don't consider you a pervert, believe me. The word only exists up there. Inversion, remember? Their perversion is our normality, and we're rather proud of it. Is their normality our perversion? Philippe, my boy, you underestimate us. Metam, sure they come here, often, and they come back sometimes. Perhaps she'll come back, and I might not recognize her, but she'll give some sign, I know, if she comes back. She'll come and find me. Sure, if she comes back. I knew what she was right off. It wasn't here, it was in the park, in front of the snake house. She'd been there a quarter of an hour without moving. I was watching the snakes, too. They fascinate me, so slow-moving yet lethal, like water. And they shed their skins, don't they? Anyway, there was this girl beside me staring, and finally I began to take notice. And I knew what she was. I like to think it was intuition. She stood completely, unnaturally still. You'd think a puff of wind could blow her over. I hesitated about speaking to her for a long time, not because I was afraid. She seemed absolutely incapable of doing anything violent, but because I was really worried she might faint, that's all. She wasn't thin or pale, and she didn't look sick, but there was this aura about her, a starved, desperate sort of emanation. I said something idiotic. Lovely, aren't they? She looked at me. Her eyes were greeny gold like a snake's, with the same fixed stare. How can I put it? Imperious and distrustful at the same time. That's probably what made me add a remark that surprised even me. I wish I could demolish the snake house and let them loose on Blanca. That's when she focused on me. We got to talking about the city in a desultory way. She seemed to be thinking about something else, though, like someone who's got questions to ask but holds back. I don't know how it happened, but after a while I brought her here. She was looking for work, she said. She had a nice voice, and I was a musician, so I thought we might get together. I'd just been hired, and I knew Ted was looking for something new for the show. I also told myself she'd interest Ted. He has a weakness for Metams, and if there was anywhere that a Metam could have a little peace, it was the tavern, funnily enough. A Metam running amok? Yes, of course, I thought of that right away. A Metam who'd broken her contract, who was escaping, crazy, refusing to go back to Lagrange, too, after her month-long stint on Earth. An amok, as they say. But she didn't look crazy, you understand, just lost. Amok isn't what they'd have us believe. They try to frighten us with it, but it isn't necessarily homicidal mania. In any case, most Metams who are amok only kill themselves. It makes a lot of noise and mess, but blowing themselves up is the only effective way they have of doing it. Rather inconvenient when you come right down to it, this faculty of theirs for regenerating themselves at the speed of lightning. I've always wondered whether, if you could get all the bits and put them together— but that's not the point. Let's get back to Bally. That was her name, don't ask me why. It was a new name she'd chosen on Lagrange, too, as Metams do. She liked dances, the sinuous Asian kind. The island of Bali no longer exists. Perhaps that's why she chose the name. Anyway, I brought her to Ted, and she sang something for him. When Ted said he'd hire her, she replied, "I'm a Metam." "I know," said Ted right off the bat. And she didn't say another word, while I showed her where to put her things. As I was leaving the room, she said, "What if I'm a muck?" "Everybody's a muck here," I said. "No one will notice." "What's the matter? You think I'm using the word too freely?" "But we're the underside of Blanca here, remember? We say out loud what Blanca hardly dares to dream of in secret. The tavern. Why do you think it's existed for so long and that it's never been closed? It's a question of public hygiene. Even if it's a running sore, as the expression is, such sores have a place in the scheme of things. The good folk of Blanca or Lagrange, too, know where to find their metams when one of the more shaky ones disappears from the authorized circuits. Don't look, you won't see anything. The Central's agents are excellent metamorphs in their own way. They know how to disguise themselves. They were here the whole time, Bally was. We only realized it afterward. Have one of these cocktails instead. Wait, I'll make you one myself. Being barman is one of my many trades. I just walk behind the bar and, presto, there we are. That's what Bally liked about the tavern. Everyone is affected by the Brownian movement. She stayed about 6 months. In the end, she never did sing. She had to get up a repertoire first, and we had to rehearse. For the first 2 weeks, I expected her to be gone each morning when I knocked at her door. But she stayed. She served at the bar at first, then waited on tables. She liked talking with everyone. Julie, she spent hours talking to Julie. Or to Fancy, the girl with the scaly skin, although it wasn't scaly at the time. She was into tattoos in the early days, the phosphorescent kind, you know. Fancy even did an act for a few weeks. They doused all the lights except for a small one, and she danced. But she soon got tired of it. Hard to believe, but our Fancy's shy. She liked Bally a lot, although she never tried anything with her. She knew Bally was a metam, of course, everyone knew. But she contented herself with admiring from afar. Bally couldn't understand that anyone might envy her. Envy a metam a muck? It took her some time to admit that she wasn't any more a muck than the rest of us. Just because she refused to return to Lagrange, too, and go back quietly to the metam pound, that didn't make her a muck. People have a right to live their lives, you know, and for a metam that means being able to metamorphose when you want, not when and how you're told to by the Central. That's all she wanted, just to be able to play around a little, explore, find herself, go outside their norms for normal people. Oh, I know. They say norms are there to protect the metams, not the normal people. That's what they keep insisting in Lagrange, too. But the reverse is true. Lagrange, too, is a zoo in its way, isn't it? Where the creatures who are potentially dangerous, because they are much too free, are nicely neutralized through training. Most of the time they don't even realize it. You don't agree? Or you agree only too well? You knocked over your glass. Never mind, it doesn't matter. I'll wipe it up and get you another. It's my round. Have you ever noticed how wise, understanding, and perceptive we are in retrospect? I'm talking about a long time, nearly 10 years. I've had lots of time since to practice my wisdom, perception, and understanding, my tolerance. I was 24, you see. I've been knocking about for 4 years, my archaic guitar slung on my back, little jobs here and there, bumming around. A rebel? I like to think so, but I'm afraid I don't deserve such a romantic label. I was obstinate, a loser. Not a loser in the grand style, just a leftover, sullen, brooding, believing in a world of winners and losers. I went in for romantic posturing. When Ted hired me, for example, I wasn't even grateful, too busy savouring my degradation. Ted, the tavern, the people who used to come here, I used to look at them the way normal people do. Not as the reverse side of society, but as the bottom deadbeats, pathetic at best, repugnant at worst. You're wondering why I brought Bally here? First of all, because it was the only place I could bring anyone. I lived here. Well, it wasn't as simple as that, obviously. She looked so lost. She was also beautiful. Did I tell you she was beautiful? And then there was the danger, a kind of defiant gesture. Some romantic impulse in me said, well, as long as you're living with these people, might as well go all the way. To bring them a metam, a muck into the bargain, was the thing to do. At least, someone who could actually be considered a muck, and who certainly thought of herself as such. What did I think about metams then? I believe I didn't think at all, was careful not to, in fact, like most people. And yet I knew what she was the minute I saw her. It was the sort of conclusion you came to logically around the tavern, what with the transvestites, transsexuals, lesbians, mutants, and the rest. All you needed was a madame to complete the show. I didn't understand at the time that we're all in the pit together. Bally understood faster than I did. Lovers? Of course. It happened 3 or 4 weeks after she arrived. One evening, after rehearsing her song, she kept me there for the night. The next night, too. It happened just like that. We didn't discuss it. In love with her? No, of course not. I wanted to see what it would be like to fuck a madame, but I was very fond of her. That's what I told myself, naturally. That I wanted to see if I could, that I liked her a lot, but nothing more. What I really thought and felt, I didn't know and didn't want to know, and I didn't, not for a long time. Was she in love with me? You've got the mind of a shop girl. That's not what she was all about. We'd met by chance. We're together because, without knowing it, we each had something to prove to ourselves. I never asked her, and she never asked me. We were careful not to. I don't know how it got started, how things began to go wrong, I mean. She never metamorphosed in front of me or anybody, you understand. She talked with Julie, Fancy, or the others, even with Ted sometimes, but never directly about that. Anyway, although Ted likes madames, he doesn't discuss it much, or at least he never gets down to particulars. Something to do with that big ape skin over the bar. And Bally didn't discuss it with me. Later I realized that she had tried to once, but she was so indirect. She overestimated me, and I didn't understand. But it wasn't a source of tension between us, you know. In a way, you could even say she was grateful that I left her to sort it out for herself. Of course, sort it out. Why do you think madames go amok? Wouldn't you become a bit bizarre if once you'd learned to talk you were told not to do it except under orders? Perhaps a better comparison might be to say not breathe except when told to. You can be conditioned all you like, but there's no way of controlling a person completely. There comes a moment when the lid blows off, and more often than anyone will admit. The lucky ones arrange a system of safety valves. They come and live on Earth instead of Lagrange 2, or they stop working for the Central. They arrange things, adapt themselves. The faculty for adapting oneself is a wonderful thing, I always think. That's all she wanted, her own system of safety valves in order to survive. She didn't want to blow herself up, not Bally. She'd escaped from the black-and-white world of Lagrange 2. If you're not with us, you're amok, and if you're amok, you die. And she tried to build a grey world, at least, before finding the colours. Have you noticed that everything pushes the madames towards suicide if they don't adapt to the system on Lagrange 2? The only way of controlling the madames who are slipping away is to push them harder, drive them to eliminate themselves. It seems that even when there's one with explosives asking to talk to somebody, it happens, you know, a lot of them want nothing better than to change their minds. They send along someone whose job is to push them over the edge. Bally wasn't at that stage, never had been. She got as far as admitting that she wasn't at all amok, that she wanted to live, and that she had the right to live in her own way. It was one evening when Marco wasn't there to do his act. Marco was our Heinrich in those days. The Brownian movement, remember? It means that the people and furniture are always moving around, some leaving, some coming. The names change, but the reasons for coming stay the same. To sample. So, Marco wasn't there. He was the main act at the time. Heinrich's good, but Marco was much better in drag, more varied, more complex, sang well and danced marvellously. Marco was always handsome but graceful. A drag show in the tavern isn't just a question of a good take-off, you know. The take-off isn't always what you might think. Anyway, it was a weekend, and there were a lot of people, as always, and Marco wasn't there. Ted sent me to look for replacements. Marco lived in a gay community in a western suburb of Blanca. I knew them a little, as Marco had taken me there a few times. But no Marco, and the others couldn't or wouldn't tell me where he was. To cut a long story short, I came back empty-handed, and as I entered the tavern I saw the doorman's shining face and heard Marco's second number. Had that idiot come back while I was gallivanting all over town looking for him? I was pretty mad, I'll tell you. But the problem was solved, and Ted must have been happy. The frustrated customers wouldn't start tearing the place apart. I sat in my corner of the bar and did the usual, sipping a drink while I watched Marco. I wasn't listening to him, I knew his numbers by heart. But just looking at him was something. And that night Marco outdid himself. Not only the voice, but every gesture, each bit of mimicry. It was so real, more feminine than even a woman, and with a sort of lightness and ease, a kind of regal nonchalance. After each song the room was absolutely quiet, and then it would explode. After the last number they went crazy. And at that very moment, while they were whistling, shouting, and beating on the tables, Marco began to strip. Just to show you how the audience had got carried away by the songs, there wasn't the slightest snide or dirty remark. They continued clapping a little as though to encourage him, and then silence. No music. The musicians were watching like everyone else, and it never occurred to them to improvise a striptease accompaniment. It was a declaration, a statement, neither erotic nor suggestive, just joyful. As he took off his clothes, he danced joyfully, unaffectedly. At last he was naked. He turned around slowly in the spotlight so that everyone could see his body. Powerful, slim, polished, except for the fleece surrounding his erect penis. And he changed. I think I'll have another. A chameleon. It's now or never. Take it easy if you like, but I'm thirsty. Bally. But she didn't become Bally right away. For a moment she was Marco, as he would have been had he been born a woman. I can't remember exactly how the audience reacted. A moment of stupefied silence, I suppose. No clapping, not right away. A few smiles, nothing aggressive. Lots of them knew Bally, could and did appreciate the situation. But I don't really remember. I was too angry. Yes, so angry I was actually seeing red, couldn't speak, sat rooted to the spot for I don't know how long, my muscles all knotted, while the lights came up and people began to chatter. When I came into her dressing-room, Bally didn't seem surprised or embarrassed, or amused. She wasn't indifferent either, just attentive. She knew exactly what I was feeling better than I did. It's the pseudo-empathy of the mesdames, that faculty they have of seeing people's emotions like a multi-sensual aura floating around each body. But I didn't think of that then. She managed things so that I wouldn't. I was simply disconcerted by her watchful calmness. And instead of shouting stupidly, violently, "What did you do that for?" I said nothing. It was she who said, "I'm leaving, Carol." I snorted. Where to? Lagrange too? To throw herself into the arms of her guardian angels? Promised to be a good little girl now that she was past the acne stage? Finished with exotic experiments? I hoped she'd enjoyed her stay in the zoo. She looked at me, shaking her head gently and saying softly, "Carol, you're so afraid." I had a good laugh at that. 2 years living in the tavern with the most bizarre, sometimes repulsive people, and this kid tells me I'm afraid? A little kid like that, younger than I was? And of what? Of her, perhaps? If it helped her to think that I was afraid, good luck to her, but don't ask me to believe it. I wasn't afraid, I was just rather disgusted, if she wanted to know, because she'd done it in public. That moment when her body seemed to tremble and dissolve like wobbly gelatin. Well, you couldn't tell what was what in that amorphous mass. Disgusting, that's what. She remarked that the others didn't seem to find it disgusting. Quite calmly. I shrugged. Solidarity among circus acts, that's to be expected. I saw her stiffen and push the point. What else did she expect from that kind of audience? And anyway, she'd done it in the tavern, not in front of normal people. "Normal like you, Carol," she said. Her voice shook, and I thought I'd got her where I wanted. She walked over to me. She was still naked, and had just begun taking off her makeup. "Normal like you, Carol?" she said in quite another voice. I was surprised. She smiled, and suddenly it was an invitation. She wound herself around me. I thought I knew what she wanted, and I started to laugh, although I didn't push her away. She wanted to prove to me that she was a woman despite everything. I began to kiss her in a condescending sort of way, to caress her, a little roughly. I didn't want to spare her, to wait for her. I let myself slip down on the floor, pulling her with me. We wrestled, and I could hear her laugh as we writhed in mock combat. Laugh deep in her throat the way she did when making love. I laughed too. It was all a joke. She'd stay, of course, stay with me. As I laughed, she suddenly flipped me over and straddled me. I felt my groin begin to tingle. My eyes opened wide. I saw her change. I felt her change, as if something were draining out, moving, reforming, sliding. I was still holding her, and the texture of her skin, her muscles, the shape of her hips, everything was different. It was a man astride me, stronger than I was, nailing me to the ground, moving slowly, caressing me, and I was coming, damn it, in spite of myself I was coming. Against my belly his penis was hot, hard. Close to my face, his face. The face of my handsome Marco, but with eyes greeny yellow, staring, unchanged, and the voice of Bally, who murmured, "Normal like you, Carol, like you." Then he went away, she went away. Bally came back, someone came back anyhow, and she knew that I was no one now. I was beside myself. And so I stayed on at the tavern. To find the road home, first of all, to find someone who would be me. And later, so that she could find me again. You don't come to the tavern by chance, you know. Not me, 10 years ago, and not you now. Let's have a last drink before we go to your place. Or my place, what does it matter? Let's have a last drink and look around the tavern. We're beings who know more or less what they are, but don't dare admit it even to themselves. Come to meet others who know more or less what they want to be, but can't necessarily make it. Let's look at Fancy and her scales, and Julie, who may be a woman again in a few months. And let's think about Bally, who may come back some day to see how I'm getting on. Each new Metam who comes in here gives me a little hope. But you're not Bally. Of course you're a Metam. I knew it right away. I told you, 6th sense. Come on. Let's dance a bit before leaving. Don't be afraid. And even if you are afraid, everyone's normal here. No one will notice. Raindance by Kathryn A. Sinclair. The day the man came down out of the hills and saw the town, it had been raining for 6 months. He had kept track on a small pocket calendar as he walked, and it had been 6 months. 6 times 4 weeks, 24 times 7 days. God only knew how many times, how many hours of the sound of rain drumming on deserted roads and empty houses, of the sight of wilting trees dropping fungus-coloured leaves into mud, of the stench of drowned and rotting animals. He had walked for most of that time, through ruined cities and down crumbling interstates, twisting through mountains looking old and grey, with the endless curtains of mist that wrapped them. As he walked, he regaled himself with memories of the many walks he had taken in the past, for he had done a lot of walking and looking. He followed the tracks of country roads, and in his mind's eye they were dappled with sunlight, and the tangled grass he waded through was green, and a tang of dust hung in the air. Always the rain brought him back, as it steamed and snaked across the ground like a living thing, or hurled itself frantically against sheer rock walls. But worst was the grim monotony as it fell from the low clouds, seeping and curling into his mind until it overwhelmed everything else. He kept stubbornly on his way more from habit and the animal cunning that he had built up over years of thumbing and panhandling the highways and cities of North America than from any conscious resolve. There was simply nothing else to do. But he had to justify why he headed south instead of east or north, so he told himself as he walked, "In the south for sure, there'll be sunshine." The constant downpour had made the low-lying areas increasingly dangerous, so the man kept to the mountains, working his way from small village to isolated town, along Route 5 as it wound toward California. He skirted ruined cities, avoiding fugitives and squatters whom he knew to be more deadly than the packs of wild dogs he frequently encountered. He was still alive because he moved cautiously. 2 days earlier he had crept through the ruined edges of Portland and had seen no one. Perhaps a disease caused by the rain and increasing cold had killed them all off, or perhaps they had all headed south the way he was doing. The emptiness of the city disturbed him more than the violence he had already encountered. It was around midday, if one could judge such things in the perpetual greyness, when the man reached the top of a ridge and saw the town. The cluster of buildings on the far side of the plain held no special interest for him, beyond the fact that it was inhabited, and therefore must be approached with caution. But he had not slept under shelter for several nights, and even under his heavy rubber poncho his clothes clung to his body with a dampness composed of sweat and the rain which worked its way down his neck no matter what he did to stop it. His shoulders and knees ached, his eyes were blurred with fatigue, and he needed to be dry and warm. He left the crumbling road and worked his way down the hill and out onto the plain. The track he followed might at one time have been a good gravel access. He passed a rusting sign still showing the symbols for food, gas, and lodging, but now it was a sucking morass, churned up by people and animals. He moved slowly and cautiously, with feral alertness, for not only was he suspicious of others, but he was well aware of the effect strangers had upon small-town people. His approach was as innocuous as possible, but under his poncho he had teeth like the wild dogs in the form of 2 small knives, one strapped to his leg and the other in his belt. He had long ago lost any feelings of guilt over using them, and was quite prepared to defend himself if he had to, but he preferred to come and go peacefully. The approach to the town was deserted. Nothing moved on the grey landscape except for his own figure plodding through the muck. The only signs that the town was inhabited were the trickles of smoke that crept up from several chimneys and the faint humming of voices from somewhere within the cluster of houses. Finally he reached the first of the dwellings, blackened hovels and shelters erected with more haste than skill. Beyond these lay the more established section of the village, houses that months ago must have been clean and well kept. Now they showed the signs of the constant abrasion of the rain. He smelled burning wood. A pack of sickly dogs snarled half-heartedly at him as he followed the street, but he did not see any people. No window curtains twitched, no children peeked at him from around corners. He found the emptiness unnerving, and he moved even more cautiously toward the center of town. Suddenly, turning a corner, he was in a crowd of people. Women dashed from one side of the street to the other, stepping high out of the mud. Children ran, laughing and screaming. From down the street he could hear the muted thuds of hammers striking sodden wood. Over it all there was a thundering roar, which after a moment of listening he realized was a mountain river, frantic water rushing between high rock walls. The people were oblivious to his presence, ignoring him as they seemed to ignore the beat of rain upon their bodies or the chill of the wind. Their behavior made him uneasy, but they seemed to present no threat to him, and suddenly nothing seemed as important as shelter, warmth, and food. He crossed the street toward a building standing on the far corner. On its grey, weathered face he could see a faded hotel sign. He edged along the sidewalk to the entrance, trying to avoid the surging crowds, reached the main door, and slipped inside. One candle smoked and guttered on the desk. A woman stood in the dim light, looking through him and beyond the bustling street. The dampness of the place chilled him further. He eased his pack from his shoulders, removed his hat, and ran a hand through his mildewed hair. After a few moments of silence he realized that she had not noticed him, that her eyes had not even shifted in his direction. He cleared his throat, and her eyes snapped wide, suddenly focusing on his face. "I was wondering if I could get a room, ma'am." "We got no rooms, all filled up." Only her lips moved when she spoke, and her eyes slid past him and back to the street, dismissing him completely. He had a momentary vision of a Disney figure, its motor stuck, forever saying, "We got no rooms." But he wouldn't be put off that easily. He was very weary and the thought of a real bed was irresistible. "It'll be worth it for you to think about. I've come from up north where things ain't so bad, through Vancouver and Seattle, and up into Portland and along." He lied, but then she would never know, and perhaps the thought that there was something left would soften her response to him. She was watching him now, her eyes black, unreadable. He shivered. "I got things here in my pack," he hefted it so she would be sure to see the heaviness of it, "that I bet you sure could use. Useful things. Pretty things." He let his voice trail off, tempting her imagination with the unnamed. "I just need a place to sack out for 8 or 10 hours. Need to let my clothes dry, you know. Somebody can give me the use of a room for that long, can't they?" Her face had taken on a greedy alertness, and he smiled to himself and let the pack drop to the floor. She bent forward to follow it, mesmerized. He had her. Money meant nothing any more, but in his pack there were other things. Sharp knives rubbed with oil and sealed in plastic to protect them from the corrosive air, tins of hard candies, packets of needles, boxes of salt, lipsticks, lace-trimmed underwear for the bosses of towns to give to their ladies, and treasures almost beyond value in bottles of aspirin and antibiotics. He didn't show these last things to anyone, because people would certainly kill for them. The woman licked her lips as she gazed at the pack. "I guess I could let you use my room. I ain't going to need it for a while." She took the candle from the desk and walked toward some stairs leading up into the darkness in the back of the lobby. "Come on, let's see what you got." The man hurried after her, thinking again of dry clothes and a soft bed, suddenly so weary that he could hardly keep his eyes open. They climbed the long stairway. The hall above smelled of dampness and too many people, the stench of filled chamber pots competing with a greasy overlay of cooking odors from the kitchen. The hall was illuminated by a dirty window at one end and by the woman's candle, and he could see the filth that had built up on the walls. Too many homeless people crowded together. A baby whimpered behind one door. A man yelled somewhere. The woman unlocked a door and gestured him in. The room was chilly and dark. She set the candle on the corner of the dresser and stood back from him, a knife glistening in her hand. He wasn't surprised. She would have been a fool to have come into the room with him without some protection. He carefully laid out the contents of the pack on the bed, covering the rumpled blankets with a bright display like a peddler. After some haggling, she selected a small foil packet of instant coffee. She had wanted a full jar, but that was far too precious to exchange for a meal and a few hours of sleep, and he was too tired to accept her offer to join him in the bed. The man locked the door behind her when she left and wedged a chair under the door handle. Feeling safer, he sighed and stretched, scratching his stomach with grubby hands. Suddenly aware again of his stinking clothes, he got out of them and hung them over the end of the bed to dry. He dried himself with one of the sheets and dressed again in his change of clothes. He slipped his knives out of their scabbards, polished them with one of the sheets, and greased them with some Vaseline. Then he strapped one around his calf and laid the other beside the bed. He stood for a while at the window, savoring the feel of his feet in dry socks and contemplating the scene on the street below. There was something about it, about the whole town, that bothered him. He couldn't understand the crowds and the tense gaiety. The people behaved as if they were high on something, and their ignoring his presence made him even more uneasy. He was a potential threat to them, and yet they paid no attention to him. He would have been happy with hostility. His bones ached for the softness of the bed, but he sighed, slipped his pack onto his shoulders, and left the room. On the street, the cold wind bit through his clothes, destroying the small warmth he had built up in the shelter of the room. People surged up and down, milling in and out of doorways like schools of restless fish. He stood in the hotel doorway for a while and watched. "Hey, mister!" shouted a high voice, and the man looked down to see a small boy at his side, clutching— what was it? "Look at my kite, mister. My dad made it for my birthday, and he says that soon we can take it out and go up in the hills and fly it." It was a blue kite with a smiling golden sun in the center. "And you think it'll fly?" asked the man. "Sure. My dad says it'll go high up into the air." The little boy jumped up and down with excitement. A kite, thought the man. A kite? Now what kind of cruel person would give a kite to a child in the midst of all this rain and cold and misery? He looked down at the small, wet face and smiled and nodded. The child was away, skipping and bouncing through the mud. Shaken by the encounter, the man walked out onto the street into the pounding shafts of rain and the gusting wind, as if this baptism would make clear to him what possessed the town. The people swirled past with an excitement that was almost tangible. But it was not happy, not carnival-coming-to-town excitement. It was tense, anticipation, but not of a kind he had ever met before. A crowd of people swept him up and deposited him like a piece of driftwood beside a cluster of women huddled under a rotting awning. They stared out at the activity. His closeness to them made him aware of the wet odour of their hair hanging in strings around their faces. One of them looked toward him, but didn't seem to see him. He suddenly felt as blank as old wallpaper. These women reminded him of the one in the hotel. A wave of tiredness swept over him. Whatever was going on was their business, not his. He wasn't one of them. All he wanted was some sleep and a warm meal, and then he would be gone. He stepped back into the street, repeating to himself the creed that had carried him this far. South there will be sunshine. And the kite will catch it like a big spoon and hold it for all time, and there won't never be no more rain. The little boy was back and danced again beside him. He ignored the child and went back through the grey rain into the hotel and up the stairs to the room. Later, hunger awakened him, and he arose to the thump and hiss of the rain and the warbling of the eaves trough outside the window. He stumbled across the room in the darkness, searching the strange surroundings for his shirt and pants, scarcely awake, and yet aware of a tide of voices surging up from the lobby. He slid his feet into his boots, tied the damp laces, and flattening his hair in a cursory fashion with one hand, shouldered his pack and left the room, drawn by both hunger and curiosity. The voices sorted themselves out as he reached the head of the stairs. He paused to listen. "Is there some of the ladies staying with her?" Yeah. Jenny had a couple of Valiums squirreled away. Been slipping her a pill now and then. She'll be asleep when the time comes." The others mumbled their agreement as the man came down the stairway, making more noise than was his custom as a way of announcing himself. Then there was silence. Every head turned in his direction. He had never been a self-conscious man. Years of living alone had turned his thoughts inward. But these people disturbed him enough to make him stop at the bottom of the stairs in embarrassed silence. Their cautious stares held him there for a moment. Then he nodded and hurried through them into the dining-room. The conversation swirled up behind him as he left the lobby, and settled at one of the long trestle tables that had replaced more conventional dining-room furniture. He listened to the rise and fall of voices. At times they sounded like they were arguing, the bright, high voices of the women stitching through the baritone rumbles of the men. "Damn shame it has to be this way." "I never agreed to anything like this." "It's too late now, we all got to." "Better hope it works." "Yeah, goddamn well better." The man sat idly, trying to make sense out of the scraps of talk, and was startled by the appearance of the woman at his elbow as she set a dish in front of him. "Hope you don't mind boiled pork," she said. "It's all we got." He nodded. Pork and fried potatoes. Well, he'd eaten a lot worse, and it was hot. The pitcher she set in front of him was steaming. He sniffed it. Some kind of herb tea. He grinned. Wouldn't waste any of her precious instant coffee on him. Well, he didn't blame her, and he'd drank worse, too. After eating, he sat half asleep, lulled into a comfortable stupor by his full belly and the far-off howl of the wind. He had a fleeting craving for a cigarette. It was after a good meal that remembrance of that old vice came back the strongest. He poured himself another cup of tea. Halfway through he realized that the voices no longer echoed in the lobby. He was alone. The emptiness of the place made him uncomfortable. He left the dining-room and climbed the stairs to the second floor. There were no sounds behind the other doors as he walked down the hallway. Then he heard the music, oddly festive music which seemed to keep time to the rain drumming on the roof. It was louder in his room. The rain pounded and slashed against the walls, and the music wove through it like a bright red thread through grey cloth. He sat on the bed and listened, wondering what these people could be celebrating. They had not escaped the suffering. Its marks were etched into their faces, in the lines, the hollow eyes, and the tense mouths. He had seen it on hundreds of other faces on this last trek. Perhaps, he thought, now is the time when carnivals are needed. The music swelled in the night, defying the monotonous drone of the rain. Cursing himself, he jammed his hat on his head and went down the stairs and out through the lobby to the street. All was rain and wind and mud and darkness. Torches flickered far off to the south edge of town. He realized that he had left his pack behind, but it didn't seem to matter. The bright music called. He stumbled and slipped through the mud toward the lights. He heard music and laughter and singing as he approached. "Come, come," sang the music, and he tripped and fell and crawled and rose and continued toward it. "Come, come, here, here," it sang, until here he was, and here it was, and it beat in his head, and he joined the swaying crowd. A platform of glistening new wood was cantilevered out over a dark canyon filled with the sound of the frantic river. Upon the platform dancers twirled and leapt, and the light of smoking torches hung from trees and held in dripping hands. A huge, steaming mug was passed him, and he drank deeply, more of the herbal tea. On and on the people danced with the music of fiddles and horns and the roar of the river. Shining faces surrounded him, all singing. He couldn't make out the words, but the music caught him up, and his feet moved and his body swayed, and he forgot that it was raining, because the rain had become one with the music. The rain was the music, and it was beautiful, and it went on into the night, and he danced with it. He lost all perception of time. It might have been hours or only minutes, but he realized at some time that the little boy with the kite was up there on the platform dancing, and the man shouted and waved and watched them all weave in and about, women in bright skirts and men without hats. The boy jumped and laughed, and the man jumped and laughed, happy for himself and the little boy and all of them. "Dance, dance," sang the music, and drum, drum went the rain, and "Now, now," chanted the people, and the man with them. Many bright scarves began to twirl in the dancers' hands, vermilion and gold, carmine and lemon, cadmium and orange. Like tongues of fire they flashed like the sun, in and out and up and down they flashed in the light of the torches. The dancers lifted the little boy, and he held the kite aloft. The kite's sun-face twirled and smiled among the flashing scarves, as the boy was twirled around and around by the panting, stamping dancers. He waved to the man, and suddenly was gone. The man stopped dancing and stood perfectly still while the crowd writhed around him. He stared at the place where the boy had been. The music still throbbed from somewhere near the platform. Country music played by unskilled musicians. The dancers twirled on up on the platform, but their scarves no longer caught fire. Only when he became aware of the icy rain biting into his scalp and trickling down his spine did the man move. He turned and left the crowd, making his way to the hotel through the dark and the sticky mud. Inside he climbed the stairs with numbed legs, tripped on the top step, and fell to his knees. He got to his feet wearily and felt his way down the hall and into the room where the sound of the rain waited for him. He lay on the bed for a long time before he fell asleep. He awoke some time later, still dressed. The wind howled and sighed, the rain droned, but there was no other sound. He shouldered his pack and walked noiselessly down the steps and out onto the empty street. The rain caressed his face, insinuating cold fingers down his neck. He pulled up the hood of his poncho and walked toward the southern edge of the town. The clearing that had been so full of frenzy and light a few hours ago was now dark and empty. He climbed the steps to the platform. The first muted light creeping over the eastern hills made the wood glisten. It smelled fresh and sharp. The man walked to the edge and peered over at the churning river. Over the roar he imagined the echo of a small, lost voice. He shivered. The wind pushed at him as if to force him off the edge, and as he turned it drove stinging particles of rain into his face. He ran down the steps and away from the platform. Already chilled, he wrapped his flapping poncho closer around him and ran through the shanty town that clustered along the road winding south. Small buildings showed peeled, blank faces in the dawn light, and the man felt alone, more than ever before. He left the town behind, and within an hour was on the road that climbed up into the hills. At the summit of the first hill he looked back at the town. It felt good to leave the oppressive greyness of the buildings, the churned-up mud, the swollen river, and the grim-faced townspeople. Already the air seemed fresher, the sky brighter. Then, as he turned to continue his journey south, he realized that the rain had stopped. 4179. The McCurgo Cartha's Report from Mardukia and Rahorus from the Files of Alayik and Funk, by David Godfrey. Mardukia. It is an outpost, deep in the fifth wave of Rahorus. Dogon is ingenious, there is no doubt of that. But what can be said of a domain more remote than Iskaria, more primitive than Champetier? I seem to have already forgotten the reasons for Dogon's banishment, and invent new ones to amuse myself. Was it merely jealousy on the part of his energizers? Or was it perhaps genuine rebellion, or boredom beyond restraint? At this exact moment I don't care. Dearest Alayik and Fonk, you have no idea how tired one can become on these inspections. I shall try to amuse you, but you must be forgiving, if Miracus seems to have knotted my tongues. Dogon has taken the form of his charges, of course, and believe me, I shall not describe that. And he is chained, that is, his corporeality is linked to a large black chitoth on the surface of Rahorus. He seems very powerful in a crude fashion. The waveforms he can read are very limited in this Cranoth he has adopted, and his main censor is always tossing about as though aware that there is much he has lost, and much wisdom passing him by of which he has no cathing. His torment from Janu is this: he has been bonded to his charges. Millions of infinitesimal charges whose time phase is mere icrons, and whose stature is less than a hopita on your lovely tame Krakrana, whom I can easily see as the carrier of Fonk in the coming Janu celebrations, just by closing down all fourth-level sensors here in this dark and odoriferous domain to which I have been assigned. In any case, Dogon. Dogon's bonding makes an interesting no-not, and many other McCurgos shall surely reference my reports. Dogon is in constant lamentation, and yet a frenzy of activity fates him. The bonding is more extreme than any we have seen to date. The charges are pathetic. They have divided themselves into thousands of classes, but their sense of greater org is chaotic and spasmodic. They have even tried to give each tiny icronic representation a name and sense of Janu, if that is not blasphemous. In my report I use the term Krakranu to maintain a sense of proportion and provide some slight relief for my fellow McCurgos. Dogon calls them Changs for some reason. He seems to enjoy this Krakranu equality they have given to one another, and suggests, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that their Tinga may progress in this manner rather than in the specialization of function found in other penal experiments. Although Dogon's banishment has lasted only 3 kraths, his Changs have passed through millions of cycles. Their Tinga is like that of the Chermasians, so slow as to be barely perceptible to us with the instruments we can bring here. One can see almost no improvement. Not that this is our role. Despite his frenzy, Dogon's own internal Tinga appears excellent. The main question is whether his insistence on viewing them through their own pathetic churnets represents a sophisticated rebellion or an attempt to force Tinga. Let me provide you with an example if I can, and then you can perhaps return me your own prognosis. He knows now, of course, that we have discovered his colony of Changs within Rahorus. These Changs call the end of a cycle time beyond time, and have many erroneous notions about the transformations. As yet, their slow tingation means they lack all control over the most elementary of transformations. The few true mutations have been able to introduce the concept, but almost all of their reported cases, according to Dogon's records, are fraudulent. He, of course, is desperate to approve any and all, so the fraud must be very obvious. All of their constellations stress transformations, but most aren't even within the circles. Some are quite interesting in a barbaric fashion. Let me digress a little. Dogon has been limited to 3 modes of intervention, all of them very gross. Cathing between Dogon and his Changs is allowed, but very rarely, and then the record is erased from his mind. He can't tell whether to believe them or not after an event. He must sleep, and then the Changs are on their own, and at times those powers he has are weakened to test his resolve. The 3 modes are Varg, Consolations, and Hunger Goods. Yes, well, I told you this was no Eurythionia. In the 3rd craft, he has obviously experimented a good deal with consolations, and contaminated most of his charges in the process. Indeed, killings of one group of console charges by another is the major source of Dogon's torment. Phrasings of an unbelievable simplicity were given to selected Changs to return with. Most of these returners, of course, the Changs considered mad, which poses an interesting problem for the Cath experts, but a few were accepted. Dogon is aware that this acceptance increases in times of great stress. You, too, would love to see the ways in which these Cath phrasings are passed on, with bowing of limbs, moanings, dances, mouthings, touching of main senses to ground, crude images. Of course, the phrasings have only been passed on in the crudest of abstract form for perhaps 100 Chang cycles, so it is hard to say yet which ones have really taken hold. Yet these little Changs of Dogon gladly kill for these written phrasings, whether accurate or not, just as they killed for the mouthing ones. Vargs also, we record from his Biblos, are an intervention he perhaps regrets. Useful perhaps in Crath 1, when the number of Changs seemed under his control, and he had dreams of speeding up their Tinga. The Vargs now appear out of control, ally themselves with the Consolations, and seem more destructive of Tinga than supportive. Indeed, as the Changs have discovered rudimentary chemoforce regulations, while knowing nothing of Cathing, let alone Chiondix, their ability, and desire, to close themselves down is quite surprising in creatures so tiny and primitive. In large Vargs, millions of Changs close one another down. The gene track seems more or less frozen through all of this, unfortunately. It is true we are dealing in an icronic scale, but I would like to see something in the way of improvements. Is it perhaps that Dogon's refusal to take a larger view, his insistence on splitting his being into Chang units for observations, has affected the dynamics of this retributive restoration process? In any case, this is the example. I admit that I have skipped the Hunger Goods interventions, but I do seem to be tiring here. In order to investigate, of course, we have had to adapt to Dogon's micro-seeing, and it has not been easy. There is a fire area on the edge of a large body of water. All the Changs are land inhabitants, of 2 sexes, class H3rd sensors, non-cathing, icronic, languages below the 50,000 dB level, knowing only single time, with grepping facilities at class Z50. Yes, it can go that low. This fire area has been the source of innumerable consolations. We see no reason not to follow Dogon's classification. This female Chang would thus be a believer in class R87945Q345, ignoring several minor and cross-classification features, a class which they seem to term Allah phrases. Changs of R87945Q345 believe that Dogon is male, all-powerful, single-formed, and manager of what they seem to call the time after time. The prospect of entering this time after time is appealing to them, more so than to most Changs. Young boys gladly walk into the forces that complete their brief cycle, bearing a scrap of some distorted phrasing. This consolation forbids images, and yet the Changs of this propif seem to have strong representations of their goal in the time after time. I will send you a few for your amusement. The phrasing leaders are well organized, but not yet differentiated in their gene tracks. Chastity has greatly slowed down differentiation. Dogon has established some lesser beings, yes, lesser as possible, whose greater org is far more complex, and where gene-cellular structures of a primitive type develop, but greater org here is still on the surface among the Changs. I wander from my example. At the Chang fate level, Dogon can intervene or not. The female's name was Hela. This light we recorded his every genetic. He is quite amazing. No one has ever expended as little energy on us. He is almost entirely focused on this female. She is past puberty but has no children. They breed extraordinarily quickly. The phrasing masters have told her that if she drives a small vehicle of their chemoforce into a troop carrier of the Xils phrases, then she will go immediately to the time after time and never need to leave it. Dogon is concerned about the mother's lack of belief in this Freeworld. The father, he has foreseen, will not believe in his innermost, but will move more deeply into the consolation while he lives. The phrasing masters have told the female that only if she does this act will her father's illness be cured. It is something they call cancer, a minor disharmony among the lesser beings that cellulate these Changs, but Dogon has been unable to show them the restitution for this yet. The father is unaware of the phrasing master's shaping of his daughter's propif. He believes his case is hopeless, but does not want to die in their hospital. She asks more than one why the father isn't given the act to perform. Dogon laments. Even over this he laments. Back and forth he goes, chained, his own original rebellion totally forgotten. His genetic forces are weakened by this. We have not seen such bonding before. He has another 100 cycles of the Changs before he must sleep. He weighs this act, this speck of an act, by dividing into separate Chang units, and he views each of the Xils phrases who will close down, and weighs the pain cost to their children, tracks the implications out for 10 cycles, and decides not to interfere, paying the price now for the future potential. Goodness, you see how this micro-seeing affects one. Perhaps your nephew could make his fortune. H3rd censors the deprivation experience you have missed. Turns his eye upon us. Has he been able to distort our genetic connectors? They read nothing, but I feel a malevolence such as I have never felt before. You must help me find a more useful job. Rebellion obviously must be punished, but are these experiments necessary? What are we breeding? What are Dogon's desires for these minute Changs? Why is he bonded so closely? What will happen during his sleep? I know the masters have informed us fully. I shut down my own questioning, yet as the tiny vehicle moves toward the despicable, chaotic scum of Xils phrases deposited here as part of Dogon's trial, I cannot avoid the questioning. I am losing control here on Mardukia. A crash. A whiff of smoke on Mardukia. Hela has closed down. 32 Xils phrases have closed down with her. The phrase masters make her a goddess. She arrives before Dogon. He is weeping. She is terrified. For a moment, what must seem like cycles to her, she hears his guilt song ringing through the skies of Rahorus. She stares at him, frightened by him even in this Cranoth. In her hand, clenched, the phrasing that carried her to her closing down. Dogon weeps. He clenches his own chain, mutely shows it to her, turns his eyes upon us. Dogon has a power still that we did not expect. I must leave here at once. I must be recalled. Pull some strings, Alayik, I beg you. Willows by Candas Jane Dorsey. On my home planet there are still poplar forests, with willow bushes growing beneath near the banks of small streams. When I am home, I stay in a holiday home made of logs. It is a gigantic place with many guest rooms, most of them empty now, and a large local staff. An antique as I am, a lucky leftover from a distant past, it stands on a bluff above a deep-cut creek bed, in the midst of a grove of these white, smooth poplar trees. When I have reconciled with gravity and become strong again, I walk down the zigzag paths from the top of the bluff until I am standing by the ice-bound water. I am usually there in winter or early spring, and under the ice I hear the creek's trapped singing. On the snow are animal tracks. Twigs fallen onto the drifts have retreated deep into tiny sinkholes just their shape. I bend over to study how a twig lies in a forked trough as deep as my fingers are long. I try to keep these memories current, have them nearby to replay when I am travelling out where snow would be impossibly warm and rabbits are unknown except as myth. When I am replaying the memories, I come to a moment when I must retell the story of the first guest who came with me to the lodge, and what came of it. That time my eyes were new, and I had been gone longer than usual. But there was one other difference. I never speak of my career when I am there, for the people have been conservative in that country, and I am never sure they approve of the ship or its mission. But this time I took with me, quietly, another spacer, a being from another colony, but enough like a man to excite no comment. Yet, if I speak of him as a man, which it would be so easy to do, I will lose the essential reason which in the end made the story more than a simple holiday. Nevertheless, I shall try and see what comes of it. He was tall for his people, tall for ours too, so that he bent his head to get through the door-frames. But he was thin, and seemed, on account of his shy manner, not much of a threat. He at first knew little spoken language, so passed as a man from the other side of the world. He had never seen a tree before, but that is true of many in the Siberian arcologies, so the people shook their heads and smiled, and felt they knew who he was. At night, in the room we shared, he would talk for hours with his hands, for that was the language we had in common. But we didn't make much of our talking in company. He understood skis very well, being accustomed to them at home. But even had I been ready for exercise, I have never been able to get the rhythm right, so different from the motions I have used all my life for getting around. So he took the skis every day and went by himself into the woods. At lunch and dinner he used to sketch out with his limited words and with excited gestures, only I knew were exclamations and descriptions, the vegetation and wildlife he had seen. The local people would tell him the names of what he had seen, its habits in the case of animals, and he would smile and dip his head and remember. The next day he would say, "I saw a rabbit, I saw a porcupine, I saw a deer," and then describe what it did. The people patronized him, and so, I think now, did I. So much I took for granted the surroundings. No matter that I had been awed by the forms of life on many worlds so different, that I had in the end longed for poplar and willow and evergreen, rabbit and bird and deer, still I could not conceive that all these could be so strange to him or to anyone. But I had been asked to bring him with me, and to show him what I saw, so I was patient. And in fact I grew to enjoy him, his ingenuous likings, his excited response. I imagine we like best the people who seem to love our homes, to see in them what we see. And he had a natural kindness, which came through in small acts of civilized behavior, so he seemed at home himself. There was, staying at the lodge, another stranger, a woman of late middle age, her grey hair long and braided and slightly untidy, for she too spent much of her day in the forest, off the paths. She often came home with her hair snagged by twigs, and snow caked on her mountaineer's stockings, and dry dead leaves clinging to her woolen sweaters. She seemed the complete outdoors lover, there to hike and breathe, but she showed an extreme interest in the conversations my friend had with the local people, and she never talked about her own work, only questioned my friend on what he had seen that day, or made obscure jokes and laughed at them alone heartily while we all sipped our tea and smiled into our cups. When first I return to the earth, I have to get used to not only gravity but company. Out in the ship, when I am travelling, it seems that I am the centre of everything, and it is not easy to remember that there are planets full of people all around the universe, none of them living or dying by my breath. Then when I come back, it seems I am reluctant to give up my solitude, afraid of truly being sucked down into gravity. It makes it no easier to have to reclaim so many memories before I can fully arrive. So at first I watch, and go through the motions expected of me, and collect what I can in memory. On this visit I was even more reluctant to become known, for I had been away longer than usual. I performed my re-entry rituals quietly and alone. After lunch it was my habit to take a thick woolen fringed robe and go out onto the veranda, where I would tuck myself into a lounge chair, like an old-fashioned tuberculosis victim taking the cure. Sometimes I would watch the chickadees in the nearby trees, augmenting my vision when I had to in order to look closely at their feathers and feet. Sometimes I would watch my friend ski through the trees, see him stop to look at something. Then I would sharpen my gaze enough to see what he saw, would share with him the wonder of the moment. I was not walking strongly myself yet, but I with my new eyes could see a great deal without exertion. I never saw the stranger in her walks. Perhaps she went not down into the valley that I overlooked, but back onto the flat land behind us. Sometimes I fell asleep on that balcony, a deep, dream-filled sleep which left me refreshed and ready for the pre-dinner gymnasium workout, which was acclimatizing me to my regained weight. It was a peaceful time. My friend seemed to be getting what he wanted, though I was still no more in tune with his ultimate goal. But I have learned over my career not to ask questions, and not to speculate unless I have sufficient reasons or evidence, and I had neither. I was, after all, on vacation. If events were building to some climactic moment, therefore, I did not see them, or, seeing them, would only recognize afterward that yes, this fits as a motive, or no, that wasn't part of the story. One day, very early in our stay, in February, he came back with a willow twig in his hand. It was about 4 inches long, forked, and with a trace of lichen hanging green and lacy on the fork, and on the branches buds were bursting into softness. I have never ceased with a small part of myself to be amazed, for I remember when pussy willows, for that was what he had found, the spring's first pussy willows, were April events. But much has changed since I was young, and much time has gone, and many willows budded since then. "What is this?" he asked at the dinner-table. "Pussy willow," said one of our hosts, smiling a tongue-in-cheek smile. "That's where kittens grow." My friend looked from her face to the 2 large kittens who were rolling about chasing a fluffy something. They were grey and pudgy, and not unlike the buds on the small branch. He then looked at me, and I made a negation with my hand, smiling also. "It's what we tell our children," I said. "I heard it too when I was young." "But these are not animals?" Before I could answer him, the stranger came into the room, combing her hair with her fingers, an abstracted look on her wide face. When she saw the branch in my friend's hand, she seemed for a moment like a cat herself, a larger, more threatening one. She pounced upon him, snatching the twig from his hand. "Where did you get this?" she demanded. Taken aback, he was unable to speak aloud. "Across the creek," his hand said. "Very well, don't tell me," she said. "I will find it. I have time. There must be a profusion of them for you to be able to break a branch so carelessly." And she stormed out of the room, back to the porch where she had just left her heavy boots, and we heard her putting them on. Another of the local people went to the door. "What about your lunch?" he asked. "I don't need it," she said. "Feed it to the humans." And she slammed the door behind her. My friend signed to me the surmise in both our thoughts, but I shook my head and shrugged. "I thought this planet was not usually visited," he said then, and again I gestured my bafflement. "Never mind," I said. "No doubt we'll hear about it later." "Is it wrong to break the branches?" he asked. "Not unless it was the last branch," I said. "Is it the last branch?" "I doubt it. The forests are healthy again now, don't worry." Someone was playing the piano as we ate. It is a skill that has died out among the Terrans who travel. We listen to electronically generated tones which sound like piano, but we have lost the reality. That is why I come here, to get back my reality. My friend was fascinated with the machine, and he soon was asking the musician to explain it to him. His hands are similar enough to human hands, only appearing double-jointed and unusually flexible, and they are long-fingered, ideal for a pianist. Soon he was learning finger exercises, and in a few days, by the time I was strong enough to take short walks on the flatland, he was spending half the morning inside practicing. We had discussed the stranger, but neither of us could observe any evidence that she was not just an eccentric human. And if she was alien, as her remark had suggested, what of it? My friend, too, was alien, here for his own reasons, which were likely much the same as mine, to rest and be refreshed. If another visitor had found something to seek on my planet, who was I to worry? Yet I did worry a little. I found myself curious and somewhat on guard, and I made a point of watching her more closely now that I was outdoors more. When I went upon the flatland I never saw her, and since I was not strong enough yet to go down into the valley, I could not test my assumption that she must be there, looking for the willow bushes perhaps, though it seemed inconceivable that she should not find them, for every willow now was budding. She never came to lunch, and at dinner she had a concentrated and distant look, her face wrinkled into a half-scowl, ignoring us all and speaking little or not at all. Meanwhile, my friend was also finding what he wanted. Mornings he practiced his piano playing, the willow twig with its furry blossoms and a glass of water beside him, and I was amazed at his progress. So was his impromptu teacher, who called him a natural, and boasted about him to the others, until complete strangers coming into the lodge would say to him, "So, how's the music coming?" He reacted like a shy adolescent, smiling and seeming to blush. I used to tease him about it at night. "Never mind," he would sign, having learned the phrase from me. "They like to see me that way, and I enjoy it." "What, the playing, or the play-acting?" I asked. One of the kittens was in the room trying to climb the bedspread. He picked it up and put it in his lap, where it batted at his signing hands. "Both, but the music more. I like your planet. I like your people." "I wish they were mine," I said. "It is so long ago that I left. Only the trees and the wildlife are the same now." "You should make some new friends," he said. He put a hand on my shoulder, a rare gesture. He was learning gestures, too, here. I smiled and shook my head. When I looked at him, he was studying me like a twig or a leaf, or a rabbit to see what I would do next. The warmth swept away from my back, and I shivered, and threw my head back as if cornered. He dropped his hands into the placid static sign for "don't worry." I shook my head again, this time brusquely, but his hands only pushed the same sign toward me. Finally I nodded and turned away to prepare for bed. "I'm sorry," I said without looking at him. "I forget." "You may think me dangerous," he said, "but I am not without conscience." "How much your language has improved," I said impulsively. "Yes," he said, and he put the cat into the corridor, closed the door, and turned out the light. In the next few days there was a cold wind from the southeast, and after the first morning I learned again to bundle up for my walks. I had enough strength now to try walking into the valley, though I knew the first day that I would be exhausted before I got home. As I stood on the lip of the bluff, looking at the zigzag path, one of the local people from the lodge came to stand beside me. "Are you walking down today?" "I think so," I said. "Good," she said. "You're coming along quickly. Would you like some company?" "Well, just in case. Gravity will be your enemy on the way back." She was wearing an old-fashioned canvas coat, and her hands were burrowed into the pockets. She had a striped hat and blue jeans. She looked like someone from my past. She saw me looking at the hat. "I made it myself," she said, "from the patterns you left last time." "You weren't here then," I said. "No," she said, "I was still a baby. But my father was your trainer then. This was his coat. I wear it when I miss him." I thought I was being subtle. I said, "I'm doing it all myself. Didn't even bring a trainer this time." "Only another one like yourself. Where was he from, Russia? Or China? No, too tall. Not this continent, though, because of the language." "They were tall in the north of China, the Mongols." If she wanted to think he was another like me, that was best. I began to pick my way down the ski trail into the valley. She followed me, quiet for the most part, but now and again pointing to something she thought particularly interesting. I, too, stopped often to look closely at some detail, storing the impression, focusing on every texture and shape. The wind was cold from down the valley, and my eyes smarted from its demanding force. At least, I felt it must be the wind causing the tears in my eyes. A few days later, a wind from the west brought warmer air. The densely growing poplars near the lodge were young and straight. Leafless, their trunks and branches swayed restively in the wind. At their feet the snow was slowly melting away until the tunnels mice make in snowdrifts were unroofed, and fallen leaves and dry grasses were revealed. Day after day fell into the same comfortable pattern. In the morning, while my friend had his piano lesson and practice time, I walked alone on the flat land to the north of the lodge. Sometimes I walked all the way to the edge of the prairie, several hundred meters away. I say prairie, but really it was the edge of cultivation, where the fences and fields began, where the discipline of civilization had been imposed. There, between the trees and the tilled earth, I was seen by no one. By mid-morning my friend was out of the house, and we would meet and walk, taking a different path each day. He asked many questions, but he soon learned that I could not answer the more probing ones. Why did the branches grow this way? What makes the willow flower like an animal? What is a bird call? Who made those tracks? I love my land, but I know it as a tourist. If a chickadee comes down to a tree by me and makes its unmistakable call, I know by the sound and by its black head that I have seen a chickadee. But when I record the sights and sounds and smells of home to remember later on the ship, I am not critical or even curious. I do not need to know which flying shadow is a redpoll, what sound is what bird or animal, what type of sparrow came to the log near me to sing. It is all a picture for me, an environment, and the pieces could be magic, and I still would not care. Home, they used to say, is where the heart is. It is not where the mind is, I would have added. But he wanted to know everything. One of the lodge people was old and knowledgeable, so after lunch my friend would go with him out on the veranda or into the nearby woods, and there would learn all those things he could not learn from me. Meanwhile I would poise myself on the brink of the hill. Every day the young woman would join me, and we would walk down into the valley together. Her name was Anna. Her family had lived in this area for generations. Though the children went away to study and work, at least one in each generation came back, to walk, hands in pockets, through the enduring woods. She was recently back from a long stay in the modern world, and her knowledge of this land was like mine, the treasured, half-remembered imprint of a long-ago childhood, revived by the sights and smells in the wood, by the sound and feel of boots crunching through the snow. We had much in common. She was the only one in the lodge to mention my career, though there must have been more who knew, as they were family to those who had been my hosts before. But she seldom asked me about my life, for which I was grateful. Instead, we talked about the surroundings and left the past to itself. She was reticent about her own past, too. Hence I also knew little of her. She was curious about the other visitor. "Who is that strange woman in the climber's outfit?" "I don't know. I myself wondered." "She has an unusual accent. I don't recognize it." "Nor do I." She looked at me and smiled. "Do you know that you have an accent, too?" "Do I?" I didn't want her to go on. "Luckily, we keep the old language alive here." "Old language?" "The kids in the city, you wouldn't understand a word they say. Fast, easy, and smooth is their motto." Then she spoke a few words in a dialect so elided I could not recognize a single word. I leaned against the tree nearest me, a birch, whose bark was riddled by the beaks of sapsuckers. My recording, however, was done through a blur of tears. "What did you say?" I said, my face turned away toward the wood. "I said," and she faltered, "I said you were fine for, fun, but you didn't, give a wedge a place to bite." "Meaning you can't understand me?" "Yes, in part." A little further, the path dipped toward the stream bed, and there the beavers had been working, so that several trees lay felled and stripped of their branches. On the trunk of one of these fallen trees I sat down. Across the creek, the lodge loomed high above us on the bluff, and I could see a figure that might have been my friend leaning over the balcony rail. I sharpened my gaze and saw that it was him. He was watching us. I made him a sign of welcome. Then I turned to Anna, who still stood on the path. "This is my home," I said. "Do you know what that means?" "Yes," she said. "It means you have come back here now and again over a very long time. You hold to your pattern like these birds hold to their migrations, compelled to return even though when you return all has changed. The people whom you first knew are dead, but you can make new friends, like me." "That's a side issue," I said. "When I am traveling, I am filled with the latest technology, and I am never out of date. Here, in those cities where I dare not go because I cannot speak the language, the life of the world goes on without me. Only here in the backwoods can I pretend I am at home. I used to live in the city as a child. I came to these woods on my holidays, like now. They were never a permanent home. So I feel lonely, and old, too old for comfort." She walked to me and took my hand. "I am sorry. I didn't have to think about it until I began to care for you," I said, bitterly conscious of my archaic speech. Despite her warmth and her kind intentions, when I heard her words in modern dialect, I had felt the final power of gravity grip me. I felt I was drowning in the sea of air, sinking slowly to the very bottom of the gravity well. Finally, always, I cannot deny my beginnings or my yearnings. "Come, let's go back," she said, and I stood up. Only then I noticed a noisy progress toward us through the bush. The stranger came with her hands full, it seemed, of lace. "Look," she said, and into our hands, which we held out reflexively side by side, she poured a collection of green lichen. "Look, it's alive!" Obediently we looked into our hands, but she shook our forearms with a strong hand each and said, "No, you fools, look around." "Of course it's alive," I said. "It always has been." "Don't be stupid," she said. "That was pure luck. Don't you know, if there's destruction of the ecology, these are the first to go?" I remember a time when nothing could be touched because it was so rare. But now there are so many that I can collect them. I have never seen that before, any of the times I have studied this place, and you don't even notice. Can you say what has changed since the last time you were here?" "I'm not likely to remember the last time I've used it up," I said. "Oh, yes," she said, "the proverbial slippages of reality, but you could at least pay attention now." "I am remembering what I can," I protested, not sure why I felt pressed to argue. "Of course, but are you thinking about it or just storing up your romantic fantasies? Oh, never mind, never mind. You don't remember, so you keep your illusions that the forest was always so beautiful. I remember differently. Just think about how the forests have lived and thrived, and how little you used to expect of them generations ago. Now they are full of lichen to be played with. By me, who has never played with life before. Of course, you don't know what it means. You," she spoke to Anna, "are only a young ethno-linguologist, and, to me, you, of course, are just a sunburner here for a holiday. But you can rejoice anyway. The world will live through. It may even be here next time you arrive." And she took back her samples of old man's beard, as my mother once taught me to call it, and was stuffing them into her pockets as she charged up the path toward the lodge. "My secret, it seems, is no secret," I said. "Of course not," Anna said. "Every generation waits for your visit. You are our beloved spacer." And she smiled. We walked back home on the bustling trail of the stranger. For many days I had left my companion much to his own devices. We spent time together, of course, for one does not forget one's friends, but I enjoyed the time for its immediate content, and ceased to wonder overmuch why he was here, why piano music, why Pussy Willows. For there was no denying that he was fascinated by Pussy Willows. It was fully spring now, the snow mainly gone except under the south banks of the creek and the bluffs, and the forest floor and creek banks were mud and the beginnings of new growth. Above the valley, across from the lodge, on the flat land at the other side, sloughs and muskeg were melting and waking up. There, one day in my walk with Anna, I saw a duck and a drake settle onto the calm face of the slough, and it was as if the ripples shook my life with the passing of time. Later, on the other shore of that grassy pond, I found a stand of willows, whose blossoms were pink. Why pink, I do not know. They were some distance from the path through marshy terrain, so I did not go close to them, but I remembered the place and took my friend there the next day. When we got there, the sun was low, and the pinkish-grey fur of the little flowers was gleaming. He was entranced, and almost waded across to the hummock where they grew, but I held him back. Coming home through the valley, he detoured to the creek bank, and ducked into a stand of willow there to stroke the furry bloom's softness, his thoughts obviously far from me. I took out my pocket-knife, another antique, and going in beside him, I cut a few branches. "Come, we'll put them in water at home," I said. "That stranger seemed to say it was wrong to kill them," he said. "These will leaf in water as the others did," I said, for that first twig he had found had already begun to shed its fur for foliage. "There are plenty here. You may as well have some at home with you if you like them so." Later at home, he played more with one of the growing kittens, and I wondered if for him there was still a connection. But when I asked him, he only took the kitten into his lap, shook his head, and smiled. We saw more and more of Anna, for she took to sitting down with the group after dinner. Once my friend, responding to the request of his older local friend, went to the piano to play, and after listening for a few minutes, Anna began to sing. Her voice was a powerful contralto, and the song, a slow ballad of loss and homesickness, brought tears to more eyes than mine. When she finished, we all applauded. My friend said something to her, but she shook her head, sat down, and was silent, only smiling a little at one of the cooks, who seemed to be her good friend. No matter how we asked her, that and other nights she would not sing again. Anna talked to my friend almost as much as to me by now, and one evening she said, "Stay up late tonight. The sky is so clear and the moon will be full. It'll make a splendid midnight." "I am sorry," he said to her quietly. "I cannot look at the stars." "How about you?" she asked me. "I think not," I said. She went away shaking her head, and the next morning she made a point of telling us what we missed. But in this my friend and I were alike and united, that we looked closer and closer to the ground the longer we lived upon it. The fine detail I was recording was building up in my thoughts. I would not shatter it with stars, not yet. I had resisted as much as I could, but I was now beginning to learn the names of the local people, and their characters, and they, I imagine, found out something of me, for I spent much more time among them, and almost stopped my solitary rambles. My friend, too, was more sociable, but there was still a distance, not as if they never made him welcome, but as if he could not be welcome among them, never completely comfortable. Anna treated him gently, but he was very silent with her, conversations of smiles and gestures, as if they were building up their own sign language. One day he said to me as we walked, "Now I see why you fit so well into your work." It was the first time in weeks that he had talked of anything but the immediate experience, and I admit that I was shaken, for I had been trying to forget my career as much as I could, now that my body had forgotten Freeforall. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You have a gift for arriving in the environment," he replied, "one I do not have. I cannot forget my home. I cannot forget what is different. But you have taken this into yourself." "But this is my home," I said. So it was in me already. But as I said it, I was uncomfortable, for I knew there was much I wasn't remembering. I knew, too, that he could see my discomfort. "You have come as long a way as I to get here," he said, "but you forget the distance, and I do not. You continue to imagine yourself the center of it. Have you ever seen my home planet?" I shook my head and looked at him to continue, but he did not, and said no more on the subject for many days. Time passed somnolently, as if slowly. All of us were relaxed. The stranger had become a known quantity, proven to be a naturalist, here to assess the degree of survival of the world's biosphere. There seemed no mystery there now. My friend was just a tall, piano-playing nature-lover who played with kittens and spoke with an accent. And I was resigned to being known as the wistful, slightly stupid space traveler home for a rest. I could even accept myself that way, and accept the many things I did not know, and now could never learn. Then one night, when we had forgotten to draw the curtain, I awoke, and saw through the window, through the branches of the budding poplars, a bright star shining. I sat awake and watched it until the movement of the planet had taken it past the window frame and from my sight. Lesser stars also wheeled by, but that one had been as bright as Sirius, my old beacon, the skywalker's dog-star, and my heart was broken. "You will go again," said my friend. "I will have to go," I said, "just as I planned. But I try to stop the time from arriving." "It will arrive," said the alien. "I always knew the stars would come for you." "Why did you come?" I said, made bold by despair and darkness. "Did you come to judge us, or to test us for merit? Why did you come among these trees and these tiny birds?" "You feared that, and yet you brought me here?" "I had little choice. I was asked to obey." "There's a paradox there, my friend." He had never before called me friend, though I always had done so to him. I was not reassured, but frightened by it. "What have you found?" I said again, feeling there would be no answer. "Pussy willows," he said, and then laughed a bit in the darkness. He had learned to laugh near the start. He had needed a way to express ironies. "I found pussy willows," he repeated, and then paused before adding, "worth the whole of the world." "Were they?" I said. "On my home planet," he said, There are no living trees, but there is a forest like this. It is made of glass, perhaps, or rock, or even illusion, and none can walk in it without going mad for at least a moment, if not forever. That is because in a landscape that is only a shadow of life, one soon realizes that one is the only living thing, that death is all around, and only you hold it from descending, and one cannot live with that knowledge. You have never lived on a dead world, but only in a dead ship with a memory of pussy willows to remind you of the earth around you. When I am out in space, I have nothing to remember. And so you will remember pussy willows? Nothing so simple as that, but it is a pleasant conceit. I turned on the light. Its cone of brightness closed the stars out as well as a curtain would have done. Looking at the now black window in which I could see our reflections, distorted by the flow of the glass, I said, "And what is the truth?" He paused for a long time, watching me with that look of ambush, then said, "Do you know, this is the first time you have questioned at all? Can it be you care?" I made a sign with my hands. In reply he smiled, shook his head, and repeated, "Do you care for this world?" "Of course I care," I said. "I call it home." You break a branch to bring the little willow flowers home. What do you break when you take your memories out into space? When you were born, your century had almost killed your planet. Now it is alive again. But you, have you changed? I pushed my hands away and out in a wide-fingered shrug. "I don't know. How dare I know?" "That's not enough," he said, "for me or for anyone. I can't settle for that." "Hence the difficulty of thinking and feeling," I said. "And if the fate of your world does indeed rest on me, what am I to decide from that? Is terror worth saving for the Empire or the whole universe? Or is even your most cosmopolitan traveller and narrow-minded egotist light years from understanding even self, let alone others?" "Yes," I said, "that is certainly true, if you mean me. All the wisdom I lose every time I pass through the curtain is wisdom I must gain again, and if I choose to learn it from the creek and the trees and the beavers, what of it? I could choose less effective ways to learn. After all, they sent you here to find out the same thing. Are we wise, and can you find our wisdom? And you have been skiing across deer trails and playing the piano and studying pussy willows, and you have perchance arrived at some understanding of others, if not self." "You have the fallacy of the space traveller well into your bones," he said. "You think that you are the reason for everything. Because I was sent here with you, I am here to determine the fate of the world. Because you are here, this is where the judgment takes place. And you will tip the balance between life and death. You will save your home planet." And he smiled at me with the fearful tenderness of a friend who loves one even when one is misguided. It is hard to give up being the centre of the universe, but I do it when I fall to earth. But there is no guarantee that sometime I will not be wrong, and I told him that. He made no answer. Instead, he reached for the switch on the bedside lamp. I held his hand from the panel. "No," I said, "this must end somewhere." "We are all, in one way of speaking, human," he said, "and that is where it ends. Nothing more complicated. You seem to trust me despite yourself, and I am enjoying you also. That is all." Patiently, with his other hand, he lifted my hand from his and finished his motion to extinguish the light. He held my hand for a moment in the darkness. His fingers felt like leaves or twigs. I couldn't decide. Brittle, dry, hard, and cool. "Don't worry," he said, and I had to laugh. He laughed too and let go. I turned so that the stars could not find my eyes, pulled the covers around me, and went to sleep. The next day I stayed on the main veranda most of the day, or walked near the lodge. Anna walked into the valley with my friend, and I saw them down by the willows. When I brought the scene close with my adjustable vision, I saw that they were looking at the branches very closely, their heads bent together to study each bud. The dense grey fur of the willow blossoms had given way to the young leaves, and there was in my friend's face such a sadness that I was moved despite myself. "They are gone," he said with his hands. Anna reached up and touched his face. "They come again," I read her lips saying. I left them to themselves then. When they returned to the lodge at dinner-time, they both smiled at me with such an excess of good humour that I was almost sulky, and we were served dinner in a climate of silence. The stranger, the naturalist, came in a few minutes late, and the cook put a filled plate in front of her with an air of slight disapproval. She laughed, as if at one of her obscure jokes, and looked at the three of us, Anna, my friend, and me. "So," she said, "you will both go back soon. Anna will have to return to her place in the city." 3 silences for a moment. Then I said, "I don't think so." My friend smiled. "You think you are seeing it now?" I shook my head, and made that common sign of baffled good humour. "Everything is much simpler than it seems," I signed. Anna was the one who laughed. I looked at her. "I am learning a new language myself," she said. "Languages," said the naturalist, laughing too. "Languages and natural history. It will all come to something after all, the great experiment." "I beg your pardon?" I said. "I told you, the world will survive. I have made sure of it. I have found the evidence of regeneration, of growth and change." "One only needed to come here in spring to find that. It has never been a secret to the local people," said my friend. "Ah, but evidence that would hold good off-planet," she said. "That's the problem. But I have prepared such a detailed study that they cannot possibly question the health of this biosphere. It has taken a very long time, and I have finished it here." And from her pocket she took a record chip, the deep blue of governmental records, and showed it to us with a gleeful pride. "That will save the world?" asked my friend slyly. "That will provide the documentation, and for support, well, we can use your testimony if we have to, I suppose." "Use me where?" he said. "Oh, at the hearing, if they think it important enough to have one. Sometimes they don't, just to grant continuance to a minor planet." "I'll come if you have the hearing on Terra," he said. "I won't be going away." "No," said Anna, "nor I to the city. I like the old language and the new one." As for me, I was feeling my way through shock to understand just who the judge had been. "How can you decide on such limited evidence?" I said. "I don't decide, I just provide the evidence. Not limited evidence at all. You were hardly a factor." "I mean those lichens you showed me." "Oh, the lichen is very important," she said. "It is the canary in this particular coal mine. If the small, delicate organisms die, the large, delicate organism that is the world will die, and we would need to get it out of the way then. And you could spread the death. We would have had to reconsider you. But it's all just a detail in a big frame." I looked to my alien friend. "So I was, after all, just another tourist, even less important than you taught me to be. And who were you?" "I am just another organism on probation," he said. "But I have enjoyed my custody enough to stay once I am released. Like the Australians, I imagine, though I wouldn't like you to think I saw you as they saw the aboriginals in that land. If I am to stay here with Anna, I must have no such misunderstandings." "And are you to stay here with Anna?" "Oh, yes, I think so," Anna said, and he smiled. "And for you," said the stranger, looking at me, "for you there are, of course, the stars, now that Terra will keep its membership in them." "Will it be enough?" "Almost," I replied. "And I imagine that the lichens and the aboriginals will welcome me when my next rest stop is due." "Oh, we'll take care of your forest for you and have some people here to pamper you next time," said Anna. "As if you were the reason for it all," said my friend, and all of us laughed, me most of all, with relief, for there could have been no judgment better than the one I had heard. I had no wish to have been more influential in it. I had arrived, after all, at the end point of every visit, as just a small sample of the biosphere, a twig, which can be snapped off and taken away, kept in development in an artificial medium, kept for a moment as a reminder of something which can never be sampled whole. And finally, content to understand the relative importance of pussy willows and the indulgent regard of those who love them. So, in due time, I departed from my home and my friends, with private and public rituals of leave-taking, and with the tears I find come so easily to these new eyes of mine. I said all the goodbyes it was possible to say, and I left them in early summer, with their happiness to hold them, and the promise of spring to come again each year. I went on to the work which in the end always claims me, the journeys and the new worlds. But still I visit there each time I am weary of stargazing, and want to rest for a while at home. When I am there, I stay in a holiday home made of logs. This story is of one visit I made long ago. When next I was there, a tall, friendly woman, with an attenuated beauty and arms so long her wrists gangled out of the old canvas coat, was waiting to walk with me in the valley. She was the first of her kind to come into my world, but she took herself not at all seriously, and had a sense of humour I enjoyed. She was very patient while I became strong, and she told me stories of my friend and Anna, and what they had taught her. Once, before I was fit enough to walk to the valley, she brought me a branch of the pink pussy willows, and handing it to me with a tentative gesture, said, "My father would never cut them, but he said that I could do it for you, and that you would not abuse the privilege. I tried to do it the way he told me." She knew the old language and the sign language, and when I was too tired to talk, she would nest her hands into the sign for "Don't worry," and her laugh would echo across to the bluffs on the other side of the creek. But all this happened long afterward in a different story and many years ago. I only tell it to explain what finally came of my friend's simple visit. In the end, the fate of the world as I had worried over it, as I had heard it summarized by someone who was basically only a government researcher, was incidental to the start of something else. Not the beginnings of a whole new world, maybe, but at least the people of two worlds becoming one for the first time. But I had not a great deal to do with that either, and my stories are only the edges, the frame, for every other story. Eventually I remembered to be content with that. On my home planet there are still poplar forests, with willow bushes growing beneath near the banks of small streams, and in the early spring before the snow is gone, the willows burst into soft bloom. If I am there at this time, and when I have reconciled with gravity, sometimes I walk down to gather pussy willows and memories. I still cut a branch, though now I feel a little guilty, but I learned my ways long ago, and my planet seems to continue in any case. At least it is still alive, and so am I. In the end, the broken branches have been forgiven. That is the first thing I remember, and it gives me cause for much rejoicing. Soluble-Fish by Joël Champetier, translated from the French by Louise Sampson. For weeks now, rain had been lashing against my window. The first few days, in spite of advice to the contrary, I opened the shutters. I had always hated the smell of a closed room, and I just lay there languishing in memories of pleasant strolls on sunny days. But rain filtered through the shutters into the room and flooded the tiles. I awoke to a clammy morning, hearing the moans of Onires as she sponged off the tiles. "You shouldn't open the window when the wind is from the east." I shivered on the wet floor and dressed, a bit ill at ease to notice that my cousin did not avert her eyes. The water was only about 10 centimeters deep, but many soluble fish swam in it, looking like drops of mercury. It was going to rain for some time, and the water would rise. Soon it would be hard to catch the fish. After several unsuccessful attempts, Guilan landed one, a sort of jellyfish that wriggled, cupped in a trembling hand. Splashing everywhere, we ran to our aunt's house, the little house with a pointed roof, perched on high pilings. We almost let go of the fish. "Don't come in before taking your clothes off." The fish slid soundlessly into a sand bucket. Onires lit a lamp to warm up the room. "Don't let this fish dry here." My aunt's orders were, it seems rarely, to be obeyed. We looked at the fish, which wriggled at first, but then fell quiet and motionless. "Is it dead?" "No. You didn't believe us?" We spread carpets on the floor, talked and daydreamed for hours, in the warm and humid atmosphere of the workshop, for a long while unaware of the rain calling on the window-pane. We soon had to go to bed. It would take days, anyway. "Can we fish some more?" "No. Mom wouldn't like it." Early in the dry season we find many of these fish, all dried up, lying in the gravel and the dust, or stuck to branches. By then it's hatching time, when the rain-birds break their wrinkled skin and stretch their crystal wings. It's strange. We call them rain-birds, and they disappear when the rain comes, and we call them soluble-fish, and they only appear when there is water. Ghislain looked at me, nodding in surprise at a thought he had never had before. I looked in the sand-bucket, and for the first time saw a dried-up fish. Its eyes and its mouth had disappeared, and had melted into the wrinkles of a greyish skin like dust. It was one of the worst nights. I tossed and turned between clammy sheets in the elusive agony of one who waits for sleep. I thought I hadn't slept, yet Oniele has wakened me. "Come." I followed her, unable to talk to her about my dreams, where her slim adolescent body haunted me. Ghislain was rubbing his eyes, already tottering near the sand-bucket. "The bird will come out." The shell had cracked hours ago. Now, pulsating within it, translucent wings were struggling to get out. The rain-bird shivered on tiny chisel legs. It opened a pair of soft and weak wings that would have to dry before turning into crystal. Then it opened its opaque eyes, which would later dry into a liquid transparency. Once dry, it began to fly, fragile yet graceful. The sound of a faint humming penetrated the room in answer to the drumming of the rain. Morning found us still awake, as did my aunt, who frowned when she saw the shadow over the flying bird. Oniele pleaded, but to no avail. "Enough now. You disobeyed me. Get this bird out of here." As soon as we opened the shutter, the bird slid into the grey sky. It took flight in a flutter of wings, but soon its flight was less graceful. It slowed. It was coming down now, erratically. "So soon?" I was sad and disappointed. "The rain is like spikes on its wings." A drop of water, which was not from the sky, rolled down my cheek. The bird gave up, stopped flapping its wings, and dove down with a muffled sound. One more soluble fish would soon slide slowly in the thin layer of troubled waters. Visitation by Tom Henighan. They landed one night, and I loved them, bright shapes in the dark woods, speaking my language with tongues that set fire to my heart. I remembered the roar of Atlantis, the pyramids seen from the sky. I was naked. They touched me with tentacled arms, and I slept as we hovered in black space so peaceful. Icy spires gleamed when they told me of God, who would come in a great shining ship to destroy all the wicked. We departed the galaxy wrapped in orange light. Never once did I think of my wife or my mother. I was glad to give up my job, to travel in those other worlds. The night they came, the baby cried, dinner was late, there was insurance to pay, and no money in the bank. The last thing I saw was the stroller with the broken wheel beside the mailbox. I just closed my eyes. A blue steel cylinder swept me away. I looked at the earth, hanging bright as a Christmas ornament. I was happy. Now I'm home again. It's like a dream. Everything is somehow wrong here. The neighbors speak blasphemy, mock me. The house shrinks and darkens. These rough walls peel strangely like skin. I run to the woodshed and hide. a light shivers blue in my veins. Stars roar, and shuddering fall. Bonsai Man by Tom Henighan. The Bonsai Man has made a tiny forest, wise tough pines and ailanthus, lean poplars and sturdy maples, amazing oaks and elms not in Dutch, suitably placed and spaced, with fine grass neat as a comb-tooth, all manner of shrubbery, wild flowers which, magnified, leap into colour, and insects whose images dance in the mirror that lies in the miniature toolbox at the edge of the dwarf woods. Now the Bonsai Man is contriving a little family that will walk in the forest and sing and play croquet in the clearing 2 inches from the left edge. It may take him centuries to complete them, for he works very slowly, being himself only 2 feet tall and left-handed, relying on nothing but patience and quick shears. Venus, Our Very Favourite Star by M. Travis Lane. Venus, our very favourite star, tea-tray for loopy lovers, bat for poets, disc, bead, diamond, passe-pour-tout. For whom aren't you the wishing star, the promised drop of Hippocrene, sniff of eternal perfume on the rim of what we feel might be our time? You are some sort of button, a lapel badge in our pale blue dusk that answers all the questions we don't ask, and none of the questions that we do. With all the simple things you say we have grown so familiar. A match held to a candle will have said all you can say, except you say it longer. You, the first peak of evening, leak in heaven's impervious roof, through which we could see angels, spangled choruses, ballets of foil auroras, lights on lights, in rainbows needing different eyes than ours to see their fluctionings, night being a tar-paper shack that keeps us neither warm nor safe, but covered. You are for us the unlanding ship, the outpost of the alien, the stranger who might speak some day, but never does. Or you are an ammoniac sea, a sort of wild, impersonal blue hell or heaven on such a scale we only think it chemical. Or you are home, for what speaks neither in our tongues nor in our metamorphoses, a life ourselves cannot suppose, nouns we can't name, unspeakable star verbs. And you are dust, like mattress fluff, a mild domestic messiness that any galaxy heaps up in time, left there and glimmering in your ditch, much like the thrown-out pop-can by my road, shining under the goldenrod, for time as long in its proportion as for you your silver light is in its place, as lovely, useless, meaningless. Venus, our very favourite star, as darkness turns us to our beds, you too recur. I wish I may, I wish I might, have the wish I wish tonight. Ashland, Kentucky, by Terence M. Green. 1. My mother died on March 14, 1984. It had been inevitable, as all such things are inevitable, and although it had not been unexpected, it nevertheless left me in shock. A large chunk of the past was gone. A large chunk of my past. Gone. She had been hospitalized just before Christmas. Accelerating arteriosclerosis, recurring strokes, and crippling arthritis had rendered her virtually immobile. She was 74. I am 40. Soon I will be 41. But these are mere numbers. And what numbers measure, especially those linked to time, I have never understood. And now I understand them less. 2. She died, they say, of heart failure. When I visited her in January, she was rambling. She upset me so much that I cried. There were 3 other beds in the hospital room, and now I realize that I can't recall anything about their occupants. I only recall how that day I got up and pulled the sliding curtains around the bed so that we could be alone, so that I could hold her hand. Her fingers were welded into the timeless claw of the aged, the skin of her hand stretched thinly across bony knuckles. Lesions and brittle remnants of skin cancers dotted her forearm. But her eyes. It was her eyes, glazed, darting, frightened, the blue diluted as with a watery thinner. "Jack was here," she told me. I frowned. "Jack? And my father?" She nodded. The eyes darted. I stared at her. Jack was her brother. She hadn't seen him for about 50 years. Her father had died 30 years ago. "Jack was here," I repeated finally. She nodded emphatically. The eyes never ceased their wild circumspection. Her hand gripped mine. "I told him not to go." I nodded, understanding. "But he went anyway." Another nod. A pause. "He was always a good boy. We were good children. Never got into any trouble. Always did what we were told." I felt the frail bones of her hand, watched the frantic eyes jump about, saw my mother as I had never seen her. "He's coming back tomorrow." I nodded. Her eyes darted. 3. I returned the next day. The wildness had passed. In its stead, tubes suspended from a bottle by her bedside snaked into her arm. "How are you today?" I sat down, took her hand in mine. "Okay." The word was soft and dry. Her eyes, I noted, were steadier. I tried a smile. "What do you think about all this?" I indicated with an open hand and a postured inspection our surroundings. The beds with hand cranks, the crisp white sheets, the grey tile floors, the plastic wrist bracelets. My mother smiled. She was back from wherever she had been yesterday. "I don't want to die," she said. "Nobody wants to die. But," she added, "I don't want to live like this either." I nodded, comforted by the clarity of her answer. She understood what was happening, saw no solution, expressed it simply. How much more time? "Who would you like to see? Is there anybody you'd like to see?" Her eyes focused on me calmly. "Oh, yes." "Who?" "Jack," she said. 4. My parents had moved to their new home in North Toronto in 1929. At the time, so I have been told, there were fields all about and a creek within half a block. The fields are gone. No one is sure today where exactly the creek was. The most general consensus is that it's under the city-run parking lot that serves the subway, which is now the proposed site of the new police station. My father still lives there, alone. That afternoon, on my way home from the hospital, I drove to the house where I had grown up, the house I had left 20 years ago. It looked like a house that an old man lived in, alone. Peeling paint on the eaves, a pitted and corroded aluminum screen door, snow unshoveled in the driveway. I knew he was in there. He is always in there. 5. Tell me about Jack. My father lit a cigarette, holding it in his right hand. He jammed his left hand in his belt, as was his habit. He is 80 years old now. I am astonished at his white hair, his groping movements, the thickness of his glasses. "We don't know what happened to Jack," he said. "I know. He left in the 1930s. I nodded. We sat opposite one another at the green arborite kitchen table. "Why did he leave? What happened?" He inhaled on the cigarette deeply, then let the smoke expel slowly. "What did your mother say?" "Nothing much. I asked her who she'd like to see. She said Jack. That's all." He nodded. "Things were never settled. That's why. Things have to be settled or they never go away." I waited. "What happened?" I asked. "Nobody ever told me." He paused. "I'm not sure," he said. 6. He lit another cigarette. It was time, he knew, for confidences. "There were only the two of them, you know, just Margaret and Jack. Jack was 2 years younger, born in 1911. We all lived on Berkeley Street together. That's how I got to know your mother. We were neighbours." He smiled, remembering something. "We've been married 54 years now." I smiled. "I know. Their mother died when your mother was just a kid. As a result, your mother ended up playing mother to Jack. Margaret adored her father, but the old man, as I understand it, wasn't much help. He always had a big cigar, always boasted. He didn't like me much either," he added. "I remember him saying once to me, 'You don't like me, do you?' I told him that I didn't." He paused. "It's all too bad now. Doesn't seem to matter much either." He lifted the cigarette to his lips and gazed off to the wall behind me. I waited for him to continue. The smoke spiraled patiently toward the ceiling of the kitchen. "The old man left Jack and Margaret with his various sisters. He was incapable of raising 2 kids on his own. He was an only son in the midst of a flock of sisters, and he was spoiled rotten." My father looked at me. "Always had a big cigar," he said, "but always lived in rented rooms. Those were different times, the 1920s. He sighed. "You want a cup of coffee?" "No, thanks." "Me neither. Bad for your heart." I smiled, looking at the cigarette. "The 2 kids lived with the old man off and on from that point, but half the time he was never home. They raised themselves, and Margaret played mother to Jack. They were very close." He switched the topic suddenly. "You remember the old man? Your mother's father?" "No, nothing. He died when you were 3. Died of a heart attack on the streetcar on Christmas Day, coming up here to see us. And that was it." "That was what?" "The end of the line for your mother. There was no one else. Her mother and father were dead. Her brother had left and hadn't been heard of for years. There was you. There was me." "Yes, but it wasn't the same. The past was gone for her. Do you understand? The past was gone. No one wants to give up the past, at least no one I know." Smoke hung in tendrils between us. 7. His eyes were watery behind the thick lenses. The skin of his forehead was discoloured and flaking. He hadn't been eating properly. "Jack was jealous of me," he said. I listened without changing expression. I wanted to hear it all. It was time to hear it all, and it was time for him to tell it. "Your mother married me when she was 20, when Jack was 18. They'd been living alone for a while at that point. The old man had remarried, a girl half his age. The stepmother didn't want his kids. In fact, I was never sure why she wanted him. So he abandoned them for her. This was the 1920s. Family life was strong then. Nobody did those kind of things. At least, he amended nobody I knew. So they lived down the street, Berkeley Street, together." "Where did my—" I paused over the word, "grandfather live?" "Out in the West End. Nobody had cars. It was a long way." He inhaled the smoke. It drifted out as he talked. "I guess she chased him because he talked big and smoked a big cigar." "Who?" I wasn't sure I was following him. "The girl he married." "Oh." "She died 3 years later, giving birth to their second child." I was silent. It was the 1920s. I turned my head to look out the kitchen window, to the parking lot that would become the police station. It was beginning to snow. So then he had 2 more kids and no mother to look after them, and it was all starting again. Then he stared at me hard, and he was still living in rented rooms. 8. She wants to see him. Who? The thin white eyebrows wrinkled. Jack. He had caught the thread again. He left in 1932, I think. We never saw him again. Where did he go? Why did he leave? He left because there was nothing here for him. He was a young man, about 21. He had no use for the old man. He could see through him. When Margaret married me, he was alone. I think he felt she had abandoned him. It wasn't fair. He shrugged. But then nothing is fair. The cigarette was placed between the thin, dry lips once more. Your mother felt bad. Felt guilty, I think." He looked at me. "Try to see it from Jack's point of view. His mother dies, his father's run off and married this young thing. His big sister marries the guy down the street. It's the dirty 30s. Nothing for him here." I shifted in my chair, crossed my legs. "He left the country, left Canada, went down into the States. Last we heard of him, he was in Detroit." "Why Detroit?" "Detroit was turning out cars. There were jobs." "Did he write?" "Once that I remember." "Did anyone try to find him?" "The Mounties tried to find him." I raised my eyebrows. "RCMP came to the door here in 1939 looking for him. Wanted to know where Jack Rady was. He hadn't answered his draft notice." I waited. "They never found him either." He drew deeply on the cigarette. "You sure you don't want a coffee?" I got up and put on the kettle. "Good. I've changed my mind, too. The hell with my heart." I stood looking out the window at the parking lot. The sky was grey and the snow was still falling. A creek, I thought, under there, and soon a police station, layer upon layer, impossible to find it. When the old man died, they found some correspondence between him and a private investigator he'd hired to find Jack. It was one of the few bright spots your mother could find at the time. The fact that the old man had made some kind of effort to find his own son, that it might even have bothered him, was something he never let any of us know. What did it say? The trail had run dry, that's what it said. He was gone. The kettle began to whistle softly. 9. When the phone rang that evening, it was my father. "I found something you might be interested in." "What is it?" "The letter from Jack that I remembered, and a card from your mother to him that was returned unclaimed." "How old are they?" "Just a minute." There was a pause. I could picture him pushing his glasses up onto his forehead and squinting at the paper in his hand. 1934, he said. "You want 'em?" The excitement I felt was all out of proportion to the news. There was no reason for it. "Yes," I whispered. "I'll keep 'em for you. I'll be right over." I couldn't wait. 10. The envelopes were yellowed. The one from Jack was postmarked February 22, 1934, Detroit, Michigan. In the upper right-hand corner it sported a purple 3-cent Washington stamp and the ironic cancellation imprint, "Notify your correspondents of change of address." It was hotel stationery. The upper left read, "Return in 5 days to Vermont Hotel, 138 West Columbia, Detroit, Michigan." It had been torn open at the end. It was addressed to my mother, here, at the only address she had ever known after she had married my father. The other envelope was postmarked Toronto, Ontario, 8:30 p.m., April 29, 1934. It was addressed to Mr. Jack F. Rady, care of Vermont Hotel, etc., and across the bottom there was a Detroit postmark dated May 3, and a stamped imprint that read, "Return to writer unclaimed." Somebody else had scrawled in pen, "Try Washington Hotel." "What's the F stand for?" "Francis. Your brother Ron had the same middle name, your mother's choice." I pulled the letter from Jack to my mother from the torn end of the envelope. It consisted of 4 faded sheets of Vermont Hotel stationery, complete with stylized letterhead. In the upper left corner it read, "Phone Cherry 4421. The upper right bore the announcement, "Rates $1 and up." The handwriting was quite legible and in pencil. It was dated February 22, 34. "Dear Margaret, received your letter okay, and sure was tickled pink to hear from you. I'm sorry to hear Ronnie has been sick, and I hope he is real well and yelling his head off when you receive this. I must be going goof or something. I was starting to think you had deserted me, and here I had sent you the wrong address. It's funny we didn't get your other letters or the Valentines. They must have been lost in the mail. Gee, Margaret, I like it real well here. If anything ever happened now that I had to go back, I think it would break my heart, no foolin'. I'm working in the picture business for the largest and best-paying outfit in town, and I like it. Do you know that coming here has given me an entirely new slant on life? I seem more anxious to be somebody than I ever have in my whole existence. Things seem to be pretty fair here, and you can live cheaper and make more money than you can in Toronto. I received a letter from a friend in Toronto today, the one that phoned you. She said you wished I hadn't come over here with Carmen, as he may prove a bad influence. Well, forget it. He won't. And besides, I've met and mingled with so many fellows who are that way that one more couldn't make any difference. So stop worrying about me being led astray. So far as drinking is concerned, I haven't been doing any. I am too busy making money and trying to get somewhere. The only thing I'm sore about is that I didn't come here about 4 years ago. I'd have had a lot more now to be thankful for. I bought myself a nice new pair of shoes last Saturday and a couple of shirts, etc., and I hope to have a new suit in a week or so. I need one badly. You know, Marg, the secret of the whole thing is I came over here on my uppers. By the time I had paid Mrs. Scott in Toronto and a few other little items, I was broke. I was determined to come over here, though. The boys I work with there gave me a rotten deal, and that's no fairy tale. I borrowed a little money from Carmen. That's where he got the idea to come along, and I've paid him back every bit of that right now. That isn't all, either, 'cause I really am going to make something out of myself. I mean it, Marg. This all may seem strange to you, me talking this way, but I have to tell someone how I feel, and you are the only person I feel I can tell without being laughed at for dreaming. This is all just between you and me, Marg. I wouldn't want anyone else to know how I was fixed, or what a tough time I had for the first week in Detroit. Everything is going to be okay now, though, and pretty soon I will be able to send you and the children and Tommy something from the USA. I've been working around Royal Oak. Gee, the shrine is beautiful, Marg. I also make it a point to get to Mass on Sunday. Write me real soon. Lots of love, Jack. I put the letter down and looked across at my father, who had been quietly watching me. Have you read this? Yes. Where did you find them? In the trunk at the foot of the bed, at the bottom. What did you make of it? He shrugged. Not much. He said he worked in the picture business. What did he mean? Margaret told me that he was working as a sidewalk photographer down there. She'd heard this from a friend of his here. Sidewalk photographer? I blinked. You know, one of them guys who used to snap your picture, then come up to you and offer to sell you prints when they were developed? I continued to look uninformed. No, he sighed, I guess you don't know. Polaroids, Instamatics, video replays, of course you don't know. I think I've seen them in the movies, old movies. I smiled. He smiled back. Yeah, old ones. Doesn't sound like much of a job. It wasn't. I thought he went to Detroit to work in the car industry. He shrugged. I don't know what happened. Sometimes, he said, things don't happen the way you plan. 11. I opened the envelope that had been returned unclaimed. Because I had never seen birthday cards from the 1930s, what I found intrigued me. The stationery and greeting card industries, I reflected, had shifted gears significantly over the past 50 years. There were 2 birthday cards inside, not birthday cards as we know them, but birthday cards of the era. 2 flat, unfolded cards about 4 inches square, with elaborate embossed coloured drawings of a bird in a garden and a galleon on the high seas, respectively. The former read, "Birthday greetings, dear brother," the other, "To the nicest uncle on his birthday." Each sported a genial epigraph and was signed by my mother for herself and for the children. On the back of hers was a P.S., "Why don't you write?" Accidentally, I tore the envelope, putting them back. It tore easily. "And this was it?" I asked. My father nodded. "You never heard from him again?" He shook his head. "She's going to die, you know." The eyes behind the thick lenses weakened. "I know." "She wants to see him." He shrugged, looked away. "He's gone. He never came back." Then he looked at me. "What can we do?" I stood up, walked to the kitchen window, stared out at the snow-covered parking lot. Beyond it, the traffic inched along Eglinton Avenue. 12. I spent every afternoon for the next week in two places. First, I would visit my mother. Then I would drive to the main branch of the Toronto Public Library at Bloor and Yonge. There I would pore over an atlas, copying down names of cities, towns, communities in and around the Detroit area, and as far south as Toledo. The litany had become familiar. Windsor, Pontiac, Wyandotte, Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor, Flint, Lansing, Grand Rapids, even Saginaw and Bay City, plus numerous others. Having made my daily list, I would then ask for the white pages of the community's phone books, which were all filed on microfiche, from the librarian, and seat myself in front of one of the viewers, scanning them for any mention of the surname Rady. It was likely, I realized, that he was dead, but it didn't seem too unlikely that he may have married, may even have had children. The name Rady proved remarkably uncommon, which was to my advantage. My list of names and addresses grew, slowly but steadily. By the week's end I had progressed from the Detroit area to major cities in general, including New York, Chicago, Cleveland, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Houston, New Orleans, San Francisco, L.A., San Diego. I had also begun to realize the impossibility of my self-imposed task. How, I wondered, could I hope to succeed where the RCMP and private investigators had failed? The answer, I knew, was that I probably would not. What I would need was a lightning bolt of luck, pure and simple. There were too many places I could never cover, too many years that had passed. Yet I persisted. I wanted to give this to my mother. It was what she wanted. The attempt needed to be made. My final list consisted of some 50 or so names. A couple were even J. Radys. One in Kansas City was a John F. Rady. I wrote my letter. Dear Sir or Madam, I am trying to trace a relative, for strictly family reasons, with the surname Rady. I am trying to find Jack, John Francis Rady, born in Toronto in 1911. His father was Martin Rady, deceased, born 1882, circa Toronto, and his mother was Margaret Ann Curtis, deceased, born Toronto 1878. He had one sibling, a sister, Margaret, born Toronto 1909. Margaret, Jack's sister, now Mrs. Thomas Dakin, is my mother. If Jack is still alive, perhaps this letter can reach him. Perhaps he married and had children, some of whom might read this. Xeroxing and networking of this letter is encouraged. If this letter should reach anyone with any helpful information, please feel free to call me collect as soon as possible. Any information would be appreciated. Many thanks. Sincerely, etc. I made 100 copies, mailing as many as I could out into the void. 13. It's not that there were no replies. On the contrary, I received about a dozen cards and letters, most merely assuring me that they could be of no help. A card came from Cleveland, from a family that informed me that their name had been legally changed in 1953 from a long Polish name. The closest I seemed to come was a letter from a lady in Minnesota. My father Charles, to whom your letter was addressed, died last May, a couple of weeks short of his 80th birthday. I have 2 brothers, Todd in Tallahassee, Florida, and Paul Michael of Evansville, Indiana. My father was raised in the Kansas area. We know very little about his family. We never knew any of them. As far as I know, there were no brothers or sisters. As far as I can determine, he had an unhappy childhood and never seemed to want to talk about it, so I respected that. I'm sorry that I can't be of some help to you. Good luck in your search. I wrote to the 2 brothers. No answer. Another brief note arrived as the weeks passed from Haddonfield, New Jersey. Dear Sir, your letter about Jack Rady was brought to my attention. A friend of mine who is interested in genealogy suggested that you advertise in the magazine Genealogy Helper, which is published by the Genealogical Publishing Company, Inc., at 1001 North Calvert Street, Baltimore, M.D. You may wish to forward a copy of your letter. They might be willing to publish it. I sent them the letter. They published it. Nothing happened. 14. My mother died. I was unable to bring Jack back for her. I had failed. Time. It was devouring us all, burying us in stratified layers, impervious to archaeological probes. 15. The snow melted, leaving puddles of slush that glinted in the sunshine. Then the puddles dried up and blew away with the April breezes. I stood at my father's kitchen window, gazing out at the bulldozers and cranes that were excavating the parking lot, transforming it into an enormous maw that would serve to support the new police station. In my hand a mug of instant coffee steamed casually, emitting small rays of warmth. Behind me, saying nothing, my father smoked a cigarette with his right hand. His left hand was jammed in his belt. 16. It was the 8th of May when my father phoned. "I'd like you to come over." "Anything wrong?" "No, nothing wrong." There was a pause. "At least, I don't think so." "What is it?" "A letter came today. For Margaret." "Who's it from?" I opened it. He seemed to be apologizing. I waited. "It's from Jack." I couldn't speak. "I said it's from Jack." "Jack?" My mind was numbed. "He's alive?" "I don't know." "You don't know? What do you mean you don't know?" The words were tumbling out before I could sift them. "You're holding his letter, aren't you?" My voice had become a whisper. It was incredible. Everything seemed incredible. "Yes, but what?" "Leo, listen to me for a minute." I could hear his breathing as he waited. A second tripped by. 2. 3. "Will you listen?" He was breathing heavily. I calmed myself. "Yes." "It came in the mail today, along with all the usual stuff." "Where is he?" The question blurted out before I could stifle it. "It's postmarked Toledo, Ohio." "He's in Toledo?" It was both exclamation and question. "I don't know if he's there, Leo." "What is it? What is it?" "The letter's 50 years old, Leo. It's postmarked April 30, 1934. It's written in pencil, just like the other one. The date on the letter is April 29, 1934. It was written and mailed 50 years ago, Leo, but it came in the mail today. Today." I closed my eyes and waited for the explanation to present itself to me. Instead, I saw 2 birthday cards, one with a bird in a garden, the other with a galleon on the high seas. 17. My father was strangely composed when he handed me the letter. I wondered whether it was because he had had time to calm himself, or if it was part of the realm of old age to bear surprises with greater dispassion. In the upper right-hand corner was the same purple 3-cent Washington stamp. The postmark was as he had said. The letter was 2 sheets of 7 by 10.5. Atop the date on the letter was the address 117 17th Street, Toledo. Dear Margaret, I certainly owe you an apology, and I suppose I owe all the rest of the family one, too. It just seems as though the things I should do I never get around to, and the ones I shouldn't are always being done. I got your letter a couple of weeks ago, and I've started to write to you several times. I get about halfway through, and then something happens. How are you all doing, and how is Father? I didn't have such a good winter, but things are starting to look up now. I lost my car and just about everything else I had just before Christmas. I had a wreck and was laid up for a while, but I'm okay now, and thinking about another car. I guess I'll be smart to stay away from them for a while, though. I was sure glad to hear from you. Don't think I'm an awful heel for not writing sooner, but just try to realize what a careless brother you have. I would have dropped you a line at Xmas, but I was in pretty bad shape, physically and financially, so I just lay low and hoped everything would be all right. I've been in Toledo now for 2 weeks. How are the children? Boy, I'll bet they're getting big. I'd love to see them. If you get a chance to come to Detroit some weekend, why not bring them along and let me know beforehand so I'll meet you there? I haven't seen anyone you know for so long that I feel like an orphan. I'm still with Hartigan. I was away from him for a while during the winter, but started back again. His picture business is still the biggest. I'm working with a chap named McMaster, a real nice fellow. He's been married about a year and a half, and they were blessed with a bouncing baby boy about 3 weeks ago. He, Mac I mean, is just gaga about the baby. He even has me talking like one. Say, that was a dirty dig about those cards you have for me. You'd think you hadn't heard from me in over a year. Send me some snapshots of yourself and the kiddies. I'm still carrying the one of you and Loretta in your bathing suits, and Ronnie and Anne on the bikes. Say hello to Father and all the gang for me, and write me sooner than I did you. Try and forgive me for not writing sooner, 'cause you know how a fellow slips once in a while. I'm glad to hear Tommy is doing well and has a new car, and tell Mrs. Dakin I hope she feels like herself soon. I'm going to close now and get some sleep. So long, and lots of love, Jack. I left the letter on the kitchen table in front of my father, and went to the window. In the excavation pit the foundations had been poured. 18. The next letter arrived on June 23rd. I hung up the phone after receiving my father's call, and drove over to his house in a daze. This one was postmarked June 18th, 1934, from Bucyrus, Ohio. The envelope bore the imprint of some roadside inn or hotel, or possibly even a motel. I wasn't even certain if such things existed in the 1930s. Perhaps I thought it's merely a rooming house. The highway, it read, on the nation's main thoroughfare, the Lincoln Highway, Bucyrus, Ohio. The letter consisted of 3 sheets of 6 by 9½ yellowed stationery, with the same letterhead as adorned the envelope. The upper left-hand corner boasted "Modern," the upper right "Fireproof." I glanced once more at the envelope. A red 2-cent Washington was aligned with a green 1-cent counterpart. I read the letter. It was dated, in pencil, June 18, 34. Dear Margaret, the first thing I want to do is apologize for not writing sooner. You know how I am about letters, though. I'm still with Hartigan of Detroit, but it's so long since I've seen the office that I almost forget what he looks like. How are all the folks in Toronto? Say hello to all the gang around the house for me. Have you been bathing this summer? I suppose Ronnie and Anne are both expert swim champs by now. There isn't very much to tell, as I've been hitting small towns all along the line. If the next one is as dead as this, I'll go crazy. I don't know where I'm going from here, but we'll be leaving in a few days. I'll let you know my next address in time for you to drop a line. Let me know how Father is getting along. I've lost his address. Things are just about the same with me. I'm not making a fortune, but I will one of these days. I'm going to beat it now and get something to eat. Lots of love, your brother, Jack. We were quiet for a long time in the kitchen. Finally, I looked at my father. "Why is this happening?" I asked. I waited for paternal wisdom, for a flippant retort, for exposure of some implausible and outrageous scheme. I watched him frown and waited. His eyes were focused on the wall behind me. I glanced sideways to see what might be there. There was nothing. "Things have to be settled," he said, "or they never go away." 19. At home, I dug my road atlas out of a pile of litter in a corner of the basement and sat down to peruse it. I found Bucyrus. It was north of Columbus, north of Marion, a tiny speck on Highway 4. Bucyrus. I let the name roll softly in my brain. He was headed south. Detroit, Toledo, Bucyrus. On the nation's main thoroughfare, the Lincoln Highway. Was it happening 50 years ago, or was it happening now? I knew the answer. It was both. He was moving, had moved, is moving, deep into the heart of America. It was clear. America, the melting pot. Canada, the event horizon. Down the Lincoln Highway, assimilated, ingurgitated, then and now. and tomorrow. 20. The letter that arrived July 5th was the briefest. Written on a torn piece of stationery. It was the last to arrive at my father's house. It was from Ashland, Kentucky. The hotel this time was called the Scott Hotel, and the letterhead underlined its features: fireproof, moderate price, tub and shower baths. It had been posted July 1st, 1934. Dear Margaret, just a line to ask how you are and how things are going in Toronto. I'm doing pretty well down here. I have my own car now, have had it for a week, a Dodge Roadster. How is Tommy and the kiddies? Say hello to Father for me. I'll be in touch. Love, Jack. 21. I usually take my holidays in August. I like the weather, the heat, the end of summer. I usually head north, rent a cottage, do some fishing. The splash of a smallmouth bass taking a surface lure on an August evening can make the hairs on my neck stand up straight. This year I headed south. Detroit, Toledo, Bucyrus, Ashland. I had to see for myself. 22. I told my father. He nodded, sitting in the kitchen. Outside, the girders rose up out of the pit, giving shape to the police station. The parking lot was gone. 23. There was no Vermont Hotel in Detroit. There were Holiday Inns, Hyatts, Hiltons. An office building stood on the site where 138 West Columbia would have been. I drove on. 24. There was no 117 17th Street in Toledo, at least not any longer. 25. I took 175 south from Toledo to Findlay, veered east on 15 to 23, then across 30 to Highway 4. The Lincoln Highway, Bucyrus. I try to imagine it as Jack has seen it, leading into the splendor of America, offering him his fortune. A pleasant little burg, Sherwood Anderson country. I drove back and forth along the main route twice, tasting, searching, looking for more than just the Highway Inn. In some way I was looking for Jack. He was not here, though. J.C. Penney was here. So was First Federal Savings, Rexall Drugs, Halliwell Hardware, Cork and Cap, Drive-Thru, Radio Shack, H&R Block, and Holiday Inn. Grey and white Kiwanis garbage bins were strategically located to polish the exterior. The highway was gone. Amish cheese was still here. I had no idea where Jack was. That night I stayed at the Holiday Inn. 26. The next day I got back on a 23 and took it all the way to Ashland, Kentucky. At Portsmouth I crossed the Ohio River. It was hot and humid, as only August can be. I stopped at a Burger King for lunch, scanning the local phone books for a Scott hotel. There was no listing. Instead of fireproof, moderate price, tub and shower baths, I was regaled with modern attractions. Color TV, 24-hour movies, sauna baths, free in-room coffee, king-size waterbeds, luxury rooms. People stayed at the Ramada Inn in 1984, not the Scott. I finished my lunch. I had come all this way to see, to try to understand. Getting into my car, I began to drive, touring the streets casually, my arm resting on the open window ledge. J.C. Penney was here, too. So was Wendy's, McDonald's, and Arby's, Chevron Gas, McCreary Tires, Midas Mufflers, Dairy Cheer, home of the Smash Burger, ABC Drive-Thru Liquors, Sears, the Ashland Oil Company. I made a left onto one of the short streets that ran north and south, joining the main thoroughfares, and I saw it. The Scott Hotel. A creaking rooming house whose very foundation had shifted, giving it a perceptible list, out of plumb with its surroundings. The sweat ran into my eyes. At least I think it was the sweat. I may have been crying. I don't know. 27. Opening my eyes, I blinked several times. It was still there, avatar of a bygone era, unassuming and pale. The Scott Hotel. I glanced at my watch. It was 3 p.m. Easing the car to the curb, I parked. It was an accident that I had found it. At least, I thought it was an accident. I got out, walked up to the dilapidated front porch, studied the moon-shaped wells in the 3 steps before me, and took them smoothly, arriving at the front door. A giant oval of beveled glass, frosted at the edges, was implanted in a heavy wooden frame, laden with innumerable coats of paint, the latest of which was a drab olive green. A cast-iron knocker hung to the right of the glass, chest high. I used it. Then I took a step back, waiting. When the door was pulled open from within, a small, wiry woman in her 50s stood in the hallway. Her eyes were black and squinting. I was unable to see the end of the hall behind her. For a moment we merely confronted one another. Then she spoke. "Yes? Can I help you?" I was at a temporary loss. She smiled, tilting her head to one side. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what to ask. My journey, everything, seemed impossibly foolish. Yet there were the letters. I had them in the car, in the glove compartment. They were real. They existed. I tried again. "I'm looking for Jack Rady." She continued smiling. "Oh, yes." She stepped aside. "He's in his room. Second on your right, upstairs." 28. I knocked. The door opened. Jack Rady stood before me, a young man in his early 20s. I knew it was him. I could tell by the jaw, the cheekbones, the dark black hair. He was a Rady, my mother's brother. My uncle. "Yes? Jack? Jack Rady?" He smiled, puzzled. "Yes. I'm a friend of Margaret, a friend of your sister." His eyes brightened. "Way down here? You're kidding." He moved back, inviting me inside. "Come on in." I went inside. "Have a seat." He offered me the chair from the writing desk in the room. "Thanks." He sat across from me on the bed. His shirt was plain white, open at the neck, the collar from another era. His pants were flannel, too warm for either the time of year or the place, with double-pleated front. "Do you live here?" he asked. "No, I'm on vacation. Margaret knew I might get down here. She gave me your address, asked me to drop in on you, say hello, make sure everything's all right." He shook his head, smiling. His eyes were bright blue, like my mother's. "Good old Marg, always keeping tabs on me, watching out for little brother." He was both amused and pleased. Then his eyes met mine again. "I'm sorry I didn't catch your name." "Leo." He waited for a last name. When I didn't offer it, I added, "Just tell her Leo dropped by to see how you were, to see if there was any pressing news next time you write." He accepted that, rose from the bed and walked to the window with his hands in his pockets. "It's hot here, but I like it. I like the possibilities." He turned to stare at me. Silhouetted in the light from the window, a young man confronted with his future. A man can make something of himself down here. Anything can happen. He moved away from the window so I could see the glow of hope on his face. "Do you know where Ashland is? Do you know where I could go from here?" I shrugged, now sure what the answer was. "God!" He ran his hand through black curly hair. "Anywhere," he said. "Anywhere." Then he turned back to stare out the window. "It's like the jumping-off point to anywhere." He paused. "I'm on the edge of the Virginias, the Carolinas. I could go right through to Richmond or Norfolk or up to Washington, Baltimore, Atlantic City. It's all ahead of me." He turned to face me again. "You tell Margaret I'm fine." I stood up. "Tell her everything's fine. Tell her I miss her." He offered his hand. I took it. His eyes sparkled. "Tell Father I'm fine, too." I nodded. "I will." He smiled openly, warmly. "Nice meeting you, Leo." I smiled in return. "Margaret wants you to stay in touch." "I will." He let me out. I went down the stairs and let myself out the front door. When I reached my car, I turned and gazed back at the Scott Hotel. Upstairs, at the window where Jack had stared out, I saw an old man with white hair looking down at me. I got into my car. When I looked again, he was gone. 29. That night I slept in the Ramada Inn. 30. I left Ashland the next morning, crossed the Ohio, went along 52 to 23 and north. I had lunch at the Court Café in Bucyrus. Later, because it was hot and because I was tired, I pulled off Highway 4, the Lincoln Highway, just south of number 20, had a Pepsi at a gas station, and read a poster for the Seneca Caverns. No matter what had happened, I was still on my vacation, and I was in no hurry to rush home. Part of me wanted to dawdle, to think, to feel, to try to understand. I got back in the car and followed the signs. 15 minutes later, I pulled into a modest picnic area, parked, and walked into the rickety gift shop. The sign above the gift shop announced, "Enter the caves in here." I bought a ticket for the next tour. I still didn't know what I was doing. There were about 20 of us on the tour. The local high school girl led us down the poured cement stairs. I felt the temperature drop into the 50s, felt the sweat cool on my skin. I left the upper world behind. The cavern was not a solution cavern. It had been formed by an earthquake millions of years ago, a giant crack in the earth. The roofs and floors were so juxtaposed that they would fit perfectly into one another. The high school girl delivered her well-rehearsed speech at each point of interest. When we reached the bottom, we were introduced to Old Mystery River, which we were told had defied all attempts to measure its depth or locate its source. The stream's only inhabitants were amphipods, half-inch-long shrimp-like creatures. I asked her if it ever rose higher up into the caverns. "During freshet thaw," she said. 10 years ago it rose right up to within 10 feet of the entranceway. But, she added, it always recedes again. It always drops back to its proper level. I nodded, remembering my mother's words. Jack was here, and my father. Turning, we retraced our steps up out of the cavern. I wanted to go home. 31. The letters are no longer in my glove compartment. They have disappeared. I didn't notice until I was crossing the border from Detroit into Windsor. I should be upset, but I'm not. I think I figured it out. My father figured it out before I left Toronto. In the kitchen that day he had simplified it. Things have to be settled, or they never go away. Xils by Esther Rochon, translated from the French by Lucille Nelson. Walking in the dirty slush along the half-cleared sidewalks of Côte des Neiges Road, a string of Xils flickering around me, some as high as skyscrapers, I ask myself what people think of us as they inch along in rush-hour traffic. They've rolled up their windows, afraid a ravenous Xil will shoot out a sucker to siphon off their blood. And they're right. Anyway, it's the law. Every so often you see signs that read, Passage de Xils, Xils crossing, with a skull and crossbones underneath. In the area around Forest Hill, which has fallen on hard times, the few inhabitants only go out in cars or bodysuits. Because I am a guardian, I have no protection. When I was a girl, no one lived in Montreal, which for years had been the Xil hunting ground. Then, as they still do, they played around in the marshes of the town of Mount Royal, flashing between this world and another perhaps slightly more their own. They killed the people in the city when they arrived, except those who fled, What traffic tie-ups on the bridges! I lived on the back river with my parents, in one of the hastily constructed refugee camps. I went to school in Saint-Eustache. From time to time a helicopter would fly over Montreal, nostalgically surveying the abandoned city infested with derisive and bloodthirsty Xils. No one knew how to begin living there again. Many tried, since the resources of the metropolis were essential to the province's economy. It was only when the Xils attacked New York that a way was found. There people were more resourceful. The situation didn't get out of hand. Bodysuits were invented. They noticed that the Xils never went into houses where the doors and windows were tightly closed. It was as though Xils didn't perceive interiors. They shared their discovery with us, since our economic interests are offshoots of theirs. The army, well protected, went into Montreal to clean up the streets and prepare the return of the exiles, while the factories started manufacturing bodysuits. My parents were glad to come back to the island, even though their neighborhood, Hochelaga-Maisonneuve, had been declared uninhabitable. After our return I went walking around there. The officials refused to let it be renovated, probably because it's such a nice area. They preferred to pile people on top of each other in large buildings, where the anti-Xils and the anti-asocial controls were easier to enforce. Whatever the reasons, we set up camp in Place Ville-Marie, in huge old office buildings lit by fluorescent lights. You could spend weeks without going outside. Schools, stores, work, everything was located in the same gigantic building. Occasionally a horde of Xils would materialize on Dorchester Boulevard, right under our windows. Some looked like dinosaurs, others like spaghetti. They flickered to change shape. That's how they swallowed people up. I admired them, and at the same time found them stupid. I was 10 years old. Later, by myself, I started to go out. The bodysuit was comfortable, especially in winter. Walking, in the sleet, among the Xils. I went as far as the port, afraid of being raped by men as well as being attacked by Xils. Even so, I left the bodysuit open. But nothing happened to me. My fears weren't realized. I went to the port, to the edge of the river the Xils wouldn't cross. Were they afraid of open spaces? Once I crossed over by way of the Jacques-Cartier Bridge. How glad I was to be on the other side. I was expected in Montreal, so I went back, stopping halfway to put on my helmet. A herd of Xils had gathered at the beginning of the bridge. Every year they were getting more stupid. The cars honked. The Xils, like dumb animals, stayed on the ramp and the middle of the median, waving their hands about, those that had them, or playing in the litter. Furious, a woman got out of her car to insult them. They moved away from her. I couldn't get over it. She had no protection, and they hadn't killed her. A while later the Guardian organization started, and I joined up. We don't wear bodysuits. That way it's easier for the Xils to pick us out. It's somewhat dangerous. There are accidents. It attracts loners. Soon I'll be 25 years old. I've been a Guardian for 6 years, and I've never been hurt. It's a question of paying attention, using the whistle or, if necessary, the whip. As a teenager I despised both the Xils and those who feared them. I haven't changed much. As I walk along Côte des Neiges Road, on my left in their cars are the despised people. On my right, flickering wildly, the equally despised Xils. Ill-tempered, I protect them from each other, perpetuating a petty world of bureaucrats and secretaries. So the expansive recklessness of the Xils does not mix with the narrowness of people. So the intelligence of people does not mix with the stupidity of Xils. I am a Guardian. I am paid to prevent contact. So Xils and people can coexist without knowing each other. How trivial. I like to walk. Montreal weather agrees with me. That's what led me to take this job. I blow on the whistle a few times to keep a large pink Xil shaped like a balsam pine from going among the cars. They obey me because they know I'll feed them. My body would give them only a little food, By following me, obeying me, they can get much more every day. Stupid, yes, but not so stupid they don't know what's in their own best interest. They change shape too much. I never recognize them. I don't know how many there are altogether. Perhaps they are all part of a single being, who enters our world in several different places, just as my fingers easily penetrate the water in a bowl. This being undoubtedly pays little attention to the activities of its body parts immersed in our world. One can imagine it chatting with its neighbour. What we see as Xils shape changes in continual motion are in reality the hair on its leg, voracious ones in this species, or those of its genitals. Now there's a thought to screw this evening. My Xils are like kids in daycare, who, lost in daydreams, blindly follow their daydreaming monitor. People daydream in the traffic jam beside me. Côte de Neige daydreams. Good thing the day's winding up. I put my Xils out to pasture in the cliffside field near Guy, where the auto route meets up with Dorchester Boulevard. Nice spot. It was clear. You could see as far as the United States. Some took to the air. Every so often they like music. The group gathered around a transistor radio that I stuck in the snow. From my chilly little hut I looked over my band of loafers. Idle Xils that have lost their ferocity. I guard them just in case. 2 or 3 were dancing. There are other guardians in Montreal, one for each neighborhood. We have a union. We are poorly paid, so we are mostly women. I doubt the people in the cars have more interesting jobs. A city of civil servants kept in place by bogeymen, Xils, bosses, and various fears parroted by the media. Inane. Each weekend we make up love stories or literary squabbles or something else, to convince ourselves we exist. I'm hurt, I'm angry, and so on. My secretary friends spend their paychecks on clothes. I don't expect that one day the world will get more real. Daydreams, complaints. If my reality is not here, where is it? At the entrance to the cemetery I turn right. Some of the Xils give little sharp cries. They spread out in the empty space in front of the graves. They know the road. A protective belt of old willows will soon screen us from the traffic. Other Xils, led by other guardians, join us. We meet in front of a building dominated by a cement cross on the hillside, and we wait, shivering. A few humans surrounded by a crowd of Xils. Music plays, snow and electric guitar. The Xils dance, lighting up in the dusk. Below, in the main arteries of Côte des Neiges, rush hour is ending. 7 o'clock. The doors of the old crematorium open. Corpses from the day on the stretchers are rolled outside. For Xils, like people, it's time for supper. But not for guardians. I go home while the first Xils, satiated, fall asleep, fly away, or disappear. I live nearby in Rock Hill. I'll make myself some chicken soup. A long time ago, in books, on the radio, and in school, people talked about our greatness, the dignity of man. I have even read authors who found something noble in the situation of people here. It's flattering, but it's not what I've seen. Xil or human, I know no one worthy of respect. Perhaps we would inspire it if we could learn how to do it. I would like that, but it's impossible. I live on an island of pettiness. Wind and snow make me dream of heroism. They are awe-inspiring, not me. But sometimes, in a little bit, why not? I'll dress up like a secretary. I'll put on an outfit that pleases me, tragic colors and scarves that float in the wind. I'll go to the Xils alone in the middle of the night. I'll wake up 1 or 2, if possible, offer them sunflower seeds or French fries, like squirrels, or perhaps some wine. It's about time we hung out together. They, like Montreal, are beautiful. Some have webbed feet. Others look like needles that have just been threaded. I'll wear my purple coat. They will flicker in violet and bright red. At night in the winter the sky is pink. The snow in the cemetery is sprinkled with ashes from the office tower incinerators, forever burning our mountains of garbage. If the Xils don't recognize me and take fright, my blood will be one more bright colour in the landscape. My body will be their sustenance. The crows, returning from the south, will join them in the dawn. I think, however, they will know who I am, that at least if we can't talk, we can be beautiful together. The Green Man of Knowledge, by Wendy G. Pearson. Being neither a Scottish folk tale, nor homage to Andrew Marvell. 18 July 2026. That was the first day he died. He did it again each night for a fortnight. On the streets commuters hurried by, knocking him from their paths, and mothers looked at him and scurried to fetch their children away, shrill voices scolding. He could not get used to being dead. Often his memory was fuzzy, and he looked around, bemused, until he remembered. He was a green man. The memory lapse was not a deliberate part of his punishment. It was a side effect of the drugs that dyed his skin. He knew that he had been a terrorist, but the facts contained no emotional charge for him. The terrorist was a dead man, a died man. 2 proverbs for the 21st century. 1. A green man stands out like a sore thumb. 2. Not all green men have green thumbs. His hand is green as he clutches the iron railings and waits for the fit to pass. It is not an unpleasant green, but blends in rather well with the oaks and aspen inside the little locked park. Dizzily he looks at his hand and admires the naturalism of the colour. It looks right and real, and entirely alien. He thinks of childhood jokes about little green men from outer space. Captain Kirk and an angry security guard. "How'd you get in here? Who are you?" "I popped out of thin air. I'm a little green man from Alpha Centauri." This is a new truth for him, that one does not need to be from outer space to be alien. Alienation had been the buzzword of his group. We are alienated from the materialistic tendencies of an inherently evil society. Had he said that? Or was it Alicia? And again, society alienates us for our conscious rejection of stereotypical role models that serve to reinforce divisionist tendencies and to increase the oppression of the servant class. For that he had planted a bomb in a department store and blown up several of the servile servants. Servant, savant, his mind says, jeering and askew. Green man. A generalized spirit of vegetation, the spirit of leafage partly humanized, Jack in the Green, sometimes equated with Robin Hood. Lewis Spence. There had been 8 of them in the group. Alicia, who was the leader, himself, Roz, Terry, Ephraim, Cooper, Rudy, and Allison. Ephraim read poetry. Alicia said that it was bourgeois nonsense, and that all Renaissance writers were lackeys of the establishment. Alicia particularly disliked Shakespeare. Patronage, said Alicia, is a dirty word. Ephraim read a Midsummer Night's Dream aloud to them, and Alicia was furious. He told Ephraim not to bait Alicia. Alicia was leader. Ephraim smiled, and read him Andrew Marvell. Had we but whirled enough and time, this coyness lady were no crime. My vegetable love should grow, vaster than empires and more slow. On the other side of the railings a small figure approaches, dirty, knees scraped. It holds a large ball clutched tight to its stomach. "Hi," says this apparition, regarding the green man with great solemnity. He blinks, thinking of dizziness and hallucinations. The child remains, waiting. Its thin figure is dappled with leaf shadows from the great oak that holds out the sun. "Hello," he says finally. "What's your name?" Hovering at the back of his mind is a small, pleasant memory of himself, a thin child in the sunshine, and another boy, his brother, not Alicia. "Allie," says the child, "my mummy says I shouldn't talk to green men." "Your mummy's right," he says. Before he can walk away, he has to unclench his hands from the iron railings. He has pins and needles. When he looks back, the child is gone. At the hospital, they pumped drugs into his system. He woke up, terrified. "Who am I?" he asked. "What am I doing here?" They told him. He did not remember the judge, nor the sentence, nor the act that brought him here. He tried not to sleep, horrified that he would wake each time to find reality change during the night. Well-intentioned cruelty, they added another drug to his IV. He slept willy-nilly, and was born again each morning. "Now I lay me down to sleep," his mind said, bits of memory returning. "I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take." He died, but it seemed the Lord had no use for his soul. Perhaps that too was turning green. "If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended, that you have but slumbered here while these visions did appear." William Shakespeare. At work, when he reports late, the foreman spits. It is a new foreman, one he has not seen before. "Where's Jocelyn?" he asks. The foreman looks at him. "Foremen don't talk to spivs," her look says. "Especially terrorists who blow up innocent people and little children." He is not sure that he has blown up children. Often he doesn't remember blowing up anyone. He takes a judge's word for it, and the color of his skin. The work is not difficult, neither is it interesting. It is a little dangerous, but that is only to be expected. The state's idea of a joke, sentencing mad bombers to work in a munitions factory. But the work is not intended as a punishment. "How am I to live?" he'd asked, not much interested, when they'd expelled him from the hospital. They'd been kind but firm. Mother sparrows with their fledgling cuckoo children. "Learn to fly, dearie. Go on, you can do it." The prisoner had wanted to stay. They all did. The hospital was a safe house, colorblind. "Get a job," they'd said. "Government munitions factory, Henslow." Why there? Anywhere, it's all the same. Slough or Headington, Rochester or Leighton Buzzard. He'd been too fuzzy-headed to puzzle out this cryptogram. It's not easy to be a green man. From St. Martin's Land, or so they said, came 2 green children. At first they could speak no English, though they talked to each other in a language of their own. Neither would they eat any food offered to them, but only cried, until they were given green beans, which they shelled and ate. They would eat no food but the beans, and despite this nourishment, the boy withered and died. The girl lived and learned English, and became a rich man's servant, but gained a reputation for being loose and wanton. "No one," said the folklorist commenting on this tale, "knows the whereabouts of St. Martin's Land. The beans, however, are the food of the dead, and green the colour of the dead in Celtic mythology." He had wanted to be Alicia's lover, but Alicia had disapproved of so bourgeois a perversion. Homosexuality, he said, is a tool of the ruling class. The ruling class is an old movie with Peter O'Toole. O'Toole is Jesus, and sleeps on a cross until cured. Then he kills people. This did not seem a good story to tell Alicia, so he was silent. Alicia was impatient with love. He said it had been invented in the 13th century to bolster the egos of aristocratic females. Alicia was impatient with history, too. He, however, had studied courtly love poetry at Oxford, had even read Denis de Rougemont. But this, too, did not seem a good thing to tell Alicia. Ephraim switched to reading poetry in Provençal. He cannot find anywhere to live near the munitions factory, so he goes back every day on the train to London to the halfway house. The conductor never takes his ticket, so after a while he stops buying them. The house takes most of his wages in room and board. The rest is his own. "You should blue your first pay," his father had said, brimming with advice. "Tradition, never save your first pay." Now he's got nothing to blue it on. In Chinese it is not always easy to distinguish blue from green. 2 centuries ago, one Alison Pearson confessed that one day, as she passed through Grange Muir, she lay down in a fit of sickness, and that a green man came to her, and said that if she would be faithful he might do her good. In reply she charged him in the name of God and by the law he lived upon, if he came for her soul's good, to tell his errand. On this the green man departed. But he afterwards appeared to her with many men and women with him, and against her will she was obliged to pass with them farther than she could tell, with piping mirth and good cheer. Also that she accompanied them into London. Richard Dawson. Elisha had sex with Alison. Sex, he said, was not love. It was, however, politically incorrect. Procreation was condemned by the party as a capitalist corruption of the natural functions of the uneducated lower classes. Sex, said Ephraim, is the opium of the people. Elisha did not approve of puns. They went down to the local together and drank beer and listened to the landlord. "This here pub's been green man nigh on 600 year," said the landlord. "What the devil were the government a-thinking's what I ask?" "Have a pint." The landlord's audience, natty grey suit and handmade shoes, replied civilly. "We have to deal with murderers somehow. The green man programme's the best anyone's come up with. What else can we do?" "Kill 'em, simplest," an anonymous growled from the corner. The gent in grey just looked scornful. "But why green?" asked the landlord, admitting defeat. Elisha had laughed. Confusion among the bourgeoisie was better than beer or sex. Still, his eyes had slid sideways to Alison. He forgave Elisha, of course. Love was bourgeois, sex a mere knuckling under to the body's lack of discipline. But nobody's perfect. The child was pretty, though there were 11 billion people in the world. The party supported compulsory sterilization. Passage from his favourite novel. "Sex is for dirty children, les enfants sales." "Did you call me a Puritan?" "Sex is for Puritans too. They are not grown up." "What is for grown-ups, then?" "Crime and art." This, also, he did not give to Elisha. Elisha disliked London. It was very large and very crowded, and the entire population seemed often to be on Regent Street, intent on maintaining every monstrosity of capitalist society. "Department stores," said Elisha, "are houses of prostitution. Furthermore, they provide the funds that allow the imperialist state to maintain its reign of oppression over the people." Elisha disliked the countryside as well. He liked, occasionally, to attempt a risque quote from Marx, long fallen from the party's graces. "The idiocy of rural life," Elisha said, and would have said as well, "religion is the opium of the people," had the church not been for 30 years a matter for school histories. From the halfway house he goes into London proper, riding the tube, amidst a crowd of silent, hostile people. Some ignore him. These are the law-abiding citizens, since, legally, he is a non-person. Others stare at him. Are they wondering what it is like to be a murderer? He stares back. In the corner of the coach, swaying as it rattles through the curving tunnels, is a red-headed man. He looks carefully at the redhead. It is not one of the workers at the Henslow plant. The green of his hands and face is pale. Time nearly served, or a releasee. They did sometimes let people out, a mistake, a riddle. The green man is the wrong man when they pick up the right man. The green pigment fades slowly, no time off for good behavior. The antidote doesn't work very well. They give the releasees papers. When is a green man not a green man? The red-headed man reminds him of Ephraim. Elisha had called Ephraim a snitch, accusing him of ratting on them to the party, to the authorities. Ephraim stopped reading the troubadours and switched to Marx. Elisha was annoyed. He had thought Marx was his own province. He consoled Elisha and asked Ephraim, "Why do you do it?" "They burned Alison Pearson for a witch." When the child was born, Alison had left the group. Elisha went to see her from time to time. Himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, quoted Ephraim. He was angry with Ephraim, with Elisha. "Why are you here?" Ephraim asked. He shrugged, frowning. "The right reasons? Belief in the party's ideology? Desire to destroy the old order?" "What about Elisha?" "What about Elisha?" "You're going to get burned." Ephraim scowled too. Small, intense, red hair like flame on a black candle. Elisha's a shithead. "Why are you here, then?" "The wrong reasons." But Ephraim wouldn't say any more. He thought jealousy, and dismissed Ephraim. There seemed to be at least 2, possibly 3, different types of green man to be seen in church carvings. A man dressed and covered in greenery, like the Jack-in-the-Green who took part in the fertility rituals of the Spring Games, and then a more potent and sinister figure with a protruding tongue, who appears to be sprouting greenery from his mouth and sometimes his nostrils and eyes. Kathryn Briggs. He emerges from the underground at Trafalgar Square and slips in among the crowds, heading down toward the festivities. He'd forgotten all about them. Lord Mayor's Day, bread and circuses revived for the new peasantry. How Elisha would have scoffed. People look at him more strangely than usual, and for a moment he wonders if he is near the bomb site. But no, there are no shops nearby. Only park and people and a long stretch of open road awaiting the arrival of the principal players. Even the police stare at him now, unfriendly. He'd got used to them in the hospital, big, bluff, sometimes kind, asking him to remember, to betray. He'd been happy when he realized that Elisha must have escaped. Perhaps they think he's carrying a bomb. He is grateful that he has on only skin-tight breeches and jerkin, too little to conceal even the most modest, most modern of bombs. What do they do to an already green terrorist? Lord Mayor's Day, London, 29 October 1553. Then came 4 great wooden madmen with 4 great clubs, all in green, and with squibes burning, with great beards, and rid here, and 4 targets upon their bake. Henry Machin. The procession begins, and he watches with little interest. It is headed by 2 sphinxes, humans who have had themselves surgically altered to resemble lions. These 2 are male and female, and the crowd is sparked into interested speculation. Jaded appetites, he remembers, are a potent sign of bourgeois decadence and the impending collapse of capitalist society. Behind the sphinxes are a variety of more or less normal humans got up in historical full dress. These are supposedly the guild members. Behind them, in turn, come 4 men dressed somewhat skimpily in green leaves. They wave firecrackers in their hands and have clubs and beards and strangely threatening demeanours. The crowd pays little attention, but turns already in search of more wondrous sights. Not far behind rides the young queen, Élisabeth III. Elisha had thought the queen would make a good target. After all, he said, when the bomb was ready, and they were debating where to put it, she's an industry in herself, a cornerstone of this vile economy. The logistics of the thing had been beyond even Elisha. Department stores make easier targets. The Green Man is frequently associated with the Green Knight in the tale Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. This is the story of how Gawain doesn't quite lose his head. The Green Knight does, but takes decapitation in his stride. 600 or so years after the story was first written, Monty Python and the Holy Grail improves upon the theme. "Come back, you coward." "Robin," says a voice in his ear. A name. His own. "Ephraim?" "Yes." He turns. Ephraim is the colour of evergreens. It is quite becoming. "Buck," says a third and unknown voice. "It's a convention of bleeding perverts." They move away. The crowd parts to let them through, closing them out eagerly. "How long have you been out of hospital?" he asks. 2 weeks. Ephraim shrugs, the same small, lithe movement. "It's not so good out." "Why are you here, Ephraim?" Ephraim is silent for a long time. Procession passes behind them, and the crowd noise increases, pressing against his shaven skull. Ephraim? I saw Alicia. The Allington-Eberfleet Act, Revisions to the Criminal Code 2017, and with regard to the decision of Her Honour Justice Robinson, wherein the application of the death penalty to an innocent party is judged an act of murder, and subject both to criminal prosecution and financial recompense, such as are beyond the means of the state to sustain, and whereas the process of melanin alteration, taken together with legal measures to diminish and limit the legal rights of the criminal, provides an effective, inexpensive, and reversible means of identifying, incapacitating, and punishing criminals with a single course of treatment, therefore it is deemed appropriate that those offenders convicted of acts of murder or terrorism— Alicia? Yes, over by the pond. Is he? Hell, Ephraim, he's not going to— But he already knows the answer. We should tell the police, says Ephraim. No. But it is only memory. And then, why? The pond. That's where all the kids are. A tsunami of memories, new, old. Green Man murders innocent people. Green Man kills little kids. Green Man, Green Man. Little Green Man from outer space. And again a solemn small face, dirty. My mummy says I shouldn't talk to green men. I loved him, he says. Ephraim starts to walk away. He follows him toward the pond. There is Alicia, golden head shining in the sun. Sharp, beautiful. The fact of him shivers along Robin's shoulder-blades. The pond is between them. In front of the quiet water, ducks flapping and swans gliding off in hauteur at the uncouth noises in their domain, schoolchildren. A choir, small, clean faces and surprisingly large voices. Alicia! He shouts, not worrying that heads turn. Alicia is walking away. Ephraim points. Alicia is holding the detonator in his hand, thumb fondling the button. No, says Robin. No. Alicia smiles. He always did believe in getting his own way. Robin does not reply, but looks at Alicia. What do they call the child? He asks. Huh? Oh, Allie. Yes, he says. Alicia presses the button. Many church gargoyles depict a green man, apparently strangled, tongue protruding, and greenery sprouting from mouth, eyes, and nostrils. This is perhaps a remnant of an old and savage fertility rite, in which the sacrificial victim undergoes some strange Ovidian metamorphosis, man and plant dying to ensure the harvest. There is blood on his hands, and a beast half-human, half-lion in front of him. The Sphinx laughing, bare breasts swaying. A riddle, he thinks, and starts to run away. Too slow. Already his roots are delving into the ground, the little twigs pushing and swelling, bursting apart the sleeves of his jerkin. The inexorable slow strength of the tree coursing through him, holding him. He moves a hand slowly, slowly, to brush the leaves from his eyes. Leaves? His mind asks. Leave, yes, but I can't. I am rooted here. Dying, dead, a dyed man. A green man. Freeforall by Margaret Atwood. Charmaine Pierre Veronica Humboldt Gray signed her full legal name on the line provided, reflecting, as always, that she wished her mother hadn't read so many movie magazines while pregnant, or was it comic books? Whatever they'd read in those days, while chewing gum and fixing up their ponytails, and lounging around in blue jeans, with their legs up over the furniture. Her mother must have thought that those names were the last word in glamour. For her first 30 years, her names had been one of Charmaine's most cherished grudges. Over the next 50 years she'd grown used to them, fond of them even, as if they were ancient scars, familiar birthmarks. When she was younger, everyone called her Charm. Now even her names were being eroded by time. Except to old friends, not many of those left, she was mostly just First Mother. She added the date, 14 June 2026. She still liked the idea of a June wedding, and though a lot was different now, the orange blossom had remained, and sealed the document with the leased house seal. The image on it was vestigial, an icon left over from the early days of the house. It showed two figures that looked like old-fashioned keyholes, a knob topping a triangle, one big, the other smaller, two sticks for legs protruding out the bottoms. They were supposed to be a mother and child, though you wouldn't know if you weren't told, Charmaine had always thought. She herself knew, since she'd been there when they'd been cooking it up. They'd all sat around the table in what was then the dining room, but was now the First Mother's boardroom, drinking coffee, and in fact beer, and laughing with excitement. They'd made out the house motto that day, too, the least of these. Too churchy, Charmaine had thought then, but it had helped to raise money, which Lord knows they'd always needed more of in those days. She remembered with distaste the thick plates, the strictly utilitarian bedspreads, the green garbage bags bulging with cast-off clothes, some of them none too clean, donated by women who were better off, luckier. Back then, they'd taken anything they could get, and thankful for it. Now, of course, money was no longer a problem. Charmaine stood up, steadying herself against her desk, and turned towards the full-length mirror she'd had them put into her office 2 years ago, after the day she'd walked into general meeting with her skirt caught up in the back and hadn't noticed until some of the young girls had started to giggle. Young girls still giggled, young boys still sniggered. That hadn't changed, and probably never would. She didn't want to give them any extra excuses, however. If she was looking more than usually ridiculous, she wanted to be the first to spot it. She checked herself over, starting with the shoes. Bride of Frankenstein shoes, she called them to herself, orthopedic to the point of despair. But she was well past breaking her neck for vanity. No laces undone. Too bad about the puffy ankles, but what could you expect at 80? Blue silk skirt where it should be, long sleeves with ruffles at the knuckles, a little bow at the throat, hiding all that uncooked turkey skin, the house seal in silver on a single string of pearls around her neck. She skimmed over her face. It was a good, serviceable face, but worn out by now, of course. Pushed back a few strands of hair, darned if she'd dye it, like that cow First Mother Mabel, henna red at 79, and straightened up as much as she could, bent spine despite the calcium pills. Today, she was a figurehead and had to look decently like one, but she was more than that. They didn't just wheel her out for special occasions. She still made some of the decisions around here, important ones for which her kind of experience was needed. She'd picked the bride, for instance. And she'd done the deal, too, though it hadn't been any pleasure, and she'd had a headache for a day afterwards. That old hag First Mother Corinna from Sheltering Wings drove a hard bargain, she always had. But Charmaine was no slouch herself. In the old days they'd always put her in charge of handling the overdraft problems with the banks, and she knew she had an ace up her sleeve, the reputation of leased house itself. She had good stock to trade with, and everyone knew it, including Corinna. Charmaine had calculated that in a pinch, and despite her bluffing, Corinna would sacrifice a bit on the financial end to get a guaranteed pure product, and that's exactly what she'd done. No one from leased house had ended up in the Freeforall for anyway 15 years. Sheltering Wings was good that way, too. Rumour had it they were still into turkey basters over there, but Charmaine was no purist. She didn't give a hoot how they did it, as long as the results panned out. Though turkey basters would be hard on poor Tom, after all those first-night sensitivity training sessions. She'd hinted as much to Corinna during the bargaining sessions, and Corinna had spluttered and denied everything and turned a satisfying shade of red. Charmaine started walking, which she had to admit was becoming more and more of a major project these days. She made her way, left foot, cane, right foot, out the door and along the corridor, pausing to lean against the wall, which she wouldn't have done if anyone had been watching. Here was the door to the guest suite, with the visiting officials from other houses. Down the hall, left foot, cane, was the door to the guest suite nursery, still done in late 20th century Montessori. Charmaine favoured antiques. They gave her nostalgia, an emotion she'd brusquely repressed in midlife, but now felt free to indulge. She leaned against the guest nursery door, looking in, remembering the glee with which they'd selected the blocks, the little red and yellow table and chairs, at sale prices, of course, gloating over their bargains. Bargoons, they used to call them. Funny the way the houses had started, back then. Shoestring operations, all of them. They'd been single houses then in the less affluent parts of the cities. They didn't take up 3 or 4 blocks each, the way they did now. Homes for battered wives they'd been originally, or shelters for abused teenage girls. A couple of them had begun as lesbian co-ops. All that idealistic fringe self-help stuff, lumpy porridge and instant coffee. Charmaine still felt that one of the true luxuries of life was real coffee. It made her cringe, thinking about how earnest and, to tell the truth, pompous and self-righteous they'd been once, herself included. But if it hadn't been for them, where would everyone be now? Even the politicians, even the men in power, had come to see eventually that the house way might be the only way the human race, or at least this part of it, could make it to the next generation. The houses had seen quite early on that the old hit-or-miss courtship rituals, the old lax lip-service monogamy, just couldn't work any more. The price in life, or rather death, had become too high. But most people had taken more convincing. Charmaine remembered the newspaper headlines, the schools and offices closed down, whole towns and suburbs sealed off, the forced testing, the breakdown of the health-care system, the witch hunts, the civil rights cases, first won, then lost again and again, as hysteria took over. Then there had been the hospital riots, patients dragged into the streets by angry mobs, the ringleaders wearing asbestos firefighting suits, the smell of spilled gasoline and burning flesh. It hadn't been just one disease. One could have been dealt with in the usual ways. It had been a whole arsenal of them, one after another. So many that sabotage or biological warfare experiments gone out of control had been suspected, though how could you ever prove anything like that? The new diseases had made the herpes and penicillin-resistant gonorrhea of the 1970s, the AIDS and chlamydia of the 80s, look as innocuous as a runny nose. They spread faster, they killed faster. Some mutated so quickly they could not even be spotted by testing. Men or women could carry them for years undetected, spreading them everywhere. They all had one thing in common. They were sexually transmitted. In the end, after the rubber body stockings and the safety lips for kissing with confidence had been tried and had failed too often, after the virginity certificates had proven susceptible to forgery, after the Gentlemen's Chastity Society had ended in total washout, there was only one surefire defense against them. If you couldn't control the diseases, you had to avoid contact, any contact at all. That was when the houses had begun to build walls and invest in barbed wire, electric fences, and broken glass. They had also begun to expel rule-breakers. "These are houses of sanctuary, and this is a state of siege," Charmaine heard herself saying. She'd had to say it often enough back then. "We must think of the children." Charmaine, wheezing a little too much for comfort, paused again on the skywalk that connected first house with second house within the leased house compound. They could have torn down the individual houses and built some glass and steel monstrosity, like that Sheltering Wings carbuncle over in Parkdale. But Charmaine preferred to have the houses look like real houses. It was more homey that way, though the 19th century brick needed a lot of upkeep. The skywalk was one of her favorite vantage points. From here she could see the boys' playground to the left, where the young boys were taught the rudiments of the war games. Despite the earlier experiments with cooking classes and dolls' houses, some of them still seemed to prefer that sort of thing. To the right, separated from the boys by a high wall topped by the skywalk itself, was the girls' playground. Charmaine remembered her own mother's stories about boys' and girls' playgrounds way back when, and how comical she'd once found them. Down in the girls' playground, the 12-year-olds were having a game of life decisions. Each team represented a house. The playground was marked out like a giant Monopoly board, with dollhouse-sized houses. The game was played like Monopoly, too, though the rules had been changed to make the game fit in better with present-day reality. There were no more hotels. Instead, for each house on a property you got a bride to trade with, and for each 4 brides a groom. Grooms were more valuable because, as everyone knew, it was harder to find uncontaminated ones. Among the chance cards were cards representing the various diseases, and where the jail square had once been, there was now a square marked Freeforall. From what Charmaine recalled of Monopoly, and her memory was a little hazy on that score, you had been able to get out of the jail square with a special card or several rolls of the dice. But once in the free-for-all, you were in for good. The girls' voices floated up to Charmaine, young, boisterous with high spirits, faint through the double glazing in her own diminished hearing. "That mouldy, cross-eyed earwig isn't worth any of my grade A brides and 2 houses. I'll give you a grade B and 1. "What? For that free-for-all reject? Get serious. Hurry up and roll before your nose falls off." Charmaine smiled at them a little sadly. They had to learn the principles of bargaining somehow, but they were so innocent. They'd seen the telephoto propaganda films, of course, but it was still just pictures to them. They had no idea of what the free-for-alls were really like. Each city now had a free-for-all of its own, or 2 or 3, depending on how many were needed. Toronto had 2. One was in a large area to the west that had once been a park. The other was to the north, in an abandoned adventure playground, abandoned since the time of the epidemics, when people habitually avoided large groups of strangers. Each free-for-all had its electric fences, its searchlights, its guard towers and dogs, though nobody, not even the guards, went into them. Food of a sort was dropped in daily by helicopter. In the free-for-alls, total sexual license was not only permitted but encouraged, because that way, it was thought, the inhabitants would finish each other off more quickly. Although it was rumoured, you could develop an immunity, you could go into remission, you could survive for years. The babies, if there were any, were doomed. Sometimes people took the fast way out, and their bodies could be seen from a distance, dangling from the loops of the unused roller coaster, beside the artificial mountain that still, even in its present dilapidated state, appeared to promise some sort of frivolous and unfettered pleasure. Freedom, even. You could look at it that way. Charmaine shivered, thinking how swiftly she herself, the self of 60 years ago, would have been consigned to a free-for-all had they existed then. When she'd been 20, 25, 30, chastity had been out of style. The old nuclear family was disintegrating. Everyone got divorced at least once. Everyone fooled around, or so they were told. When she was 20, she'd listened to her mother's horror stories of life before the pill. Girls ruined for life, shotgun marriages, backstreet abortions on, how quaint, kitchen tables, with smiles of polite disinterest. She and her friends had done more or less whatever they'd felt like at the moment, taking care, of course, to avoid anything that looked like a loser or a maniac. There had been a certain amount of talk about in-depth communicating and committed relationships, but sex was casual, not something to get warped about. In high school they'd had to study Romeo and Juliet, and it had seemed like something from another planet. She could still hear the boys in the halls between classes, teasing each other in falsetto voices, "Romeo, Romeo, wherefore fart thou, Romeo?" They'd banned that play from their own house curriculum years ago. It gave the young people dangerous ideas. Charmaine peered down at her watch, big digits because of her eyes. She had to start wool gathering, or one of the others, someone bucking for first mother, would start spreading rumors about Alzheimer's. On wedding days, now as then, lateness on the part of the groom was not appreciated. The ceremony was in an hour and a half, and she still had to collect poor Tom and his escort of best men and get them to the assembly hall. That zit Corinna would be there on the dot, with Sheltering Wings' big contribution to the future of the human race, and you could say big again. Though despite that, she'd seemed a nice enough girl, though too rambunctious as a lot of them were these days. During the interview she'd asked a lot of pushy questions about height and eye colour, and other things that were none of her business. That's the concern of the first mothers, Charmaine had finally told her. We do the genetic planning around here. He's a good, clean boy, he's perfect for you, that's all you need to know. Maybe a little temperamental, but just go easy with him at first and you'll do fine. Left foot, Charmaine recited to herself. Cane, right foot, pause. It was the next hallway going across, or was it the next after that? Then there were some steps. She thought about the steps with dismay. 3 up, but even that was getting to be too much. She skipped over the steps in her head and went on to the groom's room, where they always had the party the night before, all the married men of Least House, with the senior husbands in charge, getting the groom a little drunk and telling him jokes about women to diffuse the terror, and staying with him all night to make sure he wouldn't run away. Not that there was anywhere to run, though one unfortunate boy had been found hiding in a laundry hamper. Later on, much later on, when she herself was no longer alive, the diseases would be extinct, starved out, gone like smallpox, for lack of carriers. The free-for-alls would be empty. Then maybe none of these constraints, these rules, these fears, would be necessary. Then men would be more like men again, or what she still thought of as men, though they might not remember how. Wasn't it the houses themselves that believed all social behaviour was learned? Charmaine sometimes had these disloyal thoughts, but that was just her nostalgia, her secret vice. She was getting soft in her old age. She knew it was weakness, but nevertheless she felt sorry for the grooms, and sad about trading them away to another house, and this boy Tom was a favourite of hers. She wondered if she should tell him what a good bargain she'd made for the house on his behalf. Better not. It might give him a swelled head, and he'd need to keep his wits in a low profile during his time at Sheltering Wings. There had been several husband-battering cases out there in recent years. Dismissed, of course, you couldn't disrupt the system. But still, there was probably something to it. Just 2 children, she'd tell him. All you need is 2. That's what's in the contract. After that you have a choice. You can stay at Sheltering Wings and assist in one of their businesses, and work your way up to senior husband. It's not without perks. Or you can get yourself traded to another house and try potluck that way, or you can elect the war games. It will depend on what you feel like at the time. But do the 2 children first. She wouldn't say anything about the turkey basters. It could be just a rumour, and why frighten the boy needlessly? After all, he was only 16. She'd pat his arm, cheer him up, tell him how good he looked. They liked that. She's a nice girl, she'd tell him. Wide hips and not a germ in sight, hardly even a pimple. Then she'd arrange the veil, navy blue for boys, though still white for the girls. It went with the orange blossoms. Veils were obligatory these days. They covered a multitude of sins. Happy Birthday, Universe, by Alain Bergeron. Translated from the French by Mary G. Shelton. Bird-rat was hungrily flying about in the silence. Dozens of starflies had massed together and formed a lovely glittering blue cluster on the ceiling. They were paying no attention to the winged creature, who, pointing his sharp little rodent's head in their direction, was slowly spiralling upwards in wide concentric circles. Bird-rat was hungry. Nothing could stop him this time. The humans had forgotten to reactivate the field of gravity in the sleeper's room. This chance came all too seldom for Bird-rat to let it slip by. Ordinarily, this part of the satellite was out of bounds for him. He was not allowed to go near the 50 children who had been slumbering there for 2 years, lying in large transparent boxes with learning tubes implanted in their brains. The fattest and most numerous of the starflies in the satellite lived permanently in the sleeper's room. They fed on the stale gases in the room and gave off purified air through their pores. The respiratory cycle of all the other living creatures on the satellite was dependent on the breathing apparatus of these insects with pre-programmed genes. Bird-rat, continuing to fly higher and higher, quietly drew near the swarm. At the right moment, with a quick wing beat, he charged straight at his target. There was no time for the starflies to take fright or even to notice the predator's gleaming teeth. Everything happened too quickly. Bird-rat slewed around in the air. His jaws snapped shut, empty, while his body was dragged backwards. An inescapable obstructing force was pulling him down. In a single motion he fell straight down and crashed miserably on the floor. Once again, an intruder had reactivated the field of gravity in time. "You're eating too much, Bird-rat. You've become too heavy." The bruised animal recognized the voice of Miss Jane, the most hateful person in the world. "Really, you'll never learn. I don't know how you managed to get in here again. I'll have to tell the prefect of Titan Security." Bird-rat groaned. He stood up on his hind legs and made another pitiful attempt to fly away. It was no use. One half of his anatomy was keeping the other half on the ground. His body had lost its lovely flying grace, and his wings would no longer work. He was obliged to accept his ratness now and creep along flat on the ground. Miss Jane was no longer paying any attention to him. She had far too much to do. Every day she came to examine the sleepers one by one, taking their pulse, checking their breathing rhythms, inspecting the control systems, making sure the 101 connecting links were in good condition. Miss Jane had been following this ritual without fail for 2 years. Dedicated and staunch as her native Australia, she had been carefully chosen as the person to be responsible for the children. Superficially, everything about Miss Jane, her size, age, appearance, and personality, made her appear average. It was only through the in-depth character probe that the computer had identified her magnificent aptitudes for clear judgment, loyalty, and love, qualities that had made her successful in the schools of Melbourne. In retaining her services, the project planners had made sure that the little sleepers would be well protected at all times. These children from 50 different countries represented the future, humanity's last chance. They were 10 to 15 years old when they were sent off to sleep in this satellite orbiting around the Earth. While the rest of their bodies remained in a slow-paced, gently lethargic, and almost always weightless state of relaxation, their brains continuously picked up and absorbed the accelerated learning programs that were being transmitted to them by the onboard computer. Far from the world's woes and conflicts, far from the crushing threat of the last of all possible wars, 50 handsome, brilliant, sleeping children circled around their planet. In their dreams they were learning everything there was to learn in the world. They would be wise when they woke up, and would share their wisdom with the rest of humanity. This is what was being watched over by Miss Jane, as well as by 2 expert programmers, Kleinberg and Mariscotti. There were just the 3 of them, but the anxious eyes of all Earth's nations were fixed on them. Miss Jane had quickly become attached to the sleepers, but perhaps not in the completely blind way that might have been expected of her. The children were beautiful, vulnerable, and touching, like all children in the world. However, there was something a little abstract about them. Looking like stone angels installed in shrines, they aroused a feeling of contemplative admiration rather than of genuine love. After her daily rounds, there was not much left to fill Miss Jane's hours. She stayed aloof from the 2 programmers. Quite obviously, they were not much interested in her. Kleinberg and Mariscotti never failed to show her courtesy. They greeted her respectfully, but they did not seek out her company. They were sufficient unto themselves. Miss Jane had understood that right from the start, when she caught a tender, touching glance being exchanged between the 2 men. In theory, their job was to supervise the projection sequence of the programs they fed into the computer in the form of coded magnetic microdiscs. Periodically they also checked the children's progress by means of examinations that probed their brains, registered their patterns of assimilation, and transmitted the results to the computer. This procedure, allowed for possible modifications in each child's learning pace, and controlled the order of appearance of the programs. Until now there had been no need to do this, as the few disparities in performance between one subject and another remained insignificant each time. Miss Jane had a single companion on board, Birdrat, one of those boisterous mutant pets, quantities of which were sold around Christmas time by businesses specializing in them. The animal in the satellite belonged to one of the sleepers, a little girl who had refused to leave without him. Birdrat was even more bored than Miss Jane, but he had discovered two things. First, his decorative wings that were totally useless on Earth allowed him to fly during periods of weightlessness. Next, he adored the taste of the starflies that swarmed all over the satellite and whose metabolism recycled exhaled air. He was continually being deprived of these two pleasures. The humans did not like to live in a state of weightlessness. They would leave the gravity field functioning almost everywhere in the satellite. The sleeper's room was an exception, but Birdrat had been forbidden to enter it. In spite of trying out a whole bag of clever tricks in order to slip inside, the animal had not yet managed to commit any very significant crimes. Miss Jane turned on the monitor, the final routine checkpoint. She was eager to have a look at the pattern of stimuli that the computer was then in the process of transmitting to the children. As always, Miss Jane only partially understood what the screen was showing her. She watched the lines of the dark red diagrams dotted with glowing lights moving about diagonally as variations took place in the column of small numbers on the right. The values would change, the functions would get longer, the equations would break down into new series. Other lights would start to blink like will-o'-the-wisps, or would stretch themselves out into mobile, short-lived graphics. Down in the left bottom corner of the screen, Miss Jane could make out the overall title of the course, Ecosystems Dynamics, and the specific theme of the transmission, Phenomena of Natural Desertification Drain in Subaustral Regions. The very abstruseness of the title reassured Miss Jane. Everything continued to go well. 3 more months of this routine, and the old, sick, frightened Earth would be able to welcome back her learned children and make them masters of the world. Just 3 months more to wait. Miss Jane took Birdrat in her arms and stroked his wings. The animal was resting quietly. He gently closed his watery little eyes, but kept his teeth clenched together so as not to bite. "You're always hungry," Miss Jane murmured. "Can't you just wait? You'll have your mash in an hour. Then soon we'll be going back to Earth. You'll be home again. That is, if they still want you. If you have any problems, Birdrat, come back and see me. I'll let you live with me. You'll bring me good luck, won't you?" The animal seemed calmed down. But for all that he had not forgotten his resentment, and Miss Jane knew it. She would have to distract his attention, make him think of something other than hunting starflies. "Look, we're going to ask the prefect how many more days we have to stay on board." For all those who were asleep, and all those who were awake in the satellite, the prefect was the vital element. He was in charge of the implementation of the program, and supervised the distribution of provisions and regulated the orbits. He also knew how to recognize every individual's needs and personal concerns, and how to show compassion in keeping with every circumstance. Naturally, he was able to talk, and made free use of his wide vocabulary. They had tried to give him the tone and manner of an old-fashioned school principal. Kleinberg and Mariscotti must have thoroughly enjoyed bestowing this sort of personality on the enormous data-processing complex that made up the heart and inner workings of the satellite. By simply pushing a button, Miss Jane activated the prefect, who wished her a good day. His deep, jovial voice seemed to come from almost everywhere at once. The computer confirmed that only 90 days still separated them from freedom. Naturally, he had spotted Birdrat's foray into the sleeper's room, but he had not felt it necessary to intervene, since he had assumed Miss Jane would arrive in time to activate the gravity field. The child supervisor shrugged her shoulders a little skeptically, but she soon broke down and talked about what was bothering her. Basically, Birdrat is bored here. I'll admit that I sympathize with him a bit. I myself feel so useless. Nothing ever happens. There are some days when I wonder if I shouldn't have been put to sleep too. Are the children as bored as we are?" "Not at all, Miss Jane," the prefect protested. "That's not the case at all, I assure you. I show them very amusing program modules on a regular basis. They are game microdiscs. I don't believe I'm wrong in saying that the children really enjoy them. Mr. Kleinberg and Mr. Mariscotti could tell you more about it." Miss Jane remained silent, but she made a face when she heard the names of her two colleagues. The prefect's censors picked this up and analyzed it as best they could. The shrewd computer immediately swung the conversation in another direction. "As far as you are concerned, if I may be permitted to offer you a piece of advice, you have access to activities that should make the time seem shorter for you. You might watch more often the live programs the Earth sends us every day. I know, you're going to tell me again how beneficial TV shows are for my mental stability. I never used to watch that nonsense on Earth. I don't see why I should become interested in it now." "But so many things are happening," the prefect went on. "My goodness, I wonder if you aren't the only human being in the world not to be fascinated by the preparations for the birthday. Tomorrow we'll be celebrating the 15 billionth anniversary of the birth of the universe. At 13 hours, 17 minutes, plus a few fractions of a second, Greenwich Mean Time, it will be exactly 15 billion years since the original Big Bang took place. Every government on the planet has declared a whole day of celebration." "If only that could stop it from blowing up." "Oh, come now, Miss Jane, don't be so pessimistic. Our young protégés are soon going to go back to Earth. Everything will be all right. You'll see. Go back to your room and turn on the screen. The world is going to live through a truly exciting time, which you should be sharing." The prefect's voice always had a calming effect on Miss Jane. The child supervisor had finished her work for the day. She decided to take the computer's advice. With Birdrat tucked under her arm, she left the room, closed the door, and turned off the gravity field. The sleeper's room was by far the largest in the satellite. A narrow, tubular corridor led off to the living quarters of the three people who watched over the children's welfare. Miss Jane's room was located in the satellite's tail, not far from the programming room where Kleinberg and Mariscotti spent most of their time. The 15 billionth anniversary of the world's birth. What a strange business. Miss Jane thought about this as she went to her quarters. Periodically she had heard a bit about it since she was on board. Had people talked about it before? She could not remember. The prefect was able to explain a few things to her. Scientists had only recently succeeded in obtaining definitive figures on the exact age of the universe. The cosmologists of the period had split into countless ossified factions, each of them supporting a different value for Hubble's constant. At that time, it occurred to a team of young Chinese scientists to follow up an old research lead that had been abandoned for 50 years. It was known that all interstellar deuterium had been formed during the universe's initial second of existence. Precise means of measurement were lacking as yet to evaluate its quantity and to calculate its present density. The difference between the original conditions and the observed conditions would have given the age of the universe. The young Chinese borrowed nucleochronology's sophisticated research technology and applied it to the deuterium rather than to the radioactive isotopes of heavy elements. Miss Jane interrupted the prefect. She did not even ask for an understandable translation. Wasn't it simply incredible that so basic a calculation had been done barely a few short years before the exact day that the universe had been born 15 billion years previously? How many other thinking beings throughout the galaxies knew that tomorrow the universe would reach that venerable age? She trembled at the thought that she herself had almost missed the rendezvous. Once back in her prettily decorated little room, she went straight to the television set. Soon she became fascinated by the clear picture that stood out a bit in relief on the screen. She settled down comfortably in the splendid wool-upholstered armchair that she had brought from home. This piece of furniture seemed somewhat out of place in the satellite's metal and gleaming plastic environment, but it was an essential, very solid link with her familiar world of Melbourne. Miss Jane had insisted on bringing it aboard, although it had had to be screwed to the floor, which damaged it slightly. As she could get all the channels of the planet, Miss Jane happened to stop the dial at the continuous program of The Man with the Golden Smile, The Gold Show. With it, you could keep abreast of the current international entertainment scene around the clock. Everyone knew that the host, with his handsome, mellow gold smile, was not really transported instantaneously from one end of the world to the other. It was only an illusion, fostered by the use of a whole army of doubles, located in every country and every big city. Millions of people faithfully watched the theatre tours of the Man with the Golden Smile, and were amazed to see him, broadcast live, going without any break from Stockholm's new No Theatre to the Electronic Olympic Games in Bali. Standing on a new volcano against the evening glow of a Pacific sky, the Man with the Golden Smile was at that moment describing an island nation's preparations for the celebration of the 15th billionth anniversary of the universe. Naked girls and boys were running inside airy plastic bubbles that lined up on the beach to spell out the magic number 15,000,000,000,000. The Sino-Soviets had a whole stock of cobalt bombs a little farther away on the mountainside. They had agreed to illuminate the scene for the occasion, and to set up little tomato-red flags all around it. Miss Jane smiled. Deep down, wouldn't she have liked to join in the merrymaking too? She wondered what they were doing in Melbourne to celebrate the event. Birdrat usually loved to watch this sort of program. He would sit down in a corner with his wings folded back on the fluffy down growing on his haunches, and, fascinated, would glue his eyes to the screen. But today he seemed to be fussing around at something else. Finally Miss Jane became worried about it. "What are you up to now, you bad rat?" A new bit of naughtiness, that was sure. Miss Jane became wide-eyed with indignation. That dreadful animal, with his incisors working rhythmically, was grinding up a microdisc that had obviously been spirited away from the programming room. The sharp cuff she gave him on the head sent him rolling 2 meters. Birdrat immediately dropped the object of his crime and fled squeaking into the cage Miss Jane had set up at the foot of her bed. The saliva-covered disc looked seriously damaged. The rodent's sharp teeth had scored wide gashes on the microscopic coating that covered its surface. The title of the program, written on the edge, was almost completely obliterated. Only the serial number was still legible. It indicated that the microdisc was supposed to be shown in the coming days. Annoyed, Miss Jane lost no time in examining the contents of the disc. She got rid of the Man with the Golden Smile at the very moment he was visiting an enormous planetarium in Central Africa that had been specially built for the celebration, and that would be inaugurated tomorrow with an incredible imitation of the original Big Bang. The screen became opaque and silent again. Miss Jane pushed the microdisc into the read slot. A picture appeared right away, an ugly, blurred one, streaked with random scratches. The audio was unclear, reduced to a series of crackles that were hard on the nerves. Miss Jane pushed the fast-forward button. A little farther along on the microdisc, she found some fleeting sequences that were scarcely less damaged than the others. Bursts of light. Fireworks? Smiling human faces. Was that really the Man with the Golden Smile who was showing his teeth all of a sudden? No, it couldn't be. If only a little bit of the sound were left. There. Now there was some music. The picture was jiggling back and forth in a bizarre way. The golden tones of a rich voice rang out. "This day will be forever fixed in our memories. Happy birthday, universe." The program was finished. It was the end of the broadcast. More than puzzled and suddenly worried, Miss Jane started it at the beginning. She carefully watched for all the still legible sequences and examined them in detail. It was obviously a variety program that had been coded onto this microdisc intended for the sleepers. A human shape kept reappearing through the scratches and interference on the picture. Miss Jane recognized the man with the golden smile. As far as she could tell, the host was presenting activities connected with the celebration of the 15 billionth anniversary of the universe's birth. Activities that seemed to have already taken place. Miss Jane divided the monitor screen. On the left, the current production of the Gold Show. On the right, the few unharmed sequences of the microdisc damaged by bird rat. The man with the golden smile appeared on the two halves. On the left, he was announcing the programming for the next day's festivities. On the right, he seemed to be reporting about them in the past. On the left, the picture was coming live from Earth. On the right, from a show that had been recorded for several weeks now on the surface of a program disc. Miss Jane felt a pressing need to sit down again in her armchair. Her forehead began to break out in perspiration. She had to think. Mechanically, her fingers twisted the dial, setting other channels in action. There was nothing to be seen other than the man with the golden smile. The cities and shows on screen varied, but everywhere this star master of ceremonies was talking exclusively of the preparations for the next day's celebrations. He had invaded the television, all of it. The same individual, multiplied by hundreds of doubles scattered throughout the planet, was everywhere trumpeting the celebration that was about to start. Miss Jane checked Greenwich Mean Time. Still 20 hours to go before the official opening. So the event had not taken place. It could not have taken place already. But what about the microdisc? Little by little the situation became clear. First of all, Miss Jane had fleeting memories of pictures she had already seen when changing channels. 3 times over she watched the young islanders run inside their bubbles, and twice the African planetarium ready to set off the Big Bang. She understood that every channel without exception was showing her the same program, with a few minutes' gap between each channel. A fake, she decided. What she was seeing on the screen was a computerized mock-up of the eve of the celebration. Then, hadn't the prefect put her in direct contact with Earth? Had he just fed her one of his pre-programmed discs, like the one Bird Rat had thoroughly chewed, that reconstructed the day after the birthday? And did they want to deceive the sleepers, the ones for whom the show was intended? But above all, why did they want to deceive her? "Prefect, did you see that?" "Of course, Miss Jane. You know perfectly well that I see everything." "Well, then?" "You substituted, or rather, they made you substitute, simulated programs for the real ones televised from Earth. Don't deny it." Miss Jane was not asking questions. She was stating, accusing, producing proof. "Put me in contact with Earth, Prefect, immediately." "As you wish, Miss Jane. It will only take a few seconds. I'll just permit myself to suggest that you remain reasonably calm. I can see that you've built up some strange hypotheses from a very weak basis. Don't forget that that microdisc was badly damaged." "I asked to be put through, Prefect," Miss Jane snapped back. The computer's reassuring voice suddenly made her ashamed, and that infuriated her. No doubt he was right. She was edgy because she was tired. She'd had more than enough of living in this satellite. Her equilibrium was suffering from it. Spatial claustrophobia? Paranoia? Had she reached that point? Her call to Earth came through. The sullen face of a third-rank employee showed up on the screen. He looked stupid. He did not know anything. The project planners had taken a few days off because of the holiday. Yes, they would return Miss Jane's call. Meanwhile, all she had to do was question Kleinberg and Mariscotti. That was all. "He thinks I'm crazy," she suddenly thought. She tried to get a grip on herself. The words would not come. There was nothing to prove that that yawning face on the screen was not a fake, too. Miss Jane now felt that it looked artificial. Kleinberg and Mariscotti might very well have set the whole thing up, invented a program like this just for her. They wanted to cut her off from Earth. With a sudden flick of her hand she turned off the set. The screen, and the whole satellite fell silent again. Slowly taking deep breaths, Miss Jane settled back into her armchair. Above all, she mustn't give way to panic. The time was more than ripe for her to pay a visit to her two colleagues. She shut Birdrat up in his cage and made her way to the programming room. Mariscotti, lanky and greenish-hued, always seemed to be in a near somnambulistic state. Kleinberg, who was short, stocky, and tense, was, as usual, fussing over some totally useless thing, a kind of multi-dimensional puzzle composed of tiny geometric figures that had to be put together following a given sequence. For 2 years, Kleinberg had been trying to find the right solution from among the 12 million possible combinations. The room gave off a heavy stench of male sweat. The two programmers must have been nursing their idleness there for hours. Miss Jane repressed a start of disgust. She scornfully eyed Mariscotti, who, with jaws working mechanically in his hairless face, greeted her with a suggestion of a smile. Miss Jane had struck a severe attitude, the very one she had once used to scold her pupils in Melbourne. "Well, Miss Jane, to what do we owe the honour of your visit? Are our children well?" "They are sleeping and digesting. That won't surprise you, Mr. Mariscotti. They would be in a hurry to leave here if they could." The man gave a small sigh and raised high one grainy hand as if to say, "We too, if it were only up to us." Surprised at her own cool calmness, Miss Jane described the events she had just witnessed. She kept silent, however, about the emotional reactions they had caused in her. Stiff and tense, the two men listened to her without interrupting. When she had finished, neither of them reacted. A heavy silence reigned throughout the room. Miss Jane thought that she had disconcerted them, and in that she saw a confirmation of her fears. Finally, Kleinberg and Mariscotti exchanged a long look, the meaning of which she could not decipher. Kleinberg began to speak. "You're fond of mysteries, Miss Jane. Above all, I sense that you're very suspicious of us. I find that upsetting, believe me. There is nothing in what you've told us that doesn't have a simple explanation. If you had watched more often the programs televised from Earth this last while, you would have known that the firm which produces the Gold Show obtained the exclusive broadcasting rights for the birthday preparations. So today, in this particular instance, the man with the golden smile, or rather his countless doubles, are organizing everything that reaches us from the television networks. According to the individual timetables, each channel is transmitting one and the same pre-recorded worldwide super show. It's normal to end up seeing the same pictures repeated on the screen if you switch from one channel to another." This remark struck home with Miss Jane. Then it was Mariscotti's turn to speak. "My colleague and I wanted our little sleepers to share in the holiday in their own way. For purely technical reasons, it's impossible for us to broadcast real programs to them. So we decided to put together a special simulated program. You were able to view part of it on the microdisc that Birdrat stole from us. Incidentally, you can set your mind at rest. It was only a working copy. We had the original safely locked away. That's why the prefect didn't feel it was necessary to stop your pet from committing his crime. We suggested that he be reasonably tolerant." Miss Jane was mortified. With a few sentences they had forced her to give up all her suspicions, all her fears. But isn't that why she was here? Being appeased in this way had cost her a lot. She had been obliged to lose face and to submit to a lecture from two contemptible creatures. The whole business seemed unbearable to her. She no longer wanted to do anything but vanish from this terrible place and shut herself up in her room. Kleinberg and Mariscotti were watching her with satisfaction. They did not expect her to thank them. Moreover, she had no intention of doing so. They would have to be content with having had the last word. "About the birthday," Kleinberg continued, "we'd like to celebrate the occasion on board. Nothing very elaborate, of course. What would you say to all three of us eating together tomorrow? There'll be cake. Will you come?" Miss Jane nodded, without exactly knowing if she agreed. Barely an instant later she was back in her room. She got into bed, prepared to forget this horrible day. It had been agreed that there would be a period of night every 24 hours. The satellite could spin on its own axis and circle the Earth, but the people who lived in it did not take these rotations into account when planning their activities. Their daily timetable went at the same old pace as the planets. That night, Birdrat did not go to sleep. He was mulling over his frustrations. It couldn't go on any more. That hateful Miss Jane was depriving him of everything he wanted, and he wanted everything she would not let him have. Why did not she let him fly about a little bit from time to time, to scoop into his mouth one of those blue swarms buzzing on the ceiling? And then today she had confiscated the pretty micro-disc he found so nice to chew. She'd slapped him, too. Bad, nasty, hateful Miss Jane. No, that night Birdrat was not going to sleep. Miss Jane had gone to bed forgetting to bolt the cage door. Birdrat got out. First, he crept along in the half-light until he reached a kind of grilled opening at floor level. It was one of the prefect's air ducts, which existed in all the rooms of the satellite. The humans barely paid any attention to them, but on the level at which he was forced to move around, the animal had long ago taken note of these gates to adventure. The grill gave way. Its hinges were weak, twisted and softened by being gnawed at periodically for months. It opened easily. Birdrat slipped smoothly into the complicated system of ducts that were used to bring fresh air to the memory bubbles that formed the center of the computer. He went along narrow corridors barely wider than his lean body. Excited, he kept going, without paying any heed to the icy air that blew round his ears. He was surrounded by transparent partitions that ran along beside banks of electronics, labyrinths of geometric circuitry pulsing with liquid light. Birdrat felt caught up in the show. He was afraid, but he kept on going, in the midst of the enormous, sparking conglomeration. He wandered aimlessly down corridors that branched off in different directions. Some of them led nowhere, and he often had to go back out for long stretches. In this way he ventured a considerable way into the heart of the satellite. Passing from tunnels to corridors, he came to a kind of red-hot alcove. It was one of the central processing chambers for reading the programs. Endless chains of multicolored microdiscs were moving back and forth, bathed in a beam of intense light. Birdrat was exhausted, blinded, even a little drugged, but the scene before his eyes rewarded him for his trouble. He went into the recess section. He paid no attention to the beams that were heating up his fur. He had eyes for nothing but the discs. Without hesitating, he plucked one up in his mouth. Instantaneously there was a white flash, and something began to hum. Birdrat stiffened. He gripped the micro-disc hard between his teeth. His eyes were aching. "Put that disc back," thundered an indignant voice. "How did you manage to get in here? You ought to be asleep at this hour. Now I'll have to keep an eye on you all the time. They recommended that I be more lenient with you. Just look where that gets us. Put that disc back in its place." Birdrat grasped only one thing. He had been caught in the act again. He was going to be punished. Perhaps they would make him go without eating. Miss Jane would like to shut him up for days in his horrible cage. He did not want to go back to the cage. He was terrified and bit down very hard on the micro-disc's magnetic plastic. He could no longer back out now. The disc fell from his mouth. "That's better," the prefect remarked. "Put it back in its proper place." With dragging feet, Birdrat drew near the center of the alcove. As he passed right near a beam emitter, he gave it a violent, underhanded peck with his front teeth. As the broken lens crashed down, the beam grew weaker, gave a last flicker, and died. "Monster! Monster!" the computer cried in a high-pitched voice. "Just wait! I'll stop you wanting to play these tricks again." Birdrat had just noticed some small wires that lay around him. In a rage he began to sever them in clumps of 10 or 12. Loud sparks shot up here and there. Some of them burned his wings. He backed away in pain. "Are you hurting?" sneered the prefect. "I have a lot of other dodges like that one. I could have you roasted right up. I could have you chopped into little slices with a single laser beam. Get out of here, bird rat. Go away. It's not the place for you. Stunned, tortured by his burns, his eyes irritated by the extra-sharp glare of the beams, Bird Rat thought about beating a retreat. Anger kept welling up from the depths of his heart, a too-long repressed mixture of frustration and revolt. He was trembling, but he had come to a decision. It would be war. Bird Rat bared his teeth, and in a glorious blaze of light and fire leapt to attack the line of microdiscs. On the morning of the University's 15-billionth birthday, Miss Jane woke up with a bad headache and a foul temper. For a moment she looked for Bird Rat, saw the open cage, but felt too weary to run after him. That morning she did not really miss the animal's company. At the push of a button she got the production of a simple breakfast under way. She also turned on the television screen. Everywhere, nothing else was being dealt with but the birthday. One scene of glorification too quickly followed another, all of them too rich and monotonous with their aggressive mixture of colours and music. In Chicago and Brezhnevgrad, as in Melbourne, nothing could be seen but jubilant rabbles swarming in public squares. They were dancing, shouting, joyfully trampling on each other. Then each statesman declaimed his speech as if he were himself claiming the credit for the continuing existence of the universe. Miss Jane only glanced absent-mindedly at the screen. She was nursing her migraine by sipping a cup of bad coffee. Soon, gripped by nausea, she pushed the cup away. She went to get her portable kitchenette, a small luxury she had allowed herself before coming on board. In it there were pretty, well-shaped saucepans that fitted into each other, light-weight functional utensils, a row of gleaming knives, a quartz stove, and a little chest where Miss Jane stored her culinary treasures. A little lamb meat, kept fresh by vacuum hanging, bags of real mint tea, and dry, nicely crisp English crackers. There was not much left of all these treasures after 2 years. This time she was close to using up her provisions, but she felt that she too had a right to celebrate the universe's birthday. A metallic clunk startled her. Something in the screen had just broken. The picture became fuzzy and disappeared. The transmission seemed to be cut off. Annoyed, Miss Jane jiggled the dial. Nothing happened. "Prefect," she called, "what's going on?" No answer. Suddenly everything came on again. Miss Jane was not comforted for long. Weren't the pictures the screen was showing her now exactly the same ones as a moment ago? She was seeing the scenes a second time, and as before, the screen ended up blank. There was blankness for a moment, then the show began a third time. Miss Jane checked. There was no doubt about it. She had not touched the channel changer. A fake, she muttered, sure that she had never really doubted it underneath. They were still showing her rigged programs, like the one on the microdisc damaged by Bird Rat the day before. The screen was showing her nothing but fabrications produced by the prefect at Kleinberg's and Mariscotti's orders. Miss Jane did not feel hungry any more. She was just afraid, very afraid. She left her mint tea and crackers. She ran to see the programmers. The two men were silently occupied with decorating an enormous cake that was dripping whitely on a serving table. "Ah, Miss Jane," exclaimed Mariscotti, "up early for the birthday? We've almost finished, if you'd care to help us." Miss Jane did not even glance at the cake. She stood there, rigid and threatening, hiding her anxiety as best she could. "This time, gentlemen, I shall not permit you to lie to me," she said to them at the top of her voice. "Miss Jane still has something against us," Kleinberg said to his companion. "What strange thing has happened to her today?" The irony in his voice was deliberate, but it rang terribly false. There was a lack of conviction in his performance. Miss Jane understood that and took advantage of it. "Your computer is no longer transmitting any live programs from Earth. I shouldn't have noticed it. The simulation is quite believable. Unfortunately for you, the prefect became jammed this morning. He showed me the same little section of the broadcast 3 times. Your program has the hiccups. I'm not crazy. Naive and ignorant, perhaps, but not crazy. It seems quite clear to me that you're deceiving me. How long it's been going on, I dare not think. Have I ever been in touch with Earth since I've been shut up in the satellite? You tell me that. The 2 men stood silent, but they seemed to have given up arguing a while back. Miss Jane was barely able to keep from sobbing. She watched Kleinberg anxiously come up to her and give her a sad smile. "We really like you, Miss Jane. Yes, indeed, we've gone to a lot of trouble because of that. I don't know if the prefect is on the blink, as you say, or if our program was made up too quickly." Kleinberg paused long enough to find an expression equal to the message he now had to deliver. "It's Earth, Miss Jane. It's happened." Miss Jane's eyes widened. She suddenly felt herself getting weak and reached for something to lean on. Her throat was dry and tight with emotion. "No," she whispered. "No." "Exactly 12 days ago," Marascotti went on. "We don't precisely know what took place. Everything happened too quickly. In less than 2 hours, nothing was left. Kleinberg thinks it was a technical flaw. It doesn't matter. Contact was cut off immediately." "It took us a while to get used to the idea," Kleinberg added. "You will have to grasp it too and accept it now. The Earth is dead, Miss Jane, completely dead. We tried to pick up some signals, anything at all, on all the wavelengths. We're getting nothing but weak sounds and background noise." "Nothing? Nothing at all?" Miss Jane asked in a low voice. "There are no survivors?" Kleinberg did not answer. Time and patience would be needed to explain to this ignorant woman that at the beginning of this 21st century, once the process was set in motion, it must have caused a chain reaction throughout the whole planet. It had been anticipated in the very idea of the worldwide arms network that, as each bomb exploded at a given point, it would immediately cause its twin in the opposite camp to blow up, and it, in turn, would set off a third one somewhere else, and so on. It was that incredibly complicated system of symmetrical destruction to which all the countries of the world conformed, and which had maintained a kind of illusory, tension-filled peace between them during the final years of the human species. It mattered little which of the ruling powers exploded the first bomb, no nation would survive. An obligatory solidarity had formed on Earth, a solidarity that was abominable because of its precariousness. "There are no survivors, Miss Jane," Marascotti said. "You must be absolutely convinced of that. Only the 3 of us and the sleepers are left." Distraught, his eyes wandering over toward the birthday cake, Kleinberg was sobbing. "It's the end of the world," he said, "the twilight of the gods, without hope of regeneration." "The universe is old enough to go on without us," Marascotti continued. "Humanity has run its course. It was incapable of seizing its chance. Perhaps, after all, it was nothing but a kind of parenthesis in the normal course of events, a mistake that should properly be eliminated." "Stop procrastinating, the 2 of you," retorted Miss Jane, who was beginning to get a hold on herself. "We must think about what we're going to do now." Kleinberg shrugged his shoulders. "You can well imagine that Marascotti and I have spent a long time looking for an answer. For the 3 of us, I mean, and for the sleepers. We wanted to wait until then to reveal it all to you. I'm sorry our plan fell through, Miss Jane." "But in the end, you did find the answer you were looking for, didn't you?" "In a way, yes. We have solved the problem. I only hope you'll understand. You really have to comprehend what our situation is. At the moment, we are the very last survivors of the human race. 50 children in a lethargic physical state, and 3 adults, 2 men and a woman." "What are you getting at?" Miss Jane asked, trying hard to imagine what the last men in the world could possibly want to do with the very last woman. We've explored all the possibilities. There is no chance of survival for us, shut up in this poky hole without any way of ever leaving it. We'll just keep on going round in circles, endlessly circling around our old dead planet. The satellite will certainly end up crashing on Earth in 20 years, or perhaps more. At that point, our provisions will be long gone. No one wants to starve to death, Kleinberg added with a shudder, eyeing the cake. And the children? They don't know anything yet, and they won't. We've decided to let them sleep right to the end. The prefect will go on with his work. He'll feed them wisdom and knowledge. Anyway, it doesn't matter what pictures he transmits to them. They only need the input in order to go on functioning. They'll go out peacefully. Kleinberg stopped and looked Miss Jane straight in the eye. "As far as we are concerned," he said, "there's nothing else for us to do but put an end to our existence. This very day. That will, more or less, be our way of commemorating the birthday of the universe." "You don't realize what you're wanting to do," Miss Jane exclaimed. "No one has the right to bring his life to an end, whether it's the end of the world or not. I refuse, do you hear? I refuse suicide. I'll always refuse. And I won't let myself be murdered with impunity by two— Don't take it into your heads to make an attempt on the children's lives, either. I'll not hesitate to kill you." "For someone who doesn't want to hear about suicide, murder seems to come easy to you," Marascotti said softly. "Try to calm down," Kleinberg added. "We just want to help you. Take some time to think it over. Have a good look at our situation. We'll wait for you. You'll be coming to eat our birthday cake, too." "It's the cake that's—" "Yes. But before that we'll have a good drink together. Look at the bottles that cunning prefect was hiding away for the landing day. Champagne, almost the real stuff. The birthday of the universe and the end of the world don't come every day." Miss Jane had been seething for some time. Ideas and feelings were jostling around in her head and making her blood race. Above all, she did not want to let herself be impressed by the apparently implacable logic they were parading in front of her. It was a principle with her to fight back, something deeply embedded in her personality. There had to be a way. And if there was a way, she would end up finding it, with or without the two sinister companions fate had dealt her. She had nothing but scorn for them, for their tears and their cowardice. "Never shall I eat your cake. Poison yourselves as much as you want, no one will stop you. As for me, I tell you that I intend to stay alive. I'll find the answer, with the help of the children. Yes, that's it. I'm going off to wake them up without any more delay. All that knowledge of the world you stuffed into their brains is finally going to be good for something. 50 minds like theirs will certainly manage to find a way to save us." Kleinberg and Marascotti did not appear in any way impressed. "How will you feed them?" Former asked. "Even if they manage to bring you back to Earth, what will you do then? Don't forget that the radiation has just done away with all forms of life for thousands of years. And since you're going to end up thinking of this yourself, I'll tell you right now that it's impossible to put 3 new persons to sleep on board. Assuming we could do it, those people themselves would have only a few months to live. And then—" Miss Jane was no longer listening. She did not feel like answering. She turned on her heels and went to the sleeper's room. How beautiful and serene those children were in their silence. They would know how to come to the right decision. Miss Jane would marvel at watching them do so. She would be their beloved mother. They would care for her as she had cared for them. It took Miss Jane some time to examine the controls that covered the walls of the room. Somewhere there was an emergency program that could set off the process of waking them up. It was a little disk of a different color that had only to be slipped into its slot. Its program immediately took precedence over the others. Miss Jane found the microdisc and put it very gently into the computer's belly. Then she turned toward the sleepers. She was waiting. Nothing happened for several minutes. Miss Jane began the procedure again. Nothing. The satellite seemed frozen in silence. "Prefect, what are you waiting for?" She thought about what had happened that morning. Was the computer still functioning? "Prefect, answer me, I beg you." A high-pitched moan rose out of the machines and went echoing off into space. Miss Jane shuddered. Something had moved behind a grill at ground level. Miss Jane bent down. She saw the panel give way and fall to the floor. A smoky, dirty shape emerged, covered with burns and small drops of oil. It was Bird Rat, exhausted and very weak. A little blood was flowing from his muzzle. Miss Jane did not say anything. She was beginning to understand why the prefect was out of order that morning, and why he now refused to wake up the children. Already Bird Rat had slipped out of the room. He had had enough. The mechanisms on the wall seemed to start up again right away, after a fashion. They lit up and went out in turn. They groaned and shuddered. A few lights burned out here and there. Clankings, shatterings, sparks. Confused and terror-stricken, the star-flies were swirling around on the ceiling. Suddenly, on the wall, the monitor lit up. On it, crazy pictures began to dance around at a wild pace. Twisted shapes, garish colors, bizarre, ear-splitting tones. An enormous electronic organism was in its death throes, fatally wounded by the most stealthy of its enemies. Miss Jane crumpled to the floor with her head buried in her trembling arms. A huge flame shot up as the monitor expired in a last furious burst. Things immediately became calm. Most of the machines shut down. Others purred on quietly. The prefect had had his swan song. Miss Jane opened her eyes. Was the nightmare over? The sleepers. Yes, they were stirring. They were going to wake up. Miss Jane got up and went over to a translucent box. A boy was sleeping softly there, a fine-looking 14-year-old Asiatic. Little by little his facial muscles came to life. One might have said that he was trying to give a distorted smile. His jaws, especially, alternately contracted and relaxed faster and faster in a convulsive way. He was about to open his eyes. A sharp crash. Miss Jane turned around. A lid had rolled to the other end of the room. One of the children sat up in his box. He was grimacing, too. His limbs were trembling and his bare little arms were waving around. Other lids fell off. All around her, Miss Jane saw contorted bodies swollen with heavy veins. Their mouths uttered grunts, then sharp little cries like animals caught in a trap. Their hands writhed, the fingers curling in like the claws of birds of prey. Above all, it was their eyes that terrified Miss Jane, wild, burning eyes inflamed with deadly intent. Some of the children were now rolling on the floor. They were muttering. Others were indulging in macabre dances that had a kind of horrible beauty. Soon the room began to look like a monstrous cage in which 50 grunting, famished wild beasts were eyeing their victim before leaping on it and tearing it to pieces. Miss Jane backed away, white with terror. She bit her clenched fists bloody in order not to cry out. The first line of mad children was coming at her, their faces split by great evil grins. A reflex buried deep down in her, well below her paralyzed level of consciousness, finally allowed Miss Jane to react. It took her less than a second. She left the room and shut the big reinforced door. "What have I done?" she moaned, sagging against the wall. There were frantic crashes against her back. The mad children were rushing at the door in phalanxes, trying to break it down. The metal fixtures were weakening. Heads, shoulders, and legs came crashing against the inside. The stronger ones were pushing the weaker ones. They were a hysterical, bloodthirsty, and blood-covered multitude obsessed by a single goal, to get out and kill. In the programming room, Kleinberg and Marascotti were sprawled on the floor, finishing their drinking bout. Bottles were scattered around the room, and the air stank of badly digested alcohol. In its center, white and untouched, the birthday cake continued to sit enthroned. Kleinberg already seemed to be asleep. Marascotti managed to stagger up, and he saw Miss Jane dashing toward them. "Do you want a piece of birthday cake?" he asked with some difficulty. "They're coming!" screamed Miss Jane. There was an accident. I woke up the children. Birdrat has sabotaged the prefect's program. If you could see them, it's horrible. They're crazy, completely mad. They're murderers." Marascotti had not taken anything in. He held out a pathetically empty bottle to Miss Jane. "We're going to eat the cake. We were waiting till you came to have dessert," he said. "I'm going to light the candles. There are 15 of them, you know." "Please, please listen to me. We have to find a way of stopping them. They're going to get here soon. Can't you hear them shouting? They want to kill us." Marascotti staggered, his head full of alcohol fumes. Nothing could be expected of him. Miss Jane tried to revive Kleinberg. "We must all die," Marascotti loudly maintained. "Die quickly and painlessly. Happy birthday, universe." His bottle slipped from his hands. He pulled a little crystal lighter from his pocket, slowly went up to the cake, and put out an enormous effort to light the candles one by one. Miss Jane was not succeeding in waking Kleinberg. She was crying. She kept thinking of all those faces approaching, those eyes, those hands. Back there the tumult was swelling. They had just broken through some extremely hard obstacle. "Happy birthday, universe, my ass," muttered Marascotti as he gazed at the little flames he was getting ready to blow out. Miss Jane could no longer remember exactly how she had found her way back to her room, but the sight of the pretty, tidy room suddenly gave her the bit of courage she was lacking. She had said that she would resist right up to the end. Her metal door was now bolted. Miss Jane no longer listened to the hubbub that penetrated through to her. Horrible but necessary ideas had been dancing through her head for some minutes. Survival. Miss Jane crossed the room to the kitchenette and pulled a wide, sharp-bladed knife from its case. She then opened a grey box that jutted out from an angle of the wall. It revealed a lever set in the upright position. This was the control for the field of gravity. To this lever Miss Jane attached the end of a long nylon rope, which she led over to her armchair that was screwed down to the floor of the satellite. Finally she opened her closet and picked out all the belts and straps she could find. She chose the stoutest ones, put them on the chair, then she sat down and began to tie her legs and upper body to the chair legs and back of the chair. Her arms remained free. One hand seized the rope tied to the control lever. The other tightly grasped the knife handle. With her eyes fixed on the door, Miss Jane waited for the minutes to tick by. The door began to vibrate. Behind it, an increasingly large group of children was gathering to try and break it down. The din quickly became infernal. The door finally gave way. A horrible odor of sweat mixed with blood filled the room. A tangled mass of red-stained bodies, wild heads, and smeared hands swirled around in the opening. Panting, frightful and murderous, there they were. Miss Jane did not look at them. She was determined to get herself out of this, alone if need be. Survival. She did not wait long to make the fateful gesture that she had thought of in the depths of her despair. She yanked hard on the rope, which caused the lever in the box to go down. A host of small objects shot into the air. Miss Jane watched a book floating up beside her as it wavered and circled around. There was no more force of gravity on board the satellite. Everywhere, people and things were leaving the ground and drifting away. Miss Jane, alone, bound to her chair and nailed to the floor, was still able to control what she did, and in one hand she tightly held her knife. The mad children were struggling in the chaotic scene in the room. They were hitting each other, grunting like a herd of pigs trying to jostle their way out of the sty. They soon scattered in all directions thanks to their exertions. Sooner or later one of them would pass in front of the chair, and that is what she was waiting for, Miss Jane of Melbourne and her sharp, trembling knife. Birdrat was hungrily flying about in the silence. Everything was open space for him, and the bedrooms and the corridors were his. Never had he known such euphoria. He had only to flap his wings a little to go forward or change direction. How elegantly he went around the obstacles strewn along his airy path. There were old drained bottles, Kleinberg's and Mariscotti's large bodies sailing along, surrounded by their blood, and there were boys and girls, too. Birdrat had no trouble avoiding them. He scarcely even brushed against the thousands of little red droplets. He also came upon a bulky white object. It was a round, untouched cake, its candles extinguished and scattered, that was whimsically circling around the corpses. Birdrat paid no attention to this flotsam. He had just noticed, huddled up in the air, the lovely bunches of blue snacks he had never given up wanting. And this time there was no one left who could stop him from having them. No one at all. With a grandly graceful swoop, Birdrat spread his wings and headed straight for the swarm. Only a few flies had enough time to be frightened. A greedy mouth swallowed them up. One by one, the star-flies of the satellite disappeared into the maw of the last animal in the world. Their bluish glow was extinguished, like so many little candles blown out on a birthday cake. Bats by Leon Rooke. Mrs. Horlock is on edge. Can't sit, can't eat, can't work. Will drink, can always drink. Doesn't want to go anywhere, no place to go. Can't go against the law. Could telephone, but who? Only 11 in the morning. Jesus Christ, what is happening to me? Get with it, Horlock. It's this apartment. Not this apartment, but the whole damned building. Perhaps she should move. Should have moved years ago. Okay, then, it's definite. Next week, Horlock, you begin looking for a new place. Call Dome. Dome, I want out of here. Why was I sent here in the first place? Why was anyone sent here? Mrs. Horlock is on edge. Why? She's on edge because the woman in the apartment next door is dying. That's right, she's a goner. She's a goner, and it's unnerving, it's destructive, it's repellent, having death that near. Horlock is always looking at her wall, looking and listening, her breath in her throat. Were those footsteps? Are those voices that I hear? That's it. That's what has her in this blue funk, all these deaths. Who are they, all these people? Who is the woman next door? She doesn't know. She never knows who they are. Here today, gone tomorrow. So I'll just top up this drink a teensy bit. Go out. Must go out. But how? Go out where? She tiptoes over, stands with her ear pressed against their common wall. Any movement today? Is her neighbour up, on the mend, or down for the final count? Horlock looks at her feet on the tile floor, sees there is a widening pool of blood, seeping in from next door. Christ! Horlock, get your butt in gear, wipe it up. She scurries, finds mop and pail, drops to her knees. There! Good job, Horlock. Now at your balcony, pitch it out. And why not, while you're at it, why not in the meantime splash up this G&T? Ah, bliss. What bliss. Gin is such bliss. Horlock stands, gin in hand, her ear against the wall. She hears a low grumble next door, the dying woman and her nursie. Eat your toast, dear. No toast. Your melon, then. No melon. Please, eat something for nursie. Not now. Later. I will later. Then drink your gin, dear. Yes, gin. That's a good girl. Horlock, with mop and pail, stands ready, wanting to be a good girl herself. Being a good girl, that is all she has ever wanted. She looks down at her feet on the tile floor, which sparkles now. No blood seeping in now, but in this place you never know. 1 minute to the next, you never know. Horlock, she says, you can at least get out of these mules. You can at least get out of this dingy house-robe. And why not, while you're at it, make up your face? There. Smile for the mirror, Horlock. Repeat after me. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Repeat after me. Dome, dome, dome. Hawlack, you can't call Dome. Dome doesn't respond to calls. Dome isn't in. Mrs. Hawlack looks at her wall, at her floor, at her phone, and her drink. Her head slumps to her chest. She kneads her brow, endeavouring to recall her vanished past. But it is gone. All gone now. Untraceable, irretrievable, with nothing to signify. Water spots on a glass. It has all been domed. But the blood bit is wrong. Dome made a mistake there. You shouldn't have to go about with mop and pail this day and age. So many women in this place out on their balconies emptying their pails of blood over the sides. Oh, yes, Hawlack. Dome made a mistake with all this blood, but what does Dome care? Mrs. Hawlack, on edge in her blue funk, is looking now through her sliding glass doors at the roseate sky, at the blue ocean, at the blue mountains beyond. Nice touch, Dome. Yes, a nice touch, all these fine decorations. What's that? Are those birds? The sky is astreak with birds, a darting, swooping wedge. And so ugly, such flat birds. What's going on, Hawlack? Why, Hawlack, do these birds appear to have suffered such strange construction of wing, such shoddy rigging, so flimsy, so horrible? My goodness, are those bats? Mrs. Hawlack opens her door, rushes out on her balcony for a closer sighting of these creatures. She does so, and for some seconds stands as though transfixed. She hears from next door a groan, a thud. She hears Nursey running. Now the sky is clear. Far out on the choppy water she sees dots rising and falling, no doubt a tugboat, pulling miles and miles of— What are they, Hawlack? Are those missiles? She hears Nursey's shrieking voice. Yes! Dome XD send one globe shot. Yes, yes, goddammit, yes! No, I'm not cracked, Nursey yells. Just do it. Jesus, Hawlack, you had best sit down. Hawlack sits. She watches her wall, watches her floor. She watches for blood, has her mop and pail ready. She sits. She buttons her blue raincoat and loops her blue scarf around and around one finger. She stares at her blue gloves spread across her knees. She stares inconsolably through her glass doors at the rosy, fraudulent sky. Why were we sent here? Who dreamed this up? Hawlack, listen to me. You go on thinking one place is so much like another place. You think that through all the corridors of time and for all time. Then you get to this place and find it is a place like no other place, and furthermore that it is the only place. Listen to me, Hawlack, to yourself. Hawlack, now listen. Take your pills, Hawlack, drink your gin. That's good. You're a good girl, a nice girl. Drink your gin. Repeat after me, sweetheart. In the beginning was Dome, and the Word was with Dome, and the Word was Dome. That's a darling. That's a good girl, Hawlack. You're the best good girl ever. Mr. A. Cropper looks after the building in which Mrs. Hawlack lives. A. Cropper, keeper, building and grounds, structure XD. So reads the black sign on his door. Anton Cropper knows it is some old bag banging on his door. Or is it Hinesmith from the West Wing, or Fatty Gorbachev in East, or Roundtree up from the Underground? Roundtree? What kind of blue-lip name is that? It has to be one of these, he tells his wife, or one of the old bags. It always is, he says. Never satisfied, he says. Bunch of deadbeats, free-floaters, bunch of longevity artists, dome to everyone's mutual satisfaction, but do you think they'll ever let up on a guy? Not a chance. Well, let them knock. That's what Cropper says. Maybe they'll break a knuckle. The old bags. Cropper's wife scowls. She has become something of a sister lately. She does not know how this has happened. One night at her window, a day after so many, staring at the blue water. She will not have her sisters referred to as old bags. "You can't never get no peace," Cropper tells her. "Complaints every minute. What do I get out of it? This suite, you, and a few kopecks I never see anyhow. Hurry that up, will you?" Anton Cropper wants to eat his lunch, and has been waiting for it. His wife grimly stirs the pan. "What do you bet?" he says finally, rising from his dinette chair to answer the door. "One of the bags." But it is the woman in blue from the south wing, which so delights Cropper that his face breaks into an instant smile. One of the new people. Over 100, and scheduled pretty soon for a global shot, but in the meantime fresh as a flower. One of the mop and pail ladies. One of the blood people. "Yes, ma'am," Cropper says. "Mrs. Horlack, isn't it?" Cropper adores the woman in blue. The sight of her, so elegant, so nice, such a looker, never fails to warm his heart. But here she is at his door, being nice as pie and smiling back, with that wonderfully hurt look that all these domed people have, although now obviously disturbed. Obviously. Been hitting the bottle a little. So early in the morning? Well, well. Little nervous twitch around the mouth. But a pretty mouth. Pretty good eyes, too, domed just right. They are getting them earlier these days. Pretty soon now, before you know it, they will be snatching them from the cradle, shooting them out here. Then what? Well, we know what, don't we, Cropper? It'll be something else for you to take care of, won't it, Cropper? It'll be yet another little thing they've put on your plate. Peering around him now, giving a timid, petite flutter of her fingers to his wife at the stove, ready to jump in. He can tell that by the hole Olga is drilling into his back. "Yes, ma'am? Mrs. Horlack, may I help you?" And at once, to Anton Cropper's immense confusion, she's talking about bats. Bats? Baseball bats? He throws up his arms in consternation while Mrs. Horlack shows a face equally bewildered. "Oh, you mean real bats," Cropper exclaims. "Earth bats, flying bats, suck-your-blood bats, actual wing-a-ding bats." "Yes," she replies, "in the sky just now. You didn't see them?" Anton Cropper whirls and looks out his own glass windows to the rosy sky. Bats. This woman is a nice woman, a pleasant woman, and good to look at, even if domed. But bats. She's domed, and domed just right, but she's here talking to him about bats? He even strides the length of the room, slides open his door, steps onto his balcony, gives the sky his closest, his most malevolent scrutiny. Bats. Well, Jesus domed Christ. "No, ma'am," he says to her, "I don't see any bats. A gull or two, few gulls, but no bats. Nope, not one." The Horlack woman moans. Yes, she definitely moans. She seems wounded somehow. Can it be? Are her eyes moist? Is she going to cry? Have a breakdown here beside his dinette? What's going on? They're domed just right. They're not supposed to give you this trouble. It's unheard of. His wife is glaring. Why is she mad at him? Christ, one minute your day is going along peachy plum, the next minute it's plopping down like pudding over your head. Why can't people, these two included, leave him alone? "No bats," he says to Horlack. "But if I see any, should I call you? You're looking for bats? I don't think you'll find any on this station, not here, but me, if I see any, I'll let you know." The woman is backing up. She's out into the hallway now, looking kind of scatty to him, looking kind of shriveled up, kind of worn down. And here he'd been thinking she was one of the sane and solid ones, one you could count on. All he can say, all Cropper can say, is that this dome business isn't what it once was. Nope, they are definitely slipping these days. They'd better get out the old repair kit. Good, she's leaving now, looking about 1,000 years old. Cropper stands out in the hall, hands on his hips. "Hey," he calls, "you better take care of yourself, lady, don't you think? I mean, me, I can't be at your every beck and call. You'll be needing a nursie, you don't watch out." He watches her do a little skip, getting away. Good. Put her in her place. Cropper's wife is at the stove, holding spatula and skillet, holding these very still. Nothing serene in that pose is what Cropper thinks. How long has he had her? A year? Maybe a year. Well, what can you expect? They flash them in, they flesh them up, you take what you get. That's about what it comes down to in this place. You take what you get. Pity they don't come domed as well, then you might get a little peace. So what's the matter with you? Cropper says to her. What's the matter with everyone around here today? Olga bangs her pan. Idiot, she says, there were bats. I saw them myself. No kidding, you really did? Yes. Yes. Just like that, she says it. No further explanation, nothing else to add. Yes, end of discussion. Her big Olga back is turned to him. So? He says. So what? You saw bats, so what's the big deal? But wait a minute, Cropper now finds himself thinking. Wait one flat-footed minute, Cropper, get hold of yourself. Bats are nocturnal. This is a controlled environment. This place is domed. There are not supposed to be any goddamn bats in this part of the universe. Are there? Or is she lying? Is this only another case of the sisterhood playing it smart? Jesus, what's a keeper to think? Cropper steps out onto his balcony and regards the motionless sky. Over there the blue mountains. Overhead the pinkish cumulus scud. Always the scud, even here, and getting worse every year, according to some. Somewhere up there, the dome and dome. Somewhere up there, so they say. In the beginning was dome. What a load of crap. Cropper stares out at 1,000 buildings, not one of which is unlike his own. He paces his deck, examining as though for betrayal the fraudulent sky. He sees, here and there, this and that old hag out on her balcony with mop and pail. The blood ladies, pitching their buckets of blood over the railing. Mop it up, pitch it out. Go in and drink your gin, drink it until the next time you see blood pooling on the floor. Pitch it out. They pitch it out, though you never see blood hitting the ground. You see it there, rightly enough, in the pail, but between pail and ground it's gone. Blapped back, so some say, to that place whence it came. The longevity artists doing what they do best, or what it is that they best do, next to drinking gin. It's their drink, Cropper, that's killing the place. He sees, Cropper does, out on the choppy water, black dots looping up and down. A tugboat pulling miles and miles of— Well, what is it, Cropper? Missiles? Yes, everything is so goddamned old-fashioned up here. Truly a backwoods place. Should have been scrapped well on the drawing-board. But this bat question is going to need some study, he sees that. He knows where the blame will fall. The sky is full of bats, it's his responsibility. This place blows up tomorrow, who's to blame? Anton Cropper, he says. He says this aloud over his shoulder to the torpid wife. It always comes to roost at my door, he says. You think I was dome on high, the way these old bags pick on me? And you know what? You know what, Olga? I'm sick of it, that's what. I've had about all of it I can stand. It gives me a bellyache, what I've had to put up with around here. Olga? What are you doing? Olga is throwing down her skillet. She's pitching the tools of her employment onto the floor. Where are you going? asks Cropper. He watches her, horrified. Out, Olga says. Out. Out, yes, out. All the way out, Cropper says. He screeches this. Christ, we are already all the way out. We are already into next week, into next year, into all the years. That's how far out we are. Mrs. Horlock does not know how far out she is. All she knows is that she's out far enough. That enough, wherever it is too far. She can search her brain, search endlessly, and find nothing there, nothing of any consequence. That's the terror of where she is, that nothing is of any consequence except mop and pail. Mop up the blood, pitch it out, that's all she knows. It is all supposed to matter somehow. It is. It is supposed to matter. You pitch it out. Blood conjoins with the atmosphere. It meets somewhere and flows as a perpetual river. How otherwise could life go on? You're domed and perhaps redomed, and without you life would not go on. And praise Dome that this is so. Praise Dome on high, for without him and you no child would come to its womb, to its cradle or home. And that's better than having no purpose at all, surely it is. Drink your gin, Horlack. Drink it. All is right in this universe. Horlack presses her ear against the wall. All she hears now is silence from the other side. Silence. That's all now. And for how long? How long, Horlack? Don't ask. Don't. You don't want to know. One ages so fast here. You think in this place you don't age at all. That's your hope. That is what you are told. But the fact is, Horlack, you've never aged so fast before, or lived so badly before, or known ever before what it is like to live eternally with duty only, and never with even the smallest dilution, the smallest quantity or portion or measure, with never even the most minute dollop or smattering or parcel or breath, the merest breath, of joy. Drink your gin, Horlack. Have your mop and pail at ready. You're a good girl, Horlack. You're the best good little girl ever, and you always were. If only you could remember. A Little Thing, by Stan Rogel. Roger paces at the bottom of the stairs. Every few seconds he checks his watch, taps the crystal with a finger, crooks his neck toward the second floor and mutters, "How many circles now, I wonder?" This evening. How many circles in 30 years of married life? How many minutes, years, wasted waiting at the foot of these stairs? He stops and bends his eyes to the floor. There should be a deep ring in the wood by now. The imprint of my shoes. Scuff marks. At least that. Instead, there's nothing. He sighs deeply. That's as it should be, I guess. You spend your life circling like a mindless bird, and when you finally stop to look behind at where you've been and what you've done, was it all worth it? There's nothing. Even the pattern of the curve has faded, and you're back where you began. Only older. He peers into the hall mirror, adjusts his tie, combs his hair. Why am I wearing this tie? Why this particular tie? Yes, because she bought it for me one Christmas or birthday long ago. The only tie she ever bought me. I hated it then, I still hate it, but I'm wearing it tonight, for our anniversary. He leans closer to the mirror and tilts his head down. When did I begin losing my hair? I don't remember. It's the little things we don't notice that end up being important. Pacing. This tie. Going bald. He goes to the stairs and puts an arm on the railing. Elaine? Elaine, are you almost ready? The cab will be here any time now. Yes, be right down. A few more seconds. What? A few more seconds. Oh, all right. Good. A few more seconds. Down to the wire, and still needing a few more seconds. Little things, like time. He moves from the railing to the window. Mechanically and without notice, he picks up his overcoat from off the couch and drapes it over his arm. His eyes take in the view through the window. There is a glow above the horizon that radically changes color, like a sunset gone berserk. "Is it still the same?" Elaine calls from the stairway. "Yes, the same. Getting closer, though." The thick smoke swirls above the glow as colors flash and spatter madly. "It's almost beautiful, like a surrealistic painting come to life." "Yes, almost." She straightens her collar in front of the mirror. "We better get a move on. The cab's waiting." He walks to the door, turns the handle. "You going to say good-bye?" asks Elaine. "Good-bye?" "To the house. I know it hasn't been much of a home for a long while." Don't. Let's not get into that. But we did live in it for 30 years. We raised our children here. Yes, all that time and money spent on a house, and I never felt as though we owned it, as though it were ours. It owned us. It controlled us. You talk as if it were the enemy. One of them. An assassin. It drained us, destroyed our dreams. We kept providing for it instead of each other. The kids sensed it. They were smart, leaving as soon as they were old enough. He looks at Elaine. Why? Why did we stay? It was secure, comfortable. Say goodbye if you want. I prefer to turn my back on it and forget it. I want to shuck it like a worn, ill-fitting skin. I want to make a fresh start with nothing of the past grabbing at me. You make it sound as if that cab is Cinderella's coach. It can be. We have one chance to put things right. One chance for you and me to enjoy ourselves, to live. To live? That's a funny way of putting it, considering. Come on. They enter the cab, and Roger punches an address into the computer. For 10 minutes no one speaks. There is only the hum of the motor and the passing of scenery. Houses, trees, lampposts, buildings, cars. There are no people to be seen, no animals, and nothing moves outside the cab. The streets are deserted. Roger stares at the unsettled horizon, while Elaine keeps her eyes straight ahead. "Wouldn't you be better off not looking at it?" asks Elaine. "What?" says Roger. "Of course, you're right. Here I was spouting off about a fresh start, and already I'm daydreaming and ignoring you." He places one hand on her knee. She takes the hand in her own and removes it from her knee. "Don't." They glance at each other uncomfortably. She smiles slightly. "You'll wrinkle the dress, that's all. I want to look nice." Roger nods. There is more uneasy silence. "Shouldn't we talk?" says Elaine. "I've been sitting here thinking the same thing. I want to talk. I feel we should talk. But I can't think of anything to say. Do you know what I mean?" "Yes, too well. Funny, isn't it?" "No, not very." "What did we talk about? What did we talk about for 30 years? I can't remember." "We didn't talk very much. There was always something else going on." "Is that it? Or did we find things to do so we wouldn't have to talk, to avoid each other?" "Either way, the time passed." "It did. It certainly did." He pauses. "So tell me, Elaine." "What?" Roger cocks his head, puzzled. "What did you call me?" she repeats. "Did I say something wrong?" "You called me Elaine. I think that's the first time since we were married that you called me Elaine, except to yell at me to hurry up. You liked it?" "It sounded nice to hear you say it. It's a little thing, but it sounded nice." She smiles broadly. The cab pulls into the driveway of a towering skyscraper. Roger punches in a credit code for the fare, and he and Elaine proceed to the main doors. The doors are out of control, swinging open and closed randomly. "Looks like we're in for a few mechanical problems. Must be the radiation storms. Ready?" They take a breath, and when the doors open, they rush into the building. "There, made it. That wasn't so bad. Let's hope the rest goes as smoothly." The elevators have similar problems. Numbers flash on and off above stationary elevators, while others whiz up and down the chutes at varying speeds. "We're not going to trust one of those things, are we?" Elaine clutches the collar of her coat. "We can walk." 49 floors? Are you joking? You're the jogger in the family, not me." "There's no other choice. The stairs or the elevator." They approach an elevator that appears relatively peaceful. As they draw nearer, the doors begin to slide open and closed, first slowly, then faster and faster. Elaine steps back in horror. The car gapes like a huge, hungry mouth, smacking its steel lips as if to devour the couple. Elaine shrieks. "We'll be killed!" She runs toward the exit. "Stop! Wait, we can't leave. We agreed. Roger blocks her escape. It was a silly idea in the first place. I didn't know it would be like this. It doesn't make any sense. We should have gone away with the rest of them. Gone where? Underground? Yes, underground, anywhere. Anywhere safe. There is nowhere safe. Not from this. Oh, Roger. They embrace. I'm frightened and confused. I don't understand any of this. How did it happen? How did we allow it to get this far? It wasn't something that just happened. This is just the natural culmination of all the years of petty differences and grievances. It didn't need a war. It was a bump and a squeak and an unkind word and an unmailed letter and a forgotten birthday and a toy that broke and a car that refused to work and a promotion that didn't come. Or something as insignificant as the colour of toilet paper in the washroom. Nothing big. Nothing you could pinpoint and prevent. Maybe a man in charge of a button had an argument with his wife. Over what? The price of peanut butter? Who can tell? All that matters now is that you and I had a discussion and reached a decision for the first time in years. We agreed to spend this night together, in the open, over a lovely dinner and a glass of wine. We have to go through with it. Look, there's an elevator stopped. That's our salvation. We're too late for anything else. He leads Elaine to the elevator. They step inside and he presses a button. The door slides shut. There is a jerk and the car rockets upward. Be brave. Chin up. Smile. We're going to have a wonderful time. Yes, repeats Elaine. A wonderful time. Wonderful time. The elevator stops at the 49th floor. Elaine and Roger wait as the doors open. You see? Things are improving already. The doors slap shut. Roger clears his throat and presses a button. The doors open, and the two glide out quickly across the carpet. Elaine holds Roger by the coat and stands motionless, listening. The elevator didn't just drop to the bottom of the shaft, did it? Roger twists his neck. No. Still there. Did you expect it to? I was hoping it would. It would have made the evening more exciting, more movie-like. A narrow escape. It would almost give me hope. That's what we're after, isn't it? A movie-type scene with special effects and a thrilling Hollywood ending? No, that's not it. I want something much less grand. I want something small and knowable. I want a moment I can understand, savor, and remember. Something that I can fit in my hand and stroke. Something real and present, here and now. That doesn't seem so difficult. But it is. It's the most difficult thing in the world. The problem is I want it so badly that if it happens, I'm afraid I'll miss it. You don't know what it is? No. But it's here, between us somewhere. We just have to allow it to happen and watch. Come on, I'm starving. The restaurant is dark and empty except for furnishings and a staff of mechanical waiters, waitresses, a hat-check girl, a maitre d' and a 5-piece band. None of them move, having been switched off or fallen victims to the same electrical epidemic as the main doors and elevators. Elaine gazes at the desolate area. She shakes her head, like a person discovering that her house has been burglarized while she's been out. I told you this wouldn't work, she says. Everything's against us. Maybe it's a breaker. You pick a table. We're having this dinner if I have to cook it myself over a candle flame. Roger spots a control panel near the maitre d's table. He turns a key, flips a number of switches, and instantly the restaurant lights up, and the still figures in their burgundy-white uniforms become animated. The hat-check girl leaps up from her chair. Her eyes twinkle bright blue under the sudden rush of electricity. Her lips, a ring of sparkling red lights, smile politely as she speaks. "Good evening, sir. Your coat, please." Roger hands over his overcoat. The girl takes it and makes a slight bow. Roger grins and walks to the maitre d'. "Thank you, sir," says the girl. She turns, drops the coat on the floor, and begins spinning on top of it, grinding the coat under her wheels, all the time smiling politely. "Table for two, Andrews," calls the maitre d'. "No, table for two, Masterson. Right this way, please. Table for 4. Boswell, right this way, please. Roger checks behind him. Reservations for Masterson. Table for 16. Murray, right this way, please. Table for 2. Andrews, right this way, please. Roger scratches his head and regards the control panel as the maitre d' continues. Table for 4. Boswell, right this way, please. Table for... Roger flips a switch and the maitre d' dies like an old gramophone. Teen Murray. We don't really need you. More switches activate the remaining staff. The kitchen machinery kicks into action. Fans and air conditioning blast into use. Suddenly Elaine screams, and Roger charges into the dining area. What's the matter? What's wrong? That waiter tried to steal my purse. Then he picked up a chair. I thought he was going to hit me with it. Don't worry. They're programmed not to hurt anyone. Tell him that. She points to the waiter, who raises the chair, advances, retreats, lowers the chair, raises the chair, advances, retreats. Try to find a waiter that's functioning properly, or almost properly, and I'll turn the others off. How do I find out? Order drinks from each of them. Whichever one brings the drinks, we keep. Roger returns to the control board. Shout when the drinks arrive, and I'll start flipping switches. Tell me when our waiter stops. Here comes a waitress now. Oh, she didn't make it. She went back. Here comes another one. No, she's stuck against a wall. Roger, 2 waiters are dancing with each other. There's another one destroying table settings. He's bending the cutlery. Oh, we'll never find one that works. They're all out of control. There is a loud crash as one waitress falls down a flight of stairs. Wait, one's coming this way. He has 2 drinks. He's almost at the table. He's here. He's serving the drinks. He's all right. Start switching. Elaine watches as the mechanical staff quit their faulty performances in mid-action. Enjoy your drink, Mare. That's him, she shouts. That's the one. She screams as the waiter almost spills his tray. A switch turns on. The waiter springs back into his upright position. Damn, here are your menus. Tonight's special is New York steak, served with crab and hollandaise sauce. I'll return in a few minutes for your order. Thank you. Great, shouts Roger, rounding the corner. We're in business. He sits as the waiter is leaving. Don't go, we'll be only a minute. But I only just got the menu. Don't you know what you want? I want to see what they have. It's no different from any other menu. How would you know? You never read them. You always order the same thing, prime rib. Why not try something new for a change? You never try anything new. I happen to like prime rib. Besides, I don't trust those fancy dishes. You never want to try anything new. I don't want to argue. Read the menu. He motions to the waiter. Bring us a bottle of champagne. Your best bottle. Elaine clenches her lips. What's the matter? You know I don't like champagne. Her head drops behind the menu. You've never had good champagne. The menu rises higher. I can call him back. I can change the order. Never mind. You can have whatever you want. We can get a bottle of everything. We can try it all. We can get raving drunk. It doesn't matter tonight. Champagne will be fine. Don't worry. Fine. Champagne it is, then. Roger snaps open his menu. So, what appeals to you? What looks good? I don't know yet. I haven't finished reading. We don't have all night, you know, says Roger in a low voice. The menu slips slowly down, revealing Elaine's eyes. A few tears roll down her cheeks. Thank you, she says. I needed you to remind me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. No, you're right. Their eyes focus on the panoramic windows facing the outskirts of the city. The horizon appears to roll toward them like a wave of fire crystals beneath a crest of black foam. What are you having? Prime rib? No, I'm having the special. They face each other. Hollandaise disagrees with your stomach. I'm throwing caution to the wind. Good. In that case, I'll have the same. You don't like seafood. Caution to the wind. The waiter arrives, pours 2 glasses of champagne, and takes the order. 2 specials, 1 blue rare, 1 well done. Thank you. The waiter heads for the kitchen. I don't know how you can eat meat that way, says Elaine in a disgusted tone, bleeding on the plate. I suppose that's why you always serve it burnt. I serve it to you cooked, not raw. I've told you if you want your meat raw, you can go into the jungles with the other animals. Yes, you said that. Roger glares at the table. I'm sorry, I'm being cruel. She waits. We are different, though, aren't we? Yes. Roger raises his glass. To our differences. And may we discover one thing in common tonight, even a small thing. There is a silence as they drink. Elaine smacks her lips at the dryness of the champagne. Do you remember why we got married? Asks Elaine. It was long ago. We dated, we came of age, we got married. It was a necessary order, logical. Yes. Do you know why we stayed married? Asks Roger. Habit? Yes, that's it. We got used to it. It was like a pair of expensive shoes you get for Christmas from a favorite relative. The shoes were bought in some foreign country, and you can't return them even though they're too small. So you make them fit. You squeeze into them. They look marvelous, and after a while you become numb to the pain they bring. You don't think about it. She drinks. I don't regret it, though. There is determination in Roger's voice, as if to convince himself of the statement. Yes, that's the sad part. What? That we don't regret it. She dabs her lips with a napkin. What were you going to ask me? When? In the cab, when you said my name. Ah, yes. I was going to ask you, what is it that you enjoy? What makes you happy? I know it's an odd question for a man to ask his wife after 30 years of marriage, but there it is. For the life of me, I don't know. Before Elaine has a chance to answer, dinner arrives. The waiter places the 2 plates on the table. Enjoy your dinner. He walks away. Elaine pokes thoughtfully at her food. There is an awkwardness about her action, suggesting confusion over Roger's question. Rather than answer, she takes a bit of asparagus. The meal's fine. We should eat before it gets cold. Elaine cuts through her steak to see if it's well done. Roger picks up his knife and fork and carves his steak into bite-sized chunks. Around them, the windows take on a salmon-coloured tinge. The solid pink is interrupted, occasionally, by lightning-like flashes of yellow and blue. A low, rumbling noise accompanies the light, and with each flash a popping sound like a balloon bursting. Over dinner, the bright sky shifts through various shades of reds and purples that twist and explode in the gathering smoke. The volume of noise increases like an approaching thunderstorm or a stampede of maddened elephants. Roger and Elaine attempt to ignore the changing scene, yet can't help but peek once in a while. Otherwise they remain concentrated on their meals. Finally the cutlery is put aside, and there is an unmoving silence between the couple. Roger looks at Elaine's plate. "You're not finished, are you? You've hardly eaten a thing." "Must be the crab. It upset me." She looks at his plate. "What about you?" "The hollandaise." "Do you want my steak? There's no sauce on it." Elaine watches Roger's face. "You don't have to look so disgusted. It's not that overdone." "It's not that. It's my stomach. Honest. Besides, I'm full. You could order something for yourself, though, if you're still hungry. Some chicken?" "No, I'm not hungry. Anyway, we're too late." Their waiter stands at the bar, emptying bottles of liquor over his head. Better turn him off before he short-circuits. And while you're there, why not turn on the orchestra? What do you expect them to play? They'll be as inoperative as the rest. It's getting worse out. The windows are ablaze with deep scarlet and indigo flames. Anything they play will be better than that awful pounding. Roger switches off the waiter and activates the band. The members move like the characters on a German music box in need of rewinding. There is a sound emitted from the instruments, but it is muffled and lacks a tune. Roger shrugs. What did I tell you? It's better than nothing. Will you dance with me? I don't enjoy dancing. Roger gulps the remainder of his champagne and pours another glass. You never really tried to learn. It's a silly pastime. Dance with me, please. She reaches out to him. Roger takes her arm and they cross to the dance floor. I'm going to be awful. They embrace and dance. I'm sorry. Roger stops. For what? I stepped on your foot. I told you I was lousy. You're doing fine. Don't stop. I'm not doing fine. There, I did it again. It's all right. They continue to dance. The band stutters and skips. Can't we stop? I feel stupid. Soon. The band isn't even playing a tune. I can't dance to this. He steps on her foot. I'm sorry. Will you stop apologizing? You're forever apologizing when you don't have to. Is that a fact? You like having your feet stepped on, I suppose. Always the martyr. Let's have another drink. Not yet. I'm thirsty. The band shrieks and bangs like a symphony of alley cats and garbage cans. Another minute. No, not another minute. Roger covers his ears with his hands. Now, you're only doing this to make me feel ridiculous. He holds her at arm's length and shakes her slightly. You ask me what I enjoy doing, what makes me happy. She speaks in a very low and controlled manner. Dancing. I love to dance. They stare into each other's faces. But we never dance together, never. The band works itself into a frenzy and collapses on the stage. Outside the thunder grows louder. No, never. Elaine turns from Roger, and the two walk back and sit at the table. They take their drinks and face the windows. There is a white glow and the sound of crashing surf. The panes tremble in their steel frames. Roger and Elaine twist their heads slightly. Have you found it yet, Roger? That little something you were looking for? Roger shakes his head. No? She pauses to look at him more closely. Why don't you relax? There's still time. Open your collar. Be casual for a change. Get rid of that silly tie. What? The room begins to quiver and shake. Vases, bottles, lamps crash to the floor. That tie, it looks awful on you. All night I've hated that tie. Elaine turns to the window. Roger squints. His mouth opens, perhaps in awe of the brilliance of the impending light, perhaps to speak. But no words are forthcoming. There is a roar and rush of fire, like the door of a blast furnace opening or a rocket ship being launched. The windows melt under the heat, and the burned spume rages through the restaurant. He catches Roger and Elaine as they reach toward each other, their fingers touching lightly, then curling and blackening like paper cutouts tossed into an incinerator. The fire passes, leaving nothing in its wake but level ground and a few lonely ashes drifting skyward toward the stars. Distant Signals by Andrew Weiner. There was something not quite right about the young man. His suit appeared brand new. Indeed, it glistened with an almost unnatural freshness and sharpness of definition. Yet it was made in a style that had not been fashionable since the late 1950s. The lapels were too wide, the trousers too baggy. The trouser legs terminated in 1-inch cuffs. The young man's hair was short, too short. It was parted neatly on the left-hand side and plastered down with some sort of grease. And his smile was too wide at least for 9 o'clock on a Monday morning at the Parkdale Public Library. Out for the day was the librarian's first and last thought on the matter. Out, that is, from the state-run mental health center just 3 blocks away. I would like, said the young man, to be directed to the TV and film section. His voice, too, had an unnatural definition, as if he were speaking through some hidden microphone. It projected right across the library. Several patrons turned their heads to peer at him. "Over there," said the librarian in a very pointed whisper, "just over there." Stranger in Town, Series, 1960. North Star Studios for NBC TV. Produced by Ken Odell. From an original idea by Bill Hearn. Directors included Jason Altberg, Nick Ball, and Jim Spiegel. 26 black-and-white episodes, running time 50 minutes. Horse opera following the exploits of Cooper, a.k.a. The Stranger, Vance Maccabee. An amnesiacal gunslinger who wanders from town to town in search of his lost identity, stalked always by the mysterious limping loner Loomis, Terry White, who may or may not know his real name. Despite this promisingly mythic premise, the series quickly degenerated into a formulaic pattern, with Cooper as a Shane-style saviour of widows and orphans. The show won mediocre ratings, and NBC declined to pick up its option for a second season. The identity of Cooper was never revealed. See also Gunslingers, Hollywood's Existentialism, Law and Order, Westerns. Maccabee, Vance, 1938, query. Actor. Born Henry Melvin in Salt Lake City, Utah. Frequent guest spots in Wagon Train, Riverboat, Captain Kronos, The Zone Beyond, etc., 1957-59. Lead in the 1960 OTA, Stranger in Town, and the short-lived 1961 Private Eye show Max Paradise, cancelled after 6 episodes. Subsequent activities unknown. One of dozens of nearly interchangeable identikit male stars of the first period of episodic TV drama, Maccabee had a certain brooding quality, particularly in black and white, that carried him far, but apparently lacked the resources for the long haul. See also Stars and Stardom. From the Complete TV Encyclopedia, Chuck Gingle, editor. There was something distinctly odd about the young man in the white loafers and the pompadour hairstyle, the young man who had been haunting the anteroom of his office all day. Had the kooky look come back? Feldman wondered. Look, kid, he said not unkindly, as my secretary told you, I'm not taking on any more clients. I have a full roster right now. You'd really be much better off going to Talent Mart or one of those places. They specialize in, unknowns. And as I told your secretary, the young man said, I don't want to be an actor. I want to hire one of your clients. This is strictly a business proposition. Business proposition, my ass, Feldman thought. Autograph hunter, more like. But he said wearily, which one would that be? Lola Banks? Dirk Raymond? Vance Maccabee. Vance Maccabee. For a moment he had to struggle to place the name. Vance Maccabee? He said again, that bum? What the hell do you want with Vance Maccabee? Mr. Feldman, I represent a group of overseas investors interested in independently producing a TV series for syndicated sale. We want Mr. Maccabee to star. However, we have so far been unable to locate him. I haven't represented him in years. No one has. He hasn't worked in years. Not since... What was that piece of crap called? Max Paradise? I don't like to speak ill of former clients, but the man was impossible, you know. A drunk. Quite impossible. No one could work with him. We're aware of that, the young man said. We've taken all that into consideration, and we are still interested in talking to Mr. Maccabee. We think he is the only man for the part, and we believe that if anyone can find him, you can. The young man opened his briefcase and fumbled inside it. We would like, he continued, to retain your services toward that end, and we are prepared to make suitable remuneration whether or not a contract should be signed with Mr. Maccabee, and whether or not you choose to represent him as agent of record in that transaction. Kid, Feldman began, what you need is a private detective. He stopped and stared at the bar-shaped object in the young man's hand. Is that gold? It certainly is, Mr. Feldman, it certainly is. The young man laid the bar on the desk between them. An ounce of gold? 1.34 ounces, said the young man. We apologize for the unusual denomination. He held open the briefcase. I have 24 more such bars here. At the New York spot price this morning, this represents a value of approximately $15,000. $15,000 to find Vance Maccabee? Feldman said. He got up and paced around the desk. "Is this stuff hot?" he asked, pointing to the briefcase, feeling like a character in one of the more banal TV shows into which he booked his clients. "Hot?" echoed the young man. He reached out and touched the gold bar on the desk. "A few degrees below room temperature, I would say." "Cute," Feldman said. "Don't be cute. Just tell me, is this on the level?" "Oh, I see," said the young man. "Yes, absolutely. We have a property which we wish to develop, to which we have recently purchased the rights from the estate of the late Mr. Kenneth Odell. There is only one man who can star in this show, and that is Vance Maccabee." "What property?" "Stranger in Town," said the young man. "I knew it," she said. "I knew you would come back." "You knew more than I did," Cooper said. "I was 5 miles out of town and heading west. But something made me turn around and come back here and face the Carraway brothers." "You're a good man," she said. "You couldn't help yourself." "I don't know if I'm a good man," Cooper said. "I don't know what kind of man I am." He stared morosely at the corpses strewn out on the ground around the ranch house. "I just couldn't let the Carraways take your land." He mounted his horse. "Time to be moving on," he said. "You take good care of yourself and little Billy now." "Will you ever come back?" "Maybe," he said. "Maybe after I find what I'm looking for." "I think you found it already," she said. "You just don't know it yet. You found yourself." "That may be so," Cooper said, "but I still got to put a name to it." He rode off into a rapidly setting sun. The video picture flickered, then resolved itself into an antique Tide commercial. Hearn cut the controls. He turned to the strange young man in the tweedy jacket and the heavy horn-rimmed glasses. "That?" he said, gesturing at the screen. "You want to remake that garbage?" "Not remake," the young man said. "Revive, continue, conclude. Tell the remainder of the story of the stranger Cooper, and the reacquisition of his memory and identity." "Who cares?" Hearn asked. "Who the hell cares who Cooper is or what he did? Certainly not the viewers. Do you know how many letters we got after we cancelled the series? 16. 16 letters. That's how many people cared." "That is our concern, Mr. Hearn. We believe that we do have a market for this property. That is why we are making this proposition. We are prepared to go ahead with or without you, but certainly we would much rather have you with us, as the main creative force behind the original series." "Creative?" Hearn said. "Frankly, that whole show to me was nothing but an embarrassment, and I was glad when they cancelled it, actually. I wrote those scripts for one reason and one reason alone: money. We can offer you a great deal of money, Mr. Hearn." Hearn gestured, as though to indicate the oriental rugs on the floor, the rare books in the shelves on the wall, the sculptures and the paintings, the several $1 million Beverly Hills home that contained all this. "I don't need money, Mr. What did you say your name was?" "Smith." "Mr. Smith, I have all the money I could ever want. I have done well in this business, Mr. Smith, quite well. I am no longer the struggling writer who conceived Stranger in Town. These days I choose my projects on the basis of quality." "You disparage yourself unnecessarily, Mr. Hearn. We believe that Stranger in Town was a series of the highest quality. In some ways, in fact, it represented the very peak of televisual art. The existential dilemma of the protagonist, the picaresque nature of his journeyings, the obsessive fascination with the nature of memory. That scene—" The young man's eyes came alive. "That scene when Cooper bites into a watermelon and says, 'I remember a watermelon like this. I remember summer days, summer nights, the cool breeze on the porch, the river rushing by. I remember a woman's lips, her eyes, her deep blue eyes. But where, damn it, where?'" Hearn stared open-mouthed. "You remember that? Word for word? Oh, my God!" "Art, Mr. Hearn, unabashed art." "Adolescent pretension, fakery, bullshit," Hearn said. "Embarrassing. Oh, my God, how embarrassing." "In some ways trite," the young man conceded. "Brash. even clumsy sometimes, but burning with an inner conviction. Mr. Hearn, you must help us. You must help us bring back Stranger in Town." "You can't," Hearn said. "You can't bring it back. Even if I agreed it was worth bringing back. And I'll admit to you that I've thought about it on occasion, though not in many years. I've always had a sense of it as a piece of unfinished business. But even if I wanted to help you, it couldn't be done. Not now. It's too late, much too late. You can't repeat the past, Smith. You can't bring it back. It's over, finished, a dead mackerel." "Of course you can," Smith said. "Of course you can repeat the past. We have absolutely no doubt on that question." "Votes against the current," Hearn said. "But no, I can't agree. It's like when those promoters wanted to reunite the Beatles." "Beatles?" Smith asked. "What Beatles?" "The Beatles," Hearn said, astonished. "She loves you, I want to hold your hand. Like that." "Oh, yes," Smith said vaguely. "Where is this guy from?" Hearn wondered. "Mongolia?" "What exactly is your proposition, Mr. Smith?" The young man became businesslike. He pulled a sheaf of notes from his briefcase. One episode of Stranger was completed but not edited when the cancellation notice came from the network. We have acquired that footage, and it will be a simple matter to put it together. We have also acquired 5 scripts for the second season, commissioned prior to the cancellation. And we have an outline of your proposal for subsequent episodes, including a concluding episode in which the identity of Cooper is finally revealed. We would like you to supervise the preparation of these unwritten scripts and to write the final episode yourself. We are looking at a season of 26 50-minute episodes. For these services we are prepared to pay you the equivalent of $2 million. "The equivalent, Mr. Smith?" "In gold, Mr. Hearn." The young man picked up the large suitcase he had brought with him into the writer's house. He opened it up. It was packed with yellowish metallic bars. "My God," Hearn said, "that suitcase must weigh 100 pounds." "About 125 pounds, said Mr. Smith, "or the equivalent of about $1 million at this morning's London gold fixing." The young man, Hearn recalled, had carried in this suitcase without the slightest sign of exertion. He hefted it now as though it were full of feathers. Obviously he was not as frail as he looked. "Tell me, Mr. Smith, who is going to star in this show?" "Oh, Vance Maccabee, of course." "Vance Maccabee, if he is even still alive, is a hopeless alcoholic, Mr. Smith. He hasn't worked in this town in 20 years. I don't even know where he is. Have you signed up Vance Maccabee, Mr. Smith?" "Not yet," said the young man, "but we will. We will." "My name's Loomis," said the tall man with the limp as he stood beside Cooper at the bar. He picked up the shot glass and stared into it thoughtfully. "First or last?" Cooper asked. "Just Loomis," said the man. "I'm Cooper," said the other, "or at least that's what I call myself. One name's as good as another. There was a book in my saddlebag by a man named Cooper." "You forgot your name?" "I forgot everything," he said, "except how to speak and ride and shoot." Loomis drained his drink. "Some things a man don't forget," he said. Cooper stared at him intently. "Have I seen you in here before? There's something familiar." "I don't think so," Loomis said. "I'm a stranger here myself." The edges of the TV screen grew misty, then blurred. The picture dissolved. Another took shape. A bright, almost hallucinatorily bright summer day. A farmhouse. Chickens in a coop. The door of the house open, banging in the wind. The camera moved through the door into a parlor. Signs of struggle, furniture upended, a broken dish on the floor. A man stooped to pick up the fragments. "Amy," he called. "Amy?" The camera moved on into a bedroom. A woman's body sprawled brokenly across the bed. The window open, the curtain blowing. And then a face, a man's face, staring into the room. His arm holding a gun. A gunshot. Darkness closed in. Outside, the shadow of a man running away, a shadow with a kind of limp. And back suddenly to the bar. "You all right, Cooper?" "I'm all right," he said, gripping the bar tightly. "I'm all right." "Yeah," said the fat, bald man in the armchair. "Let's hear it for the strong, silent ones." He picked up his glass from the TV table in front of him, made a mocking toast to the blank screen, then winked to his old agent, Feldman, sitting on the couch next to the young man. There was something a little odd about the young man, but the fat man was too drunk to put his finger on it. Maybe it was the Desionair's haircut. "Vance," Feldman said. "Vance, I hate to see you like this." "Like what?" said the fat man, who had once been Vance Maccabee. "And the name is Henry Melvin." He raised his bulk from the armchair and waddled into the tiny kitchen of the trailer to refreshen his drink. Feldman looked helplessly at the young man. "I told you, Smith, I told you this was pointless. You're going to have to find yourself another boy. Jesus, there must be hundreds in this town." "There's only one Vance Maccabee," the young man said firmly. "Mr. Feldman, will you leave us together for a while? I promise you that I'll be in touch in the morning with regard to contractual arrangements." "Contractual arrangements? You're whistling in the wind." "I can be quite persuasive, Mr. Feldman, believe me." "I believe you," Feldman thought. "Well, what would I be doing in this stinking trailer?" When the sound of Feldman's Mercedes had disappeared into the distance, the young man turned to Vance Maccabee. "Mr. Maccabee," he said almost apologetically, "we have to have a serious talk, and in order to do that you will have to be sober." "Sober?" The fat man laughed. "Never heard of it." "This won't hurt," the young man said, producing a flat, box-like device from his pocket and pointing it at the fat man. "It will merely accelerate the metabolization of the alcohol in your bloodstream." He pushed a button. "But I don't want to be sober," the fat man said. He began to cry. "When this is all over, Mr. Maccabee," the young man said soothingly, "you need never be sober nor unhappy ever again." "Guess I should ride on," Cooper said. "You got a nice little town here, and I could easily settle in it. Easily. But a man can't settle any place until he knows who he is." "You think he knows?" the girl asked. "You think that limping man knows who you are?" "Yes, he does," Cooper said. "He knows, and he's going to tell me. Fact is, he's itching to tell me. He thinks he just wants to kill me, but first of all he wants to tell me. Otherwise he would have just finished me off back at Oscar's barn. Him and me, I reckon we got ourselves a piece of unfinished business. But he's got the better of me because he knows what it is." "He may kill you yet," the girl said, dabbing at the tears that had begun to well up in her eyes. "I can take care of myself." "Will you come back?" she asked. "Afterward?" "Maybe so," he said. "Maybe so." He rode off into the distance. "Print it," said the director, "and see you all tomorrow." Carefully, Vance Maccabee dismounted from his horse and began to walk back to his dressing-room. Bill Hearn fell in step with him. "That was good stuff, Vance," he said. Maccabee smiled, although it was more like a tic. The skin of his face had been stretched tight by the facelift operations, so that his usual expression was even blanker than it had been in his heyday. He took off his hat and ran his hand through his recently transplanted hair. Under the supervision of the strange young man called Smith, he had lost close to 100 pounds in the 3 months prior to shooting. For all of these changes, Maccabee close up looked every one of his 46 years. The doctors could do little about the lines around his eyes, and nothing at all about the weariness in them. And yet the camera was still good to him, particularly in black and white. Hearn had argued fiercely on the subject of film stock, but Smith had been adamant. It must be black and white, just like the original. Cost is not the question. This is a matter of aesthetics. Black and white helped hide the ravages of time. It just made Maccabee look more intense, more haunted. Perhaps that was why Smith had been so insistent. But Hearn doubted that. In many ways, Smith was astonishingly ignorant of the mechanics of filmmaking. "I didn't know," Maccabee said, "that he was still in here." He pointed to his chest. "Cooper?" "Maccabee," he said. "Vance Maccabee. Inside me, Henry Mulvin. Still there after all these years. I thought I finished him off for good, but he was still in there." Maccabee had not, to Hearn's knowledge, touched a drop of alcohol in 6 months. He was functioning well on the set, with none of the moodiness or tantrums that had marked his final days in Hollywood. But the stripping away of that alcoholic haze had only revealed the deeper sickness beneath, his unbearable discomfort with himself, or rather, with the fictional person he had become, Vance Maccabee, TV star. Isolated, cut off, torn away from his roots, existing only on 1 million TV screens and in the pages of mass circulation magazines. Was that, Hearn wondered, and not for the first time, why he had made such a great Cooper? Despite his mediocrity as an actor, there had never been anyone else to play the role. "Vance," he said, "Henry. Call me Vance, you always did. That's who I am here, for this little command performance." "Vance, why did you agree to do this?" "Why did you agree, Bill? And don't tell me it was the money. You don't care about the money any more than I do. You have all you want. I had all I needed to stay drunk." "I don't know," Hearn said. "Smith, you just made it seem so important, like there were millions of people just sitting around waiting for a new season of Stranger in Town." "He flattered me, and he tempted me. This was my baby, remember, and the network killed it. And I suppose there was a part of me that always wanted to do this. Finish it properly, tie up all those loose ends. And yet I know the whole thing is crazy. This show will never run on a U.S. network, not in black and white. Unless we put it straight into reruns." He snickered. "Maybe that's the plan. I mean, who would even know the difference? This whole thing is so 1960. They had reached Maccabee's dressing room. "Well," Maccabee said, "Smith is telling the truth, in a way. There are millions of people waiting for this." "In Hong Kong? North Korea? I mean, where does he expect to sell this stuff? Who are these overseas investors of his? How can he piss so much money away like water, and how does he expect to ever recoup it? The whole thing is bizarre." "Oh, it's bizarre, all right," Maccabee said. "It sure is bizarre." He glanced up briefly into the hard blue sky. Then he said, "Well, I better get cleaned up." "You killed her," Cooper said. "You killed her and you tried to kill me, but somehow I survived. And I crawled out of there halfway out of my mind, and I crawled into the desert. And a wagon train found me. And they carried me along with them and nursed me. And when I woke up, I didn't even know my name. You took it. You took away my name." "Stevens," Loomis said. "Brad Stevens." His hand did not waver on the gun. "Oh, I remember that now," he said. "I remember it all. I remember Amy. I remember it all." "I'm glad about that," Loomis said. "I truly am. I've been waiting for you to remember for the most wearisome time. Not much sense in killing a person when he doesn't even know why." He tightened his grip on the trigger. "But there's something more," he said, "more than that. Something you couldn't remember because you never knew. Something I have been meaning to tell you for a long time. Longer than you can imagine." "Makes sense," said the man who called himself Cooper. "Makes some kind of sense." "Your name," Loomis said. "It ain't really Stevens. Not really. The name you've been trying so hard to remember isn't even your real name. Isn't that a hoot? Isn't that the funniest thing you ever heard?" He laughed. "Makes sense," said the man on the ground. "You're still not making any." "Stevens," Loomis said. "That's just a name they gave you. The folks who picked you out of the orphanage. Picked out the pretty little baby. That was their name. Good, God-fearing folks. But they only wanted the one, and they wanted a baby, not a full-grown child. And for sure they didn't want a gimp. I was adopted? You're saying I was adopted? How could you know that? I was there, little brother. I was there. I was the gimp they passed over for the pretty little baby. I was only 4 years old at the time, but some things you really don't forget. Brother? Right, Loomis said. You and me, we are children of the very same flesh. Arnold and Mary Jane Loomis. Nobody ever changed my name. Nobody wanted the poor little cripple boy. Our parents? Dead, Loomis said. Indians. They killed Pa, killed Ma, too, after they were through with her. Would have killed us, too, except they got interrupted. Slowly, deliberately, the man who had been called Cooper climbed to his feet. We were separated, he said. For nearly 30 years. You were eating your good home cooking, and me eating the poorhouse gruel. You growing into a solid citizen, marrying and farming, and me drifting from town to town like a piece of dried-up horse dung blown around by the wind, never finding a place I could call home, and looking for my little brother, and finally I found you. Why? He asked. Why did you do it? I didn't mean to, Loomis faltered. It was like a kind of madness came over me. Seeing your house and your farm and your wife, everything you had and I didn't, everything I hated you for having. But I don't know. Maybe that was what I was intending all along, intending to make you suffer just a little of what I had to suffer. I don't know. I don't think I meant to kill Amy, and when I did I knew I would have to kill you too. And I thought I did. And then I saw you alive, and I realized that you didn't remember a single thing. So I just waited, watched and waited, until you did start to remember, so you would know why I had to kill you. And now it's time. It's time. You can't stand yourself, brother, can you? Said the man who had been called Cooper. You and you, they don't get along at all. I can understand that. I've been through a little of that myself, not knowing who the hell I was or what I might have done or what I should be doing. But you find out. Maybe not your name, but how you should be living. If you're any good at all, you find that out. He took a step toward Loomis. But you're not any good, brother, and you never were. Sure, you had some lousy breaks, sure you did. But that isn't any kind of excuse for what you did. You're just no good to anyone, not even yourself. If you kill me, you'll have nothing to live for. Nothing. Because nobody will know your name, and nobody will care. Another step. But I care, brother. I care in the worst way. You made me care. Buzzing around me like some housefly waiting to be swatted, waiting for me to remember, trying to make me remember. Remember you. Another step. He was only a few paces from Loomis now. He glanced down to his own gun on the floor of the stable. It was nearly within reach. "Stay there," Loomis said. "Stay right where you are." He took another step. "I remember you, brother, for what you did to me. No one else will. Kill me, and you'll be alone again, alone with yourself the way you always were. Run away now, and you'll have something to keep you going. Fear, brother, fear. That's a kind of something. Something to make you feel alive. And me, too. I'll have something to keep me going, too." Loomis took a step backward. "Don't move," he said. "Don't move, or I'll kill you now." "What are you waiting for?" his brother asked him. The gun wavered in his hand. The man who had called himself Cooper stooped swiftly and scooped up his own gun from the floor. Two guns blared. Loomis stood straight for a moment. The strange smile spread over his face, and then, slowly, he crumpled to the floor of the stable. The other continued to stand in the clearing smoke, holding his wounded left arm. "Damn," he said softly. "Damn." The lights in the screening room came up. One man was applauding vigorously. Smith. All heads turned toward him. "Bit of an anticlimax," Hearn said, "don't you think? We were afraid it might be. I think in a way we were afraid of having to finish it." "On the contrary, Mr. Hearn," Smith said, "on the contrary. It's absolutely perfect. Perfect. Real mythic power. A glimpse into the human condition, into a world in which brother must slay brother, even as Cain slew Abel. Archetypal, Mr. Hearn, archetypal." He stood up and addressed the small crowd. "I want to thank all of you," he said, "for making this possible. In particular, I want to thank Mr. Hearn and the one and only Vance Maccabee, without whom none of this would have been possible." Maccabee grinned in a spaced-out way. Hearn could smell the drink on his breath from 2 rows away. The cure didn't take, he thought. Well, it took for long enough. "I will be leaving town tomorrow," Smith said, "and I will not be returning in the near future. So let me just say what a wonderful group of people you have been to work with, and what a great, great privilege this has been for me." There was still, Hearn reflected, something rather odd about the young man. He was dressed now in what could pass as the uniform of the young Hollywood executive. Safari jacket, open-collar sports shirt, gold medallion, aviator shades. And yet there was still something not quite right about it. He looked as if he had just stepped out of central casting. "The show," Hearn said as Smith headed toward the door. "When is the show going to run?" "Oh, soon," Smith said. "Not in this country at the present time, but we have plenty of interest overseas." The Canadian tax shelter? Hearn wondered. One of those productions that never actually play anywhere? But surely they would not have gone to so much trouble. "Where?" he persisted. "Where will it run?" "Oh, far-away places," Smith said, fingering his aviator shades. "Far, far away." He disappeared through the door. Hearn would not see him again. "Far away," Hearn repeated to himself. "Very far," Maccabee said, staggering a little as he rose from his seat in the back row. He was quite drunk. "You know something I don't know?" Hearn asked, following him from the screening room. "Very far," Maccabee repeated as they stepped into the parking lot. The smog was thin that night. Stars twinkled faintly in the sky. "About 20 light-years," he said, looking up. "What?" 20 light-years, he repeated. 20 years for the signals to reach them. Distant, distant signals. And then they stop. The signals stop. Before the story ends. And they don't like that. They? Smith's people. Our overseas investors. Our faraway fans. "Wait a minute," Hearn said. "You're telling me that our show was picked up out there?" Now he, too, craned his head to look up into the night sky. He shivered. "I don't believe it," he said. "Sure you do," Maccabee said. "But it's crazy," Hearn said. "The whole thing is incredible." "Up to and including the fact that they picked on our show." "I wondered about that myself," Maccabee said, "but you've got to figure that their tastes are going to be, well, different." "Then he really meant it?" Hearn said. "When he said that our show was, what did he call it? The peak of televisual art?" Maccabee nodded. "He really meant it." Art. Hearn tested the word on his tongue. Life is short, but art is long. Isn't that what they say? Something like that, at any rate. "Right," Maccabee said absently. "Art, or something like that." He was staring now at the great mast of the TV antenna on the hill above the studio. "Signals," he said again. "Distant, distant signals." Squirrels in Frankfurt are highlight. by Rhea Rose. Jing's brother blew into Squirrel's deep-fried, aromatic atmosphere like a bird caught in an updraft. His clothes billowed as he stepped from the winter street into the 24-hour entertainment center's entrance. He peeled his new winter wear off, folding the clothes over and in on themselves until they were small enough to fit in the nylon pouch on his belt. White stripes on his T-shirt and sneakers took on a purple hue in the lighting. Jing walked on her toes as she made her way through the moving crowds and lineups toward her brother. Above their heads and from between her black, skinny, beaded braids, she strained to keep him in sight. "Hey, Jip," she called. "Jip." He was 16, tall, and had black hair like hers, only short. His eyes were lighter, hazel, almost yellow. Like a Chinese artist's brushstrokes, someone had once told her. A Eurasian Afro heritage flowed in both their features. She was 14, and they'd been living at Squirrel's for nearly 2 weeks. She lost him in the crowd, but knew where he was headed and cut through the viewing lounge. There, a barrage of luminous color gam images, cars, screaming military spaceships, and gentle scenes of fantasy, lit the large dish screens displayed in all corners of the cavernous lounge. Private cubicles were filled with the curved backs of anonymous viewers. She sat inside an empty viewing stall and dumped her purse. She found a few tokens in the pile of bills and change and popped one into a slot. The screen lit up, and on it, with her finger, she wrote out Jip's full name, the one he'd adopted, Gypsy Crawler. The screen blurred, cleared, and red letters appeared in the right-hand corner. Her brother was piped into an expensive gam and had won a lot of money. The total blinked at her. Jip was number 12 in the top 20 players of the evening. If he continued to do well, his gam would come up on the lounge dish screens. That meant more points and more money. The stats told her it was his first play of the evening, a warm-up. The betting was good, but not good enough. There wasn't enough for 2 fares back to the moon. The image blipped to a drop another token in the slot message, then to black. She slipped a few more tokens into the viewer, requested an outline, then comlink to the moon. The digital voice told her the tokens would buy her 60 seconds of link time. Jing's hand shook as she typed in the code and her real name, hoping, after so many years, her mother would recognize her face. A snowy image appeared on the viewer. "Mom," she said, and moored herself into the image, "it's me." The unclear face of the operator spoke. "The code used for this comlink is not in use." The viewer cut out. Several seconds of silence, then Jing stepped out of the stall and scanned the lounge for base. When she didn't see him, she headed for the restaurant. Kids, mostly younger ones with their parents, packed the tables. Giant robot dogs played fake instruments and moved around from table to table. Cameras flashed. The smaller mechanical canine rolled up to her and barked out of a round speaker on its snout, "Table 14, aisle 3 is free for 1 to 2 persons. Follow me." A giant robot dog came over and began to sing at her table. Smaller children gathered around. The tabletop lit, and the menu slowly scrolled by. She punched a button, and 2 fighter planes zoomed across the screen, stopping over colas. She dropped a bomb on the Coke can image and ended the menu. The token boys hovered around the entrance waiting for their cue. The place was packed and dark, except for the stage where the performance was coming to an end. Parents pushed small stacks of bills and change onto the tables, never taking their eyes from the dancing dogs. When the robots broke into a high-pitched howling, the token boys broke away from the entrance and hurried down the rows, grabbing money from the tables. Jing left the Coke and rushed up an aisle, also grabbing money. Halfway up the row, she noticed a token boy working the same aisle. He was replacing money with fistfuls of tokens. Some of the small kids took the tokens as quickly as he could get them out and ran to stuff them back into the box that would bring on another performance. When the token boy saw her, he pulled out a small transmitter and spoke into it. Jing cut across to the next aisle and ran to the exit, passing a different token boy who was oblivious to her escape. Just before she started up the stairs to the gams, she saw Base slowly forcing his way through the clots of people. He stopped to speak into a small box like the token boys. Then he glanced toward the stairs. A rush of gam players crowded her. When they had cleared, Base moved in another direction, his head scanning the crowd like radar. The gams were on the second floor, a vast, dark plain packed with semi-closed geometrical booths. Their interiors glowed and flashed randomly, illuminating the body parts of those crushed closest to them. She waited for a gathering of older kids and went in with them, avoiding the check. Immersed in the crowd, she weaved through bodies to Jip's booth and found it surrounded. She crawled under legs, rather than fight her way through. Inside the booth, Jip sat idle, his feet up on the console, sipping a drink. The gam's interior was dimly lit. Few people were entering bets on the gam wall terminals. The crowd appeared more interested in watching the scenarios on the tiny wall screens than in gambling. "Jip." He gave her a cold look. "I figured you abandoned me too," he said. "You made some tonight. How much?" she asked. Her long, pale fingers caught the collar of his new shirt, pulling it open at the neck. The fresh vertical scar, red and needle-thin, ran below the opening. Jip had sold. He'd sold a piece of himself. "Why'd you do it?" They'd made a pact, swearing they wouldn't sell a part of themselves to the market. He punched her hand away when she tried to touch the scar. "For the money, so we could get home. He's abandoned us. He's not coming back. I got enough cash to play a real gam." "You got no pass for these streets. You get caught, mandatory enlistment, and you're sent forever to guard some asteroid icicle. Croot Joe's been through here twice today already selecting volunteers. Would you shut up about that? We needed some cash. Get in here." She scrambled in and took the seat beside him, not bothering to show him the money she'd gathered. Jip picked up the 4 small round control spheres and juggled them, then tossed 2 at her. "Don't worry about money. I won enough tonight to keep this booth for the next 24 hours, if we need it." "We gotta make the fares tonight, Jip. I can't stay in this place any longer. I want to get home." She could hear the small clicks as the gamblers entered bets on the terminals outside their booth. "The old man did us a favor leaving us here. The moon's a bore. What makes you think our mother's going to be happy to see us? We won't recognize each other. It's been years. I'm not so sure I want to go back. Jip, you've never even played a gam before. And Base is a cheap bastard. He's selling viewing time of the top plays to the network. He's making money and we're making nothing. He's after us for sure. Did you do something to bother him? He's worse than ever." Jip shrugged. "I got into his office, saw the gam he keeps back there. You should see it. It's the master for all of squirrels. Don't worry, I didn't get caught. Let me take the cash we make tonight and play it at the real gam joints. We could make so much money we wouldn't have to go back to the moon. We could afford to live here." "I don't want to live here. And you'd lose that money in a minute at a real gam joint," she said sharply. "What's happening on the floor? Is there a gam scenario we can get into? What about the miners' network? There's got to be a play in this city that we can get in on and make some money." "I tried net mode. Base is scrambling it so he can make sure no money goes out of here. Let's play." He yanked the mesh strip of head wrap from where it hung and wound it expertly into place, fingering out his hair. "You mad?" she asked. He was silent. Copying him, she lay back in the body-form chair, fitting her head comfortably in a curvature. Her strip of head wrap touched the contact track. The face swing snapped into place, preventing her from looking anywhere except straight ahead. She dropped the control spheres into the grooves in the arm rests and guided them into a socket at the end of each rest, hands around the spheres. "Ready?" he asked. "Yeah." "Remember, concentrate. If you think about me or anything else, we go in a drag and lose time, then points, then cash. Be imaginative. Whatever you come up with, it's got to be good. But you're better at ideas than me anyway. I'll play against you. The next play we team against the gam." Jip slotted a gam card. "Where'd you get that?" she asked. The price of the play ticked off the card onto the slot meter. The booth dimmed, the entire surface of the wall shimmered. Instructions scrolled past. The age limit warning flashed. All players must be over 16 and under 19. And music, sounding like laser guns and alien voices, reverberated throughout the booth. A cartoon squirrel, wearing an orange sweatshirt with squirrels written across it, danced into view, then filled the entire wall. The squirrel giggled and spoke. "Gammers, please prepare. Your heads will become heavy for a few moments. Relax. Do not lift your heads. Otherwise you'll break contact. The gam will start again, and you will pay again. Grip the control spheres lightly. At any time you can form a thought apart from the gam, but you will go into drag and lose gam clarity and time. Players are in control. The secret to gamming is to relax, let go, and let the imagination flow." The squirrel disappeared, but the big black-and-white letters on the squirrel's sweatshirt lingered like a Cheshire smile. The voice-over said, "Mode selection is not available. Any person or persons tampering with mode selection will be prosecuted. These gams are two-dimensional play only." Instantly, caught in the gam's backward pull, Jing formed an image and held it clearly in her mind. Then her image was suddenly on the screen. The bridge, like an hourglass on its side, the narrow neck wide enough for only one lane of traffic, spanned a large body of water. She brought the image closer, made it bigger, and sensed Jip preparing himself. The gam automatically screened her from her opponent. Unless their gam scenario logically brought them together, she was unable to see Jip. She worked slowly, getting a feel for the gam, waiting to see what Jip would add. Details counted for points. The gam added to her scenario. It made rain, forcing her to add wipers to the vehicle she'd created to maneuver across the bridge. She sensed Jip scrambling to respond as well. Too easy. They wouldn't get much for this play. The two-dimensional scene suddenly jittered, skipping to holocens, startling her. Surrounded by the ghostly image of her vehicle's interior, she found the new dimensional mode dreamlike. She was participating and watching at the same time. She mentally drew away from the encompassing scenario, and a red D began flashing in the center of her playing field. She relaxed, and the scene instantly engulfed her. The D disappeared. The detail sharpened. Maneuvering became difficult. The holocens mode demanded more concentration. She glanced over her right shoulder. A black wave towered above her like a mountain. It curled over and down. The D began to flash and settled into a steady, bright drag. She was out, sitting forward in the chair, contact broken. "What happened? How do we snap into holocens?" she asked, pulling the wrap plugs from her ears and massaging her temples. "Wasn't it great? I fixed the booth. Plugged into holocens on the adult network and set the timer for 30 seconds. That wave was mine." "God, you fixed the booth? Bass is gonna know. He's gonna come. What if we got thrown into void?" "He's too busy chasing girls." "You're good. Long as your imagination flows, we'll win the money, and be out of here before he suspects. If we get into the void, great, more cash." "He's gonna know. It's his job to watch for kids breaking into the adult network. Squirrels could be closed down. Then what? Where would we stay?" She leaned forward and pushed a button. The slot meter flashed their winnings. A voice told them they'd be playing the next round at twice the speed. Stakes would increase by half. When the gam jumped to holocens a second time, she was ready for it. They worked as a team, and their drama played out much longer than the first. They were on the moon this time, a place she remembered near her home. It was a chase. Her interest and imagination were just beginning to wane when a soft voice said, "Stand by for void." Void, she panicked and asked for her final stats. "What's happening? Our winnings are gone." She broke contact and tore the wrap from her head. Jip's chair was empty. The interior lights flickered, then went out. Jing sat in the dark, afraid to move. "Come on out of there, honey. The game's finished." A large hand gripped her upper arm. "I thought I told you kids not to come back." It was Base. A brown thatch of greasy hair met one of his eyebrows as he leered at her. He smelled of sweat and his burning cigarette smoke. He bulged out of his green uniform jacket, which was too tight. Above a pocket full of pen-like tools, an orange squirrel logo was peeling off. "Hey, Base, I got a pass to be here," she said quickly. "I'll show you." She fumbled for her purse. He loosened his grip and pressed the back of his hand near her breast. She pulled away from him. "Honey, you want to work for me, you don't need a pass." Ignoring him, she continued to pretend to look for her pass. "Shit, I must have left it back on my table." "Honey, you ain't got no parental permission pass, 'cause you ain't got no parent. There's waifs all over this place. I see your kind in here all the time." "Where's Jip?" she asked. "Gone. Took the money and tried to run. But the Croot Joes were waiting for him. Who knows where they'll send him? Bad luck, huh, doll?" "I don't believe you. He wouldn't take the money. He didn't. You turned him over. You!" She lunged at him. They tumbled. His fist came up under her chin, and she bit her tongue. She clawed at his face and body. He grabbed the front of her T-shirt and ripped it, laughing. A crowd was forming around them. Jean got up and pushed her way through, screaming, fuck you," as the bodies pressed in. She slammed through the door of the washroom and fell to the dirty white tiles. The taste of blood in her mouth frightened her, so she quickly got up. Avoiding the mirror above the sinks, she rinsed her mouth with cold water, then locked herself in a stall. The orange squirrel logo from Base's uniform stuck to the remains of her T-shirt. She plucked it away and dropped it into the toilet. "Here, put this on." She hadn't heard him come into the washrooms. His shiny orange jacket was lowered into the stall. Jean took it. "Squirrels" was printed across the back in Frankfurter highlight. "You work here?" she asked through the door. "Yeah. Base is waiting for you in his office." "What's he want?" "He wants to give you a job," said the voice. She paused. "I don't want to work for him. I want to go home," she sobbed. "So do I," the boy said, and left. She put on the squirrel's jacket, too big. There were only a couple of people in the washroom. The window was open. The moon was bright and small and far away, a headlight in the sky. Jing climbed up to the sill and carefully lifted one leg over the fixed lower portion of the window. She pushed through the small opening and dropped noisily to the ground. Hugging the squirrel's jacket close, she moved through the alley's shadow grid like a piece in a board game, stepping from one dark blotch to the next. She walked carefully around the garbage that glittered like frosted still life, when a sudden surge of warm air rushed over her. The beads in her hair clattered. A deep humming vibrated around her. The current led her to a large vent. As suddenly as it had started, the airflow stopped. She curled up in the vent's warm hood of darkness, thinking about Jip. In the grey fringe of light just beyond, 4 Crooters made a noisy approach. "Nobody's going to be in this place tonight. Too cold." "We haven't made our quota," the woman complained. They moved on. Jing waited until their voices faded, then walked out of the alley and around the building to Squirrel's entrance. On the other side of the glass doors, Base stood chewing a cigarette, talking to a Crooter. Beside them, Jip shifted from foot to foot, his hands cuffed behind his back. Through the revolving door and between the crowds, she strained to catch glimpses of them. Something the Crooter said made Base laugh. His cigarette balanced precariously between stained, widely spaced teeth. Jip glanced toward the street, looking nervous, then watched his 2 captors. His cuffed hands worked at the nylon pouch on his belt. Base walked away laughing and shaking his head, and merged with the crowd. The Crooter shoved Jip to the door. When they came out, Jing pressed herself against the brick wall. Jip, forced to walk ahead of the Crooter, glanced at her, gave her a look that stopped her from uttering his name, then dropped the pouch. It disappeared behind a forest of legs. "Look out!" she cried, pushing between people. She slipped, fell hard, but she grabbed the bag and shoved it under her coat, then limped back to the wall and looked for Jip. He was gone, and she hadn't seen where or how. She breathed under her fingers, then pulled the zipper around the top of the pouch to open it. Jip's new winter shell jacket, bunched up inside, was thinner than the squirrel's jacket she wore. Soft, thermal, rainbow-colored threads ribbed the jacket inside and out. She put it on. There was a roll of paper money in the pouch and 2 Mars bars. She ate both bars. The jacket's pocket held something, a small, folded piece of cardboard. She straightened it. A ticket. Good for 1 first-class passenger. Her name was printed across one end. A pass to the moon. There was something else. An expensive gamming card, paper-thin, flexible, and dark like smoked glass. As she examined it, the smoky parts of the card swirled and came together to form a female face. Jing turned the card over and over. Both sides held the same image. Hilary's crawled across the bottom of the card just under the woman's chin, followed by an address that stayed on the card even after Jing put it back into her pocket. The address led to a cheap hair salon with yellowed window posters of models wearing mannequin smiles and outdated hairstyles. Jing peeked between the posters and saw no one. She tried the door. Locked. Around the side of the building an emergency exit door was open. She hurried down the alley and stepped quickly into the salon. A voice from the inner shadows startled her. "I saw you out front." Jing stayed where she was, terrified of being asked for a pass. A dark woman, tall and thin, stepped into the light. She wore a sleeveless, glossy gown that clung like a wet drape. Her face was bony, cosmetically sculpted indifference, framed by long black hair that glittered down her back past her buttocks. Jing recognized her as the woman on Jip's card. Sharp golden fingernails flashed when they caught the light. Jing felt small and dirty in contrast to the woman's display of smooth wealth. "I'm Hilary," the woman said, stepping close, blocking Jing's view of the gamming parlor behind her. The long, needle-thin scar below her taut neck was like Jip's, only healed. "What are you selling?" she asked. "I'm not," Jing stammered. "Of course you're selling. Why else would you come to the clinic?" "What clinic?" Jing asked. "My place. Hilary's, at the front," she said, thrusting a dagger-like finger into the shadows. "We open much later." "The hair salon?" In the skeletal face, Hilary's milk-white grin was frightening. "We do hair, but it's not how we make our money," she said slyly. "Why do you do it?" Hilary stepped toward Jing, her grin extinguished by a shadow. "Youth," she said, and ran a golden fingernail down the girl's throat. "Youth. Thymus gland. Extract of youth brings the best bucks." One long bare arm settled across the entrance to the gams. Jing backed away, quickly ducked under the arm, and headed for the gamming booths. Hilary's laugh rang clear and cold. Jing made sure Hilary didn't see which booth she went into. The gam was old, they all were, with only a curtain to close it off. A small surveillance camera pointed at her. The sign under it read, "No sex in booth." The seats, split like rotten fruit, were too big and no amount of force would budge the adjustable part on the chair she'd selected. The other chair reluctantly succumbed. She sat, fastened the head wrap, and with a noisy buzz an unseen master jockey unlocked the console. A sharp kick to the front piece changed the buzz to a hum. The screen lit and asked her to select a play mode. She looked for a mode selection but could not find the menu. Then she remembered that Jip had said real gams only used holosens. The screen blipped on. She slotted her card. The gam requested her name. She gave them Jing, and before the time limit ended, added Crawler, then relaxed in the chair. The voice startled her. Welcome to Voidlink, Jing Crawler. Consciousness dislocation commences in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. The shift to Void was smooth. She hadn't meant to gam Void. You have attained consciousness dislocation on the Outlaw Network. Priority Scan has selected you for standby jump. Priority Player requests information. Is there an affiliation with a gypsy crawler? Yes, Jing said. Her heart thumped excitedly, thinking Jip's reputation might get her into a play that could win her the money she needed to buy him away from the Crouters. Void, where a single excellent gam could shoot a player to stardom and perhaps the ultimate prize. Mind copy, to have one's best mental strategies become a permanent part of the gamming network. Priority jump cleared. Good luck. She snapped from blackness into an empty room, except for a large bed, a chest of drawers, and a door 3 times normal size. Jing was part of the scene. Unlike Holosen's ghostly images, here everything felt real. The door blew open. The wind lifted the cover on the bed. A shadow, a girl, stood on the room's threshold. The shadow girl entered, and except for the curvaceous body with large breasts that stretched a T-shirt, Jing recognized herself, and tried creating more light with no success. The shadow twin moved to the bed. Jing wondered how her opponent could know what she looked like, and a red D appeared, hovering in the room. Points lost. The second shadow appeared beyond the door. Stepping closer, its hulking form filled the doorway and entered the room. A monster, human-faced, grinning, chewing a cigarette. The room was filled with the odor of stale sweat and cigarette smoke. Base, but not completely. His body was part human, part animal. A large, bushy tail curled up his back. His front teeth sprouted white and flat. His genitals were human, like a handful of putty stuck to the smooth fur between his legs. He went straight for the girl on the bed. Jing tried turning the girl into a doll, a dog, another blanket. Nothing worked. Her opponent seemed to anticipate all her moves. He held tightly to his images, recreating them so quickly that she never saw her own effects and wondered if they even registered with the gam. The D flickered and faded in front of her. Unable to match her opponent's pace, she could only try to stay out of drag and wait for an opening. A third shadow appeared at the door and entered. Hilary, naked and glistening like an oiled icon, carried several large knives. The scene flickered, then resumed, as if her opponent was momentarily disturbed. Terrified, Jing went into steady drag as Hilary's image slashed randomly at the writhing figures on the bed. Blood sprayed across the room, painting Hilary primitive. Jing cried out, unable to break the gam. Her head throbbed. Each breath sent needle pains through her chest. A shadow flickered at the door, struggled to maintain its hold within the scene, each time lasting a little longer, until it finally stood just beyond the doorway. "Jip," she whispered. "Hang on," he said, and started to fade. "Jip!" She shrieked his name. For an instant the scene dimmed, and his image grew stronger. "I'm caught," he said. "A bleeder has me. I'm having trouble shooting my image through his block." "A bleeder?" "He's creating this scenario. He's riding me, tapping into my fear zone, that stuff I don't like to think about, and he's sending it back to me, and now you, enhanced, with his own touches and the gams. He may as well have a faucet in my brain. I can't handle the strain. He's keeping us dislocated too long." "God, how?" "I stole a gam card from base," Jip said, "and changed the code. I put the same code on it as the one you're using. I'm playing aboard this tank they're sending me away on. The clinics and bleeders work together. This guy was waiting, scanning for the code on the gam card you found in my pouch. Hilary gave me that gamming card. I guess she wanted to get the rest of me." "How do we get out?" Jing whispered. "I can't hold out much longer. I think he's weaker when he's trying to play the two of us. I'll play into his hold. As soon as you get a chance, break it. Get out." He disappeared. "Jip, I can't see you," she continued to whisper. "Jip, can you hear me?" The pain in her chest stopped. The dresser, the only other piece of furniture in the room, began vibrating. Drawers containing body parts slammed open and closed. The top drawer opened, exposing the back of a severed head. It rolled over, and Jip's blood-smeared face looked out at her. "Jip!" she screamed, pushed the dresser over and ran for the door, across the threshold into a viscous darkness. She tore at the enveloping blackness, screamed again. The darkness washed away. "Gypsy!" She called his name over and over, pounding the gam. Her clothes were soaked in sweat. She tore at the chair restraints, grabbed the gamming card and reslotted it. Nothing happened. The gam was locked. "Please wait for assistance," flashed at her. Jean grabbed the card and rolled from the chair, terrified that she might be detained. Ripping down the curtain, she ran through the emergency exit and out to the cold alley. She ran to the entertainment center. If Bass would help her save Jip, she'd do anything. He had a gam and could get into Void quickly. He'd know how to escape from the bleeder. He knew everything about gams. The atmosphere of squirrels closed around her, creating a sense of cover. She headed for Bass's office, through swinging doors, past off-duty token boys and girls. She hurried down the stairs and through the corridors until she reached Bass's door. Then she hesitated for a moment. There was nowhere else to go. If she did not act now, Jip might die. She pounded on the door. Her mouth was dry with fear. When there was no answer, she tried the door. It was open. At the far end of the office, beside a rack of squirrels' jackets, a pulsing yellow light alerted her to Bass's presence. He sat strapped into the master gam. She approached him cautiously, staring at his flaccid face. A corner of his mouth twitched. His eyes were closed. His fingertips were white with the pressure he applied to the control spheres. The gam's display read, "Void." On impulse, Jing touched the slot meter for a code readout. A string of numbers, Bass's code, slid by. Her stomach burned in the moment it took for the meter to clear and run by a second code, the one belonging to whomever Bass was gamming with. When it came up, she knew without checking that it matched the code on her card and on the one her brother was using. Bass was bleeding Jip. She was frantic. The chair's design prevented her from dumping Bass out of it or even pulling the wrap from his head. The gam was riddled with control option gadgets. It was too late to try them all. On the console, a raised orange disc caught her attention. With shaking hands, she wound the second head wrap into place, adjusted it, and prayed that Jip was still alive. Before making contact with the chair, her fingers trembled, hesitating over the dark orange disc. Above it, a warning, "Emergency Broadcast System," inscribed in red, nearly immobilized her. Setting the gam timer for 60 seconds, she broke the seal over the disc and touched it, causing it to illuminate and pulse with nauseating urgency. Voidlink swallowed her, hurtled her through darkness to Jip. She surrendered herself to the bleeder's pull and immediately became engulfed by Jip's nightmares. She moved to her brother's still form and sat with him, bracing herself against the bleeder's images. As Jip's consciousness dissipated around her, his image slowly dissolved. She clung desperately to his form, attempting to hold his collapsing awareness with her own consciousness. "Jip, help me. Hang on." His words gently broke in like drops of water on a pond. "Get out," he said weakly. "We're all right," she said. "Don't die." And in that moment, the pressure from the bleeder's hold began rapidly decreasing. The nightmare images pulled away until the bleeder's presence was no longer felt. Jip struggled to speak. "The bleeder's leaving. Something's happening." "I set the timer. 60 seconds. It was Bass. He was bleeding us. But now he's done it over both the minor and adult network. This play just went out over the emergency broadcast system. I hoped it would scare him away." Jip rolled over and pushed himself up. He smiled weakly. "I'm hurt. Dislocated too long," he said, and began to fade. "Play the gams. You're good. I'll look for you." And he was gone. She felt herself draw away from the scene, rushing backwards through darkness. She stared at the gam and pulled off her head wrap. Beside her lay Base, alive but motionless, slumped in the chair. The gam-in-progress light went out. She left Base the way he was, not caring if he recovered. She took off Jip's jacket, folded it carefully, and stuffed it back into the nylon pouch. "Hey!" Jing froze. She looked at Base, then to the open door. It was the token boy who had followed her into the washroom. She recognized his voice. He headed for the gam. "It went over the network. This place is going to be crawling with force any minute. One of Base's mind rapes went over the emergency broadcast system." The token boy reached over and touched Base's neck. "I think he's ready for a clinic." "Is he dead?" "Not yet, but I think he lost his consciousness in the network. The gam would have wrenched it from Void and thrown it across the network. But I was in Void and I got out." "But he was bleeding you. He had to ride you. You know, that's the thing about Void. You disconnect from the gam and free float, but it can be dangerous. The bleeder engulfs you, and you get connected to him, and he connects to the gam and has all the control. It's deadly. I've never done Void. Is your brother okay?" "I think so. He got out." "What now?" he asked. "I don't know. I want to help Jip. I'd like to go back to the moon. I'm not sure." "It takes a lot of money, but you can buy your brother out of Kroot." "I know," she said. "I've never really gammed before, not for real money. If you want, I could show you how to use everything in this place for free." "Free?" "Sure. You learn things working here. With Base gone, we'll have free run." "Won't they close this place down?" He shrugged and lifted a thumb towards Base. "They'll dispose of him one way or another." "I don't know." She shook her head, thinking about Jip, pulling out the moon ticket. The token boy glanced at it. "That's worth almost enough to get Jip out. With a little more. Think so?" He nodded. She went to the rack, hung up the squirrel's jacket, and selected one more her size. "We should get out of here," he said more urgently. They left, and closed the office door behind them. When they reached the chatter of the entertainment centre, the token boy ran up the stairs to the gams. For a moment, Jing hung back from the frenzied crush of people. She pushed the sleeves of the squirrel's jacket above her elbows, wearing it the way the token boy did. The jacket shimmered in the chaotic light. The letters across her back took on a purple hue and appeared to linger there long after Jing vanished into the glamour. Rain by Michael Skeet. The radio announced that a rainstorm was scheduled for that afternoon, but none of the people in the noodle bar would see or feel it. The crest was 3 small tables, a counter and grill, crammed, almost as an afterthought, into a ground-floor corner of a nondescript structure as far under as it was possible to go before hitting the communications tunnels. No rain ever reached here. Kefi, keening his non-stop song of hate and despair, got up from his counter-stool. Pulling the multiple layers of shiny, threadbare sweaters, jacket, and overcoat around him, he made a rude gesture to the back of someone better dressed, and therefore, presumably, more favoured by fate, and shambled to the door. He turned to Laura the cook and whispered, "Be back." A whisper was usually the best his throat could manage, for reasons his life-shocked brain could no longer remember. "Sure, Kefi," came the reply. "Always a spot for you, you know that." Where was he going? Ideas came to Kefi and then went again before he could fully grasp their meanings. There had been a reason for giving up his good seat in front of the noisy air-conditioner to come out into the thick, sticky air of the streets. He could remember that much. The song changed tone, increased in bitterness. Why couldn't he remember things? Something clicked in his subconscious, and he raised his head. A woman in the advancing crowd was looking at him. Kefi locked his eyes on hers, began to forge his way through people toward her. The woman's clothes were well cut, looked as if they were intended to be worn together. If she could afford to buy her clothes, then she could afford to spare him a few chips. He held out his hand as they drew closer together, occasionally using it to fend off those who would block his line of sight to her. But then she heard his song and somehow found the will to break eye contact. She stepped out of the flow into the center of the street before he could reach her, dodged a pedal car, and rejoined the sidewalk behind him before he could react. He should learn to keep his mouth shut. The song seemed to bother most people. Hell with them. All the more reason to keep singing it. What had people ever done for him? Hunger pierced his muddled thinking and opened stubborn synapses. He hadn't eaten today, and that was why he was here. The gold card he had given Laura at the Crest had been cancelled. The plodding bureaucracy of the city had finally got around to it after its owner had reported it missing 3 weeks ago. Time to go to his cache and get another card, this one stolen only 2 days ago. With luck, it would be another month before he'd have to go looking again. Kefi looked at the card nestled in his dark, greasy palm, trying to remember how he had laid his hand on this one. The name wasn't his own, of that he was sure. He might have lost everything else, but he hadn't lost the ability to read. Just the desire, most of the time. Kefi's own gold card had been cancelled a long, long while ago. Only his hard-learned familiarity with the warren that was this district had prevented him from being taken by the immigration police and sent to a better life in the colonies. It would be too much to say that Kefi liked it here, but better the hell you know than someone else's idea of heaven. So he stole welfare cards, used their encoded food allowances, then sold them for what he could get or traded them for an occasional hit of ice or green or, most often, a couple of bottles of sneak. The fiery liquor distilled from refuse shipments diverted from the recycling plants. When that happened, his song rose in volume, and sometimes the bitterness was softened by other emotions, half-dreams of some more comfortable time. Sometimes, but not often. Up ahead, the Crest's aged neon beckoned him homeward. The sign had read Crestwood, when its tubes had been whole and glowing, but time had shattered the glass, and someone had simply torn out the wood and overpainted the word grill in its place. The sign had a curiously asymmetric look to it now, like the studied off-balance of a Japanese tea-room. To Kefi it was just part of the street, the way he'd always remembered it, when he remembered it. His seat was still empty. He dropped himself onto the stool, pushed the gold card across the counter, and stared up into the ceiling, singing. Laura took the card, ran it through the reader, said, "Got one that scans this time, hi?" "Go to hell," Kefi muttered. Then pitched so she could hear, "I want something sparry today, not rotten, you get me?" "Nothing but Ichiban for you, old man," she said, and smiled at the subvocal obscenity of his response. Into a bowl she dropped a scoop of lukewarm, wire-thin noodles. Onto the noodles went a bit of seaweed, a couple of pieces of cornage of processed protein, and a drizzling of chili salsa. "Here you go, Kefi," she said, as she slid the bowl, a spoon, and some chopsticks down the counter to him. "One Gorbachev special, the best the people's money can buy." Kefi didn't even stop singing to eat. The song took on a guttural crooning quality as it competed with the noodles for throat space, but it didn't stop. It never stopped. His song was the only barrier between Kefi and emptiness. "I need a drink," he thought, and redoubled his pace. When thoughts came on him like this, it was time to open a bottle of sneak until they went away. Noodles thickened his beard, and watery salsa puddled on the counter under his chin. Pausing for breath, he looked around. As usual, nobody was paying him the slightest attention. On the counter to his left were some lottery tickets. String had obviously been here. String owned the Crest, or acted as if he did. He was always giving lottery tickets to Laura and Ginny, her assistant. There was an extra ticket today. Perhaps String had been careless, hadn't noticed an extra piece of paper. String wouldn't. He always had lots of chips in his pocket. Sometimes he'd hand a stack of them over the counter to Laura, even though the woman was a tired old shell like himself. String had never given chips to Keffy. String had never noticed Keffy at all. Keffy reached along the counter and picked up the nearest ticket. Nobody noticed. The Crest's usual low-key clatter continued unabated. He finished his noodles, pushed the bowl back to the far edge of the counter. "Where's my tea?" he whispered. Laura filled a dirty, spotted glass with rust-coloured liquid, set it on the counter in front of him, and inhaled sharply and sadly when her eyes came to rest on the space where 2, instead of 3, lottery tickets rested. "Gods below," she swore. "Ginny, it's gone. The 3rd ticket is gone. That stupid bastard. Why do you have to go and leave it out on the counter where anyone could get it? Oh, shit, he's going to kill me." Laura dropped to her knees and began scuffling under the counter. Jeannie joined her, and Keffy fought to suppress a triumphant giggle. All this fuss over a simple lottery ticket. "Did you see anyone leave in the last couple of minutes?" Laura asked Ginny, as the 2 women emerged from their search, hands covered with grease and dirt of 1,000 health and safety violations. Ginny shook her head and pointed at Keffy. "What about him?" "Keffy, did you see anybody take a lottery ticket from here?" There was something strange in Laura's eyes. The disdainful amusement that normally showed there had been displaced by the sort of look normally found in the eyes of those about to be bundled into emigration police vans. It shook Keffy, momentarily. "Still see 2 tickets," he said. "That's all there ever is." "There were 3 today, damn it. Somebody took one. Did you see anybody pick something up from here a minute ago?" "Didn't see nothing," Keffy whispered. "Never see nothing." He resumed his singing. Tears of frustration welled up in Laura's eyes. Her face was deepening in colour to a dark red, and her hands were trembling. Then Ginny whispered something in her ear, and Laura's expression changed, hardened. "Keffy," she said carefully, "you didn't take that lottery ticket, did you? Tell me the truth now." "Go to hell," he said. "Never took nothing." "Don't you play that game with me today, Keffy. This is a serious situation. If you took that ticket, you've got to give it back. It belongs to String. You know what'll happen to you if you don't give it back, don't you?" "Hell with all of you." Keffy slid from his stool and was out the door before Laura could get around the counter. It was easy to lose himself in the press of people. Keffy moved easily, with the shambling gait of those who have learned to conserve their energy against some more serious future demand. Contact with others was continual, but there was no threatening feel to it, just the normal collisions of normal people walking the under. The sour smell of hundreds of millions jammed together in a closed space mingled with food smells from the street carts, and with the sickly sweet stench of human refuse, filling Keffy's nose with the scent of life in the under. The cache was the place to go, to hide his ticket in case Laura found him somehow. Keffy let the crowd take him down the street to a subway station, fought his way to the entrance and down into the reeking bowels of the short-haul terminal. You couldn't access the long-distance tunnels from an under-station. Few of those who lived under could afford the fares the high-speed trains charged. His gold card got Keffy free entry into the aged subway, and a short jostling ride in a car that stank of sweat and strange spices took him to another station a kilometre or so from the noodle bar. This subway station connected with an L branch, and Keffy left one train for the other, stepping into the foremost second-class compartment. Keffy knew this car. It was almost never occupied, because the peculiarity of the 50th floor stop ensured that it rested in a sort of limbo, forbidden access to the above, and too high up to allow safe access to the last stop under, that purgatory for those condemned to live where the rain couldn't fall. Even down here, with 2 stops between ground and 50, the car was empty. Keffy smiled. This was his car, just as the under was his home. Where the subway crawled horizontally under the crowded streets of the under, the L personified upward mobility, for it did exist, for some, in the divided city. Its trains pulled themselves up at a 32-degree angle, connecting large platforms grafted onto the sides of buildings, eventually reaching that greatest of platforms, the 50th floor, above which lived those who could afford the sky, and above which the city soared another 50 or more floors, as if it had attempted to create a new ground level in order to renew itself and cleanse away the accumulation of errors and misfortune that was now simply called under. Kefi's destination was the 50th floor platform, but he had no intention of going above. With a screech like that of a harridan tired of being ignored, the L came to rest at length in its terminal position. The frontmost cars emerged through the protective rubberized sheath into the open air above. The rearmost disgorged the second-class passengers into the uppermost station of the under, and from the car that was neither above nor under, Kefi emerged, having forced open a door on the outward side of the L. There was virtually no danger at all involved in stepping onto a platform nestled amongst the girders and arches of the platform support, and as long as he stayed away from the edge, with its tempting vision of a 150-meter fall to oblivion, he could be safe here for as long as he liked. This was not a place for long visits. Kefi guarded his cache zealously, and staying too long might attract attention. Skirting behind the disused ladder that went up, presumably into the platform and above, he shambled along, bent over like some stray, tracking down the scent of a potential meal, until a set of crude scratchings on a post pointed him in the right direction. The cache must be well hidden, if even he had trouble finding it. And he did. Each visit here was a new voyage of discovery to Kefi's life-shocked mind. The song settled down into a near-silent murmur of satisfaction as he reached the empty metal box with the pointless high-voltage warnings in faded colors on its sides. Dust cycled around him, filtered into his nose, lodged in his hair, as he reached far into the recesses of the box's interior for the plastic containers that were his cache. Finding one, he brought it out, squinted at it briefly, through eyes unaccustomed to focusing too long on anything, and dropped the ticket into it. The container returned to its hiding place. Kefi let out a satisfied sigh and contemplated what to do next. How about a drink while thinking? There used to be a bottle of Sneak in the cache. Was it still there? Kefi's hand found something smooth and cylindrical, something that gurgled nicely when he picked it up. Enough remained for a couple of good swallows. The liquor filled him with joyful pain. His belly burned, and for a moment his song rose above the hiss of the city's breathing. Then a clattering announced the approach of another L, and Kefi decided it was time to leave. By the time the scream of badly maintained brakes announced the train's arrival, he had decided to go to the crest for some tea. He was pretty sure he'd been there already today, but Laura was nice. He felt good and wanted to share the feeling. It was a little harder to force the compartment's door from the outside, with the alcohol creating steam in his gut, but Kefi managed. He always did. Laura's eyes widened when Kefi took his usual seat in front of the air-conditioner. Noticing her look, he wondered if he was noticeably filthier today than yesterday. He felt greasy, dirty, and uncomfortable after his exertions, but the cool, metal-scented air from the old machine in front of him should take care of that. He loosened several layers of clothing. No, he wasn't too dirty. Laura said something into the phone behind the counter, then brought a glass of tea and set it in front of him. Kefi was pleased. He hadn't even had a order. "Where you been, Kefi?" she asked. "Around," he whispered, "doing my usual." Laura didn't know about the cache. Nobody did. "I was here earlier, wasn't I?" Laura's smile leaned over elbows on the counter. "Forgotten us already, Kefi? I'm hurt." "Don't talk to me like that, woman," he said. "You know what my memory's like. I was here?" "Yes, you were here, Kefi." Laura looked happy today. Maybe she'd won some money in the lottery. That's right. He had picked up a lottery ticket here earlier. Better not to talk about that, though. Somebody might have missed it. Not wanting to say any more, he began his song again. Laura's eyes rolled up briefly. Over the song she asked, "You want anything else?" "Not hungry yet. Going to save my meals, maybe trade 'em. Got any ice today?" Little smoke? Not for you, Kusai. Thin, clean, strong fingers grabbed him. Kefi pivoted against his will on the stool, and came face to face with a thin, pale-skinned man in clothes that matched. String. String gripped Kefi's several layers of unmatched clothes. "What you did with my lotto tick, you old garbage picker? Where you got it hid?" Kefi sang a song of nervous defiance. He was too puny to be bothered with. String had made some sort of mistake. "Old man, you don't con what you lifted," String continued in a voice as cool and metallic as the wind from the air-conditioner. "Tell me what you done with it, Kusai, or it'll go worse for you." "Come on, String, he's just a crazy old shithead," Laura said from across the counter. "You don't have to hurt him. It won't do you any good." "Stick, you bitch." The second man, better filled out than String, entered the conversation. Kefi didn't know him. "You hadn't been so up-headed stupid, none of this be going on now. Kusai, the right word for him, String. Phew, what a stink." "It wasn't me who left the damn ticket out in the open where anybody could take it," Laura shrieked, rising up in anger. Then, as abruptly, she shrank back down again as String shifted his gaze from Kefi to the two combatants. "Shut up, you both," he hissed. "Budu, escort this trash out of here. We going to take him to a place to give us some privacy, help him talk." "We won't bend him," he said, smiling coldly at Laura, "unless we have to. I don't hear another word from you. We going to talk about this later." The larger man bunched out the back of Kefi's collars in one hand, hauled him to his feet, and propelled him out the door. String followed. At the corner, they went into the L-tunnel, and Budu bought 3 first-class tickets. "You never been above, have you, Kusai?" he asked as they entered the train. "Be smart. Don't make your first trip your last." Kefi's song was breathy and rapid now, but he continued to sing. If he stopped, these men might kill him. Or the curious void where his stomach had been might expand, wipe out all trace of the essential hymn, or what was left of it. "Actually, from what I hear, he used to live up there," String said, settling into his seat with the complacent air of an owner. The expensive-looking clothes crackled slightly with the stiffness of something just bought. "They say he used to run with the big users, didn't you, old man?" Kefi looked blankly from face to face. This wasn't him they were talking about, was it? He'd never know. He didn't remember ever having been above. "But he ran a little bit too fast, too far," String said. "And so they garbaged him, magged his data, his money, his head, and tossed him down to us, where he sits as an abject lesson to Werudo, who try to climb too high." String smiled a shark smile at Budu, who seemed to get the message. "That explain his voice, String?" "Oh, yeah. Little unlicensed surgery with a boot, I think. Small sample of the delights of civilization at the upper level." The first-class cars must have been very well insulated. There was no telltale scream to let Kefi know they were stopping. A brief disturbance, less than the normal jostling of street traffic, and Budu's hand was thrusting him out the compartment door and into sunlight. Kefi's eyes watered. The light was so soft, so diffuse, so utterly unlike anything he remembered, and it seemed to go on forever. There was no end to it. No visual reference above him save for the grey-coloured objects hovering, looming in the air overhead. "Remember clouds, garbage picker?" String cuffed the back of his head. "Take a last look." Then he turned to Budu. "Where this place, then?" "Nicky tell me the ladder come up into a maintenance shack in the park over this way." They propelled him to a building no bigger than a toilet cubicle hidden in a bunch of something green. Trees? Bushes? His limbs were beginning to stiffen with the fear. He wanted to be back in the crest, safe, away from these mad people and their crazy ideas. Then String disappeared into the floor, and Kefi was driven down a ladder whose painted surface was chipped and corroded with age and disuse. The ladder ended on a platform. They dragged him through the dust, and Kefi would have cried out when they passed his cache, except that the telltale scratches were missing. This platform, then, was not his platform, and the cache and its precious contents were safe, for now. Unbidden and unwanted, stray memories began slipping back into Kefi's head, defying the static of the song. It was the fear that he remembered first. He had been dragged in this fashion before. It was a corridor then, and there was no dust. He remembered the unfriendly cold of the marble on his palms when they dropped him. Boodoo hauled Kefi over to a corner of the platform, braced a foot on the projecting lip, and thrust him at arm's length over the edge, holding him suspended over the brink. Kefi could look nowhere but down, see nothing but a tunnel-like circle of buildings, their lines stopped at ground level just short of converging. The song faltered and died on his lips as another memory rose, like a tiny electric shock. He had once stood here, or some place like this, contemplating his short step to eternity. His wounds had been fresh then. It was after the marble corridor, but before the singing. A sharp tug back, and he was sprawled out on the platform in a spray of greasy clothing. Rolling over, he came face to face with String, whose hands reached to grasp his shoulders. They were close enough that Kefi could smell the faint hint of some delicate woody spice on the thin man's breath. "You listen, Kusai," String said quickly. "I say it just once. When you made that ticket, you stole big, and you stole from me. Nobody steal from me. Now, you're harmless enough. You tell me where you put the ticket, you take me there, I might let you live. But this your only chance. You con?" "Go to hell," Kefi whispered, but with less conviction than he'd hoped for. "Didn't take nothing." Suddenly, he knew the feel of clean clothes every day and the smell of fresh, unrecycled air. Where had that come from? The song faltered, died, as Kefi fought for control of what was left of his mind. Something cool and wet reached his chin through the beard. He was drooling. Slowly he raised a hand to wipe himself. "Hachi!" Boodoo swore. "Look at that. String, he's too shit-headed to have stolen the ticket. Let's just drop him and go back to the crest. Maybe Laura or Ginny took it and tried to sucker us with garbage here." "The women wouldn't have done it. They know me too well," String said. "Were our friend here just crazy enough that maybe he not aware of what I do to people who cross me?" "What can you do that somebody hasn't already done?" "What's happening to me?" Kefi thought. Had he really said that? "Listen to the professor," laughed Boodoo. "He actually said a complete sentence." "Maybe he's sobering up," String said. "Prop him up, Boodoo, and hold his left arm out." String reached into his pocket, brought out a palm-sized disc of polished metal. "This is a spool of monofil, Kusai. You remember monofil?" Kefi's mind whirled. Other memories began to surface. A spool of monofil, given to a young man as a gift. Monofil was illegal. Had he broken the law? That was how he had made his money, wasn't it? The long marbled corridor again. The smooth, artificially young face of the cruel man at the end of it. "Let me refresh your memory," String said. "Get that arm out straight, Boodoo." A stab of pain, and Kefi's arm was thrust out in front of him in a bizarre salute. String held the metal disc out in front of him, palm downward. A gleaming, multifaceted jewel emerged from inside the disc and began to descend, floating magically in the air. Excitement quickened Boodoo's breath. The sound of it rasped in Kefi's ear. "Remember yet?" asked String, grinning coldly. "We'll try this on for size." The floating jewel dropped a couple of centimeters. String's hand flicked slightly, and suddenly the little finger was missing from Kefi's left hand. For a second he just stared at the blood in the empty space. Then severed nerve endings began singing their own ragged song, and Kefi screamed. Or tried to. No sound emerged from his damaged throat beyond an impotent wheezing. Boodoo released his arm, which dropped limply onto the dusty floor. Kefi pulled it into his lap and gripped it with his good hand, trying to squeeze the pain away while he cried silently, his chest heaving. For an instant he seemed to have no body. He seemed instead to be spinning, suspended in a tight web of fear that clutched him, pressed tightly against his mind. Boodoo walked over to stand beside String. Kefi looked at but saw neither of them. The trickle of memories widened, became a flood. He remembered not only monofil, but that particular spool. He had arranged to have it smuggled into the city. He had given it to the young man, who stood before him. "What'll it be next, Kusai?" String asked softly. "Don't remember yet? Doing it this way can take a long, long time, you know." The floating jewels sparkled in the artificial light. In the distance, clattering announced the approach of an L. "Come on, garbage picker. Do you want to bleed to death up here? Because you will if you don't tell me where that ticket is now." String bent over him, dangling the jewel on its invisible cutting line. "Do you see much of your father these days, Stefan?" Kefi asked. "What say?" The L arrived with an ear-splitting screech. With a startled oath, String jerked upward, and in that split second Kefi kicked upward with both feet. One foot caught String in the elbow, and the floating jewel glittered and shone as it arced through the air toward Boodoo. Boodoo screamed, threw himself out of the monofil's path, and kept on going, over the edge and down into the heart of the under. His screams echoed weirdly off the multifaceted plasteel walls. String spared only the quickest of looks over his shoulder at his departing lieutenant, but the distraction was enough. Kefi lashed out with his feet again, hooked them behind String's ankles, and pulled. String crumpled to the floor, even as Kefi, driven by his pain and his memories, scrambled into the sheltering maze of support girders. "Have you ever ridden the L second class, Stefan?" he croaked out from behind a beam. "If you had, you'd have known about the noise those things make when they stop." In response, there was a thin crack, the sound of breaking ice, too close to Kefi's head for comfort. String carried a needle gun to back up his monofil. Kefi dodged behind another bracing arch as a second shot followed. "Nice of you to remember me, Kefi," String called out. His voice was no longer the cold antiseptic drawl of the under-gangster. Now he sounded like a schoolboy at games. "I take it you remember it all, now." A third shot. "Isn't that what you wanted, Stefan?" Kefi, trusting in the analog relationship between this platform and his own, backed straight up until he came to the next row of pillars, then ducked behind one. "You're a bit of a fool to use that thing here, aren't you?" he asked. "Suppose there's a pato car up there." Any police vehicle with its scanners on couldn't help but pick up the electromagnet surge the needler released with each shot. "You've gone clever on me, Kefi," came the delighted reply. "Fair enough. This can wait until I catch up with you. Unless, that is, you've also remembered taking my lotto tick and want to tell me where you've put it. Then I can go, no questions asked, right? Would I lie to you?" No more shots came, but the crisp scratching of fine shoes on dusty metal announced the commencement of String's search. "You surely can't expect me to believe that," Kefi bit back. "After all, you're the one who gave me back my memory." Tearing a strip from the tired cloth of one of his shirts, he wrapped it clumsily around and around his hand, leaving the thumb free. Then he tucked the damaged hand inside as many layers of clothing as he could. He didn't want String tracking him through a trail of blood. Squeezing the damaged hand tightly with his good one, and hunched over as if leaning into a gale, he dodged his way through the girders and arches, looking for an old electrical box that he was convinced would be there. "You speak the Lish pretty well, Stefan," he whispered. "How long have you been down here? Does your father know what you're doing?" "I doubt it," String said. His voice was distant, but the acoustics of the low-ceiling platform kept it crisp and audible. "I haven't told him, and I've taken care that nobody else does either." It's ironic, you know, but it's because of you that I've been able to build my little zaibatsu here. Father wasn't satisfied with just magging you. He was scared to death you'd plot against him from down here. So he told me to come down from time to time to check on you, to make sure you weren't building an organization of your own. Isn't irony delightful? And, of course, he had no idea how right the situation down here was for organization from above. He never thinks of this place. Nobody up there does, except me. And now me, Kefi whispered. You've given me my memory back. Deliberate? You're cutting me? Of course, it all was. The threats, the dangerous high location, cutting you up. String yawned audibly, elaborately. HSR, they call it. Hyperstimulated stress response. I could have got the same effect by giving you an injection of steroids and vasopressin, but I wanted to see if real fear had as much effect as the simulation. A quick shuffling of feet, sudden intake of breath from after Kefi's right. It seems I was correct, too. How nice to have you back with us, Kefi. Now, where are you? Right behind you, Kefi hissed from his hiding place, and laughed silently as the expensive shoes shuffled abruptly in the dust. Pain throbbed from his mutilated hand, and there was a sour, bitter taste in his mouth. But his head was clear. It was strange thinking like this and remembering what he thought, and there was more than remembered emotion returning to his brain now. There were tricks, things he'd done before in situations like this one. As silently as possible in his old tattered shoes, he faded backward, away from the sound of String's shuffling feet. As he'd hoped, there was an electrical box here, at almost exactly the same location as his cache on that other platform. This one, however, was locked shut. It seemed never to have been gutted like the one he used. The sound of String's footsteps edged closer. Kefi looked around himself. Was he the only bum who used these platforms? No. Off to his left, across an open space that divided the platform in halves, was a small area from which the dust had been cleared. Around that tiny circle lay the scattered debris of under-low life, including that which he'd been hoping to find at the electrical box. Edging his way to the end of the sheltering arches and supports, Kefi paused for breath, then sprinted the short distance through the open to the pylons on the other side. Another thin crack warned him that he'd been seen. String must be at a distance outside his needler's optimum range, though. The needle missed him by sufficient distance that its passage made no other sound. "Where do you think you're going, Kefi?" String asked tauntingly. He sounded a bit out of breath. Perhaps he wasn't accustomed to having to do his own dirty work. "You're running away from the only lad I hear, you know. I'm going to find you eventually. Why don't you just tell me where the lotto tick is, and I'll go and leave you alone?" Kefi went to his knees beside the cluster of refuse, reached down with his good hand, and picked up an empty sneak bottle. Carefully, he wrapped it in the trailing tail of his outer coat, and equally carefully he smashed it just below the neck. Holding on to the largest piece along with the neck, he emptied the rest of the shards into the dust. Glass was cheaper than plastic, and sneak was the cheapest of drinks. When he tried to get to his feet again, Kefi's world launched itself on a spin that nearly knocked him to his knees. The edges of his vision began to grey. Sucking in a deep breath, he bit his lower lip in an attempt to control the pain for just a few moments longer. This time he remained steady. He could taste blood, sweet and metallic, as he moved carefully into the sheltered space created by the juxtaposition of two girders. "I'm beginning to lose my patience with you, Kefi." He could hear String's breath, louder than his own now. The man had crossed the gap sooner than Kefi thought he would. "How much longer do you think you're going to stay conscious, losing blood like that?" Kefi looked behind him. There was no trail of blood to betray him. The multiple layers of his clothing had absorbed what the crude bandage hadn't. "If you think you've suffered pain already, you don't know Dick." The voice went up a couple of tones. "I've still got that drug here, Kusai, and I can give it to you in a way that'll make sure you never forget." String gulped in air, so close now that Kefi was sure the younger man was on the other side of the pillar he himself was crouched behind. "Forget what I just said, Kefi," String continued. Now he was trying so hard to sound reasonable his voice shook. "Let me tell you about that lotto tick. What do you think is the city's most valuable commodity? Is it plasteel? Gallium arsenide crystals? No, it's information. Fragments of words, numbers. That's what makes the city move. It's what any good businessman deals in, even me, even father. That ticket has a single short strand of emulsion-coated monofil buried in its weave." Kefi looked down at the lump of blood-soaked cloth at the end of his arm, remembered the coarse, cheap paper of the ticket back in its hiding place. "The data etched on that wire will bring down kings, Kefi, make you and me rich men. Tell me where the tick is, and I'll share the infile with you. You can come back above with me. We'll mag father the way he did you. What do you say? Isn't that a reasonable offer?" Kefi withdrew his damaged hand, clutched the chunk of glass between bandaged fingers and thumb, and tossed it to his left. A small shower of blood followed it. The song of the shattering glass seemed unnaturally loud. Then String appeared, his back to Kefi, gun aimed in the direction from which the noise had come. Kefi could see his shoulders tremble. Kefi stepped out from his shelter, faced String in profile. "What makes you think I want to go back up there?" he whispered. String turned at the same instant as Kefi brought the broken bottle in a swinging motion across the thin man's neck just below the jawline. A fine red spray appeared, followed by a trio of parallel red lines across both the carotid and the jugular. String stared open-mouthed at Kefi for a moment. Then he dropped the gun and sagged to the dusty floor. "Maybe I like it down here," Kefi said. Kefi left the gun where it fell. In String's bloody jacket he found money, more than he'd seen in his recent memory. Drugs, few of which he'd ever tried, and a wallet full of forged ID cards, both gold cards and employment forms. Those he took. From the lining of the fine jacket he tore a bandage, which he wrapped as best as he could around his left hand, discarding the blood-soaked rag he'd been using. The remaining shreds of the lining he tied up around his new possessions. Then, gripping the bundle in his teeth, he hauled himself up the ladder one-handed. The promised rain was falling when he returned to the above. The platform was all but deserted, and those who remained outside were too involved in their own communion with the weather to notice the bearded, bedraggled old man who shuffled through the well-appointed parks, a bundle in one hand, his face upturned and streaming water. He remembered the taste of rain. Fighting off the onset of shock, Kefi tried to make sense of the memories that were flooding back to him with the rain. He remembered the taste of power now. What had it got him? A kicked-in throat, and gods knew how many years of thoughtless wandering. He recalled the sky, too. That was something he hadn't appreciated at all when he'd had the chance. Well, he had another chance coming to him if he wanted it. He had money now. Power waited for him in a plastic box on a dusty platform not far away. Once again, he'd be in a position to do what he wanted, get what he wanted, wherever he wanted it. What he really wanted, Kefi decided, was a drink. Kefi took the next L he found down under. There, one of his forged gold cards got him quick medical attention for his hand, no questions asked. He decided not to have the last finger replaced. With the minimum dosage of painkiller working inside him, he made one last visit to his cache, adding the items he thought worth taking to those inside the cheap fiber bag he'd bought. Before dropping it in with the rest, he stared carefully at the lotto tick. Was there strength hidden in the weave? Would power over others pass to him the way the cheap ink transferred itself to his fingers? Or had String been lying all along? People like String made it a virtue never to tell the truth. Kefi knew this. He had had his share of virtues in his time. He bought a one-way fare on a long-distance train to another quadrant of the city. One part of the under looked pretty much like another, and he quickly found a new cache under the 50th on a platform almost identical to his old one. Then he bought a cardboard box full of bottles of sneak and proceeded to drink his memories to death. It took 2 days. Lottery day came and went, and the ticket, carefully transported and re-hidden, failed to win a chip. Kefi was singing to himself again as he dropped it into the disposal chute. Retrieval by John Park. Outside they were playing cricket on Stockhausen Square. In his office on the second floor of the gutted museum, the man with the burned face pushed aside the battered electronic device he had been examining and turned to watch. The square was surfaced with gravel, except for a patch of earth in which a black, leafless poplar stood at deep mid-wicket. The man could remember the tree dying, long after everything had collapsed, its leaves streaming away in a morning gale. He watched Durkheim, the epileptic, take 3 skipping strides and bowl. The far wicket was an empty drum of cleaning fluid. In front of it, Ramsay, the helicopter pilot, jabbed forward with part of a door frame as a bat, but the tennis ball broke past his elbow and was taken head-high behind the wicket. From the 24 players there was not a sound or a hint of excitement. The man told himself, as usual, that the fact that they were playing at all was a good sign. He picked up the set of identity cards he had made and began the game of choosing his identity for the month. C.L. Staples, the university lecturer, Larry D. Herbert, the painter, F. Edward Morgan, back from the East, Elliot T. Stearns, the ex-bank clerk. That would do. The game, begun when he had tried renaming the ruined streets and buildings, was losing its attraction. Today it reminded him of what was lost. The device at his elbow seemed to pluck at his memory. It had been scavenged from the ruins the evening before, and he had not had time to do more than glance at it before he slept. But then a dream had woken him and vanished, leaving a blurred memory of a man's face. He had lain in the dark, afraid to move, thinking he was still in the hospital, with the pain about to return. He opened an old coffee jar and took out the prosthetic skin he used to build up the ruin of his left cheek. As he worked, he examined his face in the driving mirror from a VW bus. Whatever name he attached to it, it remained a stranger's face with an unknown past. He wondered what it had looked like, what it had smiled at, when its smile had been more than a grimace. He glued on his left eyebrow and pulled a black leather glove over his shriveled left hand. Finally, he scooped his leather overcoat from the back of the chair, checked the Beretta in the right pocket, and was ready. Outside, at the foot of the fire escape, he was met by a red-bearded man carrying a repeating shotgun. Stearns nodded to him. "All ready, Sammy," he said, and took one more look across the square. The sun broke through thin cloud, and the jagged shadow of an office tower fell across the players as they changed ends. "They look happy enough for the moment. You're sure Colin knows the water truck's due?" Dumb Sammy grinned and nodded. "Okay, then, let's go." Stearns could see the cloud shadows on the grey hills beyond the city, and closer, the fractured dome of the town hall gleaming in the sun. With Sammy at his shoulder, he walked briskly, with only a slight limp, whistling Jagger and Richards' Satisfaction. They came to the public library. A battered Renault Electric was parked in the lot, a spare pack of NICADs strapped to its rear bumper. "It looks as if Ernst is punctual for once," Stearns remarked. He glanced quickly along the empty street. "Okay, let's go in." He pushed the front door open, and they walked past the looted shelves to the office. Ernst's equipment was there on the chip wooden desk, between the arm-chairs, and the usual 2 NICAD batteries were on the floor beside it. But the man waiting for him was new. Stearns let Sammy go ahead of him and slipped his hand into his pocket. "Ernst," he said, "that's the best facial I've seen in years. A whole-body job, too? In these days? I'd never have known you without the toys." The man came slowly to meet him. He was middle-aged and stocky, with grey hair and a clipped moustache. He wore a leather-patched green anorak that was frayed enough to show the bullet-proof Kevlar lining. "Ernst has been discommoded," the man said. "Nothing serious, but he asked me to take over for the time being." He held out part of a torn 50-franc note. "You can call me Cavendish." Stearns pulled out his wallet and compared his half of the banknote to Cavendish's. He nodded. "Okay, Sammy. Just wait outside and see we're not disturbed, please." "Glad to meet you," he said to Cavendish. "My name is Stearns, on this occasion." "Ah," the man murmured, "old habits." Stearns frowned, but Cavendish was examining a list on a clipboard. "Now, you're the customer for the special, I understand." Stearns nodded, and Cavendish took a green plastic thermos from a toolbox behind the desk and handed it over. "Enough for 2, right?" The flask was filled with crushed ice, in which a screw-top file was packed. Stearns picked up the file in his fingertips, examined the serial number etched into the glass and the seal on the neck, then put it back in the ice. "Defrosted today? Okay. Now, what about the rest?" "Ernst's quite a sick man, actually." Cavendish drew a fingertip along one of the gouges in the desk. His wrist quivered, and the finger went white around the nail. "He had to go to a lot of trouble to get that for you." Stearns put the thermos down. "Well, well, well. After all these years. Did Ernst mention to you that I've got 26 in permanent aftershock who need the stuff? That one's epileptic and another 3 need heroin?" "Actually, all he mentioned was that you needed the special rather badly." Stearns frowned. "If Ernst is developing capitalist ambitions, I'm afraid he's either too early or much too late." "Whatever." Cavendish began tapping his fingers on the desk. "If you want the rest, I have a slightly different arrangement to offer." Stearns sighed. "The good Ernst, for all his faults, is not one to welsh on a deal. But I'm not sure how he reacts to being cut out by his partners. Maybe you know that." "I know what I just told you." "Then there's no problem, is there? Shall I call Sammy in to help you pack up? Maybe we'll meet again in more congenial circumstances." Neither of them moved. "Interesting," Cavendish said at last. He reached down and put an egg carton containing a dozen ampoules packed in blue foam plastic on the desk. "You're quite committed to these people, aren't you? Have you been here all along?" "Only as long as I can remember," Stearns said, and began checking the ampoules. Finally he nodded. "Now we've finished our little courtship dance, perhaps we can get on with the main business." He dragged one of the armchairs back against the desk and sat down. He reached up and peeled back his hairpiece, revealing the metal insert in his scalp. "Perhaps you can help me here. I assume you've seen one of these before. It's just the housing and sensor guide for the memory packs. Bring the sensor head over here and position it. There, that's right. Now all you have to do is enter number 11 on the keyboard, and press the little red button." Stearns closed his eyes. His right hand clenched, his jaw quivered. A minute passed. Then he sat back and smiled weakly. "There we are. I'm sure Ernst would want you to enter the check codes to make sure I haven't cheated you." Cavendish worked at the keyboard. "That other deal I mentioned. I have a client interested in certain information that may pass your way. If you come across it, it could be to both our advantages." Stearns raised his eyebrow. "The code name was Viking," Cavendish went on. "I can give you a hexadecimal reference." After Cavendish had read off the reference, Stearns closed his eyes, leaning forward with his arms stiff. I may have something, a cross-reference. Maybe. I'm not sure. He shook his head and sat up. It's gone, if there was anything— He broke off and looked at Cavendish. I've seen you before. Cavendish peered at him, his eyes suddenly hard. Have you now? I'm not sure I can say the same. I've changed, Stearns muttered. Do you know where you've seen me? No, it's gone now. Just a flash of something, a dream. Interesting. Do you get these flashes often? No, I wish I did. It might mean my memory was coming back. You may be fortunate as you are. After the plagues and some of the things that followed, not many illusions about human worth or dignity survived. But we have to keep on going, don't we? So keep an ear to the ground, and if you hear anything about Viking, let me know. Stearns waited until Cavendish had loaded his equipment into the Renault and driven away before he came out to meet Sammy. He handed over the packages of ampoules. Off you go now. Get this back safe. Colin knows what to do. Stearns walked north for a block, then stopped at the corner where the salvage crew was working. They were clearing rubble from the remains of an office building. The side walls and rear were smoke-blackened but intact. The front had collapsed into the street. The foreman was looking at the motor of a blue Ford that had been under the rubble. "Afternoon call," Stearns said. "What have we got?" "Not much today, looks like. We'll tear the motor out and have a look, but the oil's been gone for a long time. We got the radio out, though. Pretty chewed up, but some of the boards still look good." He went over to a bundle of sacking and handed the radio to Stearns. "Werner started this fine when he picked up that other thing in the stairwell with his metal detector. Thought he'd tripped over another bloody claymore at first." Stearns handed the radio back. "Ship this back to my office and I'll check it out tonight. I haven't had time to look at the other one yet. If you can't see much else that's easy to get at, you'd better wrap it up. I'd like to put the team on clearing some of the warehouses by the bridge. We might have better luck there. I've got to be going now. I'll see Werner gets credit for the find." He walked on, his left leg starting to drag, and came to a limestone and slate motor hotel, still largely intact in its concrete lot. At the lobby entrance he saw a BMW electric cycle pushed among the yellow weeds by the door. He frowned, then clumped up the steps and went in. From the broken window the usual splash of light fell across the registration desk, but the two chairs behind it were empty. As he hesitated, his hand slipping into his right pocket, a woman in black cycle leathers moved from the shadows in the far corner. She was a medium height, with straight brown hair, and she carried a machine pistol easily at her side, its muzzle aimed a couple of meters in front of Stearns' feet. "It's cold for April this year," he said, feeling ridiculous. "And no lilacs are blooming," she completed, and clipped the gun to her belt. "Right you are, but I've learned to be careful with a new customer." "What's the matter?" "Oh, you were expecting Adrienne. She's not going to make it. Trouble last month, you know." "I can imagine. Anyway, I've got the data you wanted, and as far as we're concerned, the deal's still on." She paused. "Did you know her well?" "Well, I'm not sure." He swallowed. "I look forward to when she came through here, but it's been so quiet here that you forget. Today's full of surprises." The fingers of his right hand were gripping his gloved wrist. "She won't be back at all?" "That'll be hard to get used to." She nodded. "It's still hard to lose someone even now, after all this. I've got some medicinal alcohol on the bike. You want a slug?" He shook his head and took out the thermos. "One mix with this." "I've got a recorder with me. We could use that if you'd rather." No. Those things start to mash my brains if they're not perfectly tuned. Electric feet scuttering through my mind. Can we talk a bit first, though? I'm not ready yet." They talked. Her name was Megan. She had a husky voice and rather coarse features, and she carried 2 gigabytes of RAM implanted in her head. Talking of fortified villages and water-powered assembly lines in a ruined cathedral, she leaned forward, gesturing with stiff wrists and curved fingers. There was something wrong with her right hand. They compared stories of agricultural projects, outdated maps, and new perimeter defences. When she laughed, as she did finally, she was almost silent, falling back in her chair, open-mouthed, while her cheeks went red and her nose white. "God," she said, sitting up and shaking her head, "mass hysteria, just the two of us. The last few weeks were worse than I'd realized." She lay back in the chair again and looked at her hands. "The past keeps coming back, doesn't it? Someone I used to know, I'd assumed he was dead. I'd almost managed to forget he'd existed. Then just a couple of days ago a new database came onto the circuit. It has an old security classification, secret projects and who was working on them. His name was there, and where he had been working. And when this job came up, I took it, even though I was due for a break, because it would take me here, and I could be where he'd lived." She was somber again, and went on quietly. "Memories. Some of them are more real than what's around me, but I can't trust them. Have you noticed there's always some leakage, some cross-talk between what's in the implants and your own memories? At least I think that's the trouble. He once told me that was it. He said you could make use of it if you knew how. Memories change on me. It scares me. I don't want to say it. And I dream, or I remember, but I can't see him. Or I see him, but it's someone else. Sometimes he changes while I remember. That's what frightens me. Supposing he hadn't died, and I found him, and we didn't know each other." Stern shook his head. "I can't believe people change that easily. I think you're worrying too much." I know, I'm old enough to know better. But still—" She shrugged, and then smiled. "You're a good listener. I've needed to talk. You ready now?" He nodded. "There's a room through there. The light's about right, and there's even a bed." She followed him. When she hung her jacket on the door-handle, he saw that the right sleeve of her work shirt was worn through at the elbow, and her arm was prosthetic. The false skin had hardened and was flaking away at the joint. As they sat, his gloved hand brushed that elbow. They sat facing each other on the bed. There was enough light to see her eyes clearly. The irises were grey. He opened the thermos, took out the file, and broke the seal. Loading the hypo-spray, he shook his head. "I thought I wouldn't be able to get it this time. I thought I'd have to give it up for the neurovaccine. But you didn't have to, so it's all right." Her hands moved down the front of his shirt, unfastening buttons. When her fingers reached his belt and began loosening it, he put the spray gun down and took her hand away. "No use," he said softly, his eyes closed. "Burned." He picked up the hypo. "Just this now." They injected each other at the base of the neck and waited, her left hand resting loosely on his right. The first change was always visual, as details forced themselves into prominence. A grey hair at her temple, the crease at the corner of her mouth, 2 red veins in her eye. Then his hearing sharpened, so that their heartbeats and breathing filled the room with muffled thunder. As he became aware of it, the syncopation smoothed away. Breath came with breath, pulse beat with pulse. He felt veins swell and relax. Air pushed down into his lungs, lifting the rib cage, pressing down the diaphragm, opening each alveolar sac like a bud. She parted her lips and sang. Starting from an inhumanly precise B-flat, the sound broke and shivered into a hail of notes too fast to be consciously controlled or apprehended. The sounds and the grey aureoles of her eyes filled his senses. He floated disembodied on a river of numbers that surged into an abyss of dark. When the song ended and the abyss was filled, he reached into his body and let his own song spill out. The river poured through him, molecular switches firing neurons, shaping puffs of air into sound. he orbited twin grey suns in a void that sang. At the end, their bodies slackened, the world came back, their foreheads touched. They closed their eyes and slept. He knew he was dreaming. Cavendish turned from the map on the wall and pushed a blue folder across the desk toward him. An incandescent light bulb was reflected in the froth-ringed liquid in Stern's beer mug. Beside him a folded newspaper had been left between a beer mat and the ashtray. Casually he picked it up, felt for the envelope inside. He was staring up at the twin fluorescents in the white ceiling, wondering if his head should feel different after the operation, how long it would take to learn to use the implants. He tried to sit up, and the ceiling cracked and turned brown. The lights became dim, unshaded incandescents, and he screamed with the return of pain and the stink of burned flesh. He was up on the second floor, pushing discs through the eraser. Beside him was a box of documents for the incinerator and a 10-liter can of petrol. His hands were shaking, and he worked so that he could watch the doorway and the stairs. It was dark, with just the embers from the fireplace, and his arms were full. They were standing, he and she, turning together, so that the snow on the cars outside passed across his gaze, then the bookshelves under the Escher print, the stereo that had turned itself off, the dark hallway, the window again, moonlight and shade, turning, until his eyes closed, and there was just her weight in his arms, her hair against his cheek. Megan's hands, the warm and the cold, shook him awake. It was late afternoon, and his throat was stiff. She took her hand from his shoulder. "You okay? I've got to be going soon." "I was remembering things, perhaps. Some of them hurt." He swung his feet to the floor. "You're right, you know. How can you trust memories like that? Still, before you go, could you tell me the hex reference for that secret project of yours?" She told him, and he nodded. "I think I expected that. I'd like to look at some of that database you mentioned. Could we arrange something?" "I'm not sure. I'd have to ask when I get back." "Yes, of course." He followed her to the door. "I'll make the usual arrangements when I know what we've got to offer." "Fine," she said. "I'll see you then. Travel safely. Take care." They started to shake hands, then moved closer and held each other stiffly for a few moments. She put on her jacket and walked out to the motorcycle. Stearns listened to her ride away, then turned and made his way back to see the end of the cricket match on Stockhausen Square. That evening, in his office in the museum, he turned to the device that the salvage team had found, a grey metal box with interface sockets and a small keyboard and display. It looked military. That meant triply redundant software storage, and when he removed the cover plate, the circuitry looked intact, so there was a chance it would still work. With his storage batteries connected to the oscilloscope and pulse tester, he worked by the light of 2 oil lamps, using the mirror from the VW to illuminate the device. He noted the serial number, traced the circuitry, then closed his eyes. A frown of concentration appeared on his face, his jaw slack, his lips slightly parted. After a moment he nodded and bent to pull a catalogue from a box under his bench. He opened it at the page he wanted and checked the diagram there against the device in front of him. He inhaled sharply and nodded. "An easy out. That's what we used to call them." He stopped breathing. Carefully he put the catalogue down. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, then slowly repeated, "That's what we used to call them when... That's what we used to call them when... He moistened his lips. There was sweat on his forehead. "That's what we..." He shuddered and shook his head, and sat for a few moments breathing heavily. Then he sighed and bent over the work again. He replaced the cover, brought out a length of optical cable, and coupled the Easy Out to his implants. He adjusted the voltage regulator in series with his NICADs and connected it to the device, and began entering commands through its keyboard. After a few minutes he paused, frowning. Then he nodded and continued. A spasm went through him. He gasped, and his body twisted and arched in the chair. A scream started to force itself out through his teeth, and then his hand jerked the power cable free. He slumped back in his seat and shivered. Outside the window, beyond his lamps, the last red was fading from the sky, and 2 stars were visible. He remembered grey eyes and data song echoing through his mind. 2 guards with shotguns walked across Stockhausen Square on their way to the bridge checkpoint. Their footsteps crunched across the gravel, slapped on concrete, and receded into their own echoes. Stearns reconnected the Easy Out and began again. In the library, Stearns examined the ampoules Cavendish had brought. As he checked the serial numbers, he remarked, "I may be able to get something for you on that Viking project, but I'd want something special for it." "That's reasonable. It's a valuable property." Stearns put the package down. "As we both know." He looked at Cavendish for a moment. "I found someone who remembers something about it, but the memory is associated with trauma. It's going to be difficult to recover. He was hurt while he was trying to destroy the research records after the balloon started to go up. Someone was on his track and must have caught him at the last minute. I've no doubt several parties were quite anxious to get hold of information about it." "And some of them are still in business?" "No doubt," Cavendish said impassively. "Now, what is it you or your associate wants in exchange?" "A security file," Stearns said, "with a list of personnel working on that project. I want to see the personal files, and—" he looked into Cavendish's eyes. "There must have been a counter-espionage file, with the identities of known agents, the ones likely to be looking for such information. I think it would be interesting for me to see that too, don't you?" Cavendish linked his fingers together and looked down at the backs of his hands. "It might be interesting if you are interested in the past for its own sake. It might also be more distressing than it's worth. The situation has changed somewhat, after all. People's motives change. Even though they may keep on performing the same little manipulations, what's inside them changes, erodes, wears itself out. You might be disappointed in what you find. Can you bring me the files next time or not?" "I won't pretend I can't get them." Cavendish closed his eyes and sighed. "Yes, it might be interesting to let you see them. I think we can arrange something on that basis." Stearns was setting up a recorder in the lobby of the motel when Megan arrived. "We're a bit short of time today," he said. "I've arranged a meeting for both of us later this afternoon, and there's something I want to discuss with you, so I'd rather use this for once." "Okay, I imagine you know what you're doing." Stearns bent over the recorder, tuning it. "I looked in at the hospital last night," he remarked. "Roger Finlay stepped on a mine 2 days ago, and we've got him on antibiotics. My first memories are there, the pain and looking up at that ceiling. I was lying in that bed, waiting for the universe to finish with me, and one day Charlotte asked me to help with the evening meal." He paused, and abstractedly checked and rechecked a setting. "I hadn't thought I could walk that far, but I did it. And then I was fetching water, washing dishes, until one day I stumbled over some technical manuals and found we had enough information to start repairing things. Then I started to realize what could be done with just a bit of organization. I had just discovered I could still use the implants and store what I'd read, when old Ernst turned up, offering to trade. That's all I know about myself for sure. That's all I am now." He looked up from the recorder. "It's good to see you again," he said, and hesitated. "This man you were looking for, you know the project he was working on was military. It could still be used if the data became available." "I know people are still interested in finding it. How much do you know about it?" "Not much more than that at the moment." He hesitated again, then asked abruptly, "If you found this man alive, and you were sure it was him, you'd still know all about him, where he was born, who his friends were, what books he read, everything?" I have to believe that, yes. What would you do if you found he'd been killed or badly injured by someone? I'd try to find out who did it. Stearns nodded. As I said, we have an appointment later. He moistened his lips. And what if he'd lost his memory, if he was disfigured? She looked at him, then swallowed and closed her eyes. I don't know, she whispered. I'd have to be sure. Stearns nodded and started connecting his implants to the recorder. Right, let's get this business out of the way, then. They sat facing each other and made the data transfer. He disconnected from the recorder and waited for her to check her data and do the same. Then he reached down and put the Easy Out on the table. Will you help me with this? You seen one of these before? It carries enough lockpicks and brute-force probes to read practically anything you can store if you know how to use it. I want you to use it on me. There's something in me that won't come out, something to do with that project, and I want you to keep this thing operating until we get it. Why can't you use it yourself? I tried working it from the keyboard. The memories are buried under some trauma. It hurts when I go near them. I lose control of it then. All right, she said slowly. You want me to hook into it directly? Yes. I'll probably show some signs of discomfort. You'll have to ignore them. She used the optical cable to interface with the control port, and he linked himself to the probe terminal. They began. The first time he screamed, Sammy burst in with his shotgun leveled, and they had to stop so that Stearns could explain. Then they continued. Finally she whispered, I think that's the best I can do, and slumped in her chair. Has it worked? He was sprawled across the table, panting. He levered himself up and dragged the cable from his scalp. His artificial cheek was livid against the pallor of the rest of his face. He pushed himself to his feet. Come on, he muttered, we're going to be late. She followed as he picked up his coat and limped to the door. Has it worked? I don't know. Sammy followed, and Stearns hurried them past the library to the building where the salvage crew had been working. The stairwell was almost clear of rubble, and Stearns scrambled up to the second floor. It's safe enough, come on. He turned through an empty door frame and began heaving at smoke-blackened masonry. Help me with this, will you? Sammy joined him, and a slab of plasterboard cracked and slid out of the way. Stearns looked down, gasping. There. Just inside the door lay what might almost have been a pile of old sticks, brown and charred, and a broken ceramic bowl with fragments of metal. There, he repeated. That's all there is now. We can bury him. Let's go down. Megan followed him without speaking, and the pressure of her silence made him start to explain. He was destroying the documentation when I caught him. I must have been in a hurry, because I didn't have time to use a recorder. I'd immobilized him, and was using the Easy Out to feed straight into my implants. He'd hidden the data, the Viking data, behind layers of defenses. Some of the last ones were just sets of his own memories, including those of what he'd just been doing. Before I realized what I was getting, I broke through into the Viking files. I got some of the data, but the last defenses triggered. The Easy Out almost shorted, but I didn't quite have my brain fried because most of the power surge must have been directed into his last defense, the one that blew the back of his skull away. I think there was a can of petrol open nearby. Megan did not look at him. So now you know who you are. I know what I did. I know who I was working for. Come on. He headed back toward the motel. Cavendish met them on the way. I've got the information you wanted. He looked from Stearns to Megan and back. I don't think we've been introduced, but something tells me you've just made a discovery. We found a body, that's all, Stearns muttered. I think you know whose it was better than I do. He looked quickly at Megan, but she was staring vacantly past his shoulder. So now you know the price of the past, Cavendish said. Makes it harder to maintain self-sacrificial postures, doesn't it? If you'd known what happened in those years, you'd have known that there's no part of us we cherish so much that we can't be made to betray it." "Right," Stern said, stepped close. He pinned Cavendish's arm with his gloved hand, and with his right pressed the muzzle of the Beretta to the back of Cavendish's neck. Cavendish inhaled sharply. His eyes flickered, then his face went blank, his shoulders sagged. "All right," he whispered. "It's time. Perhaps you should be the one." Stern's hand began to tighten. He saw Cavendish sprawled among the dusty weeds, his skull a broken chalice. He snarled and pushed Cavendish away. "Find yourself another henchman." He dragged air into his lungs, held it, and then breathed out heavily. "When you bring the next shipment, I want an extra stock of antibiotics, twice the usual load. We've got a casualty here, okay?" Cavendish massaged the back of his neck. "I could tell you your name. I could find out where you were born. Leave this batch with Sammy, and remember the extra antibiotics next time." Stearns watched Cavendish walk slowly back to the Renault, Sammy 2 paces behind. At his shoulder, Megan said, "I've got to go. The bike's still at the motel." "Right." He did not look at her. "Will you be back?" "Maybe. I don't know." "All right." When she had gone, he went back and looked at the burned building. Ghosts of flames prickled over his skin. Always the body remembered what the mind could forget. Body or brain, he thought, 2 of us died there. He traced the join where his artificial cheek met his skin, and thought of metal sockets in a skull. He remembered arms, real and prosthetic, equally firm against his back, and moonlit snow, and red embers in the fireplace of a darkened room. "And one of us lives." He turned and began to walk back to the museum on Stockhausen Square. Rules of Conduct by Michael Mirola. 1. What a lovely number. Who am the number 1? 2. My name, as I said before, is Gibbons. My nocturnal life belongs to me, you understand, totally unregulated. There's not much to do at night, however, but sleep. The city is shut down, streets and all. The trees and stores are locked away. No principle is involved here, only rules. In the morning I'm handed a cube by the man who waits at my door. Snevig, of course, is his name. A Gibbons always had a Snevig waiting at his door, with a bright, sun-catching cube in his hand. One can't possibly exist without the other. I don't have to accept the cube Snevig hands me. I may throw it back in his face or smash it into millions of crystal smithereens. In fact, I did just that once, saying I needed no guidelines for my life. Snevig simply pulled out another cube, but I slammed the door in his face before he could hand it to me. The feeling is unimaginable. I was free to do as I pleased. But then, after the initial act of rebellion, the initial gush of emotion, I realized this vast emptiness before me, this chasm of there was nothing I could do. I tried opening the front door. My hand couldn't grasp the handle. Think quickly. Think of the rules from previous days. None came to mind, or they weren't appropriate for the situation at hand. I stood there, muscles binding, unable even to work out how I'd move my legs. Out of the corner of my eye I could see out the window. I could see all the people walking about purposefully, full of vigor. How I envied their vigor, their sense of what they were doing. I grew hungry and thirsty. My thoughts were more and more a scrambled stream of consciousness, could hardly be described as thoughts, but simply the random firing of nerve patterns. I was bathed in perspiration, longing for the morning, the knock on the door that would set me in motion again. You can imagine with what joy I accepted my rules, held the cube to my chest, then rushed to slip it into the decoding machine. I thought I detected a smile on Snevig's face, but that's impossible. He has no smiling apparatus. Later that morning, while raking a selection of perfect leaves, gorgeous, aren't they, I found the cube I'd rejected the previous day. It said, "Please reject the rules given you today." The infantile thoughts I'd had of rebellion vanished like a child's whim. 3. The Gibbonses and the Snevigs have no doubt changed drastically down through the years, though what those changes could be I can't imagine. Their changes, however, have always been as a unit, and always Snevig handed out the rules while Gibbons accepted them. Snevig doesn't make the rules, mind you. Someone else, a Nevig or Levig or Sevig, draws them up. Still others process them through the cubes. At this point the links become fuzzy and disconnected. Many take the drawer-upper for the maker, but that's simply not true. He's more like the court scribe with a cube inscriber instead of a quill. Besides, who would accept rules made by someone who so closely resembles you and with whom you have daily commerce? One can see it's only a myth, a misguided attempt to put a human face on something that is strictly of a bureaucratic nature. Computers are needed to handle, sort out, store, and distribute the countless cubes containing what are officially known as rules of conduct. Out of habit we speak of the computers as making these rules. By this we mean only the physical act of producing the cubes and inscribing them with the rules. These rules retain a general overall configuration, but each is tailored for a particular and specific person. There is no hint of chance involved. Each has the stamp of individuality on it. Mine is G1, brackets 22-5-14-19, bracket. A unique conjunction that serves to define me not only to others, but to myself as well. Why am I telling you this? The fourth rule in this morning's cube suggested I attempt a literate, but not esoteric, rendition of our social lives as an example of metonymy for the new group of archives soon to be created. A new way to keep me busy, to give me purpose. Archives are always being created to provide coverage and verisimilitude for an expanding world. In them are kept the duplicates of every rule of conduct ever handed out. It is considered a signal honor to open one. Not the greatest honor, that is reserved for the closing of an archive, but of great conversational value and necessary for advancement of any sort. Nivens, my next-door neighbor, is jealous of me, his second rule for the day, and waits anxiously for the opportunity to put the official seal on an archive, even his own. We snub each other on the street. I feel we would do so, even if not so ordered. 4. The rules of conduct are divided between the trivial and the meaningful. This is deceiving terminology for one not used to our semantics, since the titles have little to do with the content, and it doesn't pay to put too much meaning into them. This morning's cube, for example, contains, under the trivial heading, Rule 1, do not shake hands with anyone, and Rule 3, your eyesight will continue to worsen now that it's summer. Blindness will be the end product. Under the meaningful were Rule 2, proceed to simulated center cemetery and place flowers on hologram of your mother's grave, and the already mentioned fourth rule. One of yesterday's rules was a suggestion that I discover the pattern behind the use of the terms trivial and meaningful. I failed in the sense that I could not find a common quality of triviality or meaning except by labeling them all trivial or meaningful, or labeling them at random. But that's ridiculous, for rules of conduct, in the formal manner here used, are absolutely necessary to life. In fact, they might be called rules of life, if it weren't for the slightly pedantic taste this leaves in one's mouth. What would happen if all of us suddenly decided to disregard these rules? I remembered vividly the day I rejected my cube. Would we all freeze? Or worse, Would we go out into the streets, stumbling blindly, wandering aimlessly, bumping into one another and inanimate objects, driving nowhere, growing old in garbage cans? Rumours circulate of pre-rule days when these were the conditions universally accepted. Horrendous novels describe these meanderings endlessly, page after boring page. One of the best was called the Free Will Syndrome, in which the characters were presented a choice between such standard themes as heroism and cowardice, the virgin and the whore, coitus inversus, and atergo, asker and tie. Another was Apathetic Sympathy, the story of a metaphysical rebel, written by the officer who executed said rebel. They are silly, frivolous things in the manner of all pre-rule writing, left now purely for our amusement. Intellectually we need nothing but the rules. They are both philosophy and art, both religion and fiction. 5. Snevig is teaching me how to read in Braille, for I'll be blind soon. When I first discovered that my eyes were deteriorating, and that, although there were specialists who could cure me, I wouldn't be able to make contact with them, I acted in a childish manner. Rule 2 for that day. I panicked, attempted to return the rules to Snevig, thus pretending I'd never seen them. But rules of conduct are inexorable and deny all pretense. I had only to look at the expression on Snevig's face to realize that. The funny thing, however, is that I haven't noticed the least change in my eyesight. Perhaps that is due to the relative perspective involved. A change in the structure of the cubes themselves to compensate, more tactility perhaps, or increased audio participation. At any rate, blindness will come in one stroke, although I shall have gone through all the steps of semi-blindness and visual deterioration. When blind, I can, thanks to Snevig, continue to follow the rules. He informs me that these rules, in keeping with the new feel, bumps and knobs on the cubes, will become more physical as time goes by. Mountain climbing courses, he assures me, will be the norm, and I can look forward to at last getting my driver's license, denied me thus far for poor eye-hand coordination. He also says that the computer, once it discovers your particular defect, indulges in all sorts of practical jokes. It may, for example, order you to read Middle English literature in the original, or to enroll in the School for Retired Firemen. I'm anticipating an old age replete with adventure and good fortune. Sivens, the neighbour on my left, who is ordered daily to suffer from amnesia, wanted to shake hands with me earlier in the day. I declined, giving my hurry to get to the cemetery as an excuse for not stopping to chat. Sivens is naturally prone to talk for hours, and even bothers strangers to have a word with them, to ask questions such as, "What are those things waving like trees in the wind?" "Trees," you say. "Ah," he says, "those things waving like trees in the wind are trees." Tragic, yes, but one can't help the rules one is given. It would be like questioning one's existence, or separating oneself into essence and existence. No, I wasn't in any hurry to see such a dubious person as my mother. My mother? What a queer way of expressing a purely symbolic gesture for a purely symbolic creature. Not even the rules can erase totally the old-fashioned terms that acted out their own demented rules. Why, there was a time when mothers were actually living, and not simulated holograms resting in peace forever, when the word itself carried with it enough instruction and protocol to last a lifetime. Nothing wrong with that. The problem was that such words were vague, ill-defined, and, worst of all, gave the impression that there was a choice in the matter. Impressions of this type led to the rash of mother killings near the chaotic end of the pre-rule days. 6. You may well ask, what is the point of this? It has been asked, in one of the strangest rules I've ever come across. Why indulge in the game of existence when all the moves are made for you, now and forever? Why pretend a struggle of decisions and choices when only a blank memory remains to back up these words? There are many reasons, of which I know a few. To remove all fear of nihilism and anarchy, carelessness, or intentional mischief. To create beautiful patterns of order and disorder. To know you can step out safely onto the street without being sucked up through space toward the searing eye of the sun. If one of the rules orders A to rob a bank, another will command B to arrest him. C will have instructions to judge. D injects the drug that permits A to return to society, and so on, in a delicate and complex building of action, reaction, and interaction. Motives and sublimations never come into play unless it is so ruled. If either A or B is shot in the process of carrying out their rules, it won't cause a general panic. Wars are conducted in a series of negotiated advances and retreats between our computer and the enemy's, simple and neat. The cleanliness of order within seeming disorder. The disturbing factor in all this is death, naturally. It is the only thing not regulated. Yet. Some, however, believe that the time of your death is also known in advance, from where no one is sure. But you're not told for fear that the shock might cause irreparable damage to your rule control center. Very commendable, if true. Still, death remains a natural event that has remained entirely so, unintelligent and chaotic. Or so we are led to believe. By the same ones, I guess, who are preparing us for our great mission in life. Not us individually, of course, us as a species. Another puzzling aspect of our lives on which this idea of some future purpose might shed light is the uncommon but regular occurrence of the circular rule. As an example, take Rule 10. Please disobey all rules on this cube. This particular rule has baffled the minds of generations of social philosophers, those concerned with the genesis of rules, commands, and instructions. There are sad cases of individuals who receive this rule on the first day of adulthood, the earliest date of which we have any memory, and they spend the rest of their lives analyzing it, working it out, and failing to accomplish anything. They haunt the streets with a blank look on their faces. For every tortured step forward they take, you can rest assured they will take one back. The problem lies in the fact that if one disobeys all rules as ordered, it follows that Rule 10 must also be disobeyed. Therefore, all rules are to be obeyed, which once again leads back to the original Rule 10, also to be obeyed. The solution to this will probably lead to the solution of an entire pyramid of unanswerables, perhaps even that curious disintegration called death. Coding, please disobey all rules but this one, is simply giving a new rule and also evading the issue. This is the cycle of language that even our rules of conduct haven't been able to break. Or were they meant to break it in the first place? 7. Rule 5, under the meaningful heading, you are to blame Snevig for your approaching blindness because he did nothing to prevent it to get you to a specialist. Instead, he accepted the situation with a look of pity and a shrug. Snevig caused my blindness. Of course! How could I have been so stupid not to realize that? Rule 6, under the trivial heading, before the setting of the sun, a glorious sight in the lull between the coming and going, you will invite Snevig to dinner, prepackaged macaroni and cheese casserole plate. You will hesitate before putting on the second layer of macaroni, and sprinkle poison between it and the first. This is for heinous crimes against your body, and therefore the species. He will be replaced immediately. Poor Snevig. Does he know? Parts of it, perhaps. Shall I use arsenic trioxide? I know nothing about poisons. Strychnine? The decision seems to have been left up to me. Snevig qualifies as my one friend. He has taught me to react calmly at the thought of impending blindness, and has given me invaluable assistance on what to do when I actually can no longer see. I can now read Braille with incredible speed, knowing instinctively which side of the cube to touch, to press. It's senseless to poison him, absurd in the most destructive way. Without his guidance I'll be lost, and who knows if I'll ever adjust to the new Snevig. What if he's talkative and laughs all the time, or else wishes to play cards, enjoys running his hand through his hair, pretends to know all the answers? I couldn't take someone like that. It would drive me mad. And Snevig, poor Snevig, an elegy for Snevig. He served me well as far as we could tell, and the rules allowed. Rule 7 as a postscript on the flip side. The body of the traitor, previously known as Snevig, will be removed by means of the portable crematorium. It will make the rounds and arrive at your house early tomorrow morning. 8. Snevig died last night with some type of smile on his face. A piece of macaroni dribbled from his cheek. He flushed it down with wine, looked at me, a cleansing, and slumped in his chair. I checked through his rules, and found they were the complements of mine, except that the poisoning wasn't mentioned. Did he read mine? Had he been reading them all along? Was he simply the messenger who brought a bottle of unknown substance to me as a gift? What are friends for, after all? I'll not die that way. I'll fight, if it's in the rules. I didn't sleep at all. Rather, I kept vigil over the body. The night, I discovered, is the time for the recovering of individual purpose and feeling. This was very unnerving. Why isn't the night also ordered by a series of rules? Black, slimy carbon copy cubes that suck in, absorb all light. Everything tells me that, logically, it probably is, that its formlessness is simply a system of random but conforming particles. Or is it left alone on purpose, so that creatures like me, with their satchels of doubt like bile, may have an outlet for all the thoughts and actions not yet regulated, arising from the primeval slime? A thought came to me. What if, let's say, I felt guilty for something I'd done? Let's say, because of this, I decided to form a plan through which I could destroy the whole echelon of cube-handers, drawer-uppers, computers, and makers. Let's say this plan was beautifully conceived, simple, well-timed, and utterly obvious, straight out of a pre-rule novel. It was a great plan, I found myself thinking at the time, but it has one flaw. I've forgotten it. Something vague remains about its essence being a series of link-cutting steps, a destruction of the messenger system so that no cubes could be handed out. No one would have attempted to stop me, since the rules don't apply at night. Or do they? 9. 2 new men at my door this morning, one small and unsmiling, the other large and capable of affability. No names attached. They handed me the cube in unison, brought in the portable crematorium into which they stuffed Snevig, and then left. I watched them go down the street, a puff of smoke rising lazily from their machine. Under the combined heading of trivial and meaningful, the only rule for the day. Congratulations, you have passed all your tests successfully. Now we wish to inform you that your blindness was invented by us to shake you out of a spreading lethargy in which your thoughts dwelt too much on what you were encoding. This form of lethargy is becoming prevalent in our society. Granted, much of the fault lies with us, but it must be curbed. As a consequence, and from a fear of your perceived blindness, you took the life, through poisoning, of one Snevig, known as your symbiotic twin, SN (5-22-9-7). A commendable act, and very much according to the rules. As a reward for services rendered, it is my duty and pleasure to inform you that as of today no further rules will be given to you. Think of it as an experiment with no chance of success, toward a future dissolution. No hard feelings, eh? P.S. If you wish, you may scream. 10. The numbers have changed. When am I? What are those trees waving in the wind like trees? 1. By Heather Spears. Tasman's earliest memories were not good ones. A brightness not escapable. She is lying in a transparent box and being watched, also touched. She is also crawling about in it. The memories were not really that early, for her life up to the age of 4 was punctuated by these periods in the box, and the faces of the watchers, large and oval behind the transparent walls that are rather moist, slippery, and warm. 2 faces prevail. These are the faces of her mother's. They carry over to the times at home, which seem to her to have always been in the darkening of the year, shadowy. Mamel's face, the large oval swimming on the right, gentle, the eyes not always ready to meet hers, looking askance, up and away as if asking for help. Mamma's on the left, a mirror likeness but something firmer, the set of the mouth a little tighter, the look more steady. Tasman is lifted out of the box and suckled on their breasts. Otherwise watched, touched by fingers, instruments. Other faces watch her, always twinned. She suffered, as one suffers, an illness, and hers was an inexplicable congenital deformity. Surely long before she was aware of her ordinary physical boundaries, though she explored her motor powers, her hands were not the box or the sheets, her will extended her fingers or clasped them, her voice uttered noises that were not the clicks and bleeps of the machines. She learned by ordinary effort to grasp her feet, roll over, sit up. Her handicap became evident to her, not so much from her own sense of her body as from the looks and touches, the anxiety and commiseration in her mother's, in Mamma's resignation like a continuous exhalation of breath, in Mamel's something still complex and unfinished, as if at war with itself. And this look, or something like it, but distanced, in the other faces, a curiosity that saw her as an object, and, in some who cared for her from time to time, fear. Even avoidance of touch, which is the severest of punishments, or a touch that was superficial and diffident, with no meeting of eyes. So there was no particular moment when Tasman, growing, learning to walk and speak, became aware of what she was. In one sense she had always been aware. She saw that human communication is not always worried, or fearful, or diffident, or impossible to establish. She knew this by the way the adults around her communicated with each other, so that the deep twin bond that was everywhere was learned by her through observation and in exile. Stronger than father, stronger than mother, sister to sister, brother to brother. An innocent nursery rhyme now, that had once been a battle cry in the far-off times of the barbarians. Mamma and Mamel leaning into each other's smiles. Her weaning was formal but private. Knowing no better, she accepted her gifts, and made the short speeches and felt in part what she ought to have felt. She was 4 years old, the ceremony rather early, but there was no reason to extend infancy in her case. She can only suck her fingers after all. Perhaps here, standing before her mother's, with the decorative blue wax still tingling and cooling on her lips, for the first time she really understood what it meant to have no twin to turn to. The ceremony was performed at home. The final lines were not said, or their responses. She was used to being bereft, but not this frightened. They lived in Lofot on the Barents Sea in a small level house, the roof of which formed most of the yard. The city was modern. She remembers it mostly in darkening, its lights that swelled and changed colour, gradual and ordinary through the hours. The colours through the verdant leaves and shimmering in long vertical pathways on the canals. She had no fathers. They had gone away. They were dead in the savannas. Stories of them were muddled in her mind with the great tales. She thought they were travellers, because she wanted to believe this, tellers of letters, though in actuality they had gone away in the aftermath of her birth, escaping, Mamel told stories to her, so early that they became confused with the little she knew of her father's, and she let it remain like this. The hero, Sadooth-Twel, whose twin was bitten in the ear by a venomous snake as he slept. But wasn't the Twel waking? It happened so fast. Twel was looking the other way. Nothing could save the Twa, and he commanded his brother, using the strong oath, to garrote him before the poison reached their lungs, and he did, with an arm-belt, and the Twa died looking into his eyes, and did not loosen the belt even as he was dying. He struggled not against his brother, he died and wished him life. Then what happened? Twel felt very sick. He knew he must leave Twa and bury his mind in the desert, but he had no tools except the short knife. But he threaded the wire out of the other arm-belt, and with this he did the act. Tasman's hands moved involuntarily to her neck. How could he live? He stanched the blood. He buried the Twa mind in a basket of long grass. Twel was very sick. For 2 days he mourned. "It would be better for me to go with you into death. Why have you wished me life? You are content, but I am alone." "Alone," whispered Tasman. The word was archaic, almost taboo. She shivered. "Why do you tell her these tales?" asked Mamma in the rote speech, and received the rote answer. "Because she asks, and because they are part of our heritage." "Did Sadooth-Twel live?" asked Tasman. "He came to Walsay, and he was crawling. They saw him from the city, moving across the valley between Walsay and Hoy Mountain in the open marshes. His face was black. He lived because it was the wish of his twin. That is a long time ago." "Who was the hero?" "They were both heroes, but it is called The Tale of the Hero Sadooth-Twel." The story absorbed Tasman. She speculated about heroes and her fathers. A snake had killed him, surely, and in the real story, the Twa would not be so unkind as to wish life on his Twel. He would drag the belt loose at the last minute with both hands, his need for air stronger than his will. They would wrestle on the ground like the unweaned, yelling and biting each other's ears and noses. The sharp crack of their skulls would resound in the desert. Bad sound, worst of all, the moon will fall, the moon will fall. She had seen children chided with this verse, and going untouched for punishment. And she had heard this sound in the street, unmistakable, as she lay on the bushy roof and watched them playing. And once, at night, shouts outside and that awful whiplash crack, and the sound of feet running. And she'd seen the moon pass the lights, or cool, and seemingly smaller in the daylight sky. They said it would fall one day. It was nearing the earth, but not in these generations. Wise men not yet born would prevent this, said her mothers. There is a great book in Manchu, an entire city dedicated to this learning. The moon and the earth would be friendly. There would be conversation between them in those unimaginable days. They would turn their faces to each other in kindness. There would be 2 worlds. Tasman, at her weaning, was given garments that Mamel made specially for her. They were the usual sleeve tunics, but only one sleeve was open to pull over her head. The other was closed with seams and stuffed. Though Tasman had many of these tunics as she grew, she came to call them by one name, Pillow Marie. At 4, she resisted wearing Pillow Marie furiously, but her mothers kept it on her with intricate ribbons tied behind her shoulders. She might as well get used to it. And gradually she realized that her freedom outside the house was greater. Going with her mothers to receive food, or walking with them along the dikes was now possible, even when people were about. Though there were stares, the adult looks were at least subdued and apologetic, not frightened or hostile. Her mothers were overprotective, making her wear Pillow Marie in the house. She knew they had conversations about this and arguments, tears also, when she was supposed to be asleep. Mamel saying, "It will train her to tilt her head." And Mamma, "Nothing will make her normal. We believed she was a 12 mind, heart heavy, but she has not revealed it. I can't feel it. She's both, and the 12's strongest. Tears. Have her, then. 12, you were the one who couldn't bear it. Tasman did not understand much of this. The pillow Marie was placed on her right one day, on her left another. It was as if they were waiting for her to show preference. The cloth flopped against her ear, interfered with her peripheral vision. She sensed her mother's watching. She sat by the manette, now out of her own bowl. The bowl, a weaning gift, was double, and she ate with both hands. Pillow Marie bobbed against her temple. If Mamel painted a face on Pillow Marie, would it breathe or eat? Hardly. Sometimes at night Tasman talked to herself, but she could not pretend she had a twin. Her hands talked, or perhaps the location of her two play personalities was in her shoulders. She chose to become the voice of one side or the other. Such play was listened to and remembered by Mamma for medical book. Tasman lying on the sleeping pallet and talking softly. "I am going to book soon." Pause. "And you come too." A courtesy speech. "Then I am going to world, and you come too." In the lightning of the year. "There is a big story in book, and I'll read it to you." "Thank you." "I'll draw you pictures. It will have a desert in it, a savanna." "They give you colors in book, and you can have lights. You can color with lights. Fire in my mind, water in your mind." "I want to light real fires, big ones." "Aren't you afraid?" "I'm not afraid. I'm going to book soon, and you aren't even there." This last was said with some satisfaction. Tasman did want to learn, and had really no problem in choosing book instead of world. World children did not have an institution, but wandered. That they could play with fire was an enormous enticement. They played with fire and on the beaches and touched real things. At book, nothing was real. The excitement was that it was seemingly endless, doors opening doors as if forever. The children might ask anything at all, and the answers prepared them for more asking. Most children went to book eagerly when they were weaned, which could be at 5 or 9, or even later if they were male. They had played enough with the world by then, though some would choose to return to it. Weaned twins had to work out where they most wanted to go. Real fire burns book. Book is a fire that burns forever. It was a lesson in cooperation. Sometimes a 12 at book never learned to read, but drew endlessly while his brother read or played with numbers. The screens were all double. They were laboratories as well as libraries. The teachers were there to show them how to use book, to find the answers to anything they wanted. Tasman had to wait longer than her 5th year before there was a book that could or would take her, and that single attempt proved disastrous. Even with Pillow Marie, her appearance at book frightened the smaller children, and the older ones were interrupted. Questions were suddenly not about subjects that had interested them before, but about Tasman. Scared twins her own age clung to the teachers. What happened to her twin? But the older children wanted to know about the oldest tales. Tasman, meanwhile, miserable at a double screen she had so looked forward to manipulating, drew aimlessly while big boys passed behind her and whispered to each other. "Let us ask to read this. This is about the barbarians." By the end of the morning no one was interested in anything else. Teachers stroked her, but she felt anxiousness in their touch. She wanted to go home. "Will you choose world, then?" "I want book, not world. I want book." And now Tasman, too, wanted to know about the barbarians. To learn to read the oldest tales. But no book would take her. Her mothers had received a letter she did not hear, but they spoke of it. They stopped taking her past the yard, even with Pillow Marie. It was approaching the darkening of the year. She lay on the roof in the heat, watching the low sun beyond the fronds, the bit of glistening sea past the dikes to the northwest. "In the night of the afternoon we will come calling. In darkening we will touch you, where no one has touched you since your weaning." An old love song, voices intertwining from a roof farther down the street. Soon the blue lights of afternoon would cover the city, and the leaves and the white jasmine would all be turned blue. She leaned forward, tucking Pillow Marie under her chin. When I learn to read, she thought, I will read the oldest tales first of all. Ma'am, tell me about the barbarians. Mamma spoke sharply. You will learn that at book. We know so little. I want to go to book now. Tell me what you know. Mamma sighed. I will tell you something. Ma can sleep if she likes. They stroked Tasman. She sensed Mamma's touch, resigned and now gentle. Once upon a time there were more barbarians than people on the earth. Although they were human, they were fierce and cruel. They lived in great cities that are now ruins in the sheath, and it is difficult or impossible to explore those places because of the heat. But some people say that when the moon comes near, it will be cool there, and we will again traverse the earth. How could the barbarians live there when it is so hot? It was not so hot then, Tasman. They lived there very well. Did they come and kill us? No, our race lived there too. At first there were very few of us, and when we were born they killed us if they found us. But parents also killed their own children. Every bicephalic child was killed. It was a decree, but some were saved, in the cities, in their medical book. They say the fathers of our race, Janus, lived to maturity because they were in book. But there is another tale about Janus. Tell me. It was in the place called Lund, which is a great fiery ruin now on the far edge of the savannah in the peninsula. Janus was born. Their mother was a barbarian among barbarians, and she looked at them and said, This was a hard birth, and I knew who you would be, Janus, my sons. I knew my thighs would nearly break bearing you. My face is black. I cannot walk, or I would hide you. So she gave them to her husband and begged him to kill them, because she could not hide them, and there were by then too many in the medical book. And some said they also killed them there. Her husband, however, took pity on them, and wrapped them up, and took them into the east part of that country, and no one stopped him. Was it darkening? Mamma spoke. In book you will learn that it becomes dark and light very swiftly in the sheath of the world. So he ran in the dark, went on Mamel, and in the light he rested and hid. He gave them the milk of animals. I do not know how they survived. Janus's grown body fathered twins. Their mothers were much younger. That was Effie. Some say they were only 11 years old, but perhaps they were 13 or 14. Were Effie hid in book? Surely, Tasman, but they were considered too young to be watched. Effie and Janus had many children while they lived. Effie Twell and Effie Twa, first mothers helped me to bear. Were their children killed? Not all. Janus had a kind of fortress city by then in the eastern peninsula. It was the time of the terrible slaughterings and mutilations, but no more barbarians were being born. I do not know why the old barbarians did not learn love or surrender, but it is said that their loneliness was eating into them and they were crazed. Remember that they had powerful cities and enormous wealth. They lived long into our age, but they died. They preached and practiced genocide against our race. It is said they refused to look at their own children, but had them killed. Wherever they found us, they killed us. Tasman looked from one to the other of her mother's faces. Mamma's gaze was steady and sad. Mammel's difficult, the eyes not yet finished with crying, the mouth stretched a little into a smile. She said, At book, the other children asked about the barbarians when they saw you. That does not mean you have anything to do with that ancient race. You are good and kind, and no one knows why you were born untwinned. You asked us about the Saduth because of this, and we told you, because it is good for you to know that being alone is possible on the earth. They told Tasman the other tale of Janus also, and no one knows which one is true, or whether they really lived. But not of the mutilations, and he may have been one, most of whom did not live, because it is said that in Lond and Camp David and some of the other cities there were 2 and 3 generations who unilaterally garroted, and who garroted their infant children, and held the power like kings, but they were overthrown. There were many old tales, some more terrible than these. One morning, when Tasman was nearly 6, she was told that there was a book that would take her. "It is very small," her mother said as they dressed her and combed her hair. "It is on the outskirts of the city, and we will take you there every day in the cars." "You knew about it yesterday. You heard a letter when I was sleeping." "Stay still. Where do you want Pillow Marie?" "I don't care. 12, I'm going to book." They did not tell her it was an institution connected to the medical book, and fortunately it was in a separate building, and going in the closed cars, Tasman would not even see the place she disliked so much. With Pillow Marie hooded on her left shoulder, she sat upright all the way. When her mothers left her, and she was taken in and shown around, Tasman saw that it was indeed small. The few children in evidence were strange and silent, most clinging to teachers. The screens looked primitive, like the ones at the markets. There were more teachers than screens. The teachers, with her, sat down with her and stroked her. They told her they were called Va, Fadel, and Fadar. "You are not my Fa," said Tasman angrily. She did not like them. Their touch reminded her of medical book, and they were light-skinned. "We are going to introduce you to some little friends," they said, and took her over to a corner where, with feet pulled up close to their chest, tow-headed twins about 5 years old were eating out of a double bowl. The teachers half-stroked, half-pushed Tasman to persuade her to sit down in front of them, and gave her a bowl with the same food in it, sliced starfruit and bananas. Then they left her. Tasman observed the little boy heads closely. The 12 was eating, and their right hand was pretending to be Twa. She could see that, and pretending to feed the Twa. But the Twa was not eating. His head looked too small. Not by much, but to glance from one to the other was enough to confirm it. His jaw was small and slack. Though his eyes moved, they did not fix. The right hand pushed food into the slack mouth, and it remained there. Tasman's eye caught the 12's in a reciprocative, sharp, scared glance. For once she saw someone who did not see or judge her. He was too much on the defensive, too absorbed to be repelled or amazed. He went on trying to feed the Twa, not looking at him, pretending the Twa was doing it. Both wore protective muffs on their adjacent ears. Tasman had seen this on babies. When the Twa moved his head in a clumsy jerk away from the 12, their right hand smeared the banana on his cheek. Tasman said, "You were doing that with both hands. I saw you." The 12 stared at her, furious. His own mouth full of banana, he had to swallow hastily before he could splutter. "Go away. Leave us." The formal sounded funny. Tasman backed up a little. He did not look at her again, and pulled their feet in closer. With both hands and with both feet, thought Tasman. If she said it, what would he do? It might have been possible to be friends with the tow-headed 12, who after all had looked at her with clear human dislike, without fear, as an equal and not as a curiosity. He was angry with her, not because of her malformity, but because of her interference. It was obvious he was going to be loyal to his brother, find in him what comfort and what communication. It was a choice encouraged by his parents and by book also. The teachers did not try to intercede for Tasman. She later saw the 12, whose name was Seema, playing at building a city with other children, and talking with them, and animatedly bringing his Twa into the game using their right hand. "Now my Twa is raising the dike." And the others, though fully aware of the deception, did not deride it. Tasman liked Seema 12, but her liking couldn't allow him that silly pretense. "Leave us." That pretentious adult command was all he ever said to her, and it was a phrase she could not even answer back with, as it had no singular. She explored the screens and found them too simple, and when she asked for the pictures for the old tales, she was told there were none just here or just now. Fardell said, "You may ask for whatever you want, this is book." But it was a strange book, if the pictures you wanted to learn to read from were not there. "What words shall I learn?" she wondered, and did not know what else to ask. Finally she recalled the tale of Sadhuth-Twel, and asked for that, but again her teachers denied her. "Perhaps tomorrow," they said, indeed ashamed. "We will try to locate it." "It must be an old book," insisted Tasman. If they were denying it, they were just too stupid to find it. In the afternoon more children arrived. There were lively twins in a chair on wheels because they could not walk. They were pretty, with a mass of thick, lustreless black hair that was forever entangled. Though they looked only about 8 years old, their teeth were already blackened. Tasman wanted to ask them about that, but they stared at her like street children, fascinated and repelled, and then talked softly to each other. Their glances in her direction were deceptive, devious. They were no longer pretty then, and Tasman sensed they'd soon wheel their chair over to the screens and smile with their mouths only, and ask her cruel questions for their own reasons. She ran to the fire and stayed at their feet, lifting her arms to be stroked. "I don't want those black teeth to talk to me," she said. Fadavar said, "Come then, and talk to other little friends." They took her this time across to a second room which had no screens, but a lot of sleeping ledges and long shallow steps covered with rugs. Teachers were sitting with twins there, but stood up and went out when the fire nodded to them. Left sitting on the steps was a very small figure. Tasman, led closer, was startled by the great difference in the twins' faces, but then realized that the Twa was bald, or almost so. He had some tufty baby hair, but his bluish-grey scalp showed clearly. The Twel's hair was cropped short, but thick as fur. Close up, Tasman knew that the Twa mind was dead. She had heard of this, but it had seemed to her like the tales, and nothing you would encounter in real life. She stood open-mouthed, staring this time the way she herself was stared at, and the Twel's look, downcast, did not prevent her. Somehow the Twa head had been braced, its very stiffness making it more lifeless. Its eyes, half open, were blue around the lids as if bruised. There was a piece of brown transparent tape on its jawline. There were strange short marks on its scalp, like drawn lines or cuts healed. "Twel Kistat, this is Tasman," said the Far gently, almost in unison. They stooped and stroked his arms and chest, but he did not look up. He turned his furry head, still downcast, towards his twin, and began in a slow, dreamy motion to clean the corners of its eyes and smooth the hairless brows. The dark fingers were small, thin, delicate as a girl's. Tasman knew with a sudden conviction that this Twel would not live. Sickness did not kill him, but he did not wish life. The Far were as good as their word, and produced the Sadhuth tale, and so she learned to read, and demanded the brother murder, in which the notorious Twa Ivar twisted and heat-sealed a War garrote on his Twel, out of jealousy, doing it so swiftly that the Twel could not break free. Yet the Twel, in a final act of almost superhuman strength, broke his murderer's neck. Revenge even in death is sweet. "Where did you hear this tale?" "My mothers tell many tales to each other. It is an amusement, sometimes when they think I am asleep." The Far compromised and produced the ballad as if rhymes made it more acceptable. But it was not really a tale. It was modern. It had happened in this generation. Because she was ignored or repelled by the other children, Tasman read voraciously. She demanded tales of love and jealousy, the old romances. She only half wanted to read the oldest tales about the barbarians. What Mamma had told her was enough for now. And the tales were there. She would read them when she was ready. She heard no sounds from the second room, and if she had had her way she would have stayed clear of it. But the Far took her in every day for a time. The Twelve never acknowledged her, and she never heard him speak. She went against her will. Once, after the Far had spoken to his teachers, and together quietly for a long time, they persuaded her to go in alone. They said, "Just tell him, Tasman, tell him it is possible to live." She wanted to refuse, but they looked really unhappy, beautiful in sadness, so she walked in stiffly and stood in front of him on the soft floor. "'Twell Kistat, it is possible to live," she said, as if repeating a letter. He did not look up. She squatted in front of him where he sat on a higher step. She could see up into his face, and he looked toward her, but whether he saw her or not she could not tell. She whispered, "Look at me." The blind, dead head, fixed on its stalk like a burnt lamp, was raised, while his hung forward. Yet it was the 12 cheeks that were ruddy. It was he who was breathing. Suddenly furious, she jumped up and began to tear at the binding tape behind her shoulders, but she could not find the ties. She burst into tears. Something gave, and she pulled the sleeve over her head and flung Pillow Marie on the floor in a heap. "Look at me! It is possible," she shouted, stamping with rage and the futility of it. Could she have torn that twa head away so easily, she'd have done so. The 12 looked up. His eyes could not cry any more, but he saw her. Perhaps his look said only, "I do not want to live like that." Or perhaps he had said this already, once and for all. Her own life, which felt at that moment like a vigorous, crackling fire in her body, persisted for its own reasons. They could not understand each other. The 12 turned away, laying his silent face against his brother's grey temple. Tasman ran back to the door where the Far and some others waited. Then she ran back across the room again, grabbed up her tunic. They came to meet her. She was embarrassed now and ashamed. "Put this on me." Did the 12 hear her as she went out with the adults murmuring around her? One day she received a visit at Book. These tall, earnest, but smiling twins stayed only a short time, but she would have liked them as her teachers, and for a while she believed they would be. They did not approach her, or stroke her, or speak to her, but listened and watched, while the Far talked with her about what she had read and was reading. Did she draw? Sometimes she drew while she was listening to Book. Could she show the strangers how she did this? Tasman drew her version of a savannah, something like the Saduth pictures, but with many more snakes in it, made of different coloured lights, while a rather boring book told her the way numbers multiplied. It was a demonstration. Neither subject interested her particularly then, but she wanted to please the strangers. "Tell us what this is," said Fardel, pointing to Pillow Marie. "It is not anything. I used to call it Pillow Marie when I was small. It is so I do not get stared at, so I can live." Anticipating their next question, she added, "I wear it either side. I am not really 12. Then she was ashamed, because what she was saying was private. The way she talked to her mothers, it did not make sense. And she could tell how the Far were upset by it, their faces made ugly by her saying it. But the strange Twa spoke just once, whether to her or to the Far she was not sure. There are many people who are not really Twa-mind or Twelve-mind. It is only an appellation. It is all right to have said this. The words comforted her. But the strangers did not touch her, and the Far said they would not come back again. She was so disappointed that she put them out of her mind. She did not tell her mothers of the visit, and did not remember it when she saw them again. Other events overtook her, the outside world of other people. Though she was unable to make friends at the little Book, she was learning, and she went at it with a greediness that filled her days. The stares of the Black-Teeth twins made her miserable, but she was quicker than they could be and stayed away from them. Had she been able to choose, she would have continued at Book despite the bad parts. But the cars were withdrawn. Mamel and Mamma found other drivers who agreed to take them, but often they were late, or would not take her mothers back again. "You do not need to accompany us," she offered, but they refused to let her go alone. They remained in that part of the city all day. Once the cars were so late in fetching her from Book that they almost decided to walk. "We must find a house in this quarter." Then that was what her mothers were doing all day, looking for a new place to live. No one would have them. Mamel cried at night. Then they were stoned. The cars jerked and stopped. It was on the way to Book. Go on, urged her mothers. Stones banged on the lid. The cars went on suddenly and fast. At Book, Tasman ran in. She did not wait to hear her mothers arguing with the drivers. Her mothers appeared early in the afternoon. "We cannot get cars," she heard them say to the Far. "We will have to walk. We are not sure whether we can protect her." All the teachers were standing with them inside the entrance. The Far was saying, "It is all right. She can stay here till you arrange something. Medical Book must agree to it." What was wrong? If Medical Book agreed to keep her, would she have to live in the box again? Silent, Tasman waited while they talked and talked. Perhaps the Far liked her mothers, and would let them stay too and sleep with them. She did not like the Far, but seeing their hands on her mother's breasts as they talked, she knew there was sympathy and felt a little hopeful. She ended up staying in Medical Book, somewhere in the large main building, going to her book with the Far in the morning by an interior path, and seeing her mother settled in rooms she was unable to reach on her own. She slept with other children on a long pallet. There were no boxes, but the room had that same constant white brightness. The lights did not change colour with the hours, and this reminded her of her times in the box. The other children were always drowsy or asleep when she left them, and when she returned to bed. She supposed they were sick. Sometimes she cried at night, missing her mother's nearness. Mamma, Mamel, never apart, 2 hands, 2 breasts, 2 smiles, 1 heart. The Far had arranged it, and it was all that could be done. Each day they took her to eat with her mothers. They ate there also. It was a windowless place, perhaps underground. Mamma and Mamel looked thinner and tired. After supper, Tasman lay down on the pallet in the adjoining room. She heard their low voices. "Is it possible?" Mamma said. "Are we to be driven out?" "It is moonfall hysteria. We can't suggest anything better than making her a ward of this book. No one's happy about it, but it has been offered." That was Fartois speaking. He had a squeaky voice. She heard Mamel stand up suddenly with both feet, as was her way. "No, no, no," the imperative speech. "That is what the barbarians did to our race. Do you realize that? She would be—" Her voice lowered. Someone pulled the curtain up across the opening. Their voices went on for a long time. "Tasman, Tasman, come, we are going away." She woke roughly, not sure where she was. She was still in her mother's rooms. They pulled on her leggings and wrapped hoods over her head and Pillow Marie. The Far were there. They walked, Tasman half running, a long way by interior paths. No one spoke. At a street, cars were waiting. It was short darkening, and the city's lights were a dim orange. The outside air was hot and humid, full of the smell of orchids and gardenias and fire smoke off the dikes. In the cars she lay across the laps of her mothers and the Far. She did not ask where they were going. No stones struck the cars, yet it was as if the adults' bodies were stiffened in anticipation of it, of something bad. The Far helped them out, and they walked a very long way among bushes, while the world's light grew stronger and clearer. They came finally to a low-roof house that seemed quite overgrown with fronded trees. Tasman could hear water running or breathing as on a long beach, but almost no city sounds. The Far went away. Tasman did not return to Book or to the city for 5 years. Her mothers told her that medical book knew where they were and would provide for them. But no one came to see them except the Far, and these visits were infrequent. Tasman got used to the Far, even to her mother's whispering "var" in the night, but she never liked them. Sometimes she told herself stories like the old romances, and in these stories the Far were even younger, like big, clumsy-spoken boys, and her mothers were not really her mothers, but more beautiful and self-assured. Some predicament had landed them on an island, and their rescue, which included the dismissal or death by accident of the Far, was by travellers arriving on a raft with beautiful black faces and huge warm hands. Was Tasman there? Not really. But in other stories she tried to imagine herself loved, the way young girls do, crossing hands. But it did not work. Her lovers were faceless. Perhaps, remembering the towhead Seamer Twell and his half-minded twin, she could imagine them well grown. Twell's looked still defiant, and she told herself stories that ended after long, complex trials with kisses. But she was fastidious. The retarded twin had to be replaced by one who was blind, and recovered his sight by some heroic, intuitive deed on her part. Certainly she wanted to court and be courted by the towhead Twell first, yet he had to be twinned as a matter of course, and handsomely. These were stories she created word for word, but never told. She was in world now, literally, her days spent at the overgrown tidal stream behind the house, and on the great beach that lengthened, running out to the horizon and in again, fast and shallow, swiftly becoming water, becoming sand, like a great breathing. It was dangerous to walk on the flats, and it was forbidden. But sometimes at lightning she did this, late, when the moon hung pocked and bloated overhead, and really did look closer, and the warm water swilled past her ankles outward with a hurrying, whispering sound. When it was gone, and everything was steady and silent, she would run back, imagining it turning and chasing her, a long, translucent wave like a skin or a curtain blowing. 2 pools near the house filled and emptied too twice a day, and they bathed there. It was simple and refreshing. Soon after she was 11, in darkening, 2 events came almost upon one another. Her mothers got sick, and the Far took them back to the city. These events were not connected, yet seemed so. For days her mothers had lain slow and feverish in the house. Mamma told her how to care for their body, which seemed to be leaking, diminishing. "Are you trying to become pregnant?" she asked, wondering. She has an idea suddenly of another like her, another deformity. "No, we cannot." "You could. The Far have been with you. You said what happened to me would not happen again anywhere." "We are sure that it would not, but we are unable to bear more children. No, this is just a sadness in our body, an infection." "Did the Far make you sick?" "No, Tasman." By the time the Far came with their news, her mothers were well enough to receive it happily, though they had become very thin and weak. They looked old now, Tasman thought, seeing them with the eyes of the Far, who were still young, and whose faces were less beautiful today in complexity. Perhaps the Far wanted them closer, but not their sickness, and perhaps they would desert them, as her real fathers had done. But she misinterpreted this. "It is a dispensation and amnesty," said Fardell, after they had embraced and lain down. "We have a letter to say to you, and you can hear this for yourselves. It is for you, and there is a temporary one for Tasman. Medical book has arranged it. Do not be worried that Tasman's is temporary. It is a victory." "She is too old for your book now, surely," said Mamma. Tears shone on her cheekbones. "We do not know what will happen. There are changes in medical book. They may want to test her again." Tasman knelt between them where they lay talking, and placed her hands adult-fashion, one on the Far's chest and one on her mother's breasts. "I do not want to go to medical book for tests, or live in the city unless I can go to a real book. I will wear a new pillow Marie if I have to. Mamel will make them again, but I need to go to book. We do not know what is going to happen to you. We do not believe you have any choice. The Far Trois placed his hand over hers. Your mothers need to go home. Whoever had lived in their house had taken good care of it. Much of it had been renewed. The streets looked smaller. The dikes had been raised again, and the sea was no longer visible from the roof. Tasman realized how happy her mothers were to be back. They touched everything welcome, as she had touched the leaves and sand and stream and low-fronded doorway in the north farewell. Here, though larger, the rooms seemed cramped and dull. The lights of the city seemed less magical than she remembered them, and far less lovely than the stars she had watched from the beach. Worse, it was not possible to go about freely. She wore the new pillow Marie and tried, but the look she got shriveled her courage. And her mothers did not encourage her. They were uneasy unless she was at home. It was best to be indoors or on the roof, and she put pillow Marie aside. The Far came very often to see her mothers, but they looked restless. It was as if they came with rumours rather than news. There is no news, she was told, and this was to reassure her, she felt. It was obviously out of the question to think about going to book, and she no longer asked. She became apprehensive whenever she saw them. Would she be forced to go into medical book and be tested? What did that mean? Past the roof, the city shone and changed colour and sounded. She waited. One day she came in off the roof when the Far had been and gone, and had not called her. Her mothers were on the pallet. Mamma was caressing Mamel's face, which was streaked with tired tears. Mamel's eyes were closed. "Is she asleep?" asked Tasman. But it was Mamel who answered. Almost, and the hand gently pushed itself away. Mamma lay back and gestured for Tasman to sit down. She turned her face from Mamel. "It has been worked out. You are going away to live in a city called Uppsala and do book," she said in a level voice. Tasman stared. "Is this decided?" "Yes," the emphatic. Mamma went on, "It is in the savannas. Good men have told us in a letter brought by a traveller that you can live there. It is a great book and a very old one." "It is their book, then, and will not be mine," said Tasman, and burst into tears. "Tasman, it is true it will be their book, but it is not medical. The Far have also assured us of this. Medical book is not happy that you are going, but they have been overruled. It is a place where you can learn much and be protected. Do you understand this?" Tasman was silent. "If you stay here, you cannot remain with us, and you cannot perhaps live. This is how it is for you. I would wish to be treated as an adult, even if my teeth are white as milk. I would wish to hear the letters." "We have not yet learned them. The Far will tell you them, surely, word for word." "We will give a good farewell. We will finish with it, I promise you." They sat up suddenly, and Mamel, jerked awake, stared at Tasman with wide, frightened eyes that suddenly swam with tears. "It is not finished, but it will be finished," said Mamma. They pulled Tasman in against their breasts. She shut her eyes against their warmth, but she could still see the incompleteness in Mamel's face. "The old will be finished before the new is allowed to begin," quoted Mamma, her voice breaking. "Good men will come for you." "It will be within the year, quite soon," she went on more calmly, "before it is too hot to travel." They came at lightning, the Sorud, standing very tall in the doorway, and she thought this was how her fathers must have looked, so distant and courteous and upright, with their blackened teeth and long, widely spaced eyes. Their hair was long and thick and loosely twined, hanging down their chest between their heads in a single braid, whose end strands were bleached almost white, as she had heard the hair of savannah dwellers can be. Sorud Twel had a much broader face. The muscles masseter and orbicularis mundi were thick and mobile, and it was he who spoke and laughed and smiled. Sorud Twa was silent. his face rather gaunt and inward. Yet she felt him inviting her to come to him, and sat on the floor close to his hand. But he did not move. Only the 12's caresses of courtesy acknowledged her as he spoke with her mothers, and touched her almost absent-mindedly in the way of men caressing female children, light strokes up and down her back and arms and sides. The private leave-taking and the formal one were both over. Tasman had no more crying left to do, nor did her mothers. They saw each other expressionlessly. Grief had wrung them well. And she had said good-bye to the far as well, forgiving them in tears of rage. No longer jealous, she could see clearly their love bond to her mothers as she put it behind her. And she had touched the house intimately in all its particulars, so that now, as she passed the rooms for the last time, she sensed them as familiar but withdrawn. She was ready. The trip to the south terminus took most of the day. She lay against the sorrowed in the cars in a kind of exhaustion of spirit, but did not sleep. The Twel again caressed her, his hand moving slowly the length of her gloved foot, the arch and ankle, then up and down her legs, sides, arms. Then she felt the Twa hand move very gently to her shoulder and across her throat to the meeting of her clavicles, the salt-cellars there, his narrow adult fingers very gently pressing and touching. "Are you of medical book?" she asked, but not afraid, because there was a difference in his touch. "No," he said, using the emphatic that broached no argument. "Historical, it is called." She had never heard that word. "It was I who named you, Tasman," he said. "I sent that name in a letter 11 years ago, in answer to a request from the namers in your city. I saw you once again when you were 6. I have never forgotten you." Later he was to tell her, "I believe you are a true barbarian, and I do not believe they were terrible savages, even though they did their best to destroy us and nearly succeeded. They were also people. Their race walked, and you will learn this. We have archives that tell good tales about them. They lived and did book under this very place where we live. When we become less afraid of our past, we will be able to remember these things. And sometimes, Tasman, when I have had my head in book for many days, and thought only of these things, and I look up and see you, I see what you really are." He did not say these things now, but they were contained in the strange word he had used, and in his touch, which was curious, but not like the medical book, which had touched her there and measured her and made her feel even more deformed under their prodding and stares. His fingers moved around her naked neck, her throat so small in the far too loose single sleeve Mamel had sewn her, frail and exposed, like a stem without leaves, a stripped branch. They slid behind her ears, and reaching down seemed to draw and gather her narrow shoulders upward, joining her sad, simple head to her body by their large and gentle stroke, a completion and together sensing. Her nape tingled, and the surface muscles of her face. She felt them changing at the edges of her eyes, like sadness acknowledged. "He is making me beautiful," she thought. His touch was different than anyone else's had ever been, even her mother's. The Upsall terminal lay far across the northern savannah. The Sorrowed stretched and lifted her out of the cars, and then the provisions, strapping them across their upper arms and thighs. They stepped out of their cumbersome foot-gloves, and Tasman did the same, and felt on the soles of her feet the heat of the world. She stared about her. There was not even scrub forest here, only low bushes, and sand that in places was freshly blown across the path. They began to walk southeastward. Tasman saw and saw again the place where surely her fathers had fallen. The dry earth reached between her toes and smelled sweet. Some herb she seemed to recall but could not name. The sun was low over the long, smooth slopes to the northwest. Sorrowed Twa was silent, but the Twel told her about Upsall and where she would live, just as he had told her mothers. with them, eating out of their bowls and drinking from their cups. He told her about book, but she could not imagine it. It was deep, he said, and cool. There were real things in it, as well as screens and copies. It was like the tales of the ruins, but it was not ruins, it was a modern city. She did not ask, but she did not think there were children at the Uppsala book, certainly not where she would be with the Sorud. And this was good, because she had never felt like children, and did not now. She walked taller at the Sorud's side. The 12 told her also about the savannas, and Tasman knew it was he who loved to go there, away from the city. It was because of him that their hair was bleached white. There is a great plain to the east, and they say it is an old seabed, at least Trois says so, and he is called a great authority. He laughed softly. There are wells there and yeast farms. It is not all wild, but farther east it is wild. We have gone farther, making fires and paths. It is not so dark at darkening. We can see by the stars and moon, and it is cooler then. Trois sleeps, but there is a ruin we will go to soon, and he dreams of this place, because it was a great barbarian city, and it is accessible, we have been told. It is farther than the ruin Len. I have never been to World, said Tasman, but I have played on the shore all the time we lived north of the city. Then you will go to World with me. His voice was warm and joyous. She walked until darkening, holding the 12's large hand and listening to him. And then they lifted her up and carried her, baby fashion, her legs straddling their hip bundles on either side. And what she guessed was not the bundles, but their own darker burden, alive and comfortable between her thighs, as they strode forward. She remembered part of an old song. When our teeth are made black, when we are touched in the new, old places. Her bare feet hung free. Weary, she pressed her face into their braided hair, that smelled stale and good like wood smoke. The air was cooling. The 12's hand caressed her back and shoulder blades, up and down, but she kept herself awake, until at last it stayed, supporting her. And she felt the Trois hand, harmonious, release its support, and move to her vestigial 7th cervical, and cover her nape and rest there. Then she allowed herself to fall asleep. Afterword, by Douglas Barbour. After so many words, what need for more? Yet there is always the temptation to tell a bit about the choosing, about the pleasures of working, even at a distance, with Phyllis and the staff at Porsepic Books, but how he made the difficult final choices. Actually, it was both difficult and easy. Some stories leapt out at us, and we knew we had to have them. But there were so many competent and interesting stories, we had a real problem keeping the anthology down to size. Given that this is only the second Tesseracts, we think it a very good sign that the general quality of submissions was so high, and that there were a lot of new names, not just new writers writing SF, but writers from other areas, poetry especially, all of which bodes well for the present health and future viability of Canadian SF. Canadian? Literary nationalism does seem out of place here, for there can be little doubt that SF is essentially an international field, marked most decisively by the American model. Yet there are what might be called national intonations. British SF has always leaned a little more toward the literary and the ordinary than has American SF, and perhaps Canada's position between the two empires and between their literatures allows a greater breadth of possibility in the writing. I note that Australian SF has its own flavour too, due no doubt to the salient fact that the Australian environment is already alien to the rest of the world. Certainly, many of our writers write for the American market. After all, that's where the best sales are, and their work is almost indistinguishable from that written by Americans. But I find some of the most intriguing stories in this volume at least challenge certain central assumptions and conventions of the traditional, read American, paradigm. And indeed, in the case especially of some women writers, and the number of women in the anthology appears distinctly Canadian too, the cast of the narrative, the weave of the story, resist the siren call of plot for something more subtle and finally more rewarding. It would be nice to have more poems in this volume, especially as the first one had quite a few. But there seems to be a problem with the very concept of SF poetry, in that the genre conventions of vision work against the particular linguistic vision of poetry. Much of what passes for SF poetry seems to me to be rather lacklustre verse on a set and often fey theme. Perhaps the real poetry of science fiction emerges within particular stories, especially in the proper rendering of background. I am pleased at the wide range of material here. I'd like to think it signals the imaginative sweep inherent, at least as possibility, in both SF and Canadian writing. Many moods, many worlds, many visions. A concern for character that has only recently entered the field is clearly felt by all these writers, and emotions are probably even more a source of wonder than any technological development per se. This is an anthology of science fiction, but I believe that is not all it is. Rather, I would offer it as a fine anthology of Canadian fiction, period. The contributors. Margaret Atwood is one of Canada's most distinguished authors, with over 30 books of poetry, fiction, and criticism in publication. She has twice received the Governor-General's Award, in 1966 for her poetry collection The Circle Game, Contact Press 1966, and ANSI 1967, and in 1986 for her speculative novel The Handmaid's Tale, McClellan and Stewart, Houghton Mifflin. The Handmaid's Tale also won her the Arthur C. Clarke Award for Best Science Fiction in 1987. Alain Bergeron was born in Paris, France, but has spent most of his life in Saint Foy, Quebec. He is an administrator in the Quebec Ministry of Science. He has published one novel, Un été de Jessica, Editions Xils, 1978, and several short stories. Douglas Barbour has published several collections of poetry and criticism, including Visible Visions, The Selected Poems of Douglas Barbour, Nay West Press, and Worlds Out of Words, the SF novels of Samuel R. Delaney, Brands Head Books, UK. He has enjoyed SF since childhood and wrote his Ph.D. on SF, arguing its potential for the creation of art. He is a professor of English literature at the University of Alberta in Edmonton. Jane Brierley is a literary translator, writer, and editor with several works of fiction and non-fiction in publication. She attributes her interest in speculative fiction to a healthy childhood diet of Victorian fantastic literature and terrifying fairy tales. She is working on translations of a young adult novel and an Élisabeth Vonarburg SF novel, Le Silence de la Cité. Joël Champetier has published several stories in Solaris and Imagine. He has an avid interest in cinema and contributes to the SF Cinema Chronicle in Solaris. He is working on an SF novel. Candas Jane Dorsey is editor of the Edmonton Bullet, a monthly arts newspaper. She also writes fiction and poetry. On Labor Day weekend last year, she teamed up with Nora Abercrombie to write an SF novel, Hardwired Angel, Pulp Press 1987, the grand winner of the 9th annual 3-day novel writing contest. One of her favorite places to write is the Strawberry Creek Lodge, a writer's retreat in Alberta, which provides the setting for Willows. William Gibson is the author of Neuromancer, which won several prestigious SF awards, Count Zero, and Burning Chrome, a collection of short fiction. He is working on the draft of a screenplay for Alien 3 and on his third novel, Mona Lisa Overdrive. David Godfrey has published several books of short stories and a novel, The New Ancestors, which won the Governor-General's Award for Fiction in 1970. He is also co-author and editor of several books on the new technology and computer-aided learning, including Gutenberg II, Pacific Books, 1986. He teaches creative writing at the University of Victoria and is Director of Research at Softwords, a software firm specializing in expert systems. Phyllis Gotlieb is a major figure in world SF, with books such as Sunburst, Fawcett 1964, and O Master Caliban, Harper 1976, which have been translated into 6 languages, and her latest novel, The Kingdom of the Cats. She has just completed a new novel, Heart of Red Iron. Terence M. Green is beginning to make an impression on the SF community with a recent publication of a collection of short stories titled The Woman Who is the Midnight Wind, Pottersfield Press, 1987, and a novel, Barking Dogs, coming soon from St. Martin's Press, New York. He has just completed a second novel, Children of the Rainbow. He teaches English at a secondary school in Toronto. Tom Henighan is a professor of English literature at Carleton University in Ottawa. His publications include Brave New Universe, Testing the Values of Science in Society, Tecumseh Press, 1980, and Tourists from Algol, Golden Dog Press, 1983, a collection of short fiction in several genres, including SF and magic realism. He is working on a play and a new collection of short fiction, and has just completed a fantasy novel. Jeff Kuipers attends the Victoria College of Art and is a member of the Island Illustrators Society. Though he prefers the human form in art, he likes to experiment in both content and medium. The cover art for this anthology is his first airbrush painting. It was selected from 8 entries in our Tesseracts² cover art competition. M. Travis Lane is a poet living in Fredericton, New Brunswick. She has several collections in publication, including Poems 1968-73, Fiddlehead Poetry Books 1973, and Divinations and Shorter Poems 1973-78, Fiddlehead 1980, and a new collection forthcoming from Fiddlehead entitled Reckonings. Michael Mirola is a journalist for the Montreal Gazette. He also writes short fiction and poetry, and has published both in numerous periodicals across Canada. He is working on a collection of short stories. Lucille Nelson is a translator of poetry and prose whose major interests are women's writing and SF. She also writes reviews for Kinesis and Prairie Fire. She is currently working on a translation of Esther Rochon's SF novel Coquillage. John Park writes papers on chemical physics for several distinguished journals. He is also a guest worker at the National Research Council Labs in Ottawa. In between technical papers, he is working on several SF projects. He is a Clarion SF Workshop graduate, 1978. Wendy G. Pearson teaches English at a Toronto high school. Her interest in medieval studies inspired much of the research for The Green Man of Knowledge. This is her first publication. She is working on more SF and fantasy stories. Esther Rochon is one of Quebec's most distinguished authors. She has published 4 novels, including Coquillage, Édition de la Pleine Lune, 1986, and L'étranger sous la ville, Édition Pauline, 1986, and one collection of short fiction, Le Traversier, all are SF. She has received the Grand Prix de la Science-Fiction et du Fantastique Québécois in 1986 and again in 1987. Stan Rogel writes fiction, poetry, and drama. He has published several poems in Canadian journals, and his play Blood Sonata was produced by the Theatre Centre Toronto in August 1987. He is working toward a master's degree in English literature at York University. When he's not writing or studying, he likes to go camping in the wilderness and think. Leon Rooke is a major figure in Canadian literature with more than 200 short stories and 11 books, 3 are novels, in publication. He received the Governor-General's Award for his novel Shakespeare's Dog, Stoddart, 1983. His latest collection of short stories is A Bolt of White Cloth, Stoddart, 1984. He is also regarded as one of Canada's most flamboyant readers. Bats is his first publication in an SF medium. Rhea Rose is a freelance writer living in Burnaby, BC. She's involved in local theatre and the SF community in the Pacific Northwest, Canada and the USA. She is working on a novel based on the child characters, now grown up, in her story Kronos is Christmas, from Tesseracts. Louise Sampson is a freelance translator, interpreter, writer, and teacher. Though her undergraduate interest was primarily in French literature, she achieved a Master of Science degree in computing science, specializing in graphic design. Mary Shelton lectures in French at the University of Victoria. She is also working on a translation of Félix Nada's Quand j'étais photographe. She likes to relax by reading, sewing, or embroidering. Kathryn A. Sinclair has published short stories and articles in several periodicals, SF and mainstream. She has raised purebred goats and chickens in the Alberta countryside. Now she is raising 3 boys in Edmonton. In her spare time she writes, teaches Tai Chi, and is a partner in a music video production company. Michael Skeet is a writer-broadcaster living in Toronto. He has written several hundred articles on music and film, and has a syndicated film criticism spot on CBC Radio. He is an active SF fan and contributes regularly to various fanzines. Rain is his first fiction publication. Heather Spears is an artist living in Copenhagen, Denmark. She specializes in drawing scenes of childbirth and newborn infants. She also writes poetry and fiction. Poetry and art are combined in her book Drawings from the Newborn, Ben Simon Publications, 1986. She is working on another book of drawings and on parts 2 and 3 of the Moonfall trilogy of stories, of which 1 is the first part. Élisabeth Vonarburg has published in French a collection of short stories and a novel, Le Silence de la Cité, de Noël, 1981, as well as a book on the craft of writing fiction. A new collection of short stories and the first novel in her Tyrannael trilogy are due for publication by de Noël in the near future. More and more of her work is being translated into English. She now has 7 cats in her Chicoutimi home. Andrew Weiner published his first story in Harlan Ellison's Again Dangerous Visions, Doubleday, 1972, and has been publishing at an increasing rate ever since. He now has over 25 stories in print in various publications. Distant Signals and Going Native have been filmed by Laurel Productions' Tales from the Dark Side. His collection of short fiction, Station Gehenna, is due for publication this fall. Beaver Books, Contemporary Books.
Reproduced by the CNIB Library exclusively for the use of persons with a perceptual disability as defined in the Canadian Copyright Act. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated.